Insta Millionair. Insta Millionair Chapter 1 to 500 Chapter 1, Ch1. Good and Bad Surprises. Hello. Celestial Line Facility. Alex Ambrose answered the store phone. I need a box of condoms and 2 packs of tissues in room 1302 at the Sheraton South River Hotel. Hurry. The caller hung up. Alex nodded. People will never show up ready. He packed up, put on a raincoat, and rode his electric bike toward the Sheraton Hotel on the south bank of the river. It was 9 o'clock in the evening and it was raining heavily, and the pants and shoes soon became large and heavy. Out of respect, the goods were still dry, but he did not dare to delay any longer, so he ran to the hotel. When he reached room 1302, he knocked on the door and it quickly opened. Hello. Here's your. Alex was stunned and fell silent. The lady in front of him was none other than his beloved sweetheart. He wore a white cloak, his long, dark, few hairs visible in his form. The faint smell of gel and shampoo was assaulting his nose. Kathy? What are you doing here? He looked at her in disbelief, still feeling something. What are you doing here? Kathy asked. His heart broke, and he took a small step into the room. His mind went blank and then started wandering. What is wrong? Another boy wearing a robe and slippers walked up to the door, and Alex recognized him immediately. You dare to touch my girl? Alex can't hold back the anger welling up inside him and charges at Billy, determined to teach him a lesson. Stop. Katie steps in front of Alex. After a brief panic, he manages to regain some control. Her secret lover had found out about her faith. There was no point in trying to hide it. He looked straight at her. Alex, we need to separate. Break up. Alex was stunned. He looked at Kathy with wide eyes. Kathy, we've been together for over a year. Are you going to break up with me now? Yeah. We need to go our separate ways. She maintained constant eye contact with him and spoke with intense indignation. Are you surprised? You have no money, Alex. You can barely buy even the cheapest necessities. We never have anything nice. As long as I'm with you, people will always laugh at me, and that's not the life I want. I'm too good to live in poverty like this. I was too gullible when I was in my freshman year, and I let myself be with a loser like you. She hugs Billy's arm and tells Alex, Billy is my boyfriend now. From now on, I want nothing to do with you. Don't bother me again. Well, looks like you're as good by now. Billy looked at Alex with a coquettish grin. Alex, standing there in a raincoat with mud stains on his pants and shoes, felt like Kathy was right. He was a complete loser. Billy took the plastic bag from her hand and took out the box of condoms. He waved it at Alex and laughed. I'm staying at a nice hotel. My girlfriend's ex brought me condoms. And you're all alone. Of course you helped me out. Why are you still here? Kathy scolds Alex. No, it's good he didn't get offended. Maybe you'd like to see me kill him, huh, Kathy? Give a woman what she wants, scoffed Billy. Alex is completely lost. He slowly turned and left the room. Brother, you are not even taking the money? Hey, cool. I've got a girlfriend and a gift. It felt great to see Alex slumped down, sad, as Billy closed the door behind him. When Alex left the hotel, it was raining harder than ever. He took off his raincoat, allowing the cold rain to drench his entire body and help clear his head. Kathy had abandoned him because she believed he had no money. It should be a pleasure to lose such a materialistic woman, so why should he be sad? Buzz buzz. His phone was vibrating in his pocket. Alex takes it out and takes a look at it, but stops when he sees the number. His whole body was trembling while reading the text. After a review, the Ambrose family has decided that their son, Alexander, has met the conditions required to be entitled to his inheritance. Starting today, the control of his assets will be returned to him. Bean-sized raindrops fall on the screen, causing the text message to gradually blur out. Alex's mind began to wander. Had it not been for this message, Alex would have almost forgotten his identity as a super-rich kid. Over the past 7 years, his family had been assessing him until they were satisfied that he met their harsh conditions. And now, finally, it was over. Whatever was his possession, it was his claim after all. Alex wakes up early the next morning and heads to the city. In a good mood, he got out of his car and went straight to Metro Sky Bank in the heart of the wealthiest part of New York's central business district. Many luxury cars were parked around the bank. All the people coming and going in the surrounding square were rich. This was evident from his clothing and demeanor. Alex walked up to the bank door and pushed it open. Ouch! The main door could be opened from both the inside and the outside, and Alex had been a bit careless and pushed it open from the outside. As a result, the door was banged by a long-haired young woman who was on her way out of the building. He quickly apologized. Sorry. I didn't see you. What do you mean you didn't see me? What am I, invisible? He put his hand on his forehead and looked at her. The bank's assistant manager, Karen Young, witnessed the incident and hurried over. He first examined the woman and then looked at Alex in disapproval. When his eyes fell on her, the marks of doubt emerged on his face. Metro Sky Bank differed from most banks in that its customers were almost exclusively upper-class businessmen. Karen knew the young woman was there with her father, but she didn't know why Alex was there. Judging by his looks and age, he was not their usual type of customer. "Sir, can I help you?" she asked with a polite but forced smile. Alex simply said, "I'm here to withdraw money." "Withdraw money?" The sad woman asked sarcastically at him. "Do you have a card?" Karen asked, smiling politely. Getting a Metro Sky Bank card has never been easier. Savings of $1 million was the minimum requirement to qualify. Karen was sure that the person in front of her would not have much experience with the bank and would not know their rules. Perhaps he thought that cards from other banks could also come in handy here. "No," Alex replied, shaking his head. The woman he accidentally bumped into the door couldn't help but laugh at his honest reply. He was no longer worthy of her attention. "Let's go." Her father had gone upstairs, still arranging the documents he was carrying. "My dad and I are leaving." The woman shook hands with Karen and then looked at Alex. "A mess. Young, having someone like this around could damage your bank's reputation and upset your customers. I hope this doesn't happen again." Saying this, he held his father's hand and opened the door. "Take care, Mr. Scott." Karen followed them for a few steps and watched as they got into a car and left. Turning around, she went back inside, making up her mind to encourage Alex to leave as quickly as possible. No one was standing where Alex was. "Oh, where has he gone?" she wondered. Is it possible that the child was embarrassed and quietly left? She felt relieved at the thought. Then, just as she was about to go back to work, she caught a glimpse of someone out of the corner of her eye. "There's the brat. No wonder I haven't seen him before," he thought. He had already reached the entrance to the VIP lounge and a pillar blocked his view. The VIP room was only for high-status customers who were worth at least $30 million, and this young man admitted that he didn't even have a card. If she let him go, she would be in trouble with her boss. "Hold on. Don't move," Karen shouted, feeling desperate. All the other customers were looking around at her, obviously annoyed by her yelling. She could only smile apologetically as she quickly turned towards Alex. But he had already left the lounge, opened the door to the VIP room, and stepped inside. Chapter 2, Stage 2, Surprising the Bank Manager, Does He Have No Shame? Karen hurried after Alex with a look of chagrin on her face. She tried to open the door to the VIP room, but it had been locked from the inside. "Hello?" Inside the VIP room, Robert Miller, the bank manager, was leaning against the sofa, looking at his phone. When the door suddenly opened, he quickly sat down and hid his phone away. Normally, when a VIP was coming in, Karen would notify him in advance. As the customer manager, he was responsible for 31 VIPs, and he knew them like the back of his hand. He immediately began to launch into his normal professional greeting, hoping to undo the poor impression he'd made by slouching against the sofa, but when he saw Alex, his expression froze. He was certain that Alex was not one of his VIPs, nor was he a relative of one. "May I ask who you are?" Robert asked, looking at the young man, who appeared to be around 20 years old. Robert had no idea who he was. Alex got straight to the point. "I'm here to get my money. You have one of our cards?" Robert asked, suspicious of Alex's calm expression. "No," Alex admitted frankly. Robert was relieved to seemingly be proven right, but even more confused. Access to the VIP room required a minimum worth of $3 million, but this man didn't have any money. Why was he so composed? "I'm sorry, sir. We can't give out money without a card. Do you require anything else?" He's crazy, Robert thought. Why on earth did Karen let him in? I'll have to speak to her about this at Monday's meeting. "You have fingerprint recognition here, right?" Alex suddenly asked. The fingerprint ID system at the bank was for the wealthiest families and businesses to use. Only a few people had their fingerprints recorded in the system, at least in the New York branch, and no one had used it to access their holdings yet. "You want to use it?" Robert could no longer bring himself to call Alex sir. "Yes," Alex nodded. Robert was feeling more confused by the second. Why would someone who wasn't even a customer request to use a fingerprint ID? To be honest, even though he was curious, Robert felt that it was barely worth humoring the request. But after considering for a few seconds, he finally decided to let Alex make the attempt rather than risk making him angry. He opened the safe and brought out the fingerprint identification device, which he had never used before. "Place your thumb here." Robert indicated the verification area to Alex, who placed his thumb on the sensor. Beep. The device lit up with a glaring red light, and the LCD screen displayed the words, "Fingerprint not recorded." Immediately, Robert's expression turned hostile, and he glared at Alex. He picked up his phone, ready to call the police. Wait, Alex said quickly. "Maybe that was the wrong print. I'll try using my index finger this time." Robert smiled coldly. "What's your plan here?" "Your thumb doesn't work, so you'll try your index finger. Then, if your index finger doesn't work, you'll try your middle finger. When you run out of fingers, will you try using your toes?" But Alex had already pressed his index finger on the verification area. Robert resolved that if the man's fingerprints weren't accepted this time, he would immediately call the police and have him arrested. Beep. A green light appeared on the device and new details flashed up on the LCD screen. Verification successful. Family account 01. Verifier Alexander Ambrose. Account 01104. Robert gaped at Alex in disbelief for a moment and then hurriedly squeezed out a smile. "Mr. Ambrose, I'm sorry. I didn't realize. I'm Robert Miller, the customer manager for the New York branch. Please allow me to assist you." "It's fine," Alex said lightly and stood up. "Can I see how much money I have left in my account?" "Please wait a moment." Robert sat in front of the computer and typed away for a while. On his instructions, Alex provided a few more fingerprint scans as authorization. "It's done, Mr. Ambrose." Robert clicked the OK button on the screen, and Alex's account appeared. Robert pointed to the computer screen and said, "Mr. Ambrose, the balance of your account is currently $86 million. Robert couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This young man had an enormous fortune. It placed him in the top flight of the 1%. Most people would never be able to even dream of that much money. Alex felt strange as he stared at the numbers on the screen. He reminded himself that he needed to get used to his status as a rich kid as soon as possible. Oh, and you have other assets as well. Let me show you now. Robert clicked through to check several pages in a row. Finally, he clicked the OK button again. The computer brought up a 4x4 grid of display screens. This surveillance screen displays all the physical assets that you hold elsewhere, Robert explained. He clicked on the upper left corner of the screen and brought up the feed from the bank's branch at The Hague, which revealed a sports car. In the lower right corner, it said, Ferrari Pagani Huayra. Robert opened up other screens for Alex, one after another. The Hawaii branch displayed a Dominica blue pearl bracelet and 4 stacks of gold bars. The feed from the French branch in Nice revealed 3 original Picasso paintings and 2 Rodin statues. And the Cape Town branch had 15 10-carat diamonds, 10 pieces of ivory, and another couple of stacks of gold bars. Robert's eyes almost popped out as he looked at Alex's assets. He had never seen anyone so rich. Maybe not even 1/10 as rich. All right, I'd like a card, Alex said before Robert could collect his thoughts. Yes, I will see to it right away. Please wait a moment. Robert immediately started to make the necessary arrangements. Within 10 minutes, a Supreme card was produced. Robert looked at the Supreme card and thought about Alex's assets. This card wasn't good enough for Alex's status, but it was the highest grade of card they were authorized to issue at the New York branch. Robert handed the card over. Mr. Ambrose, your card. Thank you. Alex took the card, stood up, and went to walk out of the room. Mr. Ambrose, please wait. Robert didn't dare to appear to be neglecting such an important customer. He should see him out personally, but the asset checking system on his computer had not been turned off yet, and the fingerprint verification machine, iris recognition apparatus, and other sensitive equipment had not been returned to the safe. The monitoring system in the VIP room was connected to the district manager's office. Karen was anxiously waiting in the hall. What's been going on in there for so long? She wondered. Could that brat have murdered Mr. Miller in the VIP room? The more she considered it, the more scared she became. She was on the verge of banging on the door and demanding a response when Alex walked confidently out of the room. Stop, Karen shouted. She walked quickly over toward him and grabbed at his coat. You can't leave. You broke into the VIP room. Once we confirm that nothing is missing, I will call the police and have them hold you for questioning. What are you talking about? Alex asked. Let go. Karen grappled with him for a while, but she couldn't manage to search his pockets. What's wrong with this woman? Alex thought. He wasn't even arguing with her, but she was manhandling him. What is this? Karen spotted the Supreme card that was peeking out of Alex's pocket. She quickly pulled it out and looked at him triumphantly, as if she had found evidence of his guilt. Oh, you stole a card. This is a crime, and I have to call the police. It didn't even cross her mind that the card could belong to Alex. She imagined he had entered the VIP room, pretending to be there by mistake, and had then distracted Mr. Miller with questions and stolen the card when the manager wasn't paying attention. Let go. Alex was sick of this woman. Don't you feel guilty about being a thief? She was even more determined. With the two of them creating such a scene, other customers started to walk over toward them, intending to help Karen keep Alex from getting away. Just then, Robert, who had finished tidying up, strode out of the VIP room. Having seen Alex's assets, Robert now knew he was the most important customer the New York branch of the bank had ever had. He had also noticed that the system listed Alex's was listed as just one of multiple accounts attached to a family group labeled 01. If that single account was so lucrative, then what about the rest of the family? It was rare to meet such important people, so Robert knew he had to be careful to curry favor with Alex. If they got along well, it would be a tremendous success for Robert, and the potential benefits were huge. So, when saw Karen struggling with Alex, He was enraged. Karen's expression was hostile, and Alex was becoming very angry. Karen was an idiot who was playing with fire, and she might drag Robert himself down with her. Of all the bank's many customers, why did she need to pick this one to try and remove? A simple flick of Alex's finger could be enough to end both their careers. Chapter 3, Stage 3. The Mean Ex-Girlfriend. Stop. Robert dashed between Alex and Karen. Before Alex could speak, Karen waved the Supreme card in the air. Her eyes flashed with triumph as she said to Robert, "Mr. Miller, look. He stole a card from the VIP room." She smiled at him, her expression a little smug. Surely, Mr. Miller would be happy with her for preventing theft. He had a lot of authority in the Eastern District of Metro Sky Bank, and when he had arrived at headquarters, he had seemed impressed with her, so she was hoping for a promotion. Her imagination began to run away with her as she dreamed about her possible future. Mr. Miller's face had always been a little glum, but as she watched, his expression grew darker and darker. Before she could figure out why, she was startled by his explosive roar, leaving her entire body trembling. "Let go of Mr. Ambrose." As he yelled, Mr. Miller knocked the Supreme card out of her hand, and she was so scared that she let go of Alex. Mr. Miller pushed her aside and bent down to pick up the card. "Mr. Ambrose, your card." "I'm very sorry. I haven't trained Ms. Young properly. I do apologize." Mr. Miller's expression showed a mixture of respect, embarrassment, and unease as the bank's customers looked on in amazement. Karen was stunned. Could the Supreme card be his? She wondered. Her eyes widened. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't make sense of it. If this man had a Supreme card, then he had at least $3 million, yet he appeared to only be around 20 years old. A poor, lower-class loser with that much money? No, it was just too unlikely. "It's not your fault, Mr. Miller," Alex assured him, slipping the card back into his pocket. "Thank you, Mr. Ambrose." Robert dipped his head and paused briefly before straightening up and shouting at Karen, "Why are you just standing there?" Apologize to Mr. Ambrose immediately. How could Karen still not understand? Robert thought. The young man standing in front of them was seriously rich and needed to be treated with respect. Karen immediately bowed her head at Alex. "Mr. Ambrose, I'm very sorry for my rude behavior. I made a mistake, created a fuss over nothing, and put my hands on you. It was my fault, and I will reflect on my behavior." Alex ignored her and walked away. "Mr. Ambrose," Robert called after him. "If you ever need anything, just give me a call, and I'll do my best to help." Robert was excited by this opportunity. It was rare to meet someone as important as Alex, so he shamelessly tried to charm him. "Okay, Robert." Alex smiled faintly. Robert had come to his defense after all. The use of his first name made Robert feel quite emotional. The wealthiest customers called him by his first name, and now so did this poorly dressed young man, who displayed not even a hint of arrogance. Alex strode out of the bank and hailed a taxi to take him back to Preston University. As Alex entered the university building, he accidentally stepped into a puddle, splashing a lot of mud on his legs. He checked his watch, then rushed toward the classroom, where Mr. Morgan was already standing at the podium, lecturing. He spotted Alex out of the corner of his eye, and a hint of disappointment flashed across his face. Feeling guilty, Alex lowered his head. Of all his teachers, Mr. Morgan was his favorite. The other teachers tended to ignore Alex because he had no money, and some even openly mocked him. Only Mr. Morgan treated him like any other student. Alex slipped quietly into the classroom, aware that all the students were staring at him, and he could hear them whispering. He isn't usually late. Hell must have frozen over. Look at his pants. They're filthy. Doesn't he have any clean clothes? Are you joking? It's not like he'd have the money for new ones. It looks like he's just thrown on whatever he could find. Some of the boys continued to talk, and the girls in the front row covered their mouths with their hands as they joined in. Their eyes flashed with contempt when they looked at Alex. "Stop talking," Mr. Morgan said loudly. "And pay attention." Throughout the lecture, Alex noticed that Mr. Morgan kept glancing at him, his eyes full of disapproval, as if Alex had failed to live up to his expectations. Eventually, the lecture was over. Class dismissed. Mr. Morgan packed up his textbooks and left. "Kathy." The voice came from the doorway. Everyone turned in the direction of the voice and saw Billy walking through the door and going straight to Kathy, who was sitting by the window. She stood and hugged him, pulling him in close to her body. Billy lowered his head, and the two of them began to kiss. Many of the students turned to stare at Alex. Everyone thought that he was Kathy's boyfriend, and they weren't aware that she had broken up with him. Alex watched in disgust. He'd heard that Billy had taken at least 5 different girls to stay at that hotel. Kathy was just the latest in a long line, and Alex had no intention of fighting for her. Billy strutted past Alex with his arm around Kathy's waist. "Darling, wait a minute," Kathy said to Billy as she stopped in front of Alex and held out her phone. "Since we've broken up, I don't want to owe you anything. Here's the phone you bought for me a few weeks ago. You can have it back." Alex glanced at the Samsung Galaxy phone and then took it. "Huh, you would have to work part-time for 6 months to afford one of these." Kathy took a brand new phone out of her pocket and showed it to Alex. "This is the latest iPhone, and it's much better than your phone. Of course, it's far too expensive for a loser like him." Billy raised his chin and looked at Alex. "Kathy told me that she kept asking for that phone for 6 months before you finally bought it for her. Do you think you can pick up a girl so far out of your league? You're just embarrassing yourself, so give up. And I'm warning you now, don't even think about her. If I find out you've gone anywhere near her, you'll regret it. Don't waste your breath talking to a loser like him. Can we go to DeLuca's for lunch?" Kathy had already dismissed Alex. "Call me baby," Billy said, smiling at her. "Baby, let's go." She flirted with him right in front of Alex. "Kathy." A petite girl stood up, glaring at her. "You're taking it all too far. I never thought you'd break up with Alex, and I'm ashamed of you." "Emma, why do you care?" She scowled. When things had been going well with Alex, she'd been on good terms with Emma, who was a decent person. Sometimes, when Kathy had been fighting with Alex, she had asked Emma's opinion about who was in the right. "You gave up Alex for someone like Billy?" Emma asked. "How could you treat Alex like this? When you were sick and couldn't even get out of bed, Alex sent you lunch and dinner every day for a month. And when you were walking in the mountains and twisted your ankle, he carried you on his back for miles down the mountain. Don't you remember that? You know he doesn't make much money from his part-time jobs, but when you wanted a phone, he worked hard for months to save enough money to buy it for you. And this is how you repay him? By breaking up with him and ridiculing him." Kathy scowled. "I never forced him to do anything. If he was stupid enough to go along with it, that's his problem. And so what if he bought me a cell phone? It was only a Samsung. And why would I want a Samsung when I can have an iPhone?" Emma shook her head. "Kathy, I don't understand you. Do you only care about money? Will money get you everything you want?" "Yes!" Kathy barked out a laugh. She stared at Emma and said, "I admit that I like money. Is that so wrong?" She took Billy's arm and said, "Come on, baby, let's go. These 2 poor people disgust me." She glared at Alex and Emma and then swept out of the classroom with her head held high. Chapter 4. Ch4. Expectations and Disappointments. "Are you all right?" Emma walked over to Alex, looking worried. "You are better off without her. You've seen her true nature, and she's not worth being sad over." "Don't worry, I'm fine," he said, smiling. After seeing Kathy's behavior, he felt much better about the breakup. Good. Emma's expression brightened. Come on. To celebrate getting away from that bitch, I'll treat you to a meal. Don't argue. How about a nice place somewhere off campus? DeLuca's? DeLuca's was a rather upscale restaurant, and only the richest students at Preston University could afford to eat there. No, not this time. I don't want to bump into Kathy, Alex said, knowing that was the same restaurant she was going to with Billy. But one day, I'll treat you to a meal at Chez Laurent. Chez Laurent was one of the most luxurious restaurants in New York. It was the kind of place that all students had heard of, but no one could afford to eat there. Emma was surprised. Alex didn't usually boast, so why was he doing so now? And this particular claim was really over the top. Is this simply a reaction to his heartbreak? She wondered. If so, it will pass, right? She felt a little embarrassed, but she simply smiled and followed Alex's lead. All right, I'm looking forward to it. To be honest, I've never been there. She didn't know that Alex could eat 3 meals a day at the most expensive restaurant in the world and not even spend 1/100th of his wealth. Emma was called away by 2 of her friends, leaving Alex standing alone. 2 of his roommates, Ben and Carl, walked over and dragged him to the cafeteria for a meal. Just as they reached the entrance of the cafeteria, Ben stopped walking. He stared at his phone and loudly announced, "Shit. Joe is making a fool of himself online. Check out our dorm group chat room." Really? Alex and Carl quickly took out their cell phones and checked the dormitory group chat. Joe had just sent a message. "Guys, it's official. I'm no longer single. Hurry back to the dorm, and I'll treat you to lunch to celebrate. He's finally found a girlfriend." I guess he got tired of being alone, Alex said. Carl grinned. Let's go back to our dorm and give him hell about it. With that, the 3 of them turned around and walked toward the dormitory. As soon as they entered, they saw Joe sitting on the bed with a girl, holding hands. You're back. Joe let go of the girl's hand and stood up, smiling at the guys. Joe was a sports major, and he was tall and slender, with well-developed arm muscles. Hey, guys. This is my girlfriend, Susan. She studies music. Then he gestured to Alex and the others. These are my roommates, Alex, Ben, and Carl. Susan stood up and nodded with a smile. Ben looked at her, and his heart started beating faster. She had pale skin, delicately shaped eyebrows, and a great body. She's perfect, he thought. Let's eat at La Bellevue. Susan's roommates are coming too, so why don't you guys go and get ready? Joe then turned to Alex and said, Why don't you bring Kathy along? Everyone knew about Alex's lack of money and that he couldn't afford to take his girlfriend to upmarket restaurants, so Joe decided to take this opportunity to help his friend. We've split up, Alex said bluntly. Split up? Really? Joe was shocked. Ben glanced at Joe, and he understood the silent message. The reason for the split was obvious, Alex's poverty. Hurry up. Susan looked at her phone and then raised her head. My roommates have already left for the restaurant, and they're all quite impatient, so don't make them wait too long. Okay, then you guys get cleaned up and changed, and then we can get going, Joe urged them, tugging at Susan's hand. Come on, let's wait for them outside. Joe stepped outside the dormitory with Susan and turned to see her standing with her arms crossed. What's wrong? He asked. She frowned. Aren't your roommates a little too ordinary looking? I mean, Ben is not very handsome, and Carl is somewhat average, too. Alex isn't bad, but judging from his clothes, he doesn't have much money. How can I introduce them to my roommates? Joe felt a little uncomfortable, but he forced a smile and said, It's just a meal. It's not like it's a blind date or anything, so why do you care so much about their looks? Do you think my friends are just coming for the food? She asked. I know them. Although they didn't come right out and say it, they're hoping your roommates are good boyfriend material. I've shown them your picture, and they must think that your friends are like you. She frowned. Then blame me, because I didn't tell you they're all biology students. His smile was a little bitter. He'd been assigned to Alex's dorm because the sports department dorms hadn't had room for him. Why don't you tell your roommates that the meal is canceled? She suggested. They'd probably just end up embarrassed if they went. Cancel it? No. If he canceled now, it would be awkward. Wouldn't that just make things worse? Fine then, but I'm not responsible for whatever happens. She pouted. Just then, she received a call from one of her roommates. Susan held her cell phone to her ear. Rose. You're all there? How is it? When we get there, you'll see for yourselves. All right, I'll hurry them up. Just wait. As she was talking, Alex, Ben, and Carl came out of the dormitory. Joe, see how good I look? Ben gestured to his half-sleeve shirt as he looked at Joe expectantly. Cool. Joe smiled and patted his shoulder. Thankfully, Ben hadn't heard Susan try to cancel the lunch. If he had, it would have been a blow to his confidence. Joe looked at Alex, who had followed Ben out. He frowned. Alex, why haven't you changed? What about my friends? Susan asked. Can't you get dressed up for them? Alex looks fine. What do you expect him to wear? Carl asked. He's not Joe, and he's never going to look like him. Susan shook her head. Her roommates were going to be very disappointed. This was going to be a disaster. Stop wasting time, and let's go, she urged them, and they all followed her out of the dormitory. Rose, Stacy, and Betty sat at a table in La Bellevue. All of them were pretty, and it was clear they came from good families. Rose had long hair that draped over her shoulders. Her skin was fair, and she had a small face with large, sparkling eyes, a straight nose, and pretty pink lips. She looked like a beautiful princess straight out of a fairy tale. She was the prettiest of the three girls, and also the center of attention. Rose, there's a lump on your forehead. What happened? Betty gestured to the small bulge on her forehead. Oh! Rose touched the little mark, her sweet face looking a little angry. Don't remind me, Betty. Remember how I said I went to Metro Skybank with my father to do some business? Well, I met a clumsy person who smacked a door off my head. Ouch! Did he at least apologize? Metro Skybank's customers are quite high quality, aren't they? Rose used her phone to take a picture of her head and then checked it. Thankfully, the lump was not too obvious. She put her phone down and smiled at her friend. He did apologize. I was a bit stunned when I saw him there. You guys know what kind of people Metro Skybank caters to, right? You mean the upper class? Stacy asked. So, this guy didn't belong? Exactly. The Metro Skybank only gives cards to people who have at least $1 million, Rose confirmed. So, he didn't belong there. Some people think that the poorer a person looks, the richer they are, Betty suggested. Which means he might be a rich person keeping a low profile. Rose, tell us all about him. Rose rolled her eyes. Why? Later on, when the manager came over, he found out that the guy didn't even have a card. I think he was just an idiot who stumbled into the Metro Skybank. Maybe he thought that the cards of the other banks can also be used there. If I'd done that, I would have died from embarrassment. Stacy exclaimed. After all that, I didn't even look at him and just left with my dad. Rose tossed her hair over her shoulder. We'll see if he dares to try it again in the future. Or if he dares to show his face anywhere. The guy's not a child, Betty pointed out. Doesn't he have any common sense? I guess he's destined to be single for his entire life. Who would want a guy like that? Let's stop talking about him. I never saw him again anyway. Rose sighed. Why isn't Susan here with the others yet? Seriously. Rose picked up her phone and frowned slightly as she looked at the screen displaying her chat with Susan. Her boyfriend is rather handsome and quite muscly. Just my type. If one of his roommates looks like that, don't fight me for him. Rose winked. Cheeky. Stacy chuckled. Susan said her boyfriend is a sports major, so he should be pretty fit. We'll see about the others when they get here. The three girls chatted and laughed, checking each other's appearance and making a few adjustments as they waited for the guys to arrive. Finally, Susan, Alex, and the others arrived at La Bellevue. Chapter 5, ch5. Oh. He's that loser, you guys go on ahead. I'm going to the bathroom. Alex had noticed some white marks on his clothes, so he went to clean himself up. Ben and Carl had already spotted Rose and the other two girls and had been struck by how beautiful they all were. Ben turned shy, and he began to walk slower, while Carl nervously pushed his glasses higher up his nose. Hi, girls. What are you all talking about? And what's so funny? Susan asked, smiling as she walked toward her friends. Rose and the other girls looked over, and when they saw Ben and Carl, their smiles froze, and they felt like a bucket of cold water had been tossed over them. Ben's appearance was unremarkable, and Carl seemed just as ordinary. This wasn't what they'd expected. After just a single glance, the girls looked away, seemingly disappointed. Seeing her friends' reactions, Susan flushed with embarrassment. She'd known this would happen. She turned her head and glared at Joe, who could only shrug and smile. Let's sit, Joe said. Carl, why don't you sit next to Stacy? And Ben can sit next to Betty. He had just finished making the suggestion when Stacy got up and moved to sit beside Betty, making it clear she didn't want to sit with Carl or Ben. Joe felt bad for his friends. Stacy and Betty chatted on their cell phones, ignoring them, and that just wasn't right. It was downright rude. The table had a total of 4 wooden stools that could each seat 2 people. Stacy and Betty sat together, as did Carl and Ben. Joe sat with Susan, and Rose was alone. Susan and Joe were both concerned. Rose was the prettiest of Susan's roommates, but she was also the pickiest. When Alex came over, how would she react? Alex wasn't bad-looking, but he was dressed poorly and wouldn't make a good impression. Joe asked everyone what they wanted to order, and Stacy and Betty focused their attention on the menu, completely ignoring their friends. Why are there only 2 guys here? Are there only 3 people in your dorm? Rose asked Joe as she played with her hair. Oh, one guy went to the bathroom and should be back soon, he replied. Right on cue, he spotted Alex walking toward them, so he stood up and waved him over. Alex, over here. Come and join us. When the girls heard him, they all looked in Alex's direction. Stacy and Betty only took a glance before losing interest, and they went back to studying the menu. Rose's eyes grew wide. A twitch developed at the corner of one eye and dissatisfaction flashed across her face. Alex also recognized Rose. Keeping eye contact, he walked over to her, confused about why she seemed to hate him so much. When he sat beside her, she stared at him and then snorted softly, giving him a mocking smile. Rose, what's wrong? Susan asked, wondering how Rose seemed to know Alex. Nothing. Rose's smile was cold. She glanced at Alex, then looked at Stacy and Betty. As unlikely as it seems, this is the person who bumped into me at Metro Sky Bank. This is the guy? Stacy asked, her mouth hanging open. Well, Betty said, it seems like he's still wearing similar clothes. Both girls looked Alex up and down, their expressions disapproving. What are you guys talking about? Susan was still confused. Since Rose didn't seem interested in explaining, Stacy stepped in. Rose went to take care of some business with her father at Metro Sky Bank earlier, and this guy hit her head with a door. See? Rose has a small bump on her forehead. Betty took over the conversation, glancing at Alex. You can see how he's dressed, and he walked right into the Metro Sky Bank. You need $1 million to get a card, and yet he went in anyway, and the manager had to challenge him. No doubt, He ran out of there with a red face, right? Susan and the others all stared at Alex, imagining how embarrassed he must have been at the Metro Skybank. Susan was quite worried. Rose already seemed to have a poor impression of Alex, so would she want to stay now? She was very direct and wouldn't stay just to be polite. Rose's smile was cold as she looked at Joe and Susan. Susan, I'm glad you found a handsome boyfriend like Joe. But I have something I have to do, so I won't stay. Bye. With that, Rose stood up, turned around, and walked out, even though she'd been the one to suggest this lunch. Joe was really good-looking, and since he was a sports major, she'd assumed that his roommates would be attractive as well. She'd thought that if one of Joe's roommates had been suitable, then it would save her the trouble of having to find a boyfriend her father would approve of. And even if none of them was suitable, she'd still get to meet two handsome men. She'd been surprised when Joe's roommate, Ben, had looked a bit anxious and Carl was completely ordinary. Still, she could tolerate the two of them. But when she'd seen Alex, Rose couldn't hold back any longer. He was just a poor loser with no place in the world. The heavens were toying with her. She'd been looking for someone rich and handsome, and the universe gave her someone like Alex, who disgusted her. Anger rose quickly. She was so furious that she stormed outside, not paying attention, and bumped into a man's shoulder. He was dressed all in black and looked very professional. His hair was fashionable but neat, and his skin was pale. He held an iPhone in his hand and wore an expensive watch on his wrist. The man's expression turned dark. But then he took a closer look at Rose and noticed how beautiful she was, and his manner changed drastically. "Hey, gorgeous, I didn't hurt you, did I?" he asked. "Would you like me to massage it better?" With a wicked grin, the man extended his hand toward her shoulder. Rose was so angry that she lashed out before the man's hand even made contact. She slapped the man's face, and with a frosty expression, she glared at him and snapped, "Watch where you're going." Before he could react, she had already marched out of the restaurant. Joe and the others had been ready to go over to help and were shocked when they saw Rose slap the man. When Rose left, Stacy and Betty decided to leave too, but Susan eventually persuaded them to stay. After lunch, Susan accompanied Joe to pay the bill, and then they left the restaurant. Stacy spoke to Joe and didn't even glance at Alex and the others. Susan was also quite disappointed with Joe's roommates. She was Joe's girlfriend, and she didn't want their relationship to get complicated because of his friends. She was careful to say goodbye to each of them, and then she walked toward the dorm with her best friends. After returning to the dormitory, Joe changed into a new set of sports clothes and dashed to the sports field to participate in training. Ben was lying on his bed, bare-chested, playing with his cell phone, while Carl started up a video game and started playing it. Alex put a card into the Samsung Galaxy phone. If Kathy didn't want it anymore, he may as well use it. He turned it on, and it worked quite smoothly. At that moment, Ben shouted excitedly, "Alex! Carl! Minnie's live streaming channel is on. Quick! You need to watch it." Ben had a huge crush on Minnie. She had started a live streaming blog 2 days ago and had even posted about it in the class chat. Almost everyone in the class knew about this blog. Since Alex had nothing better to do, he registered an account and went to Minnie's live streaming channel. She had been streaming live for 20 minutes, and over 30 people were watching it, all classmates. There were no classes in the afternoon, so most people were free to watch it. Minnie hugged a pink pillow and had red earphones in as she chatted in front of the camera. "Babes, we haven't had any presents yet. Anyone who has a present for me should let me know." She twirled a lock of her hair around one finger and pouted at the camera, giving an air kiss. Her lips almost touched the screen. She was extremely popular, and quite a few people were secretly in love with her. So, whenever she asked for a present, many boys wanted to give her what she asked for. Besides, the gifts weren't too expensive, so the students were able to afford them. The screen flashed with the notification, a necklace from the Morning Star. Then, Captain Reckless has sent the bikini. Thank you, Morning Star, Minnie said, clapping her hands. And thank you, my handsome little captain. I love you. Minnie tilted her head and made a heart gesture with her hands, and just as she finished speaking, a shout came from the corridor. Minnie is so cute, followed by another voice yelling, she's adorable. Ben saw that Minnie was flirting with the people who gave her gifts, and he felt a little jealous, so he nervously chose a gift and pressed the send button. A message popped up on the public screen. Flying Fish has sent a necklace. Ben typed out a message under his screen name. Flying Fish. Minnie, I'm Ben. I'm watching your live broadcast. Minnie smiled sweetly and spoke into the camera. Thank you, Ben. I know. Minnie spoke to me. Ben mumbled as he floated in a daze. At this moment, another message popped up on the live streaming channel. Ghostwriter typed, Ben, that stingy loser, gave a presentation to Minnie. What a laugh. Can you believe that? Ben's expression changed instantly. Almost everyone from their class was in the chat room. What should I say? He thought. And how can I show my face in class after this? Ben sent an angry message. So what if I'm gifting a present? Have you been eating the poop emoji? Why else would you be talking shit? Ghostwriter responded, Idiot. You're a loser who has nothing. And yet you have money to give presents? Are you planning to sell your kidneys? Or have you been begging your parents for money? You have some nerve. Minnie scowled. People were fighting in the live streaming channel, and she didn't like it. Knock it off, guys. If you don't stop fighting, I'll block you. Ben quickly messaged her. Sorry, Minnie. He started it. Ghostwriter sent. Haha. So what if I get in trouble with you? I don't care. Minnie frowned slightly and prepared to block Ghostwriter, but the system notification flashed again in the live broadcast. Ghostwriter has sent a money gun. Minnie stopped in her tracks. Those were worth about $50, and it was the most expensive gift she had received so far. Chapter 6, Stage 6. The Competition of Gifts. Ghostwriter. So what if I argue with you? You idiot, you think you're awesome just because you paid $50? If you want to take me on, you better think about whether you've got enough money to keep up with me. Ghostwriter has sent a money gun. 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 Ghostwriter gave away 5 more consecutive swipes, equaling $300 total. Minnie was shocked. She couldn't believe what she was seeing on the screen. She held her hands in front of her chest and smiled broadly. Ghostwriter, you've given me so much. I'm so happy. Minnie blew kisses toward the camera. Who are you? Are you one of my classmates? Minnie asked, blinking. Ben was angry. He cursed, Is this guy so great just because he's got money? I'll show him. Minnie put me through to the manager. Okay, no problem. Minnie quickly nodded and pressed her phone a few times. The manager appeared on the screen. Ben, you loser, the manager, currently Ghostwriter, said. How dare you have a go at me? I'll give you something to shout about. A few seconds later, a system notification appeared on the screen. Flying Fish has been banned by the manager for 1 day. Damn, I'm not allowed to say anything. Ben jabbed furiously at his phone, but he couldn't send the message. Ghostwriter continued on the public chat. Ben, you loser, send another message if you can. Why don't you post it instead, haha. Thank you, Ghostwriter, for giving me so many gifts. Now, here's a special dance just for Ghostwriter, Minnie said, then stood up and started dancing. The message board went crazy with messages. Silver Fox, I was wondering whose account this was. It turned out to be Ghostwriter. Ghostwriter is awesome. Blue Knight, Ghostwriter is an amazing fighter, and he's the richest person in our class. Fat Cat, Ghostwriter, where are you now? Ghostwriter replied, I'm currently drinking with a few of my mates at the splendid tower. I plan to go to the Crystal Hotel tonight. I'm not telling you guys what I'm going to do. Haha. The banter continued. Of course, Ghostwriter is awesome. Another person came on to flatter Ghostwriter. That idiot Ben. Ghostwriter posted. He dares to challenge me over $1? He looks so scruffy. He makes me want to puke. This guy is asking for a beating. Ben thought to himself. He was so angry that his nostrils flared. He didn't care about embarrassing himself in front of others, but then he remembered that this was Minnie's live streaming blog. His friend, Carl, couldn't take the bickering any longer and sent a message. Muddy Duck, Ghostwriter, we are all classmates. Think about what you're saying. Hey, here's another idiot. Ghostwriter soon replied. These guys definitely can't be Carl or Alex. Only these two poor guys would be good friends with Ben. Ghostwriter was enjoying the banter. You two are poor, even poorer than Ben. If you have the guts to compete with me for a present, I'll let you three fight it out together. My backhand will feel like a hammer blow. Ghostwriter has sent a money gun. 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 Ghostwriter sent out 5 more gifts. Minnie spoke. Thank you, Ghostwriter. Thank you so much. No one has ever given me so many gifts. Ghostwriter, you're awesome. When you go back to school, I'll treat you to some ice cream. She held her hands in front of her chest and thanked everyone with a sweet smile. Little Tim. Awesome, Ghostwriter. Whirlwind. Wow, I've never seen anyone as generous as Ghostwriter. Ghostwriter, when are you coming back? I'll take you out. Fearsome Tiger. Has anyone noticed that Ghostwriter's profile picture is so handsome? Who can compete with him? The other students began flattering him and sucking up to him. Ghostwriter posted again. Did you see how poor Alex and Carl are? That's not what people want. Even you two are fighting with me. Haha, you overestimate yourselves. After the last post was sent out, Carl's account was also banned. Damn. Carl slammed his palm on the computer table angrily. Carl, it's okay, right? Don't take that idiot's words seriously. Ben comforted Carl. After all, Carl had stuck up for him. Minnie, I have so many rich relatives. I'll watch your live streaming blog in the future and get them all to buy your presents. Ghostwriter had become active again. I'll help you keep an eye on Ben and the others. When you've got lots of fans online, we can blacklist their accounts. You don't want those poor guys on your live broadcast. They're embarrassing. At that moment, there was a system prompt from the live stream channel. Esteemed admirer has sent a superclass worship. Minnie was still absorbed in the joy of receiving another gift. Other people who were watching the live stream noticed it first. Little Tim. Blimey. Someone is sending a worship. Innocent Amy, an invisible millionaire. Are they in our class? Who can it be? Not handsome and not rich. There's a gift, a space-time worship. Is it so easy to get gifts through a live stream? I want to start a live stream too. The dancer. Minnie, this is your boyfriend, right? You found a rich guy. Minnie suddenly noticed it. She was shocked at first and covered her mouth with her hands, unable to believe that someone was giving her a worship. She leaned close to the screen to check and was so excited that she didn't know what to say. Damn, who the hell is this? A worship is worth $100. Is it someone from our class? Asked Ben, staring at the screen with a confused expression. Not from our class. Apart from Ghostwriter, everyone in our class is from a normal family. Who would have enough money to give so much away? Carl stared at his phone. He was puzzled. Heh, gifting a worship is awesome, right? Who wouldn't want to give you that? Wait, I'll send you one too. In terms of money, I have never been inferior to anyone. Ghostwriter's message board was full of praise for him, but now it suddenly changed. It was a little hard to accept. Just as the message from Ghostwriter appeared on the public screen, a system notification popped up. Esteemed admirer has sent a superclass worship. 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 Damn it. When the fifth worship was announced, Ben's mouth hung open. The messages on the message board were appearing at 3 times the normal speed. The hero worship and flattery had increased several times over. Minnie was so shocked that she couldn't believe it. She held up her hands, unable to understand why her supporters would give her so many gifts. 11 space worships. That was equivalent to $1,100. Thank you, I'm so excited. I can't believe it! Esteemed admirer, whatever you want to say, I'll listen. Minnie's eyes were wide open as she looked at the camera. Let me be the only manager, esteemed admirer typed. All right, I'll set it up for you right now, Minnie agreed straight away. He had given her gifts worth over $1,000. Such a rich person's request must be fulfilled. Esteemed admirer, I have set it up now. You're the only manager. Minnie smiled sweetly at the camera. System tip. Every day, the host gets to choose the manager. Esteemed admirer has been set up as a manager by the host. After half a minute, 2 system notifications appeared on the screen. Flying fish has been allowed by the manager. Ghostwriter has been banned by the manager for 1 day. I can speak again. Haha, this manager is loyal, I like it. Ben laughed out joyfully. Ben made a statement on the live streaming channel, Ghostwriter, come out and face me. Carl was still angry and said, $1,000 is still a small amount to you, right? Come out and let everyone see. Esteemed admirer, thank you so much. I want to invite you to Preston University. I'll take you on a tour of the campus, then we'll get something to eat. Minnie blinked her large eyes. Her beauty was captivating. No need, it's just a small amount of money, the esteemed admirer typed. Then, after a moment's thought, he continued to share from the heart. I just want to tell people that if you are rich, you shouldn't look down on others. We are all born people, so we should respect each other and not bully the poor. Chapter 7, Stage 7. Rose's predicament. Ben and Carl were impressed. Well said, they cheered simultaneously. On the live channel, there was also a wave of admiration. Little Tim, this is what a rich person should be like. Harry's cat, that's great. One look and you can tell he has something to say. Silver Moon, I like it. You're much stronger than those rich, arrogant guys. What's happening now? Ghostwriter had become silent by this point. The system message popped up in the message bar. Ghostwriter has left. The ghostwriter had slipped away, and the audience was laughing. On the live stream, another girl could be seen walking over to Minnie and placing her hands on her shoulders. Someone asked, Minnie, who else is with you in your studio? The girl had long hair, a pointed chin, and very light makeup. She was very pretty. She looked very relaxed on the live stream. As she looked at the camera, the audience watching the live streaming blog felt their hearts tremble. Minnie introduced her. Guys, this is my roommate, Kathy. She's so beautiful. If you keep watching my show, I'll give you her social media handle. Minnie held Kathy's hand and spoke sweetly to the screen. Kathy had just been watching Minnie's live streaming blog. When she'd seen that her friend had been given 11 worships in just a few seconds, she became excited. 11 worships were worth $1,000. Of course, she also wanted to find a rich man. If this admirer was a friend of Minnie, Kathy wanted to get to know him. Minnie, you haven't answered me yet. Who is this man? Kathy asked her friend as she pulled over a chair and sat in front of the camera, openly looking at the screen, wanting the rich man who was watching the live streaming blog to have a good look at her. I don't know. I think it's Brad Summers who came to watch my live streaming blog today. Minnie shook her head and looked at the camera. Brad, are you still there? Yes, I'm here, came the reply. Kathy was overjoyed. She was extremely excited and did everything she could to attract him. Brad, you were so cool just now. You gave Minnie 11 warships without a second thought, she said. You're so cool. I'm preparing to do my live stream. Will you watch it? When Ben saw Alex lying on the bed holding his phone, he was sure that he was also watching Minnie's live streaming blog. He tried to help him. Alex, stop watching that. You know Kathy always gets excited when she sees a rich man. She's so shameless. Alex ignored him and continued to look at his phone. Kathy, Minnie called out to Kathy grumpily. Why didn't you tell me that you're preparing to start a live stream? Even if you do you think you'll be able to steal Brad away from me? Kathy ignored Minnie's words and said shamelessly to the camera, Brad, I'm still single and I haven't been able to find a suitable boyfriend. For some reason, I feel like you and I feel a connection. I'd like us to get to know each other. Kathy's coy expression as she spoke was touching. Brad asked, Are you still single? Kathy was slightly taken aback. She was so beautiful that she could understand that it was hard to believe that she was single. However, she had to give the right impression to help secure a rich husband, so she insisted that she was. She also knew that men were particularly attracted to women who had not yet had a partner. Yeah, and I haven't even had a boyfriend yet, Kathy said coyly. Kathy, didn't you just break up with Alex? Aren't you dating Billy now? Minnie asked Kathy, live on the show. Minnie was used to Kathy's manipulative character. Normally, it didn't bother her, but this man had given her a gift worth $1,000. She wasn't about to lose him to Kathy. Kathy had not expected Minnie to expose her. She looked embarrassed and smiled apologetically. Billy and we're just good friends. As for Alex, I felt sorry for him because he's poor, and I helped him study. As for me and him being in a relationship, that was all a rumor spread by our classmates. Kathy had managed to invent an excuse to prove her innocence to the possible suitor. Brad, if you want to get to know Kathy, add me. Halfway through Minnie's words, the system prompted, This viewer has already left the live broadcast room. Minnie and Kathy were disappointed. Alex turned off his phone and lay on the bed. He stared at the wall but wasn't looking at it. He was thinking about Kathy's scene just now. I was with Kathy for a year, and yet she likened our relationship to helping a poor classmate. Her words are like a sword piercing my heart. Alex smiled bitterly to himself. Kathy liked money. How would she feel if she knew how rich I was? The next morning, Alex and his dorm mates returned to their dorm after class. They just finished eating their takeout and were preparing to relax for a while when Joe walked in. He looked depressed as he entered the room and said, Something's happened. What's happened? What's your sports department done this time? Ben asked as he sipped water from his glass. Something's happened to Rose. Joe sat down and looked at the other three. He was worried. What's going on? Alex knew from Joe's face that it was something bad. You know Rose slapped a guy when she left yesterday? Do you know who that man was? Joe answered his question. It was Lucille Brennan, the deputy manager of the Heavenly Lion Group. Holy shit, the Heavenly Lion Group, Ben exclaimed. He was shocked. He stood up and said loudly, The Heavenly Lion Group ranks in the top 10 in New York City, right? There were Heavenly Lion retail offices on the streets that belonged to them, and this was only one of the businesses that belonged to their group. Rose has done it this time. Why did she hit him? She's definitely in trouble now. Alex glanced at Ben, who was still talking nonstop. Then Alex looked at Joe and asked, Doesn't Rose also come from a powerful family? Isn't there anything they can do? Alex knew that Rose's family were rich enough to open an account at the Metro Sky Bank, so they must be powerful. Rose's family owns a company called Shinlong Cargo Company, but it doesn't compare to the Heavenly Lion Corporation, Joe said with a frown. Susan told me that Rose's company had bad news today. Rose's dad is really worried about several partnerships that are threatening to cancel. Joe crossed his arms. The Heavenly Lion Group must have done this. I've seen information about them on the internet. The boss of the group, Donald Brennan, is Lucille's father, and he's bad news. He's very ruthless in his business dealings. Carl looked at Ben, then looked at Alex. His face was grave. Just then, Joe's phone rang. It was his girlfriend, Susan. Joe answered the phone nervously. Okay, I'll go right now. Okay, that's it. By then, Joe hung up the phone. Rose got a call from her dad. He's told her she has to fix it. He said the only way to resolve it is for her to spend one night with Lucille. Otherwise, Donald is going to ruin their family. Yesterday, I caught that lowlife, Lucille, looking weirdly at Rose. I think it will kill her to spend a night with him. Damn it, this father and son are bloody shameless. Ben cursed angrily. Joe and the others also understood what it would mean for Rose to have to spend a night with Lucille Brennan. Don't say any more. Let's go to Susan's dorm now and help Rose come up with some ideas. Joe stood up quickly. All four hurried outside and locked the door behind them. After checking with the dorm front desk worker, Joe led Alex and the others quickly to the third floor and pushed open the door of the dorm room that Rose shared with her friends. Although Rose and the others dressed well, the dorm room was run down. The blankets covering Susan's bed appeared to be of good quality, but the other three beds looked very disheveled. Susan, Stacy, and Betty sat beside Rose looking anxious. Rose sobbed and hugged her legs as she sat on the bed. How is she? Joe asked Susan as he entered the room. Susan stood up and dragged Joe and the others to the door. She turned around and looked at Rose with concern, then lowered her eyes and whispered to them, Rose's dad knows that she's the one that caused this trouble, and he shouted at her over the phone. She's been crying for almost 3 hours now, and her dad told her that if she can't sort things out, she'll have to spend the night with Lucille Brennan. Damn, what kind of father is he? Ben couldn't help but feel disgusted. I guess he's in a tight spot, Susan responded. After all, 7 or 8 of his business partners are threatening to cancel their contracts. Anyone who hasn't threatened yet still might. Her dad called me in secret and asked me to take care of Rose. He's looking for ways to resolve this situation. With that, Susan urged Joe and the others to Rose's side. Rose, don't cry. If Donald's family goes too far, we'll call the police to arrest them. Joe frowned as he tried to comfort her. Ben took out his phone and said forcefully, let's call the police now. I'll call 911. Don't. Rose cried. Only then did she look up. Her face had been buried in her knees. Her watery eyes were red from crying, and she'd lost all traces of the arrogance that had been so evident the previous day. After all, Ben and the others were trying to help her. She wiped her nose with the tissue that Cindy handed to her. With tears in her eyes, she said, it's useless to call the police. It will only make things worse. Rose was, after all, the child of a rich family. She had seen and heard some of the methods her father and the other bosses used to deal with such matters. The police might anger Donald Brennan. If he was completely enraged, with his strength and power, the situation could get 100 times worse than it was now. We need to find someone else to help, Ben said. If we can find someone even more powerful, they might be able to sort it out. I'll call my dad and ask him. He stood up, took out his phone, and went to one side to make a call. I'll ask too. Susan, Stacy, and Betty all answered. However, they all knew in their hearts that with their family's connections there was no way they could stop Donald, the boss of the Heavenly Lion Group. Alex spoke for the first time. Don't worry, it will all be sorted out soon. Chapter 8, Ch8, The Power of Family Connections. Hearing Alex's voice, Rose was slightly stunned. She stopped wiping her nose and raised her head. She shot a cold gaze toward Alex. You came too, she said. Alex nodded slightly but didn't say anything. Judging by Rose's expression, she didn't seem to want him there. Susan quickly spoke up for Alex. Rose, Alex came to help you think of a way out of this. He's worried about you. Worried, Rose sneered. If it wasn't for you yesterday, we wouldn't have bumped into Lucille. And if we hadn't bumped into Lucille, the incident would never have happened, she exclaimed. Then she pointed at the door and shouted, Scram! Get out of my room right now. Rose, listen to yourself, Susan said. She felt that Rose was being unfair. After all, Alex came to help you, and you speak to him like that. Alex didn't say anything. He slowly turned around and walked toward the door. Joe hung up the phone and followed to comfort his friend. Alex, are you all right? He asked. Rose was out of order just now. But remember how stressed she is today. Don't lower yourself to her level. Forgive her. I know, it's fine. Alex smiled faintly. All right, go quickly and persuade her. Tell her not to worry. It'll be fine. Alex walked out as if nothing had happened. Joe watched Alex go and shook his head before returning quickly to the dorm. I don't ever want to see that lowlife again. Rose was still cursing Alex. When she saw Joe come in, she stopped and took out her cell phone. I just had an idea. I'm going to call my old school friend to see if he can help. Hello, Zane. It's Rose. Rose began to tell Zane about her situation. The others in the dorm also contacted anyone they could think of who might be able to help them. Hey, Uncle Chuck, it's me, Stacy. Can you do me a favor? My dorm mate and Donald Brennan from the Heavenly Lion Group. What, you can't afford to offend him? No, you should at least try to talk to him. Oh, okay, I'll look for someone else. Goodbye, Uncle Chuck. Hey, Aunt Ruth. Can you help me with something? Alex walked out of the girls' dormitory, took a breath of fresh air, and took out his phone. From memory, he pressed a number and put the phone to his ear. He heard the phone ring 3 times before an elderly voice answered. Alex, you've finally called. You've been suffering and away from home for so many years, and I've been feeling guilty and powerless to help. Mark, you're being too hard on yourself, Alex replied. After 7 years, Alex's heart swelled with emotion to hear the voice of his family's butler. My poverty training is over. I can use the family's influence now, right? Of course, starting from the day before yesterday. The family has already lifted all restrictions on you. Mark replied happily. Yes, I want to confront Donald Brennan of the Heavenly Lion Group. Alex got straight to the point. Heavenly Lion Group, Heavenly Lion Group. Mark mumbled to himself twice. Forgive this old servant for being slow-witted, but where does this group of Heavenly Lions come from? It's one of New York's local businesses, Alex explained. Alex's family influences the world. Heavenly Lion Group was one of the top 10 enterprises in New York, but it wasn't that grand from a global perspective. Heavenly Lion, Mark exclaimed. Of course, it falls under our family's East Coast Division of Management. I'll inform Ken, manager of the East Coast Division. Sir, what are you going to confront Donald about? Tell him to stop all actions against the East-West Cargo Company, Alex said lightly. Okay, don't worry, sir. Within half an hour, no matter what dealings Donald has with the East-West Cargo Company, he'll stop. Mark said with a faint smile. Good. Alex then hung up. After receiving Alex's order, Mark immediately made sure that the message got to Ken, manager of the East Coast Division. By this time, the father of Zane, the high school classmate that Rose had called, had agreed to his son's request and rushed over to the New York City Merchant Union. He was a junior high school classmate of the union's president, William Chase. If William agreed to help, he could resolve this matter. At the time, William was in the union building, negotiating with an investment company. Both sides had 10 members, and the deal involved a total amount of $125 million. The negotiation had reached its most critical moment. They all felt that they could reach an agreement within 10 minutes, which would result in William's company receiving an investment of $125 million. At this critical moment, the door of the meeting room was pushed open and William's secretary walked in. William frowned. The others also looked annoyed. It was considered very rude for the secretary to interrupt negotiations. However, the secretary approached William and whispered a few words into his ear. William's expression changed noticeably and he stood up, clearly deep in thought. He said to the others, "Everyone, I'm sorry, but I have some urgent matters to take care of right now. We will talk about this meeting later today. Please forgive me." Then he nodded his head, turned around, and walked toward the door. "Mr. Chase, if you leave now, I don't think we'll need to continue our discussion because I will lose all faith in you," the most important representative of the investment company said to William. He was livid. "If that's the case, I'm sorry." William turned around, said something to his secretary, and quickly walked out. His secretary had just informed him that Ken Stokes was about to call him to solve the problem of the Heavenly Lion Group and the East-West Cargo Company. To him, Ken's words were much more important than $125 million. The business talks have collapsed, he thought, but we can discuss business another time. However, if I have upset Ken, it won't just be a simple matter of losing some money. I could lose my position as the president of the union. Ken Stokes was a member of the union or in its chain, but in the upper echelons of New York society, he was extremely prestigious. William and his secretary rushed out of the office building at the same moment that Finn Harrison arrived. "Mr. Chase," Finn walked toward William with a smile. He thought that having been friends since school, William Chase would help him out this time. However, William only glanced at him then ignored him. He climbed into the car and drove away. Meanwhile, Alex had walked to the side of the campus Ramsey Lake and sat down on a large rock deep in thought. On the riverbank, he saw a couple snuggling together, and his mind was flooded with happy memories. He thought about a time when he and Kathy had been so happy. He remembered helping her cook and riding together to take their exams. He'd used the money he had saved to buy cosmetics for Kathy. Alex's train of thought was broken by his phone ringing. He brought his mind back to the present as the name, Zara Fitzgerald, appeared on the screen. Zara was the captain of the school's cheerleading squad, and Alex was also a member of the squad. The rest of the squad were girls, so they needed someone to move the props around, to lift the stereo, and to go buy the ice cream. They also needed someone to fan them when they were hot. Of course, a boy was needed. Because of this, Alex became the cheerleading team's service assistant. In other words, it was free hard labor. "Hello, Alex. You must come to the West Sports Field right now." "What is it?" "If I tell you to do something, just do it. Cut the crap or you're dead." Zara hung up the phone. Alex put his phone in his pocket, stood up, and quickly headed toward the West Sports Field. Chapter 9, CH9, Who Will Win the Girl? Walking toward the West Sports Field, Alex saw 5 or 6 pretty girls heading his way. The tallest girl addressed him, "Alex, you finally came. Why did you take so long?" It was Zara Fitzgerald, who had just called him. Zara took out $10 and gave it to Alex. "Buy 6 bottles of water for the squad." "Captain, why didn't you ask on the phone?" "I would have bought it on my way over," Alex asked while holding the $10 in his hand. Why are you in such a bad mood today?" "It's not fair." "What's wrong? Can't you take it anymore? Zara's eyes opened wide as she opened and closed her mouth. Her words shot toward Alex like a cannonball. No. All right, I'll go buy it now, Alex said, choosing to go and buy the water rather than argue with Zara Fitzgerald. When Alex returned with the water, he gave the $4 change to Zara. The girls from the cheerleading team each took a bottle and drank the water from it. Alex, fan me. Zara Fitzgerald ordered Alex. Alex had nothing else to do, so started to fan Zara. They were sitting on a nearby basketball court, watching the school basketball team practicing for a match. After resting for half an hour, Zara clapped her hands and called the cheerleaders to continue practicing. Alex sat alone in the grandstand and watched Zara and the rest of the squad practice. The seats around him were all filled with the girls' bags and training equipment. Alex heard someone say, "Hello? Why aren't you playing with them?" A girl walked over from the side, smiled at Alex, and sat down beside him. Alex was stunned for a moment. This girl had long hair, an oval face, snow-white skin, clear black and white eyes, and a friendly expression. "Hello," Alex replied. Just as Alex was about to say something else, a tall boy wearing a Lakers jersey walked over and said, "Hi, beautiful. Why are you bothering with him? He's just the babysitter of the cheerleading squad. He's the one who does all the dirty work." I've no idea why Zara Fitzgerald let him join the squad when he's so poor. Oh, the girl looked at Alex kindly. Before you came, this loser was fanning the girls in the cheering squad. That's all he's good for. The male fanned himself and gave the girl a teasing smile. Then, the tall guy reached out his hand to the girl. "Hello, my name is Dean Marshall. I'm the star player in the school basketball team. And I've started my own business. It's doing pretty well. My annual income should only be around $2 million. What do you think of that?" The more he looked at her, the more he liked her. With his good looks and other attributes, he knew that he could win any girl he wanted. The girl glanced at Dean's outstretched hand in hesitation but took it. She just looked at him and smiled. "Hello, I'm Rachel O'Connor, a friend of Zara." Dean took his hand back, a little embarrassed, and said, "Rachel O'Connor. That's a nice name. Zara and the squad are training, and it's difficult to talk here. Let's go and walk around the field together, and we can have a chat." "Thank you, but there's no need." Rachel smiled faintly. Dean was furious, but he was unwilling to give up on such a beautiful girl. He wanted to stay and fight for her, but just then, someone on the basketball court called out to him, and he had to run back to the court. "What's your name?" Rachel turned her head and looked at Alex with a gentle smile. "Alex," he replied automatically. His attention was entirely focused on Rachel's demeanor. He could detect neither contempt nor pity in her beautiful eyes as she looked at him. Alex felt very comfortable with her. As he looked into Rachel's eyes, he started to smile. Zara Fitzgerald and the cheerleading team completed 2 more jumps. Then Zara walked over to Alex and Rachel and said, "Rachel, why are you talking to him?" Zara looked at Rachel with a little surprise. She pinched Alex's shoulders, then shoved him out of the way so she could sit beside her friend. In a serious voice, she said, "I only hired him because I wanted someone to help me carry the stereo and move the outfits. You can tell from his clothes that he's just a poor slob. I don't care about that." "I think he seems quite nice," Rachel said with a smile. "Quite nice?" Zara completely disagreed with her friend. She gave Alex a stern look and said, "I knew it. You only came over to talk to Rachel because you think she's beautiful. Don't you know your place? I'm warning you. Don't even think about Rachel." Alex wanted to explain, but he didn't know what to say. "What about me? Seriously," Alex began, but as Zara's gaze became sharper, he stopped mid-sentence. Seeing that Alex had stopped talking, Rachel looked at him helplessly. They were interrupted by Zara's cell phone ringing. She took out a phone on a pink cover and looked at the number, frowning slightly. She stood up and walked away slightly to answer the call. Hey, Cindy. Don't be too stressed. Your family is just worried because you're not married yet. Okay. If you're free, why don't you come to the amusement park? Come and walk around the park. Try to stop worrying. Call me if you need anything. Then Zara hung up the phone and sat down beside Rachel with a grim expression. What's wrong? Rachel asked as she placed her hand on her friend's knee. It's my cousin, Cindy. She's getting older, and her family is urging her to hurry up and get married. Zara glanced at Rachel with downcast eyes. She said, Your cousin is very beautiful. She doesn't have to worry about getting married. Rachel smiled. Zara glared at Rachel and tooted. Rachel, you don't understand. Of course, my cousin is worried about getting married. The problem is who will marry her. You've seen her photo. As she spoke, Zara glanced at Alex with a look of disdain and said, We can't marry poor losers like him, right? Chapter 10, Sage 10, who helped Rose after the training session, Zara and the other girls from the cheerleading squad left with the basketball team. The task of cleaning up the equipment naturally fell to Alex, the service assistant. Rachel looked at Alex with pity. She wanted to stay and help him organize the equipment, but Zara pulled her away, saying, Alex's only value to the cheerleading squad is helping us pack up. Otherwise, we would have kicked him out already. As Alex was packing up the equipment for the cheerleading squad and putting it in the storeroom, his phone rang. It was Mark. Sir, Ken said that the matter has been settled. Okay, that's great, Alex said and hung up the phone. Alex couldn't believe how quickly his family had sorted it out. It had only been an hour since Alex called them. He guessed that Rose would soon hear the news. Later, at around 5 that afternoon, Alex was jogging when he received a call from Joe. Joe seemed very happy. Alex, where are you? At the sports field. Why do you sound so happy? Is everything all right now with Rose? Alex thought that the news must have reached her by now. Wow! How did you know? Her dad only called 20 minutes ago, and you already knew. Joe asked in surprise. You sound so happy that I knew the problem must be sorted. Alex smiled faintly. That's true. Joe raised his voice again and said, Now that you're back in her good books, Rose said she wants to treat you to dinner. We're already on our way there. You guys go ahead. I don't want to go. Rose hated him so much. He knew that if he went, he'd just be miserable. Come on, all your friends are here. Are you too scared to come? I don't want to go. You guys have fun. Hey, you loser. If you don't come, you're not our friend anymore. You decide what you want to do. Joe shouted and hung up. Alex smiled wryly as he heard the call end. He walked slowly out of the school gate and went to the restaurant. As soon as he entered, he could hear his friends, and he followed the noise to find their table. More than 10 people were sitting around a table. In addition to Rose's dorm mates and his dorm mates, there were also a few unfamiliar faces. They must be Rose's friends, he thought. Alex walked slowly toward the table and everyone turned and looked at him. Rose, who was chatting with her friends, turned around and saw that Alex had arrived. A look of hatred flashed across her eyes as she said, Did I tell you to come? Fine, I'm in a good mood, so I guess you can take advantage of that and stay. Then she resumed her conversation and didn't give Alex another look. As Alex stopped walking and looked at Rose's back, he felt his heart flutter. Forget it, he thought. Forget that I helped her this time. I won't have anything to do with her from now on. Joe quickly walked over to Alex and whispered to him, Leave her alone. Your friends are happy you came. Come and sit with me. As he spoke, Joe pulled Alex over and sat down beside him. As Alex sat down, Rose glanced at him in disgust. Alex didn't even look at her, deciding to save himself from the embarrassment. Rose, what happened? Why do you hate him? An unfamiliar girl glanced at Alex and whispered to Rose. The others, who didn't know anything about the situation, also looked at Rose, waiting for her explanation. Rose's gaze swept across Alex, and then she looked at the others. She sneered arrogantly and said, "This guy is unbelievable. He went to the Metro Sky Bank to withdraw money yesterday morning, but he doesn't even have a card for that bank." Those who didn't know what had happened all covered their mouths and smiled when they heard Rose's words. They couldn't help but look at Alex. Only Susan, Joe, and the others who were familiar with the situation looked extremely embarrassed. They were all thinking, we're all here eating together. Even if you don't like Alex, do you have to expose his weaknesses in front of others? One by one, the waiter brought the plates of food to the table. The 10 of them gathered together, chatting and laughing while Alex only chatted with Joe and Ben beside him, not with Rose and the others. Rose was saying, guess what? In the end, the chairman of the Heavenly Lion Group, Donald Brennan, personally came to my dad's office to apologize to him. That's what you call humility. She recounted the news she had heard from her father. Her friends replied, "Awesome, Rose. To be honest, I didn't expect that your family could solve this problem so easily. After all, this is the Heavenly Lion Group, one of the top 10 enterprises in New York City. Yeah, Donald has awesome power. It's even on the internet. He once made a company disappear, but your family problem was solved in less than a day." Another guy said as he gave a thumbs up. "Tell us who exactly helped your family so we can tell everyone," another boy said to Rose as he smiled. "Of course, I also wonder who helped my dad. Donald Brennan might be a tough nut to crack for others, but it seems that he's no match for my dad," Rose said. "Wait a minute, I'll call my dad and ask him." She took out her cell phone, dialed her father's number, and turned on the speaker. "Dad, which uncle did you ask for help this time?" Rose suddenly felt that something wasn't right. "When Dad called me this morning to have a go at me, he said all kinds of mean things," she thought. "He said that he couldn't do anything to make Donald give in after the disaster I've caused. Could it be that later on, in a flash of inspiration, he's remembered someone powerful that he didn't think about before?" An idea flashed through Rose's mind. Chapter 11, Stage 11, Credit falsely claimed. While Rose Scott was daydreaming, her father spoke up, "My daughter, how is that solution I found?" "Rose, I got a little anxious this morning. I said I'd give you to Lucille Brennan in anger. Don't be mad at me, please." Her father's words made Rose blush even more. "What are you talking about? My friends are all listening." "You said you'd given me to Lucille. How could you have said that?" she exclaimed. Rose's face turned red as she stood up and walked a few feet to take the call personally. "Dad, you're not the one who found a solution, are you?" Rose asked. "If I could have found a solution, do you think I'd let you spend the night with Lucille?" Rose closed her eyes and took a deep breath, pushing down the curses that were rising in her throat. "Can you not mention this anymore? My friends all knew and were listening just now. You've completely embarrassed your daughter. Your friends were all there?" "Oh, but it's not my fault." "Rose, why didn't you mention that when you made this call?" her father asked. "Ugh, moving on. I wish I could find a hole to hide in." Rose held her forehead in her hands. "Why did you not mention it?" "I thought that you were just trying to show off in front of your friends that you had connections and found a solution, but now I see that you haven't shown off. You've become an idiot who blew this up into a scandal," her father exclaimed. He paused, then added, "Hey, Rose, could it be that a friend of yours helped you find a solution?" "A friend?" Rose turned around and glanced at the other people around the table. It was quite possible. They had all made calls for her. "It's probably because of a friend. They did us a big favor, so you have to thank them well," her father said. "Fine, that's it. I'm hanging up." Rose's attitude was much more casual now. Could it be that a friend had helped her? Before, her father was scolding her, and now he's making her feel bad. Wait a moment. The person who helped our family could be related to the president of the New York City Merchant Union, William Chase. This matter seemed solved through William. This friend is no ordinary person, her dad added at the end. After hanging up the phone, Rose walked back to the dining table with suspicion. After hearing about this, everyone was very interested. Who was it that could get so close to the president of the union? Rose's expression was very calm. She scanned everyone's faces and finally locked her gaze onto the right side of Betty Thompson's head. Betty was closest to her, so Rose asked with a smile, "Betty, was it you who helped me?" Betty was stunned, shook her head, and said with a wry smile, "How could I have such a strong connection?" "Are you kidding me, Rose?" "Really?" Rose's face lowered slightly as she asked again. "It wasn't." Betty felt a bit scared. Rose's gaze shifted to Stacy, who was sitting beside Betty. "Stacy, did you help me?" No, I can't take credit for it." "Rose, I've already used up my favors with all the relatives that could have helped," Stacy said as she shook her head. Rose's gaze turned to each person, one by one. "Joe, did you help me?" "Ben? Was it you?" Rose asked everyone, but when she got to Alex, she skipped over him. She was not sure about the others, but she thought to herself, this Alex, this fool that dared to enter Metro Skybank without a card, was it him? Is this a joke? Then who was it? Rose lowered her gaze as she seriously pondered this question. A name flashed through her mind like a bolt of lightning. Zane. Apart from the people here, the only person Rose had contacted was Zane. Zane must have been the one that helped. Rose grabbed her phone and called Zane. Was it him? How could his family have a relationship with William Chase? She asked herself. Zane answered while Rose was still feeling suspicious. "Hey, Rose, how are you doing?" Zane asked urgently. "Did you help me?" Rose did not slow down to answer his question. She wanted to know Zane's answer first. "I begged my dad after you called me. My dad said that he and President Chase used to be classmates, so he would go to the Merchant Union to try. But I haven't asked my dad about it yet," Zane said uncertainly. "It's done. It's been solved perfectly." Rose beamed with joy. "Zane, I knew it was you. My dad told me that someone went to look for President Chase to intervene." "Zane, thank you so much. It's fine as long as it's solved." "What is there to thank me for?" "It was nothing," Zane's tone softened. "You also know how strong the Heavenly Lion Group is. Even if they were to disappear or go bankrupt, Lucille definitely won't let this spat go like that. I might have been. Look, you've helped me a lot." Rose felt a lingering fear in her heart as she thought about this. The gratitude she felt towards Zane intensified, and tears started to well up in her eyes. "Don't think like that," Zane smiled faintly. "Come to the Rookies Lodge now. I'll treat you here. I'll thank you in person." Rose invited him enthusiastically. "Yep, I'll head over right away," Zane agreed. Thinking of Rose's charming face, a trace of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. After hanging up the phone, Rose proudly looked around. When the others heard about the president of the Merchant Union, they were shocked. Someone who could befriend the president was no ordinary person. Rose had such a good friend. How could they not be envious? They looked forward to seeing Zane. Zane was studying at Preston University, and he was not far from campus. When Zane arrived at Rookie's Lodge and saw the other people with the look of envy in their eyes, his heart became a bit calmer and his expression a bit haughty. Zane was 6 feet tall and a bit chubby with a slightly oily complexion to his white face. "Hi, Zane." Rose walked up to Zane with a smile on her face and grabbed his hand. She stared into his eyes like a little girl. "Thank you. I am touched that you helped when I needed you the most." Zane glanced at Rose's hand. With a boost of courage, he gently grabbed her hand and looked at her charming face. His eyes were unmoved as he gently said, "Don't say such things, it's not a big deal." Rose smiled sweetly and pulled him toward the table. The others at the table all stood up when they saw Zane coming over and looking at him fawningly. Zane had a connection with the head of the New York City Merchant Union, so he had a much higher position than his classmates. "So many people," Zane whispered to himself as he walked toward the dining table. He felt very satisfied as he saw everyone standing up to welcome him. He lowered his hand and asked, "Everyone, why are you all standing there?" After Zane's words, they all sat down. "You sit with me." Rose pulled Zane toward her seat, but he was so strong. Susan Ogden called out to the others to shift their seats, but Rose and Zane still felt crowded. "Alex," she said as she motioned him to move. Just when everyone was moving the chairs, Rose looked at Alex with a dark expression. When Alex looked back at her, Rose felt embarrassed. She then bluntly said, "Why don't you leave first? I didn't ask you to come out anyway, and now you're almost done eating. The university isn't too far away, so you should go back to your dorm." Chapter 12, Stage 12, Beauty and the Blood. At that moment, everyone felt a chill and looked at Rose and then Alex. Alex's face stiffened, and his heart felt like it was being pierced by a needle. A faint feeling of regret rose inside of him. Alex shifted his gaze away from Rose's face. With a smile of understanding appearing on his face, he nodded, put down his chopsticks, stood up, and walked outside. Walking out of the elegant restaurant, Alex looked up at the night sky with wrinkled eyes, and his heart filled with bitterness. Joe and the others tried to chase after Alex. Alex walked along the street toward the university. Both sides of the street were lined with a variety of carts and red sheds with dim yellow light bulbs hanging from them. Passing through the couples, Alex felt a little lonely. He lowered his head slightly and quickly crossed the street. He walked onto the campus and headed toward the dormitory. Mark Stevens, Alex's family's butler, called as Alex tried to lay down on his bed. "Alex, the person in charge of the East Coast Division, Ken Stokes, knows that you have been in poverty training in New York for many years. He hopes to meet with you." Alex's family business is centered in the United States, with businesses and influence all over the world, including in South America, Western Europe, Africa, and East Asia. "That's okay," Alex said with his easygoing personality. Since there wasn't anything going on at that moment, Alex added, "It would be good to see the people working for my family." "All right, I'll notify him right away and ask him to meet you at Preston University then," Mark suggested. "No need, Mark. I'll go see Mr. Stokes." "It's not convenient to meet at the university," Alex replied, rejecting Mark's suggestion. It would put on too much of a show if Ken, the head of the family's main district, came to the university to meet him. Alex didn't want to look too flamboyant, and he still wanted to stay in university for a few more days to live a peaceful life. "Alex, you are a descendant of the family. It is not in line with the rules for you to go see him. Ken is just a person in charge of a large area." "How could I bother you?" Mark said in fear. "It's fine. Mark, you're overthinking it. I just want to take a walk around the city." "Don't worry about it." Alex didn't care much for these formalities. "Alex, you treat your subordinates well." "I'll speak with Ken now," Mark said with a grateful voice. "Okay," Alex said and hung up the phone. Mark called back right away. "Alex, Ken will be having lunch at the Golden Mansion Hotel tomorrow. Would it be all right for you to join him there?" "And then, tomorrow works for me," Alex replied. After hanging up with Mark, Alex laid down on the bed and played with his phone for a while before falling asleep. He woke up to the sound of voices, squinted, and saw that his dorm mates had returned. "Zane is such a pain. He still has to go sing after dinner. He's got such a bad voice," Ben cursed. "When we came back, it was already raining. He couldn't have taken Rose out for a ride on his motorcycle, right?" Carl Cooper frowned as his glasses reflected the lights. All right, go wash up and sleep. Stop being so noisy. Joe saw that Alex was sleeping and whispered to Ben and Carl as they went to wash their faces. The next day, when Alex walked out of the dorm on his way to class, the ground outside was already wet and the air was fresh. After his second class, Alex felt he needed a rest and went to his dorm. He was getting ready to put his head down on the desk when Joe hastily ran in. Something happened to Rose. Joe exclaimed worriedly as he ran over to Alex. What about her? Ben asked with his mouth wide open. Rose was too much, wasn't she? One incident after another, Ben thought to himself. Did she fall yesterday? Carl asked without shock. How did you know? Joe asked, feeling slightly shocked. It rained very heavily last night. If they were on a motorcycle, it would be very easy for something to go wrong, said Carl as he pushed up his glasses. Yeah, I was training on the sports field just now. Susan called me. She said that Zane took Rose out for a motorcycle ride when the ground was too wet. They ended up in the hospital last night. Their dorm went there early in the morning. She told me to go visit too. Joe told him in one breath. Come, let's go see her now. After all, Rose had invited us to dinner last night. Joe patted both Ben and Carl on their shoulders. Let's go see her, said Ben as he and Carl stood up. Alex, are you coming? Joe looked over at Alex, who was just sitting there in his seat. You go ahead. I still have some things to take care of, Alex said, shaking his head. Yep, good, said Joe. Having learned from yesterday's lesson, Joe didn't force Alex to go. He followed Ben and Carl to the dorm room door, waved goodbye to Alex, and, with that, the three of them disappeared. Alex got up and walked out of the university. He called a taxi and went straight to the Golden Mansion Hotel. It was considered one of the most luxurious hotels in New York. Although New York was filled with tall buildings, this square glass building was quite eye-catching. The hotel's plaza that surrounded it was filled with all sorts of luxury cars. Alex walked toward the door of the hotel. When he walked in, he found that the door, which seemed very low from a distance, was as tall as 2 floors. The hotel interior dazzled in gold and jade. The grand crystal chandelier, golden lights, beige floor tiles, bright red carpets, and exquisitely dressed service staff were all showcasing the extravagance and richness of the hotel. Alex stepped onto the 2-meter-wide red carpet and walked toward the elevator. As the elevator doors were slowly closing, Alex saw a woman with flawless makeup running toward the elevator. He quickly pressed the button to open the doors. She had long and beautiful hair, snow-white skin, and long eyelashes. She wore a pink chiffon sweater and a pair of tight jeans with a diamond necklace hanging from her snow-white neck. She looked very full of energy. Alex stepped to the side and let the beautiful woman walk in. He could smell the scent of her expensive perfume. Her walk drew attention to her curvy figure. Alex had only seen this kind of beauty on his computer before. He was stunned to see a real-life woman like this in front of him. The elevator door closed, leaving only Alex and this long-haired beauty inside. With such a stunning beauty next to him, Alex's heart was moved. Unknowingly, his gaze had secretly drifted toward her. What are you looking at? She exclaimed as she turned her head and stared at Alex. Nothing, Alex was shocked. When her flawless face appeared in front of him, his heart jumped as if it were about to fly out of his chest. It startled him so much that he quickly stood up proper. Her face turned red when she saw Alex blushing from her remark. She turned back again to face the mirror-like wall inside the elevator. Fiddling with her necklace and bending her face slightly closer toward the wall, she puckered her lips to check her lipstick. Alex had already warned himself not to look at this woman anymore, but now that she had moved, her butt was even perkier than it was before. How could he bear it? He secretly reached out and touched her, but while sneaking a few glances. "Are you still looking?" She turned around, asked aggressively, stopping only a few centimeters away from him. She trembled slightly, and Alex could feel a trace of her warmth. Alex's heartbeat quickened, and he felt a sudden hot sensation in his nose. Blood began to flow out. He quickly raised his head. "You have no future." "Oh, you're bleeding from your nose." Seeing this, she was no longer angry. She crossed her arms and looked at Alex with a smile. Alex felt his nose itch. Achoo! Alex couldn't help but sneeze. "Yuck. Why are you so lacking in manners?" she shouted. Alex opened his eyes and saw that he had just sneezed, spurting blood from his nose onto her chiffon sweater. Sorry. Alex quickly apologized and took out a tissue to wipe the blood off her sweater. Alex's hand had already touched her chest. He had even wiped it twice with a tissue, but in less than a second, his attention shifted. So big, so soft, he thought dreamily. "What are you doing?" she shouted while angrily glaring at Alex. Alex still didn't react. "Pervert," she cursed angrily as she raised her hand and slapped Alex across the face. At that moment, the elevator reached the top floor. As soon as the elevator door opened, the long-haired beauty ran out toward the bathroom. Alex touched his hot and painful face, looking at her back. He was slightly dazed. The 5 slaps across the face were worth it. Alex couldn't help but recall how he felt when he put his hand on her chest. Alex followed her to the bathroom and waited for her at the door. He wanted to apologize. "I'm sorry. I didn't do that on purpose." Alex hurried forward to apologize as he saw her come out. Scram! "If it wasn't for the important guests I have today, I would have sent you to the police station." She didn't accept Alex's apology at all. She pushed him away and quickly walked forward in her heels. Alex staggered as he looked at her back. He scratched his head and went to take care of his nose in the bathroom. Then, he slowly walked to room 888, which had been arranged for his meeting with Ken. Chapter 13, Stage 13, Rich Boy Packs Lunch. Room 888 was already filled with people. Ken Stokes, a well-proportioned and middle-aged man, stood at the door of the room and chatted with the general manager of the Golden Mansion Hotel. "Are you all ready?" The general manager bent his body slightly forward and respectfully said, "Everything has been prepared according to your directions. The ingredients for the meals you brought this time were an eye-opener for our hotel. You are the only one in New York who can find so many precious ingredients." Ken didn't pay attention to the general manager's flattery and simply said, "My guest is about to arrive, so go busy yourself." As soon as the general manager left, the long-haired beauty ran in. When she saw Ken, she walked up to him as if she had made a mistake. "Mr. Stokes, I'm late." "Sorry, sit down." Ken looked at her speechlessly and sighed. "Luckily, Alex Ambrose still hasn't arrived. Otherwise, I would have lost face because of you." She smiled apologetically as she sat down in silence. Ken stood at the door of the private room and waited anxiously. A moment later, Alex casually appeared in the corridor. Ken was startled and rushed over to greet him. "Mr. Ambrose, you're here. Come in, come in." After being respectfully invited by Ken, Alex walked into room 888. Everyone in the room stood up. Most of them wore suits and were in their 40s or 50s. They were all upper-class people from New York and the surrounding states. "These are all people who work in the East Coast Division." Ken introduced them to Alex and then said to the others, "This is Mr. Alex Ambrose." "Greetings, Mr. Ambrose," they said in unison. "It's him," thought the long-haired beauty. When she saw Alex, her eyes widened in disbelief. Her entire body filled with unease and apprehension. Had I just shouted at the family's hair in the elevator? Alex also noticed her and he hadn't expected that this sexy, long-haired beauty would be in the room. Alex's gaze lingered on her face for a second before he returned to normal and calmly said, "Everyone, sit down. Mr. Ambrose, please take a seat." Ken gestured to a seat beside the beautiful long-haired woman. "Oh," Grace Carter realized and walked to her seat before giving the long-haired beauty an indifferent glance. She glanced at Ken again. Noticing the questioning look in Alex's eyes, Ken explained who the long-haired beauty was to him. "She is the director of East Coast Division's Information Department, Lucy Smith." Lucy looked at Alex with a very bitter, powerless, and dejected smile. It was no wonder that she would laugh out loud no matter how optimistic she was. "Mr. Ambrose, please have a taste. I had this dish specially prepared for you," Ken suggested as he placed a dish before Alex. "Okay." Alex picked up a mouthful of the dish and put it in his mouth. It was very tasty. "It's been more than 7 years since I've eaten in such an upscale hotel. This is the first time I've eaten something so delicious in a long time," Alex thought silently in his heart. What Alex did not know was that when the other guests tasted the dishes, their appetites were also stirred, and their hearts were also filled with yearning. Alex had eaten until his belly was full. "Mr. Ambrose, have you finished? I'll take you to the Bay Club to rest after you're done eating," Ken asked respectfully by his side. It was rare for the young heir to show such appreciation, so he had to serve Alex well. "The clubhouse?" thought Alex. "No need," Alex said. Lucy had been relaxing along the side of the room after the banquet. After seeing Alex's shy expression, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and quietly chuckle. Alex was so cute, she admired it to herself. Ken nodded, and the others all sat down and looked at Alex without saying anything. Alex looked at the dishes on the table and seemed to be deep in thought. He took out his phone and looked at the time. It was 1:30 in the afternoon. "Mr. Ambrose, is there a problem?" Ken asked worriedly. It felt it had been difficult for him to entertain Alex, and he felt he may have failed. If true, and this was to spread to the elders, would they blame him? The others also nervously looked at Alex. Inviting their young heir to a meal was no small matter, and they couldn't handle the stress. How could a bunch of elites from the East Coast Division have the ability to entertain this young man? "No," Alex shook his head slowly. "Then you are." Ken was confused. Alex smacked his lips, looked at Ken, and said, "These dishes are pretty delicious, so I want to bring some back for my friends to have a taste." Hearing Alex's words, Ken and the others looked at each other in dismay. For a moment, they were unable to react. So, Mr. Ambrose was thinking of picking up some food for his roommates. "Isn't this unexpected?" thought Ken. A rich, second-generation heir was so considerate of his friends? While the others were surprised, they were also very impressed with Alex. With such a rich family and the absence of putting on airs, Alex would become someone great in the future. Alex didn't understand their point of view. The others looked at him in a daze. He simply pointed at the delicious dishes on the table and said, "Mr. Stokes, help me pack this, and this." "Yes, yes." "I'll do it now," Ken nodded as he came back to his senses. As he said that, he had walked to the side of the room and began dialing his phone for the general manager to arrange it. Naturally, the general manager didn't dare to hesitate and ordered the kitchen to make the dishes again with the ingredients that Ken had brought. When all the dishes were prepared again, the general manager added a bottle of good wine along with the food. Half an hour later, the general manager and 2 attendants arrived at room 888. Each of the attendants carried a blue and white box in their hands. The general manager said, "Mr. Stokes, it's ready. Mr. Ambrose, are you satisfied?" Ken opened one of the boxes and saw that all kinds of dishes were packed into smaller boxes inside. "There's too much. I only have 3 roommates. I only want 1 box, so don't waste this. If you can sell it, just sell it. If you can't sell it to your people, just eat it. Alex forced a smile and said, I only asked for 3 dishes to be cooked. Yet, Ken had ordered all the dishes on the table again. Let me help you carry it. Ken picked up the box himself and followed behind Alex. The group of people from the room also followed him out of the hotel. All right, you can all go back now. I'll just take a taxi, Alex said as he looked at the crowd. Mr. Ambrose, I'll take you there. My car is over there. Lucy invited her driver to come out. Sure, Alex agreed. With Lucy escorting Alex off, Ken and the rest felt relieved. After bidding Alex farewell, they all left. As they walked to the car, Lucy started to apologize to Alex. Mr. Ambrose, thank you so much for letting me take you back. It was me in the elevator. She grabbed his hand and said, Please slap me a few times as well. No need, Director Smith. What are you doing? Alex retracted his hand and said, I shouldn't have snuck a peek at you in the elevator. It's nothing. It's my good luck that you saw me. I hope you are not angry with me. I'm very grateful, thank you, sir. Lucy bowed to Alex as she kept talking. All right, let's just get me back to campus. Alex smiled faintly. Yes, Lucy responded. As they walked, Alex took out his cell phone and called his dormmate Joe. Where are you? I'm still at the hospital, in Rose's room, Joe replied. They're still in Rose's room, Alex thought. I should go there now with all this freshly cooked food. Alex frowned slightly and said, What's Rose's room number? I'll head over there now. They arrived at Lucy's Mercedes-Benz G500 as he finished talking with Joe. Mr. Ambrose, please get in, Lucy said sweetly to Alex. Alex first put the box of food in the back seat, then climbed in. Lucy got in on the other side. To Preston University, Mr. Ambrose? Lucy's driver asked. The two of them were alone in the back. Looking at Lucy's smiling face, Alex felt a faint nervousness rising from the bottom of his heart. Let's go to the general hospital. My friend is there, Alex said. Okay, Lucy's driver said, smiling, and started the car. The car was filled with the fragrance of Lucy's perfume. Alex wanted to glance over at Lucy again, but when he saw Lucy's gaze, he quickly turned away. His face flushed and his heart felt flustered. He felt ashamed. Sir, you can have a good look. I won't say anything, Lucy puffed out her chest as her soft voice floated over. Huh? Alex was stunned. Lucy glanced at Alex and said, Didn't I say this before? Being seen by you is a blessing. Alex smiled with embarrassment. Since Lucy had said so, there was no need for him to sneak around anymore. He turned in the seat and gazed directly at her. It had to be said that Lucy's figure was incredibly voluptuous. Everything on her body was captivating, including her earlobes, her ample peaks, and her snow-white arms. Alex's mouth went dry, and his face turned red and hot from looking at her. They arrived at the hospital. When she saw that Alex's gaze was still fixated on her, Lucy couldn't help but shyly smile. Mr. Ambrose, we're here, she said softly. Oh, we're here, stammered Alex. Only then did Alex recover his composure. Thank you. I'll be leaving now. He grabbed the food and exited the car. Chapter 14, Ch. 14, Alex's poor box of food. As Alex touched the box of food, it still felt warm, so his dormmates could still eat a warm meal. He carried the box into the hospital. Creak, the door squeaked as Alex pushed it open into the hospital room. Rose Scott was staying in a single room. Her injuries weren't serious, so she only had some gauze on her injured leg. Rose's friends were circled her hospital bed. Other than Joe and a few others, the rest of them were dressed quite stylishly. Beside the bed lay the gifts they had brought with them. There were beautifully packaged fruit baskets, several red boxes of chocolate, and a few vases filled with brightly colored flowers. The group was talking and laughing, but everyone's gaze turned toward Alex as he came in with the box of food. Alex was stunned by the crowd. He hadn't expected there to be so many people in Rose's room. Alex was originally here to deliver food for Joe, but after all, Rose was injured. Now that so many people were looking at him, he smiled and asked Rose, "Rose, are you okay?" Rose didn't respond. She just looked coldly at him as if she wasn't happy to see him. "What's that in your hand?" Rose's dorm mate, Stacy Whitehouse, asked as she pointed at the box Alex was holding. "Oh, I brought some food over for my friends," Alex said plainly as he glanced down at the box. "You can't be bringing food to see Rose, right?" Stacy looked at Alex in surprise and said, "Coming to the hospital to visit patients with food? Even if this isn't for Rose, they would still..." Alex started to explain. Just as Alex was about to explain that this meal was for his roommates, Joe walked over quickly, patted Alex on the shoulder, and said with a smile to the others, "Alex is the real deal. We haven't eaten yet, this will feed everyone's hunger." Alex had come to Rose's hospital room, so if he hadn't brought anything with him, her snobbish friends likely would have ridiculed him. Although this meal was meant for his roommates, now it looks like it was for Rose. It was better to bring food than nothing, right? Alex thought. "Haha, this is the first time I've heard of someone bringing food to see a patient," said one person. "I've heard of it before, but all I've seen were patients' mothers bringing food." "You're still a university student, aren't you?" said another person. A few of Rose's friends started to discuss among themselves. "Hey, no one saw you when you came in with this thing just now, right?" Rose asked snappily. It was embarrassing for a classmate to bring her food. "I saw it," said someone. Alex felt a bit uncomfortable. Don't say that the food was not for her. Even if it was for her, it would still represent my generosity and shouldn't be looked down upon, right? Alex thought to himself. "You saw it? How shameful." Rose snorted and turned her head away. "Why don't we take a look at what exactly he's giving us?" Stacy said plainly. After saying that, she walked over to Alex and opened the box he was holding. Rose's friends started to talk to each other. "There's no need to look. What good stuff can he possibly bring? I heard this person's name at university. His family is extremely poor, and he doesn't normally go to restaurants," one said. Another responded, "I think I recognize him. He used to be a delivery boy outside of our university, and I've even ordered takeout from him. He delivers takeaway for the small food stalls outside of the university." "Ah?" For those small stalls outside the university, a serving of fried rice and noodles would only cost $1 or $2. Is that box full of fried rice and noodles? Definitely, by the looks of him. Even if it's not egg fried rice, it would not be worth more than $2. Rose needs good food right now. Why bring this? When the nurses come in later, they will see everyone in the room eating lunch from these boxes. It's only $1 or $2 worth of fried noodles. If this gets out, we'll be the laughingstock of the hospital. Rose's friends talked back and forth, ignoring Alex, who was still standing there. A few of them had eaten together at the Rookies' Lodge the evening prior, so they all knew Rose's attitude towards Alex. Alex was speechless. There was no need for him to stay any longer. He ignored the others and told his roommates to eat their food before it got too cold. He then turned around and left. Rose frowned as she looked at Joe, who was carrying the box of food. "Slow down. Be careful not to eat too much." Joe felt a little uncomfortable. But he didn't say anything in front of everyone, so he put the box on the floor. At that moment, the door to the room opened and someone walked in. "Rose, it's all my fault. How are you? Is the injury severe?" Zane Harrison walked in. His head and hands were wrapped in gauze, so his injuries weren't too serious. "It's nothing serious, just a bit of skin and a bit of a fracture. The doctor said I could be discharged after 2 days of observation. What about you?" Rose said as the coldness on her face vanished and she revealed a sweet smile. Are you all right? You were in a coma yesterday. How are you feeling? It's all my fault. Sitting behind you. Influenced you, Zane said with concern. Following that, Rose started to show Zane some warmth. Seeing this, Joe and the others didn't feel good. When Alex had walked in, Rose spoke coldly to him. The other people's words were so unpleasant to hear, and they didn't even try to ease the mood. In contrast, Zane caused Rose's injury, but Rose treated Zane so well. Even Rose took the blame for the injury upon herself. However, no matter what, Zane had saved Rose's family's company this time, so it was understandable that she would treat Zane this way. Joe and the others could only let out a sigh. As she spoke, another woman rushed into the room. Rose, what's wrong? How are your injuries? Oh my, look at this arm covered with gauze. What did the doctor say? The woman exclaimed. As the woman spoke, she rushed to Rose's bedside and looked at her in worry. She was dressed in a light blue striped business suit. She had short, neat hair, fair skin, and long, thin eyebrows. Auntie, Rose sighed. Rose's big eyes were shining as she stared at the woman, her small hands already holding onto the woman's hand. The woman that had rushed in was Rose's aunt, Sue Bradley. Although Sue was Rose's aunt, she was only 4 years older than her. They were more like sisters, so after the incident, Rose had naturally called Sue. The doctor said it's not a big problem. Auntie, don't worry, I'm blaming myself. I should have called you to tell you not to come, Rose said matter-of-factly, looking Sue in the eye. Hearing Rose's words, Sue heaved a sigh of relief. Sue noticed that Zane's head was also wrapped in gauze, so she turned to look at him and frowned. So, you're the one who threw Rose off the motorcycle, right? You said it rained last night. Why were you riding around in the rain? Do you think you're so good on that bike? You got lucky nothing serious happened this time. If something had happened, would you be fully responsible? What Sue said to Zane in front of everyone made him look bad. He coughed and looked around at the others with an awkward expression. Auntie, don't say that to Zane. He didn't do it on purpose. Our recent family matters were settled by Zane's father. Rose pulled Sue's hand toward her and whispered. Zane has helped our family so much. Hearing Rose's words, Sue was slightly stunned. She looked at Zane with a steady gaze and said to her, Rose, are you going to defend him? Of course, Sue knew about Rose's recent situation with Donald and Lucille Brennan. When she had heard that Rose had provoked the Heavenly Lion group, she had been extremely anxious and had sent people to find some connections. However, these connections turned out to be useless because the Heavenly Lion group was too strong. Later, Rose had called and said it had all been settled. Sue was relieved, but it aroused her curiosity. Who had her niece found to settle the matter in less than a day? Sue wondered. Was it this young man in front of her? No matter how Sue looked at it, it didn't seem right. Auntie, Rose glanced at Sue with displeasure. Zane's company is not small, and his father had a meal with President Chase. Helping them out is not a big deal. It's rude of you to question Zane. Silly girl, things are not as simple as you think. What sort of status does the president of the merchant union have? Do you think you can make a move just by eating a couple of simple meals? Sue was much more mature than Rose, and she had experience with the merchant union before as well. She knew that it was not that simple. Ma'am, the solution your family tried was not working. So I asked my family to help, Zane spoke up. Sue had embarrassed him a lot. He continued, when your family was at a loss for what to do, I helped you guys out big time, yet you still treat me with the same attitude. Don't you feel embarrassed? Sue was truly angered by Zane's words. I'm just saying, it isn't an easy task to get President Chase to make a move, Sue said with a dark expression. You still don't believe me? Zane showed a slightly surprised expression and took out his phone. He glanced at Sue with a smile and said, "I'll call my dad to confirm it in front of you and Rose, okay?" Zane sneered and dialed his father's number. "Hey, Dad, let me ask you something. Yesterday, I told you to help Rose with her family's matter. Didn't you go to look for President Chase?" he asked casually. This matter. I forgot to tell you about this, my son," Zane's father replied. "I went to look for him yesterday, but President Chase's secretary said that he couldn't see me. It's just that President Chase was too busy at work and didn't have time to talk, so I left a message in the end," his father told Zane. Zane's father didn't know what was going on with Zane, so he told the truth. Zane's heart skipped a beat, and his face instantly felt a little hot. It turned out that it wasn't because of his dad. Chapter 15, Ch. 15, Rose's Auntie and the Box. Yesterday, Rose Scott had thought that her problems were solved because of Zane Harrison's help. And Rose had said that it was due to President William Chase's help, so Zane didn't have the slightest doubt in his mind that it was because of his father's influence. Zane looked at the others with a bit of guilt. They were all looking at him and feeling very uneasy. "Okay, thank you, Dad. Rose is also very grateful to you," Zane said loudly. With that, he hung up the phone. Zane turned to look at Sue, Rose's aunt. His eyes flickered slightly as he forced himself to calm down. He said, "I've checked with my dad. It was my dad who called President Chase yesterday. We solved this problem." "Auntie, look, it's like I told you earlier. It must have been because of Zane's help, but you're still so suspicious of him." Rose's eyes showed a hint of complaint. She looked at Zane and smiled sweetly. "Zane, don't blame my aunt. She is a little too careful sometimes." "Why would that be?" "Don't worry," Zane said as he smiled. Sue was still a little hesitant, and she wanted to confirm this herself. But at that moment, her attention was no longer on Zane. "Girl, I came to see you in a hurry." "I didn't even eat lunch. I'm starving," Sue said, rubbing her stomach. "Auntie, I'm sorry, okay?" "Oh, right, my friends haven't eaten either. Why don't I order some takeout for you?" "I can also have some. What do you want to eat?" "I'll order some for you," Rose said to Sue after looking at her friends who had been with her all morning. "All right," Sue agreed. "We can order takeout, but I'm really hungry now." The others all responded. What's this?" Sue happened to glance at the box of food on the floor and walked over. "Auntie, don't touch that thing. It's only $1 or $2 worth of fried noodles and rice. I'm going to give it to the cleaners later to feed the dogs," Rose frowned. "Rose, no matter how much money it is, how can I just throw it away like that?" "I'm really hungry. Let's eat something first," Sue said as she opened the box. A rich fragrance instantly wafted out from the box. "It smells so good," exclaimed one friend. "Why is it so fragrant?" asked another. "What's inside?" wondered yet another. Everyone in the room gasped in wonder and surrounded the boxes of food. Sue took out all the smaller boxes that were inside and placed them on the cabinet beside the bed. "This is Louis XIII from 1980. Sue pulled out a flat, round bottle of sparkling red wine. "This bottle of Louis XIII is over $6,000, she exclaimed as the others gawked at the wine bottle in Sue's hand. "Auntie, are you sure?" Rose looked at Sue in disbelief. No matter what, she couldn't link the $6,000 bottle of Louis XIII with Alex Ambrose. Sue opened the bottle and sniffed, then looked at Rose happily. "Really? I've sipped this wine once before when I was on business in France. It tastes exactly like this." Sue put down the wine bottle. The others had already opened the boxes one by one, and the fragrance filled the entire room. "These are Brittany Blue Lobster," Sue exclaimed as she looked at a blue lobster in the box. "What? What is a Brittany Blue Lobster?" The others looked around at each other in confusion. Brittany Blue Lobsters are the world's first choice for seafood dishes at Michelin restaurants. It's a very rare kind of lobster. The chances of it being caught are only 1 in a million, so there are very few in the country, Sue continued. I often need to eat with guests at work, so I know quite a lot about famous ingredients like this. This is Kobe steak, Sue exclaimed again as she looked back into the box. Look, this steak looks like a snowflake with fat and thin patterns like marble. This is the most obvious way to recognize a Kobe steak. This is caviar from the Neva River, she went on. This is Japanese white pufferfish. Sue pulled out more delicacies. Hungarian Magritzer pig. Sue was astounded. Her surprises continued as they took out food items. Oh my God, these dishes are all made from top-quality ingredients. The taste and price are way beyond that of an average restaurant. To be able to use so many of the world's most rare ingredients, I've never even seen this in a high-class hotel before. Sue's eyes sparkled. Auntie, we've never eaten these delicacies before. Are you trying to tease us? Rose knew that Sue was experienced and knowledgeable, but she just didn't believe that Alex would bring her such expensive food. Hey, do you think your auntie is joking with you? Sue glanced at Rose speechlessly. These dishes are still hot. Let's hurry up and get started eating them. It won't taste as good once it gets cold. Yep, it's delicious, said one friend. It's so fragrant. I've never eaten such delicious food, said another. After eating, the others in the room all sighed with praise. Rose, you should try it too. Susan passed a pair of chopsticks to Rose. Rose hesitantly picked up a piece of Kobe steak and put it in her mouth. An indescribable taste filled her senses. It was even more delicious than any steak she had ever eaten before. These dishes were simply too delicious. Plus, no one had eaten lunch yet. The dozen or so boxes of food were all polished off quickly. Well, I didn't expect that there would be someone who would give you such fantastic dishes. Sue smiled in satisfaction and looked at her watch. It's getting late. It's time for me to go back. With that, Sue walked to the door of the room, turned to Rose, and said, Rose, only a rich person could give you such a rare and expensive gift. These things are not something that can be eaten just because you have some money. Rich person? Could that describe Alex? Thought Rose. After Sue left, Susan walked to Rose's side and said, Rose, it seems that you've misunderstood Alex. I think you should find some time to apologize to him. Hi, free audiobook here. If you've enjoyed your book so far, please do consider checking out my Patreon. I have over 50,000 hours worth of audiobooks, which most can't be posted on YouTube. You can search Free Audiobooks Chronicles to find it on Patreon or click the link below. Your support is much appreciated. Me, apologize? Asked Rose. Rose was speechless, but she still hated Alex. Why apologize to him? How could a poor man like that be able to afford such expensive dishes? I think it must be because he worked at some hotel somewhere and brought back leftovers from somebody else's meals. What? Susan didn't expect Rose to say that. Those dishes were intact. How could they be packaged? Besides, how could a hotel let employees walk away with a $6,000 bottle of Louis XIII? Thought Susan. The group dispersed after they finished their meal at the hospital. Alex told a small lie and said that he was working in a high-end hotel in the city. His boss felt sorry for him, so he gave him the food. Joe and the others asked him again, but Alex didn't say anything more about it, so they had no choice but to give up. After the afternoon class, Alex followed the stream of students out of the building. Alex, a girl's voice rang out from behind him. You haven't watched my live stream, have you? Alex turned around. The girl was Minnie Jones, who ran the live stream that Alex and his dorm mates were watching days before. I've streamed twice already. I haven't seen you in the streaming room. Hurry up and register an account. Help me see how I can increase my popularity, Minnie pouted and looked at Alex in dissatisfaction. Minnie, what's the use of having him pay attention to you? You can't be interested in him, right? Teased the girl beside Minnie. I just wanted him to make me more popular. Minnie lowered her head slightly and whispered, Why would I fall in love with him? Stop joking with me. It's the same whether you have him or not. From what I heard, he definitely won't help you. He's very stingy, Kathy, Alex's ex, casually said as she walked over from the back. Kathy is right. What's the use of having fans that don't help others? Another girl said from beside Minnie, glancing at Alex. The girls chatted with each other. Last time, that tycoon in your live blog was too awesome. He gave me over $1,000 on top of what others had given. That guy was no ordinary tycoon. That's right, I watched it. Yesterday, Minnie made it into the top 300. A host who just started streaming twice could make it into the top 300. Minnie's future is limitless. Minnie, when you become a big streamer in the future, don't forget your good sisters. The girls beside Minnie were trying to win her favor. Minnie instantly became the target of all the girls' flattery, becoming the center of their attention. Kathy felt a little uncomfortable as she stood off to the side. In the past, she was almost as popular as Minnie among the other girls. But now, she was being ignored. Kathy's heart was thumping. What's so special about it? Isn't it just acting flirtatiously in the live stream, luring the tycoons into giving her help? If I did a live stream, would that tycoon still be there to help you? At that moment, a black Passat drove slowly to the front of the building. The window of the car was open, and the person driving was a boy from the university. Many students who passed by looked at him with envy. The car stopped, and a casually dressed boy got out. Billy Wilde. Kathy explained in surprise when she saw the boy. Billy, I'm here. Saying that, Kathy waved her hand and ran toward Billy with a smile. Billy grabbed Kathy's hand. Kathy took the initiative and kissed him lightly on the lips. Everyone looked at them. Billy opened the car door for Kathy. Then he got back into the driver's seat and drove away slowly. Kathy looked out the window and saw the envious gazes from the other students. She felt extremely satisfied in her heart. After all, there were only a handful of people who could afford to drive a car in university. Kathy felt that she had gained a lot of faces. It was a good choice for me to give up on Alex, that pauper. It would have never been possible for Alex to pick me up in a car like this, she thought. And today, they even kissed in front of Alex. Kathy felt extremely satisfied. Alex, open your eyes and see what kind of life I will have after I left you. It's 100 times better than being with you. She unkindly thought to herself. Chapter 16. Stage 16. Table number 8. Darling, where are we going? Kathy asked. The more she looked at Billy, the more attractive he seemed to become. Wait and see. Billy smiled. Keeping one hand on the steering wheel, he placed his other hand on her thigh and started rubbing gently. He was popular with the girls, so dating him made Kathy look cool. If he made a move on her, would she stop him? She glanced at his hand on her thigh, but she said nothing. Finally, they stopped in front of a restaurant. Wow, the Chez Laurent. Honey, is this where we're eating? Her eyes widened in disbelief. Chez Laurent was one of the top restaurants in New York. Surprised? Come on, let's go in. I made a reservation, he said with a smile. He had paid a lot of money for a table here, much more than he could afford. The restaurant was far too expensive for students, but it was worth it to make Kathy so happy. She took his arm, and they walked into the restaurant. As soon as they stepped inside, a young waiter walked over to greet them. Hello, welcome to Chez Laurent. Do you have a reservation? He blushed as he spoke and then gave them an embarrassed smile. I'm sorry. This is only my first day, and I'm still learning the ropes. It's fine, Billy said. I have a reservation under Wilde. Ah, Mr. Wilde. You're at table 8. Please follow me, the waiter said, leading the way to their table. Looking around, Billy and Kathy were more than satisfied with their surroundings. Oh, this is lovely, Kathy said. Just what you'd expect from such an upmarket restaurant. I've never eaten anywhere so nice. The restaurant was very romantic with a lot of open space, comfortable chairs, crystal chandeliers, luxurious tablecloths, and candles on every table. Just as they sat down, a small group of musicians came over to their table, playing the accordion and a violin while someone else sang. Everyone was watching their table with envious expressions, and Kathy felt like a princess. "Thank you so much, darling." "This is wonderful," she said, remembering how Alex had only taken her to the cheapest places. Thank goodness she had ditched him. She took out her phone and began recording herself. "Come on, baby, get into the shot with me." They filmed themselves, making sure everyone could see the restaurant behind them. Billy posted the video and tagged his friends, specifically mentioning where they were. Within minutes, people began to reply. "Kathy, you're eating at Chez Laurent." "That's amazing," one person said. Someone else said, "I'm so jealous. No one has ever taken me there." "Oh, you're being spoiled," said a third person. The comments made Kathy's heart swell with pride and confirmed that she'd been right to get rid of Alex. If she'd stayed with him, then she'd never have been able to eat at Chez Laurent. When Alex saw the video of Kathy and Billy kissing, he felt a little upset. But mostly, he felt sorry for Kathy because she didn't know what she was getting into. He knew exactly what kind of person Billy was, and yet she chose to be with him. What a stupid decision. Billy drove a Volkswagen Passat, while Alex had a Ferrari. "You're still thinking about her, aren't you?" A woman's voice came from beside him. Startled, he turned his head and saw Emma. He hadn't even noticed her arrive. "No, she's not worth thinking about." He smiled faintly. "Good. She doesn't deserve your attention." "She gave up on a good man like you for a loser like Billy," Emma said, shaking her head. She looked at Alex, her eyes sparkling. "Come on, let's go eat. I'll treat you. We can go wherever you want." "Oh!" Her words reminded him that he'd promised to buy her a meal, but he'd been busy lately and hadn't had time. "No, I'll treat you this time," he said. "Why don't we go to Chez Laurent?" "Alex, I know you've just had your heart broken, so I understand wanting to keep up appearances, but it's not necessary," she said, smiling at him. She knew Chez Laurent wasn't a place that students could afford. "Just trust me." Alex couldn't be bothered to explain. They left campus and hailed a taxi to take them to Chez Laurent. When they arrived, Alex took her hand, and they strolled up to the doors of the restaurant. Emma panicked. She tugged at his hand to stop him. "Alex, stop playing around," she said. "We don't belong here." He smiled and said, "Don't worry. I'm treating you, remember? It'll be fine. I promise." He then pulled her into the restaurant. As they stepped inside, she saw the golden decorations and felt a little uneasy. Her legs felt like rubber, and she nervously chewed her lip. "I need to use the bathroom," she said. "Okay, I'll walk you over there," he replied. Emma walked into the ladies' bathroom while Alex went to wash his hands. As he came back out, he saw Kathy and Billy approaching. Kathy was wiping at a mark on her skirt as she hurried to the bathroom to clean up. "What are you doing here?" She hadn't expected to see Alex. "Kathy." Alex stared at her. "Did you just dare to speak to Kathy?" Billy asked, taking a step forward. Anger had his lips drawn tight. This time, he would make sure Alex listened to him. "I'm warning you one last time. Don't even say her name. Don't even think about her." Alex ignored him and went to move away from them. Kathy rolled her eyes, and as Alex moved past her, she stuck out her foot and tripped him, causing him to stumble into the wall. Then she looked right at him and smirked. "You." He glared at her as he straightened up. She giggled. "Well, you deserved it." Alex didn't want to fight with them. "I don't want any trouble," he thought. "Why can't they just let me leave?" When he tried to move around them, Kathy nudged Billy with her shoulder and tilted her head toward Alex. Billy understood and moved to block his path. "You want to leave?" Billy asked, smirking. "Not so fast. Call me sir, and I might let you go." Kathy sneered at Alex and said, "You must have snuck in. Losers like you don't belong here. If you don't leave now, I'll call security and they'll throw you out." She wanted to see Alex humiliate himself by having to call Billy sir. She enjoyed bullying Alex. It was so much fun. Alex was furious. They've already won, he thought. And they still won't leave me alone. Emma walked out of the bathroom just in time to hear Kathy's words. "Kathy, stop it. What did we ever do to you?" she asked. "What right do you have to call security on us?" She glared at Kathy. "Oh, so you're here too." Kathy sneered. "What a pair of losers." She looked them both up and down. "Why shouldn't I have you removed? There's no way you're here to eat. This isn't a KFC, you know. You can't just walk in here whenever you want." Emma was so stunned by Kathy's aggression that she was lost for words. But she was also aware that there was some truth to what Kathy said. Alex must have been joking about eating here. Now Emma just wanted to leave. She hadn't expected to run into Kathy and Billy, and she just couldn't take any more of their attitude. She had no idea what to do, and it was best if they left as soon as possible. "Alex, let's go." Emma grabbed Alex's hand and turned to leave. "And now you expect to just sneak away?" Billy asked. He and Kathy blocked the way out, and Kathy started shouting, "Everyone, look here. These people came in to use the toilet, and they're not even customers. Where's the manager? Where's the manager?" Her shouts grabbed the attention of all the customers in the restaurant. "Hey, look at this couple," she continued. "They sneaked into Chez Laurent just to use the high-class toilets without spending any money on a meal. Do you think that should be allowed?" Several customers started to cheer her on. "This restaurant needs to keep out the riffraff. How can they just walk right in and use the toilet?" she asked. "There are plenty of public toilets. Why can't they go there? Do they just want to use a fancy toilet for free? Do they have no shame?" She shook her head. "Maybe it's even worse than that. Maybe they're hoping no one will notice and they can find a corner to sleep in." The manager finally came over, and Kathy went to meet him, pointing at Alex and Emma. Her tone sharp, she asked, "What are you going to do about this? If just anyone can come in and use the toilets, then your hotel will get a terrible reputation." "Please wait a moment," the manager responded, smiling apologetically. He turned to Alex. "The facilities are for customers only. I'm sorry, but you'll have to leave." "Alex, let's go," Emma said quietly. Everyone was staring, and she felt embarrassed. But Alex took her arm, stopping her from leaving. "No, we're staying," he said. "The manager has told you to go, and yet you're still here," Kathy said, her voice growing louder again. "You are completely shameless, aren't you? You're still determined to hang around us, even though we're so much better than you. It's disgusting. Are you deliberately trying to ruin our meal? And don't you care about destroying the reputation of Chez Laurent?" The manager also believed that Alex was deliberately causing trouble. He frowned. "Sir, please leave now, or I'll have to call security." Kathy was delighted. She was looking forward to watching Alex being dragged away by security guards. Alex looked at the manager and said, "I have a reservation." "You've booked a table here?" Kathy gaped in surprise and then laughed loudly. What a joke, she thought. If even a poor loser like Alex could eat at Chez Laurent, then it would lower the value of the place, and it would no longer be one of the most exclusive restaurants in New York. "Oh, Alex, you're stupid," she thought. "You're just saying that to get back at me, aren't you? But you'll just fail even more miserably, and it's going to be so much fun to watch." She could hardly wait to see the embarrassment on his face when the manager challenged him. Everyone watched, waiting to see what happened. Alex's clothes didn't suggest that he could afford a reservation at Chez Laurent. Sir, please don't make a scene. If you refuse to leave, then I'm sorry, but I will have you removed. The manager lifted a walkie-talkie, clearly about to summon security. Emma was worried. She frantically tried to think of a way out of this, but she was only a poor student, and there was nothing she could do. I've reserved table 8, Alex said calmly. If you don't believe me, then check. With that, Alex brought out his phone and showed the manager the text that confirmed his reservation. You've booked table 8? Kathy asked. What a coincidence. We also booked table 8. Isn't that interesting? She burst out laughing. Alex must have forged a message from the restaurant before he came here, she thought. Imagine pretending to have a reservation and managing to pick the same table number as me. The manager took Alex's phone and checked it. He smiled as he returned the phone, his tone now respectful as he said, I'm sorry for the misunderstanding, sir. It was our mistake. I'll take you to your table. Chapter 17, Stage 17. The fake lottery win. Kathy was stunned. No, you must have misunderstood. The text message must be a fake. Billy took out his cell phone and showed the manager the confirmation of his reservation. We booked table 8. The manager checked Billy's text message and smiled politely. Yes, you did reserve table 8. But your table is in the general section, and Mr. Ambrose's table is in the VIP section. What? Kathy exclaimed. He is in the VIP section? She stared at the manager in surprise. Alex was a loser and didn't even have the money to eat in the university cafeteria. So how could he possibly afford such a good table at Chez Laurent? She simply couldn't believe it. To make up for his mistake, the manager personally showed Alex and Emma to their table. When he arrived at table 8, the manager frowned. The table had been reserved, but it wasn't ready. Dirty dishes still sat there, untouched, and there was no clean cutlery. Please wait a moment, the manager said, his expression grim. He called over a nearby waiter. What's going on here? Our guests have arrived, and this table hasn't been cleared yet. The guests at this table have been here for a while, the waiter said, frowning. I believe they went to the bathroom. What? The manager was angry as he held out an arm to indicate Alex and Emma. These are the guests at this table, and they've only just arrived. So, who have you been serving? Oh! The waiter flushed with embarrassment. I'm so sorry, sir. I'll go and check what's going on. Then he fled. Hey, why are you two loitering at our table? Kathy asked as she walked over, her arm around Billy. You've been eating at this table? The manager asked politely. Yes, why? What's wrong? Kathy asked, puzzled. The waiter returned with a younger colleague. Sir, he seated the wrong customer at this table. The young waiter lowered his head and said, I'm sorry, sir. This is my first shift, so I'm not familiar with the seating plan yet. The customer at this table had a reservation for table 8, and I accidentally brought him to a VIP table instead of taking him to the regular section. The manager looked at Billy and Kathy. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. Would you mind moving to a regular table? Our VIP guests have already been waiting for a while. Kathy's mouth fell open in shock. He expects me to move aside for Alex, she thought. No, not. That's unacceptable. No way. She flatly refused, crossing her arms. Oh, The manager struggled with his dilemma. Well, are you sure you still want to eat here? Of course, we want to eat here. She scowled. We refuse to go anywhere else. She stubbornly glared at him. The manager sighed to himself. Fine, but as I've already explained, the cost of a VIP table is much higher than a regular one. So be it. We're already here, so obviously we're not worried about the cost. She sneered, seemingly unconcerned. She simply couldn't allow Alex to steal the limelight. You just had to come and play the big man, didn't you, Alex? She thought. And I took your place. You're not so important now, are you? How much more? Billy asked, feeling a little nervous. Kathy might not care, but she wasn't the one paying for it. He was. The food you already ordered costs around $1,000. Then there are $200 for the reservation, $300 for the VIP room, $400 for the musicians, $190 for the special tableware. Billy was shocked. The total was more than $2,000. His heart started to beat faster, and his face burned with embarrassment. I can't afford this, he thought. What am I going to do? Kathy, let's just go and sit in the regular section, he murmured to her. No, baby, I like this table, and I want to stay here. She was not going to back down in front of Alex. You want to stay? Fine. Then you can stay by yourself because I'm going. Billy was furious. He didn't have enough money, and if he stayed here, he'd be humiliated. With that, he stormed out, and Kathy was on her own. Her mouth hung open as she watched him leave. She looked around and realized she was standing by herself in the middle of the restaurant, and she didn't have much money. Everyone was staring at her, and she'd never been so embarrassed. She glared at Alex and then hurried after Billy. The manager had the waiter clear the table, and then he asked Alex and Emma to take their seats. Various exquisite dishes were brought to the table, and the musicians returned to perform for them. A waiter stood by, ready to fetch whatever they needed. Kathy and Billy decided to stay at the restaurant. Even though things had become awkward, they didn't want to waste the opportunity to eat at Chez Laurent. They sat at table 8 in the regular section of the restaurant. And from their new table, they could see Alex and Emma in the VIP section. Seeing how superior Alex's table was, Kathy grew sullen. The loser she had dumped was sitting in the most important part of the restaurant, eating expensive dishes and being fawned over. Jealousy gnawed at her, and she barely tasted her meal. She may as well have gone to the university cafeteria. She was also very confused. Eating in the VIP section would cost at least $2,000. Even Billy couldn't afford it. So why was Alex so calm? Shouldn't he be panicking? Where on earth could he have got that kind of money? She stared at Alex, her mind spinning, as she continued to stuff food into her mouth. After all, this was Chez Laurent, so she was going to make the most of it. In the VIP section, Emma was just as confused. She sat at the table, wondering what was going on. Alex, how did you get this table? And do you have enough money to pay for this? She asked doubtfully. Don't worry. I promise I won't embarrass you, he said with a faint smile. Where did you get the money? She asked again. He thought for a moment. I won the lottery. I guess I just got lucky. I bought a bunch of tickets, and I won $150,000. Revealing the truth would cause far too much trouble, and he couldn't risk their friendship by explaining who he was. She frowned at him. You can't waste your money like this. You just spent $2,000 for this meal. If you keep this up, you'll spend all your money in no time. It's fine. It's just money. He didn't seem to care. You're a good friend, and I take care of my friends. I promised to bring you to Chez Laurent, and here we are. Emma was moved by his words. She thought he was rather cute. When they'd finished their meal, Alex paid the bill, and they left. Kathy and Billy had left earlier. Billy had planned to take Kathy to Chez Laurent for dinner before getting a room and spending some time with her. But after making a fool of himself at the restaurant, he was no longer in the mood to hang out with her. Instead, he left her at the entrance to the female dormitory and went off alone. Alex went back to his dorm room and lay on his bed. When he'd been with Emma in Chez Laurent, he'd noticed Kathy watching him with a strange expression. The corner of his mouth twitched in a half-smile. He'd been willing to give Kathy everything when they were together, but now he was shocked to realize he was glad she'd made a fool of herself. She wasn't worth thinking about. This is only the beginning, he thought. From now on, you can do whatever you want, Kathy. I don't care anymore. Meanwhile, Kathy had already returned to the dorm. She was still racking her brains, trying to make sense of it all. Is Alex really rich? She wondered. She decided to swallow her pride and ask Emma. She pushed open the door to Emma's dormitory and walked into the middle of a heated conversation about Emma going to Chez Laurent for dinner. Everyone seemed envious. Hey, Kathy, one of the girls said. I saw your online posts. You went to Chez Laurent, didn't you? Did you see Emma there? Kathy felt a bit awkward. She had gone to Chez Laurent and seen Emma. She had accidentally taken her place and had been forced to leave. How could she possibly explain that without being humiliated? She avoided the question and looked over at Emma. Emma, can you come outside for a minute? I need to ask you something. Although Emma didn't want to speak to Kathy, she still followed her out of the dorm. Emma, was it Alex's idea to have dinner at Chez Laurent? Kathy got right to the point. Yes. Why? Does it matter? Emma shrugged. Kathy was taken aback. Where did he get the money? She knew Alex was poor. There was no way he could afford to spend that much money. Why do you care? Emma narrowed her eyes. Kathy had a reason for asking. Oh, Emma, don't be so sensitive. I'm Alex's ex-girlfriend. Am I not allowed to still care about him? Not even a little. Kathy forced a smile and began to chat with Emma as though they were still on good terms. And it was working. After they'd spoken for a while, Emma started to warm to Kathy again. Emma, where did Alex get the money? Kathy asked again when she felt the time was right. Emma hesitated for a few seconds and then said, Oh, he won the lottery. He got $150,000. He won $150,000? Kathy's jaw dropped. She'd never expected Alex to be so lucky. Kathy, what are you thinking? Emma asked. Alex is poor, and this money will help to relieve the financial pressure on him. Don't even think about stealing his money. Oh, shush, Emma. Don't be silly. Of course, I won't steal his money. Kathy smirked. I'll just let him hand it directly to me. Chapter 18. Stage 18. Kathy's scheme the next afternoon. There were no classes, so Alex went to the library to read instead. As he walked up the stairs to the library, he heard someone calling his name. Alex. He knew that voice well. When he turned around, he saw Kathy standing at the foot of the stairs. She was wearing the plain white dress that he'd bought for her last year. On seeing his expression, Kathy felt triumphant. This was going exactly as she'd expected. She strolled over to him and gave him a sweet smile. Do I look good in this outfit? He was dazed for a moment, and then he answered, What do you want? She pouted, not liking his tone. What? She asked. We were good together, weren't we? So why are you being so cold now? She looked into his eyes, making herself look sad as she reached out to tug at his jacket. This had always worked on him in the past. Whenever she'd looked at him like this, he'd given her whatever she wanted. But on this occasion, he merely shrugged her off, looking at her with indifference. If there's nothing else, I'll be going. With that, he continued to climb the stairs. Kathy stood frozen on the spot. He had always treated her like something precious, and now he didn't seem to care at all. The difference in him was shocking. Anger flooded her. Damn you, Alex, she thought. I don't believe for a second that you've fallen out of love with me that quickly. Hey, she shouted sharply, drawing the attention of everyone around her. Alex, where's your gratitude? Last year, I had so many rich and powerful men chasing me, and I gave up all of them to be with you. Even though it meant only eating in the cafeteria and at roadside stands. I gave you everything and you repay me by abandoning me so heartlessly? Are you ashamed of me? She stood at the bottom of the stairs, shouting at the top of her voice. When she was finished, She adopted a pitiful expression, as if she had been cast aside by the love of her life. The students in front of the library were all fascinated by her speech, and they turned to stare at Alex. "Scum," one muttered. "She treated you so well, and you just abandoned her," someone else yelled. "Shame on you." A few of the male students moved to her side to comfort her. "Hey, gorgeous. Why are you wasting your time on a man like that?" one asked. "Just toss him aside. You're far too good for the likes of him," another man agreed. "He's not worth getting upset over." Alex couldn't understand what Kathy was up to. Her claims simply weren't true. Before they dated, there hadn't been such powerful people chasing after her. And yes, he was poor, but he'd still treated her well. He'd always been respectful and had never pressured her for anything. Several girls surrounded Alex. "You were lucky to have such a good girlfriend," one girl said. "You'll regret letting her go," said another. "Take her back, or you'll find yourself the hottest topic online." Kathy marched over to Alex and grabbed his arm with some force, as if she was afraid that he would run away. "Thank you, but we're fine," she said to the other students, who quickly dispersed. "What are you up to?" Alex demanded as they walked through the school. He couldn't seem to shake her off, no matter how hard he tried. "You won $150,000? She glanced slyly at him. "Yeah, I did, but that has nothing to do with you," he calmly pointed out. "So that's why she came looking for me," he thought. He smiled wryly. He should have known. Kathy was stunned. Alex seemed to have gone back to being cold. "Don't say that. After all, we made so many beautiful memories together." Her smile felt a little awkward. "When we were together, I would have given you every last cent of my money, and I wouldn't have cared, but now I'm much wiser than before," he said. "So, thank you for helping me to understand that no matter how much I gave you, it would never have been enough." When he saw her shocked expression, his heart felt a little lighter. He opened his mouth but didn't know what else to say, so he simply freed himself from her grip and walked away. Kathy's heart sank with disappointment. This was all too much. If only she'd broken up with Alex a few days later. Then the $150,000 would have been all hers. As she watched him leave, she became anxious. If she missed this opportunity, she might not get another, and then his money would be completely out of her reach. "Alex," she shouted. No matter what, she would fight for that money. He stopped, and she quickly caught up, hugging him from behind and pressing her face against his back. "Alex, you've changed. You were never so cold to me before," she said quietly. "I didn't want to tell you this, but now I must confess. Alex, I broke up with you for your good." "For my good?" He gaped at her, stunned, speechless, and fighting hard not to laugh. "God damn it, she says it's for my good," he thought. "Of course, I did it for your sake." She stepped in front of him, her expression determined. "When we were together, you were so tired from doing all kinds of part-time jobs to buy me gifts and nice meals. I felt so sorry for you. And that's why I decided to break up with you." "Really?" he asked. "That is quite a good reason to break up," he thought. "Could it be true? Don't you believe me?" She kept her expression serious. Alex remained silent, and she felt she was getting somewhere. "But it's different now," she continued. "Now that you have money, we can have everything we want without you having to work so hard. Everything will be better." She blinked up at him. "You do understand that I was just trying to do what was best, right? You can't just give up on me now that you have money." "Do you want me back simply because of my money?" he asked, staring into her eyes. "Be honest." "I don't care about the money. You're the only man I care about." She didn't look away. "Leaving you broke my heart. From now on, even if you end up penniless, I will stand by you. I swear. Please, Alex. Let me be with you." She dived into his arms. For a moment, Alex was at a loss. It felt just like the old days. He slowly put his arm around her. When she felt him hold her, Kathy hid a smile. I honestly thought you didn't want me anymore. She stepped out of his embrace and gave him a light thump on the chest. Looking at her pretty face, Alex wanted to be with her forever. If she was being sincere about wanting to be with him, then he would treat her as well as before. Kathy, would you like me to transfer some money to you? Alex took out his cell phone as if he would pass her the money the moment she said yes. No. She smiled. I already told you that I'm not doing this for the money. Keep it. If I need anything, I'll tell you. Since Alex seemed to trust her completely, there was no need to ask for money right now. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. She held his arm as they strolled around the campus. They walked to the small square in front of the canteen, where some kind of event was being held in a red tent. A girl with a ponytail walked over to Alex. Hi. We're from a local charity, she said. And for the last 2 days, we've been running a fundraiser for poor children from the nearby village. Their lives are so difficult. Would you be willing to help them? All right, I'll donate. Can I pay through my phone? Alex asked. Sure, just use this code. The girl handed him the information. Thank you so much. This money will be used to help the poorest children in the region. He arranged the payment on his phone. Kathy leaned in closer, trying to see how much he had donated, but he was already finished. From the red tent, a female voice exclaimed, Wow! We just got $130,000. Hearing this number, the crowd were stunned into silence. The donation was enormous. Other students had donated $20, $50, or $100 each. The other donations combined didn't come to $130,000. Everyone was eager to know who had given so much. That kind of money could pay for the tuition of quite a few students. Oh, it was you, said the girl with the ponytail, realizing the truth as she looked at Alex. You donated $130,000. Yeah. I just want to help the local kids, Alex said, shrugging. Everyone gathered around, staring at him as if he was some kind of celebrity. What's your name? The girl asked. I'll make sure you get a proper acknowledgement for your kind donation. She pulled out a pen and paper, ready to note down his details. Forget it, he said. It's no big deal. When he finished speaking, the surrounding students sighed. This man was so incredibly generous. Was he secretly rich? It wasn't a huge sum of money for some people, but usually, when someone donated that much money, they wanted everyone to know about it. Kathy, let's go. Alex looked over at her. You donated all of your money? An ugly expression crossed her face. Her heart had sunk when she'd heard the voice announcing the donation, and she'd frozen with shock. Yes! He moved closer and took her hand, smiling. Didn't you just say that you would be with me whether I have money or not? Well, I wanted to use that money to do something worthwhile. I'm sure you're happy with that. Don't worry. I still have more than $160, so we can go to the cafeteria and get some buns. Get lost, she snarled, shaking off his hand. Kathy? What's wrong? He looked over at her. Alex, you're a stupid loser who deserves to be poor for the rest of your life. She glared fiercely at him, retreating one step at a time. Then, she whirled around and flounced off. Alex shook his head. He'd hoped that she'd changed, but as expected, she'd let him down. Oh, Kathy, he thought. You have no idea that I still have a lot more than $130,000. Chapter 19. Stage 19. Zara's unexpected cousin Alex was wandering around the school when Zara called. Zara, he answered the phone. Do you need my help with something? He had little to do with Zara, so why else would she call? No, of course not. Holy shit, I don't think anyone else overthinks things as much as you do. Zara's tone was full of disdain. I called because I need you to come to the Coffee Palace just off campus. With that, Zara abruptly ended the call. Alex was puzzled. What does Zara want with me? He wondered. He left the university and made his way to the Coffee Palace, a high-end coffee shop that the wealthier students visited. He entered the coffee shop and spotted Zara's colorful hair. She was dressed in jeans and flat shoes, and she wore light makeup. Hey, Zara. Are you here alone? He asked, looking around in surprise. Yes, obviously, she snapped. Do you see anyone else here? A waiter walked over and asked, Sir, what would you like? Don't bother asking him. He's never been here before and wouldn't know what to order, Zara said to the waiter. Just give him a cappuccino. She sipped her coffee as she sized him up, trying to decide if he was suitable for her plan. Alex felt uncomfortable when she stared at him like that. What on earth did she want from him? Zara smiled, apparently satisfied with him in some way. I'll just come right out and say it, she said, watching him. I need a favor. I want you to date my cousin. What? Alex gaped at her. Zara, don't be silly. He knew she thought he was a loser, so she couldn't possibly want him to be her cousin's boyfriend. He must have misunderstood. I'm serious. She glared at him. My cousin doesn't have many requirements for a boyfriend. As long as you're honest and well-behaved, she'll accept you. I think you can meet those standards. But Alex was filled with suspicion. But what? What's wrong with dating my cousin? She scowled. Don't argue. Just treat her well. She nodded as if he'd agreed. Okay, good. Sit right here, and my cousin will arrive soon. Don't screw this up. With that, she walked out of the shop, pulled out her cell phone, and called her cousin. Hey, cousin, are you nearly here? Almost. I'm only a few miles away, her cousin replied. Did you find someone? Yes, I found someone. He's sitting in the coffee palace right now, she said. I promise that this guy is a loser. There's no one better suited. If you met him on the street, you'd never know he was a student. You'd think he was a construction worker. That's perfect. Her cousin seemed happy. Then I'm sure I'll be able to use him to attract Robert. I don't understand. Why do you need a loser to pretend to be your boyfriend? Can't you get Robert some other way? Zara had no idea what her cousin was trying to do. You don't know what it's like, her cousin said. Robert is a manager who brings in millions of dollars, and he's my superior. He likes me, but at the end of the day, he has all the power. To turn things around, I need to make him jealous, so he'll ask me out. But why do you have to date a loser? Zara still couldn't wrap her head around it. It's obvious. If I pick a loser over Robert to be my boyfriend, it says that Robert can't even compete with a nobody. It will throw him off balance. Then he'll realize how much he likes me, and that will speed up matters. Oh, that's so smart. Zara finally got it. Less than a minute after she ended the call, she spotted a black Buick pulling to a stop in front of the coffee palace. A slim, long-haired woman wearing a pair of black stockings stepped out of the car. Right away, she attracted the attention of several men who stared at her as if she were a model. Cousin, Zara called out, quickly walking toward her. Come on, her cousin said. He's waiting inside, right? Let's go in. She paused. You didn't tell him that we're using him, did you? Don't tell him. It'll be more realistic this way, and it'll be more likely to fool Robert. I'm not stupid. Zara laughed. It's just that when I think of you dating someone so far below you, well, I wonder if it's worth it. Don't worry. It's just for show. Her cousin was perfectly calm. I'll just use him for a few days, and once I've landed Robert, I won't need the loser anymore, and I'll dump him. She looked at Zara. Please tell me you didn't pick someone ugly. After all, I have to look at him over the next few days. He looks pretty good, Zara assured her. We'd better go in. They walked into the coffee shop. Alex, my cousin is here, Zara shouted over to him. Don't just sit there. Come and meet her. Alex heard her and quickly stood and turned around. When he saw Zara's cousin, he was stunned. It was Karen. The assistant manager at Metro Skybank had caused him so much trouble. When Karen first saw Alex, she was sure that her cousin had found a real loser. But when she saw his face, she recognized him as the guy she'd tried to throw out of Metro Skybank. What a shock. After the incident, she had heard Robert say that the Supreme card did belong to Alex. And that meant his assets were worth at least $30 million. Curious, she had asked Robert how much money Alex had. Although he hadn't given her a specific figure, it was clear from his answer that Alex's wealth was vast. So, the person now standing in front of her was seriously rich, and she didn't know what to do. Hello, how are you? Karen made the effort to be polite now that she knew who he was. Hurry up and pull out a chair for my cousin. Where are your manners? Zara snapped, glaring at Alex. No need. I can do it. Karen tried to use her eyes to signal her cousin to be nicer, and then she pulled out the chair and sat down. Zara felt a little confused. What's wrong with Karen? She wondered. Is Alex too much of a loser? What was wrong? This was what Karen had asked for, so why didn't she seem happy? Maybe Karen just wants me to be nicer to Alex to help reel him in, she thought. Then, he'll be easier to control. Karen, this is Alex, she said. He's a student at the university, and he's nice enough. I think you'll get along well. She smirked at her cousin. Alex seemed unaware of what was happening. This loser has no idea we're using him, Zara thought. Does he think my cousin likes him? I can't wait to see how he reacts when she dumps him. She introduced Karen and then decided to order some cake to go along with their coffee. But the shop was busy, and she couldn't get the waiter's attention. Alex, why are you just sitting there, not saying anything? Why don't you go and find the waiter? Zara drummed her fingers on the table as she glared at Alex. You stay. I'll go, Karen said hastily, standing up. She wasn't going to send a rich man to chase after the waiter. Zara pulled her back down. Sit down, cousin. He's the gentleman. She turned to Alex. Are you going to make one of us go? She scowled at him. Well? Do you have no shame? Alex was used to her attitude, so he didn't bother arguing, but simply stood and walked over to the counter. After speaking to the waiter, he went to the bathroom. When he walked back out, Karen was waiting for him with a fawning smile on her face. Mr. Ambrose, I'm so sorry for Zara's behavior. She shouldn't have spoken to you like that, she said, panicking. It's fine. Zara has always treated me like that. It doesn't matter. He smiled lightly and met her eyes. You know who I am now, don't you? The last time they'd met, she hadn't believed he was really rich. She nodded. Even though she wasn't sure of his exact identity, she knew he had unimaginable wealth. I don't understand, he said, puzzled. You're attractive and you have a good job, so why are you insisting on having a poor loser as a boyfriend? Well, she didn't know how to answer that. She couldn't tell him she was only using him to make someone else jealous. Alex was so much richer than Robert, she realized. This might be a good opportunity. If she managed to hook Alex, then she could become seriously rich. Yes, this was the perfect chance to charm him. When I misjudged you at the bank, I felt terrible, she said, hoping he'd believe her. And I realized I should be with an ordinary person to help me understand life better. Of course, if I find someone I get along with, it could develop into something serious, maybe even marry one day. If she seemed humble enough, maybe she could win his favor. Chapter 20, Stage 20, Cousins at War, really? Alex caught a hint of something else within Karen's eyes whenever she looked at him. I wouldn't lie to you. I promise. Cross my heart and hope to die. She sketched a cross over her heart. He watched her closely. But you already know my identity, so I guess I'm not suitable for you. He could tell that she was up to something, so it was better to stay away from her as much as possible. Except Karen wasn't willing to give up such a wonderful opportunity. No matter how hard he tried to get away, she was determined to capture him. Mr. Ambrose, to be perfectly honest, there's another reason why I'm so anxious to find a boyfriend right now. She stepped a little closer. My family are pressuring me to get married to a man called Robert, but I don't like him at all. If I'm already dating someone, they'll leave me alone. Please, Mr. Ambrose, help me. When Karen had entered the coffee shop, she'd been thinking about how to get Robert to notice her, but now that she knew Alex was much richer, her plan had changed. Seeing the hesitation on Alex's face, she managed to squeeze out a few tears. With a delicate sniff, she said, "Mr. Ambrose, I have no other choice, and I know you are a nice person, so please help me." Her voice broke with a small sob. Karen seemed genuine. She was also very beautiful, and her tears made Alex feel sorry for her. His heart softened, and he agreed. "Oh, okay. I'll do it. Thank you, Mr. Ambrose." She smiled through her tears. "But I have one condition," he said. "I don't want anyone to know my identity, and that includes Zara." He needed to stay anonymous. If everyone knew who he was, it would cause too many problems. "That's fine." She didn't hesitate. Truthfully, she had no intention of telling Zara. Her cousin loved rich people, and if she found out Alex was wealthy, she would want him for herself. And since she went to the same university as Alex, she had an advantage over Karen. And Karen wasn't prepared to tolerate any rivals for Alex's attention, not even her cousin. She felt a little smug. Her cousin was spending time around a rich person and didn't even know it. Zara believed Alex was a loser. They went back to their seats, where Zara was waiting for them. "You jerk. I told you to go and find the waiter. What took you so long?" Zara scowled at Alex. "Zara, don't be rude." Karen glared at her and then turned to Alex with a smile. "Here, sit down. These cakes look delicious. Why don't you try one?" She slid a cupcake onto his plate. "And now you're serving him?" Zara laughed as she teased her. Of course, she didn't know why Karen was treating Alex so well. No doubt, she assumed Karen was still trying to trick him. Zara glanced at her with a mischievous smile. They began to eat their cakes and sipped their drinks. Zara didn't think much of Alex, so she didn't want him to get too comfortable. When Karen saw her expression, she started to worry. Zara has no idea what she's doing, she thought. She's provoking someone who has enough wealth to last her 10 lifetimes. Does that sound like someone she should shout at? Zara was playing with fire, and if she made Alex angry, she'd regret it. When she'd finished eating, Zara wiped her mouth with a napkin and asked, "Alex, what do you think of my cousin?" "She's nice," he said simply. Karen felt a surge of triumph. If Alex liked her, then she'd have a much better chance with him. "Idiot, my cousin is beautiful. And you're lucky to be her boyfriend." Zara laughed contemptuously. Although her cousin was only using Alex, he would benefit from being her boyfriend for a few days. "Surely you've noticed that my cousin is attractive. To be perfectly blunt, she's completely out of your league." "You do know that, don't you?" she asked haughtily. When she finished speaking, she glanced at Karen. By talking up her cousin and pointing out how far above Alex she was, Zara was making it easier for her to get rid of him later. "I'm sure she'll thank me for this," she thought. But Karen didn't feel grateful at all. Instead, she fought the urge to hit Zara. Alex was not inferior to her. It was quite the opposite. And Zara was going to ruin her plan. Even if Karen didn't manage to marry Alex and was only ever his lover, she would still be happy. "Zara, don't talk nonsense," she snapped. Zara didn't understand why Karen was glowering at her. She'd thought her cousin wanted her to make fun of Alex. My cousin is in love with you, Zara teased. So, you need to listen to her and not talk back. If she wants something from you, then just do it and don't argue, okay? She continued to demand more from him. Karen scowled. Although you and my cousin are dating, Zara continued, that doesn't mean you can do anything you want. You have to treat her with respect. Don't even try to hold her hand, let alone anything else. Zara felt she needed to make things clear. Alex was a loser who hadn't been with many beautiful women, and since he believed this relationship was real, he might try to make a move on her cousin. If that happened, her cousin might get hurt. The blood rushed to Karen's head as she listened to Zara speak. That kind of remark was inappropriate, and Zara seemed to have abandoned the plan. Karen was getting angrier and angrier. If I can't even hold his hand, then how am I supposed to develop a relationship with him? She thought. She couldn't wait to get close to Alex, and Zara seemed to be intentionally causing trouble. That's enough, Zara. Knock it off, she said, her tone unpleasant. I'm looking for a boyfriend, not a servant. What's wrong with that? Zara didn't realize that Karen was angry, so she kept talking. You might be my cousin's boyfriend, but you still have to give her space and the right to do whatever she likes. What do you mean? Alex asked. You're a bit dim, so I'd better spell it out, Zara said. While my cousin is dating you, she can still ask out any man she's interested in. She can even hold hands with other men and hug them and kiss them, and you can't say anything. Even if you later break up, you still have to agree she's free to do what she wants. Zara spelt out the terms of the relationship. At some point, her cousin would go on a date with Robert, so Alex needed to be prepared. So, I'm in a relationship with your cousin, but I can't touch her at all, Alex said, narrowing his eyes, while other men can hug and even kiss her. And even if I see her doing it, I can't say anything. You finally get it. That's exactly what I meant. Zara grinned. Alex's mouth hung open. But Karen's temper boiled over, and she slapped Zara's face. Every single person in the coffee shop was staring at them. And Karen flushed in embarrassment. She simply hadn't been able to take any more of Zara's nonsense. When she'd heard her cousin humiliating Alex, implying that he was inferior, she hadn't been able to hold back any longer. Chapter 21, ch. 21. The mysterious girl. Zara covered her face and looked at Karen in disbelief. I can't believe you hit me because of that loser. It was obvious that I was sticking up for you. Zara's words just now could easily have caused her to miss out on Alex's fortune. If only she could get Alex, her life would change massively for the better. For Karen, who was obsessed with marrying into a rich family, losing this opportunity just wasn't acceptable. Zara continued, I'm doing you a favor right now, you know. What are you talking about? Alex is my boyfriend now. Zara, please treat him with respect, Karen said as she walked toward Alex. She snuggled up against Alex's chest and glared at Zara. Alex also hadn't expected Karen to stand up for him against Zara. If he stayed here, he knew the situation would get worse, so he persuaded the two of them to make their peace with each other, and then he left. With Alex gone, Karen gradually calmed down and started to feel a little guilty about hitting Zara. Zara giggled when she saw that Karen didn't know how to apologize to her. Karen saw Zara laughing and asked, Zara, are you all right? I just hit Zara, she thought. Why is she laughing? Has the heavy blow to her head had caused some brain damage? Karen, I know what you're planning. You hit me just now because you wanted Alex to listen to you, right? Zara thought that this was Karen's plan. She rubbed her face, which was red and sore, and complained, Look, Karen, even if you wanted to get his attention, you hit me much too hard. My face is burning and numb. Only then did Karen heave a sigh of relief. Luckily, Zara didn't seem to have any brain damage. All right, I did hit you too hard. Please don't hate me. Just wait, once I've got him where I want him, I'll make sure that you benefit too. Karen gently caressed Zara's face as she spoke. Zara replied, of course. I know that this guy, Robert, is from a rich family. When it happens, I know you'll give me thousands of dollars, won't you? Zara blinked at Karen. However, Zara didn't realize that the person Karen was referring to was not Robert. Of course, Karen smiled. As long as everything works out with Alex, tens of thousands of dollars will be nothing, she thought to herself. The two cousins quickly forgot about the previous incident. Zara continued, that's right. Didn't you say before that a super-rich person had been to your bank? Has he been there in the last few days? Can you get his number for me? Zara's eyes were sparkling, her heart was filled with anticipation. Of course, you'd chase after him. It takes luck to find such a rich man, Karen thought. What do you want his cell phone number for? She asked. It's difficult to find a rich man. Of course, I have to chase this one. I just need his contact information, then I'll do everything I can to get a date with him. Zara said thoughtfully. Oh! Karen considered Zara's words and became anxious. He hasn't come in for a few days. When he does, I'll get his cell phone number for you. Great, thanks, Karen. Zara smiled sweetly and continued, I really want to meet that eligible rich guy as soon as possible. I'm imagining him to be very handsome, but it doesn't matter if he isn't, as long as he has money. I want someone as rich as him by my side. Karen secretly rejoiced. Luckily, Zara knew nothing about Alex's situation, and she found that especially funny. Zara, the eligible rich guy that you dream of is Alex. You said you want to date him, and yet you treat him as a nobody, she thought to herself. While the two cousins were lost in their own thoughts, Alex returned to school. By the time he arrived, it was almost 6 p.m. He felt a little hungry, so he went to the restaurant on campus, Beautiful Cuisine. Beautiful Cuisine was a private restaurant with several times the capacity of the campus cafeteria. There were already quite a few students inside the restaurant. Alex walked toward the front desk and joined the line. Then he heard someone behind him saying in a mocking voice, "Oh my God, you'd think people would look in the mirror before they step out of the house. Didn't think I'd see people like that here." A meal at this restaurant is probably like this pauper's monthly living expenses. Why would a hobo like that be willing to spend so much money on one meal? Unless it's stolen money or something. Damn, Alex thought to himself. All I want is to enjoy a delicious meal. Who the hell are these people? Why are they being so mean to me? In Alex's heart, a ball of rage grew. He turned around and saw 3 girls heading toward him. They were all dressed in fashionable clothes, similar to those he'd seen hipsters wearing on the street. However, Alex did not know these 3 people at all. Why are they taunting me if they don't even know me? As Alex was puzzling over this, the 3 girls walked over without looking at him. You're not talking about me, are you? Alex finally understood. The 3 girls walked to the front of the restaurant and stood in front of a 4th girl. The 3 girls crossed their arms and chewed gum as they scanned the girl with disdain. Alex looked at the 4th girl with interest. Her clothes were obviously old and cheap. She was wearing a white t-shirt, jeans that had been in style 7 or 8 years ago, and a pair of canvas shoes that had been washed until they'd faded to white. Everyone, look at this girl. Her name is Debbie Stonehill, and she's the poorest person in our class. Every year, she gets the scholarship because she's so poor, and look at what she's spending it on. Eating at the most expensive restaurant on campus. She's totally shameless. One of the girls said, mockingly. Another continued, Debbie, don't you feel embarrassed? You're really poor, right? But now you actually came here to eat and spend the school's money. You're shameless, aren't you? Fine. Let's see if you can take what's coming to you. Another of the girls threatened. Then, the 3 girls started pulling Debbie's hair. One of them was holding her by the hand, while another grabbed Debbie's hair and pulled her back as hard as she could. Debbie was no match for the 3 of them. She struggled but could not break free. She was on the verge of falling down. Alex could finally see Debbie's face clearly. She was pale and was wearing no makeup, but she was very pretty. Her thin lips were tightly pursed and her eyes were closed. No matter how the three girls tortured her, she didn't make a sound. In the end, Debbie was thrown to the ground by the three of them. "Serves you right for being scum." The three girls smirked and looked down at Debbie, who'd fallen to the floor. As Debbie was lying on the floor, the waiter came to take her order. He cautiously asked her if she still wanted to order anything. Debbie crawled up from the ground, looked at the waiter, and said, "Please bring me 2 plates of seafood risotto and 2 bottles of Evian. I'll take them with me." The seafood risotto costs $25 per serving, and the Evian costs $20 a bottle. Even in comparison to all the other extravagant dishes on the menu, these choices were considered particularly expensive. When the others heard how expensive Debbie's order was, they became very annoyed with her. "She deserves to be beaten up for spending so much of her grant," one of them shouted. "I can't even afford to drink Evian. I didn't think that a poor person could drink it. I want to tell everyone at school so everyone will hate her. She's going to eat 2 servings at once. She must be a reincarnated hungry ghost, right?" Debbie didn't seem to care at all when she heard the ridicule from others. Her gaze was fixed on the chef who was cooking at the window. The 2 seafood risottos were soon ready. Debbie paid and quickly walked out with the food and bottles of Evian mineral water. Watching the girl leave, Alex sighed to himself. That girl was really pretty, he thought. And she knows how to enjoy herself. Her family's living conditions must be so bad that she's prepared to use the grant money to enjoy such expensive food. Then he heard one of the girls say, "Oh, there's another pauper here. Look, everyone. Doesn't he look like he should be with Debbie? Look at the clothes he's wearing. He's perfect for her." As Alex turned around, he saw the 3 girls pointing at him. He'd already seen how cruel they were, so he didn't want to get into an argument with them. He finished eating and quickly left the restaurant. When he walked out, Alex could see Debbie's back. Why did this girl buy 2 servings for herself? He wondered. Alex was intrigued and followed behind Debbie, keeping pace with her. He followed her all the way to the school's Ramsey Lake. At this time, there was no one else near the lake. The setting sun shone on the surface of the lake, sparkling and flickering with golden threads. It was especially beautiful. Alex hid behind a tree and watched Debbie. She placed the 2 cartons of risotto and the bottles of mineral water on a rock. Then she sat on the ground beside the rock and slowly started to eat the food. As she ate, 2 streams of tears flowed from her eyes. Alex could even hear her sniffing. Could it be that she's never eaten such an expensive meal and was moved to tears today? He wondered. No one usually brings food to eat by the lake. She's definitely acting strangely. After watching Debbie for a while, he was ready to leave. Suddenly, he saw Debbie put down her food and slowly stand up. "Surely, you're not going to leave all your trash now you've finished eating?" Alex said to himself. This girl is a real punk. However, Debbie didn't leave. Instead, she knelt on the ground, deliberately facing the northeast, and started to pray. What was going on? Why did she have to kneel down and pray after eating? Alex wondered. Then Debbie stood up and walked quickly toward the lake. Is she trying to kill herself? The thought flashed through Alex's mind. Debbie's actions gave him an answer. He watched as she walked to the edge of the lake and jumped into the water with a plop. Chapter 22, Stage 22, What's Her Secret? Alex ran over to the lake the moment he saw Debbie jump in and followed her into the water without a second thought. Fortunately, Alex was a good swimmer, so he grabbed Debbie by her clothes and tried his best to swim toward the shore. What are you doing? Let me die, Debbie shouted. She struggled to get free from Alex's grasp, but he held tight and wouldn't let go. Eventually, with a lot of effort, Alex managed to pull Debbie safely back to the shore. Debbie sat on the grass by the lake and asked in a sad voice, "Why did you save me? Why didn't you let me die?" Debbie's entire body was drenched. Her clothes were clinging tightly to her body, outlining her delicate figure and making her look extremely pitiful. "Why did I save you?" Alex caught his breath. He really couldn't understand Debbie's thoughts or actions. "You might think you want to die, but have you considered your parents? Who'll support them in the future? And the state has supported you for so many years, and this is how you repay society? What are you thinking?" Alex wanted to wake Debbie up from her self-pity and give her reasons to want to live. Debbie was a little shocked by Alex's words. She hugged her knees and started to feel calmer. "You said you're not afraid of death, but why don't you have the courage to live?" Alex's tone became a little gentler. Debbie raised her head and looked at Alex with her big watery eyes. Her eyes were shining brightly. She broke Alex's heart. He suddenly had a feeling that this girl was not the sort of person he'd thought she was. If it was possible for someone to live, why would they choose to die? Debbie sounded hopeless. "If you've got problems, why don't you tell me about them? Maybe I can help you," Alex asked, trying to sound positive. When she saw Alex's sincere gaze, Debbie knew that he really wanted to help her. A warm feeling rose from deep within her heart, making her feel very comfortable. But Debbie's heart chilled when she thought about her situation. "You can't help me," she said. "Just tell me what it is." "Believe me, I can definitely help you," Alex replied. Coming from such a rich family, he was sure that he could easily help her. "I'm really grateful that you want to help me, but forget it. There's nothing you can do." Debbie smiled faintly. She felt that this stranger in front of her was very kind. "Okay," Alex sighed. He continued in a serious tone, "But I hope at least you'll promise me not to do such a stupid thing again." "All right, I promise," Debbie responded. Alex felt reassured. He pulled Debbie up from the ground and said, "Oh yeah, and don't buy such expensive food in the future. I don't think it's something you and your family can really afford." Debbie's face reddened and she lowered her head slightly. She tugged at her clothes with both hands and whispered, "Actually, I normally eat for less than $2 a day. I thought today was my last day on Earth, so I plucked up the courage to go to the restaurant for seafood risotto." Listening to Debbie's gentle voice, Alex's heart couldn't help but soften. "Then why did you order 2 servings? I know it's too extravagant to eat $40 in a single meal. But to save money, I haven't eaten for the past 2 days, so I'm really hungry. That's why I ordered 2 servings." Debbie's voice was becoming softer and softer. "I understand," Alex replied. Looking at the shy and timid Debbie, he decided that she was exceptionally cute. "Come here." Debbie pulled Alex back to the stone where she'd left the food. She smiled warmly at Alex, then gave him a container of risotto. "Here, eat." Alex quickly refused. "No need. Aren't you hungry?" "You eat it up," he said. A few minutes later, Debbie said, "It's good that you haven't just eaten. I just realized that I can only eat one of these meals after all. I'm already full. Here you have it." Debbie raised her chin. "Okay." Alex took the carton and sat on the stone to eat. "You sit down too," Alex said while eating. Debbie was watching him, and it made him feel self-conscious. "Okay." Debbie sat beside him. Alex had just used a lot of energy saving Debbie and was now very hungry. He ate quickly and some grains of rice stuck to his face. Alex and Debbie chatted as they ate. Only then did Alex find out that Debbie had been praying to her mother in her hometown in the Northeast, begging forgiveness for her actions. By the time they'd finished eating, they both felt there was something special between them. "Can I see you tomorrow?" Alex scratched his head and asked with a hint of embarrassment. "I have a really good feeling about Debbie," he thought, "and I really want to protect her. I'll be really upset if I can't see her again." Debbie was surprised by Alex's question and she blushed. She listened to her heart and responded, "Sure." The next day at noon, as soon as Alex had finished his classes, he went straight to Ramsey Lake. There, he saw a delicate figure sitting on the same rock as yesterday. He walked over with his heart fluttering. Debbie heard his footsteps and turned around. In her hand was a red and yellow plastic bag. She stood up and handed the bag to him, saying, "This is for you." Alex was pleasantly surprised. He took the plastic bag from her and saw that it contained peaches, plums, and apricots. The fruit were in pieces with droplets of water on them. "Did you buy this fruit just for me?" he asked. "It's too expensive. Please don't buy it in the future," he continued, although he was deeply touched. "I know that many people eat fruit every day, but for Debbie, eating fresh fruit is a luxury," he thought. "Eat them," Debbie replied. "These fruits are all in season now, so they're not expensive. And they're the leftovers that no one else wanted. The shop manager sold them to me at half price. I'll clean them up and dig out the bad bits for you. Don't worry about it," Debbie said with some doubt. "How could I not worry?" Alex was surprised by Debbie. She saved up some money to buy me fruit, yet she has so many of her own problems on her mind. Alex picked up a peach and stuffed it into his mouth, splattering the juice everywhere. "Yum. It's really delicious," he said. "Why don't you have some too? This peach is so sweet." Alex picked up a peach and gave it to Debbie. Debbie looked at Alex, who was happily eating, and smiled sweetly as she put the peach into her mouth. Over the next few days, Alex and Debbie would meet at the lake at noon every day. Each day, Alex would first eat at the cafeteria, then bring food to eat again with Debbie. Debbie was always pleased to see him. Of course, the dishes that Alex brought were all the most basic ones. He wasn't ready yet for Debbie to find out who his really was. One particular day, Alex packed a second serving of soup and vegetable stir-fry and went to Ramsey Lake. Strangely, Debbie wasn't there. "She should be here by now," Alex said to himself. "I wonder what's keeping her today." Alex sat calmly on the rock and thought, "Debbie's never been out for a proper meal before. She's bound to be thrilled when I take her to the best restaurant in New York." He sat on the rock and waited for 20 minutes, but Debbie still didn't come. Seeing the food was getting cold, he took out his phone and called her. "Debbie, where are you?" he asked. She answered. "I'm sorry, Alex. I can't make it today. Our class is doing experiments in the laboratory and I can't leave." "Okay." Alex looked at his phone and had an idea. "Debbie can't come to me, but I can take the food to her." He picked up the food and walked quickly toward the laboratory building. When he arrived, he called Debbie. He told her that he'd arrived and asked her which laboratory she was in. "Oh," she answered. "You came to the laboratory. I'm leaving now. Eat by yourself today. Don't worry about me." Debbie's voice sounded strained, and when Alex asked her where she was, she hung up the phone. Alex had a bad feeling. Is Debbie hiding something from me? He wondered, and he felt increasingly uneasy. He ran out of the lab, threw his food into the trash can, and started to look for Debbie anywhere he could think of. The cafeteria, the supermarket, the lab, he looked everywhere he thought she might be, but he couldn't find her, and she wasn't answering his calls. Alex had run out of options. His heart felt in disarray. He walked despondently to the playing field, sat down on the grass, and, still in a daze, watched people jogging around the track. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he saw a petite figure sitting in the corner of the stands. He was sure it was Debbie. He felt invigorated as he quickly stood up and ran toward her. "Debbie, why didn't you answer my calls?" he asked Debbie as he walked up to her. He was still feeling upset, but when she raised her head, he was shocked. Debbie's face was battered and bruised, and her eyes were swollen. Her pretty face was a mess. Chapter 23, Sage 23, facing the bullies. What's happened? Alex asked. A ball of anger rose in his chest. Nothing. Why are you here? Debbie answered. She'd been focused on wiping the wounds with a cotton swab and alcohol, so she hadn't noticed when Alex arrived. She lowered her head and covered her face with her hands. Let me see, Alex said as he sat beside her. He grabbed her hand and slowly pulled it down. Close up, the wounds on Debbie's face were even more shocking. One of the cuts was still bleeding. Tell me, who did this to you? Alex's heart ached when he saw her face. Okay. It was Madison Robbins and her friends. But it's okay. They just nudged me a little, Debbie said timidly. The 3 girls who were teasing you that day in the beautiful cuisine, right? I'll go find them now and teach them a lesson. Alex stood up and prepared to find Madison and the others to give them a piece of his mind. Don't. Debbie quickly pulled Alex back. It's not as simple as you think. Madison has powerful friends. If you have a go at them now, we'll be the ones to suffer in the end. Then we'll just let them bully you forever? Alex frowned as he glanced at Debbie. Debbie lowered her head slightly at Alex's words and whispered, I'm doing this for your own good. I'll just stay away from them in the future. All right. Alex's heart softened. Debbie's considering my safety, even now, he thought. But why is such a kind girl being bullied? Come on, I'll take you to the hospital now. Alex held Debbie's hand and was about to leave. No need, the hospital is very expensive. I don't have that kind of money, she whispered and stayed where she was. You don't have to pay. Alex looked at Debbie helplessly and pulled her toward the hospital. Debbie's injuries were quickly dealt with and Alex paid the bill. Thank you, I'll pay you back. Debbie looked at Alex and felt very happy. She could feel his concern for her. She'd never had a man care about her like he did. We'll talk about it in the future, Alex said. He didn't care about the money. You haven't eaten yet, right? I'll take you to a nice place to eat. A nice place? Debbie opened her eyes wide. She felt uncomfortable and wasn't sure she wanted to go. She'd never even eaten a $5 meal in the cafeteria, much less an expensive meal in a nice restaurant. She continued, Let's not, it's too expensive. I think the food in the cafeteria is pretty good, but Alex interrupted her. He shook his head and smiled. Then he took her hand and led her away from the campus. Just follow me. Please just eat and don't worry about anything today, he said. Arriving at the Dahlia restaurant, Debbie felt a little nervous because Alex looked like he didn't fit in any better than she did. Did he actually come to this restaurant? She wondered. It's not all a joke, is it? But when she saw Alex calmly ordering the food, Debbie relaxed. She started to think that Alex was a bit of a mystery. He seemed very worldly and experienced. Then Alex said, Wait for me here. I need to go to the bathroom. I'll be back soon. He walked to the restroom. Debbie sat alone in her seat, looking around her. She'd never been to such a sophisticated restaurant before, and so she was curious about everything. Then she heard a voice from one side. Is that Debbie? The voice said. Debbie's nerves tensed up and she clenched her fists tightly. She knew it was Madison. Yeah, it really is her. I thought I must be mistaken. Madison stood in front of Debbie, looking at her with a sneer. Madison's 2 friends stood next to her. One of them shouted, Have you gone crazy over the last few days? First, you ate at the beautiful cuisine, and now you're being even more extravagant. To think that you would actually dare to come and eat here. Madison took over. You really are shameless. Spending your scholarship this way. We only come here once a week. You're a poor loser who can't even afford to eat. What gives you the right to eat here? As she spoke, Madison pulled sharply on Debbie's hair. Debbie's head was pulled back, revealing her snow-white neck. Please, don't hit me here, she cried. When we get back to the campus you can do whatever you want to me. Debbie didn't want Alex to see her getting beaten up. When they heard Debbie pleading for mercy, Madison and the other two felt even happier. They all started laughing gleefully. She's trying to trick us. In the past, she's never even made a sound when we hit her, let alone begging for mercy. Madison sneered as she grabbed Debbie's hair and pulled her back with all her strength. Bringing her face right up to Debbie's, she said, "Since you asked me to let you go, I'm not going to. That will be proof that you're my bitch. A dog under my control." With that, Madison flung Debbie off and raised her arm to slap her. The wounds on Debbie's face had just started to heal, but with one slap from Madison, a few of them split open again. It was extremely painful. Debbie tried to get away. "Bitch, get back here," Madison shouted. "Stop running and maybe I won't beat you to death tonight when we get back to the dorms." Madison and her friends gestured angrily at Debbie. Debbie wasn't an idiot. She knew she had to get out of there as quickly as she could. As Debbie was trying to get away, she bumped into a sturdy body. "It's Alex," she thought, and her heart slowed. Alex had already guessed what was happening when he saw the state Debbie was in, and then saw Madison and her friends. He held Debbie and looked coldly at Madison. Madison barely looked at Alex as she said, "Hey, isn't this the other pauper who is eating at Beautiful Cuisine? Did these two people stay together? Haha, it really is a good match." One of her friends joined in. "I was wondering why she's been loitering outside for the past few days. It looks like she's been stealing men outside. You shameless little whore. Luckily, you're the only one that deserves such a poor loser. Why did you hit her?" Alex asked calmly. Madison laughed and answered with disdain. "Why? Do we still need a reason to beat a pauper? Debbie is just a dog for us to have fun with in our dorm. Does a master need to have a reason to hit his dog? I'm warning you, don't touch her again," Alex said with a cold stare. "Yeah, right. You still want to stick up for this girl, right? Come on, try touching me if you have something to say. I told you, if you try anything then we'll bully her even more in the future. There's nothing you can do to stop me," Madison said provocatively. Alex went to slap Madison, but Debbie pulled him back and shook her head at him. Just then, 3 men walked into the restaurant and walked toward Madison. They were all elegantly dressed and were clearly here to meet Madison and her friends for a meal. "Miss Robbins, what's going on? Did this fool provoke you?" A stocky man with a crew cut pointed at Alex as he spoke to Madison. Another man, with tattoos on his arms, addressed Alex. "Idiot, someone like you dares to try it on with Miss Robbins? Let me tell you right now, we are all from the Kappa Alpha Society. If you know what's good for you, you'll stay away from us." The remaining man even pushed Alex away. "Get lost or I might hit you right now." He wanted to fight with them, but Debbie held his hand and whispered in his ear, "Let's go." Alex realized that it would be stupid to fight with them right now. He didn't care what happened to him, but he didn't want Debbie to get hurt again. Instead, he followed Debbie toward the door. "Aren't you helping your little girlfriend out?" "Oh, what a shame. If I had a boyfriend like you, I'd definitely dump him." Madison stood behind him with her arms crossed and mocked him proudly. "What is the Kappa Alpha Society?" Alex asked Debbie as they walked out of the restaurant. Debbie replied, "It's an organization near a school. They're very powerful. Madison and the rest belong to the Kappa Alpha Society. That's why we can't afford to get on the wrong side of them. That's why I stopped you just now." Alex didn't say anything. In his heart, he'd secretly decided that he must find a way to let Debbie know that he, Alex, was not someone to be trifled with. "Oh yeah, and I've decided to move out of the dorm." Debbie looked at Alex and continued, "I've checked around the school and I've found a room. There's only one bed and no internet, but I think it's pretty good. I'm going to rent it." When Alex heard this, he agreed wholeheartedly. If Debbie lived outside, she wouldn't be bullied by Madison. However, the room she'd found was much too basic. Alex decided to surprise her by finding her a better room. Alex took Debbie to the hospital to have her wound rebandaged. Then they ate a meal in the cafeteria before parted ways. The next day, Alex took a taxi and directly went to the Green Island Garden District, an upper-class residential district close to Preston University. Alex had been thinking about it all day. I've got money now, he thought. Why shouldn't I buy a house for Debbie to live in? It will be much more comfortable for her than renting a room. The Green Island Garden District was a small and exclusive residential area that had been developed over recent years. It was convenient for transportation, had a superior position, and had first-rate facilities. It was a super luxurious small district of New York. Alex went straight to the sales office. The current manager, Darla, was prettier than the last. Selling a property here earned her a commission of $50,000. Alex had heard from his classmates that Darla was therefore willing to do shameful things for her customers in order to sell houses. Usually, when Darla and the other salespeople saw a customer enter, they would immediately greet them with a smile. However, when they saw Alex enter, no one went up to greet him. Chapter 24. CH24. 1 or 2 luxury villas. Alex sighed. As he walked over to the desk, he accidentally bumped into a lady who had just entered the office. Watch out. Look what you did. You almost stepped on my new shoes. Can you even afford a property from here? Seriously? The woman had short brown hair. She wore sunglasses, a long figure-hugging dress, and a pair of high-heeled crystal sandals. Although she looked to be in her mid-30s, her exposed arms were as white as snow. Behind the woman, there was a man wearing jeans, a white vest, brown leather sandals, and carrying a bag under his arm. He said, "Don't waste your time talking to someone like that, baby. Let's go and take a look." Darla quickly walked over and warmly greeted the couple. Then she glanced at Alex, looking irritated with him. "Sorry, you've had a bad experience in our office," she said. "The people around here know that this is a high-class residential area, so some people who can't afford to buy a house often come to our sales office to enjoy the free air conditioning." Darla explained to the lady in dark glasses. Of course, Alex knew that she was talking about him. He just smiled and said, "So you think I can't afford a house at all? How much would it cost to buy the whole residential area?" Darla looked at Alex and said, "Sir, the minimum price for a house here is $500,000. I can tell from looking at you that it's not something you can afford." Darla gestured toward the door, smiling as she pursed her lips. Alex ignored her and said, "I'll take a look here. If there's a suitable property, I'll buy it." He walked over to the sales desk to check for himself. This really annoyed Darla. "You want to buy a property here?" she demanded. "You're shameless about being here, but I think that you just want to stay in the air conditioning for a while longer." Ignoring Alex, Darla ushered the couple to the sales desk and began showing them properties. After discussing various properties for about 10 minutes, the man decided which house they wanted to buy. "I'll take that villa," he said. "We've come here several times before, and that one always catches my eye." Darla replied, "A great choice, sir. You have a good eye. This villa is the most popular one in our district, with 2,500 square feet with 4 bedrooms. It is spacious and has good lighting. The surroundings are very quiet and it's very close to the lake." She praised the man enthusiastically and finally brought up the subject of payment. "This property costs $1.5 million. You need to pay 30% or $450,000 as a down payment." The man was shocked. He exclaimed, "So much? On your advertisement, I'm sure it said the price wasn't that high." "Oh, that advertisement was from a few months ago. These villas are selling very quickly, so several months ago we increased the price," Darla replied. When she noticed the shocked expression on the man's face, she started to lose enthusiasm. She realized that this couple couldn't afford to pay the price of the villa. She continued, "Sir, a lot of people have inquired about this villa. If you really want to buy it, you need to pay the deposit today because it could easily be sold by tomorrow." "Hubby, hurry up and think of a way to get the money," the lady in shade said as she held onto the man's hand. "I really like this villa, and there's nothing else here that I like. Didn't you say that living in this villa is the only way to raise our status in society and give the impression you need to give for our business? Can't you see that I'm trying to find a way?" The man replied as he looked at Darla. He continued, "I will definitely buy this villa. You can keep it for me for now. I guarantee that I will raise all the money within 10 days. "I'm sorry, sir, but I don't have the authority to do that," Darla replied, shaking her head. "Hubby, hurry up and borrow money from your friends." "I can also borrow money from my friends. We must buy this villa," the woman urged. The couple knew that to be able to afford a villa in the Green Island Garden District would demonstrate that they were among the richest people in New York. In the future, they would be superior to their friends and relatives, and they'd gain the respect and envy of others. This would definitely benefit their business. They both took out their cell phones and began to call their friends. "This villa is pretty good." Alex looked at information about the mansion and said, "I'll buy this villa." "You're buying it? How could you?" The woman looked at Alex with malice. "It's a struggle, but we really want to buy it." Darla didn't take Alex's words seriously. In fact, her opinion of Alex became even worse. She felt that Alex must be up to something sinister. With an angry expression on her face, she approached Alex and demanded, "Sir, please leave now. We have work to do. I want to buy a house. Why are you kicking me out? Do you want me to file a complaint against you?" Alex replied angrily. "Okay, you want to buy a house, right? Here's how much money you'll need. This property is worth $1.5 million. If you can pay for it, it's yours," Darla said impatiently. She didn't tell Alex about the 30% down payment because she didn't believe that Alex would buy it. She thought he was here causing trouble for no reason. Alex was indifferent. He took out his Metro Skybank card from his pocket and showed it to her. "Can I pay on my card?" he asked. The man sneered at Alex and said, "You think you can pay on a card? You loser. Even if you had the amount in cash, I wouldn't believe you could buy this villa. If you really can buy this villa, I'll kneel down before you and call you sir. Then let's give it a try." Alex handed the card to Darla. She took the card and went over to the card machine. "I know when I swipe this card, I'll hear a beep indicating that it's a fake card," she thought. "Then I can call the security guards to throw him out." The card flashed across the machine. According to the computer, $1.5 million had already been spent on the card. When Darla saw this information on the computer, she was dumbfounded. This poor loser. It seemed that he hadn't lied. He really had spent $1.5 million on his card. Noticing Darla's confusion, everyone else in the office gathered around her and read information on the computer. The couple hoping to buy the house looked at Alex in disbelief. Does he really have so much money when his clothes are so shabby? I can't even afford 30% of the money, yet a 20-year-old brat like him can actually pay the whole amount? The man thought, scratching his head, unable to believe what was happening. He thought about how he'd mocked Alex and felt ashamed. When they realized he was rich, all the staff in the sales office had completely changed their attitudes toward Alex. They all looked at him with a smile. A few of the sales people even ignored the other customers and offered to make coffee for Alex or to bring him fresh water. They all became very friendly. There were only a handful of people who could afford to buy a villa worth $1.5 million without thinking. What really surprised them was that Alex was still so young. He was clearly doing far better than most of his peers and had a really golden future ahead of him. "Sir, I apologize. I should have helped you sooner. Let me tell you more about the property." The villa you've bought is 2,500 square feet. Darla smiled sweetly, trying to make her voice as friendly as possible. Now she knew he was rich. She wouldn't hesitate to agree to do anything that Alex requested, even if it was against the law. Alex thought for a moment, then said, "Well, let's have a look. Although this house isn't that great, it's still better than the dormitory at school. I guess it will do for now." No one could believe that Alex was comparing this high-end villa, worth $1.5 million, with a university dorm. They didn't know Alex's true identity and couldn't comprehend what he was saying. They found him very arrogant. One of them said, "Wow. Now I think he's intentionally showing off his wealth in front of us. You would think that buying such an expensive villa would be enough." Another joined in, "Everyone, don't fall for it. I'm sure he's exaggerating just to look cool in front of us. I bet he's got real problems." "I'm exaggerating?" Alex shook his head and smiled as he glanced at the others. "To be honest, I could just as easily buy a nightclub." When they heard this, the others couldn't hold back their laughter. A nightclub would cost $5 million. This villa was $1.5 million. "You surely don't have that sort of money?" they each thought. "If you're as rich as you say, why don't you buy that super luxurious villa on Emerald Island?" A middle-aged man said to Alex and pointed at a villa on the sales desk. "All right," Alex agreed without even looking at it. "Sir, are you really going to buy that villa?" Darla looked at Alex in surprise. "It's the best villa on the complex, built on an island in the lake, with its own courtyard, swimming pool, and the most luxurious interior design. And it's equipped with the most advanced internet service," she continued. "Our district is called the Green Island Garden, and this villa has the same name, Emerald Island, which shows you how exclusive this villa is. Do you really want to buy it?" Darla was shocked, sure that Alex was just bragging. When the developers built the villa, they'd not planned to sell it for at least 10 years. The main purpose of building the villa was to demonstrate the high quality of the residential area. They felt that if people saw a villa there worth $40 million, they'd be convinced that this is the most luxurious and desirable residential area in New York. "Right? Do I look like I'm joking?" Alex asked casually. "How much are you selling it for?" $40 million, Darla said. She still couldn't quite work Alex out. Alex nodded. He took out his cell phone and called the Metro Skybank's customer manager, Robert Miller, and asked him to transfer $40 million to Green Island Gardens' account. Everyone in the office was still waiting for Alex to tell them it was all a joke. When the $40 million arrived, no one could believe it. The saleswomen surrounded Alex. Their eyes were full of passion, each suddenly finding Alex irresistibly attractive. He can lay his hands on $40 million with just a phone call, they all thought to themselves. How often do I get the chance to meet such a rich and handsome young man? Somehow I need to attract him. Imagine if he fancies me. Alex was unable to catch his breath as he was surrounded by more than 10 beautiful young women. He simply squeezed through the crowd and quickly walked out of the sales office. Chapter 25, Ch. 25. A shop for Alex. After Alex left, the lady in shades realized that her favorite villa had just been bought. She couldn't help feeling upset and burst into tears in the shop. Owning a villa in the Green Island Garden District would have been a status symbol. Now, she'd lost that chance. Her husband, Jack Sanders, also had a pained expression on his face. He was heartbroken, but he knew that he couldn't compete with Alex's wealth. He knew that Alex had won. Just then, another professionally dressed woman walked into the sales office. She was none other than Rose Scott's aunt, Sue Bradley. "Claire, why are you crying?" she asked worriedly as she walked toward the lady in dark glasses. Claire sobbed again when she heard her sister-in-law's voice. Originally, her intention had been to show off in front of Sue and belittle her, But now that Alex had bought the villa, she had nothing to boast about. Sue must be laughing at me, she thought. Claire immediately stopped crying. It's okay, I've just got sand in eyes, she said. How has she got sand in her eyes? Sue wondered. Where did the sand come from in the sales office? Sue said, Claire and Jack, have you really bought a villa here? That's fantastic. This is where elite of New York live. You should know that in the future, we will be the most important people in New York. This is where the elite live, and we definitely belong here. Claire answered proudly. In order not to be embarrassed in front of Sue, she decided to pretend that they'd already bought the villa. Darla, who'd remained to one side, saw this and her face turned pale. She said to herself, I can't believe this woman actually dared to say she'd bought a villa in our district. This woman who, just now, was crying as if her parents had just died. I'd like to see what you do when people ask to see your villa. Alex left the sales office and made another decision. Today I'm going to buy myself a car, he said to himself. I'm super rich and it's crazy that I don't have a car. Alex went straight to New York Automobiles, which had the most advanced and the best performance cars in the world. Alex strolled around the car dealership and took a fancy to a Ferrari. To him, it looked beautiful and gave off an aura of power. He knew it was also one of the most advanced in its performance. When he asked the salesperson, he was told that this Ferrari can also be custom-made for the customer. Alex knew he wanted to buy it, so he got straight to the point. He ordered a custom-made Ferrari and all the components that would ensure that it was the best. The salesperson was very suspicious of Alex until Alex asked Robert Miller of the Sky Metro Bank to transfer half of the $400,000 to the car dealership's account number. The salesperson was stunned. He almost felt that he should be worshipping at Alex's feet. His attitude toward Alex had changed. The manager of the car dealership and all the other employees gathered around Alex and looked at him ingratiatingly. Once Alex had finished buying the car and started to leave the dealership, everyone in the shop cheered. Several passers-by were confused about the cheering and assumed it must be an important government official who'd came to inspect the place. Alex felt relieved once he'd left the shop and said to himself, I was only buying a car. They didn't need to make such a fuss. Just as he was about to take a taxi back to school, he received a call from Lucy Smith. Last time they'd met, Lucy had saved her number in his phone, so her name came up on the screen. Lucy said she had something to talk to him about. Alex said that he was currently free and they agreed to meet. About 10 minutes later, a Mercedes-Benz pulled up to where Alex was waiting. Alex, get in. Rolling down the car window, Lucy called out to him with a smile. Lucy had wavy hair. She was wearing an elegant dress and looked very charming. Alex felt slightly nervous as he got into the car. Mrs. Smith, why are you looking for me? You'll know in a while. Lucy replied mysteriously. She started the engine and the Mercedes-Benz started moving along the wide New York streets. A black seat belt was wedged across Lucy's chest, exposing her womanly figure. The seat belt swayed slightly as the car drove on. Since getting into the car, Alex's line of sight had been focused on her chest 80% of the time. Lucy felt her seat belt tighten across her chest as she adjusted it. It made no difference. As soon as the car moved forward, Alex could see her sizable chest bouncing up and down suggestively. This scene made Alex cough violently, and a stream of bright red blood flowed out from his nose. Alex, are you okay? Lucy asked quickly. Secretly, she was pleased with herself. Clearly, her body was still attractive even to this rich and handsome young man. I'm fine, Alex said as he raised his head and pinched his nose. There's tissue paper in the glove compartment. Please help yourself, Lucy said to Alex. He opened the glove compartment, took out a tissue, and wiped the blood from his nose. Hey, what's this? Alex asked himself as he saw that inside the glove compartment there were several items of underwear, stockings, silky bras, and even lacy panties. Seeing this, Alex became even more restless. He couldn't hide his arousal much longer. "Alex, I'm sorry. I was too anxious just now and forgot they were in there," Lucy said shyly. Actually, she'd put the undergarments in there on purpose. Alex was such a rich and handsome young man, of course any woman would want to be with him. Lucy hoped that the suggestive underwear would be enough to ignite Alex's passion. She didn't expect Alex simply to close the storage box after a few seconds. "Alex, this is the first time I've bought these sorts of things. I've never been touched by a man. If you like, I'll drive the car to the underground garage. There'll be no one in there, and you can do whatever you like," Lucy said coyly. Alex smiled awkwardly. "Maybe next time," he said. Although Alex was attracted to Lucy, as any man would be, it didn't mean that he wanted to sleep around. Lucy, on the other hand, was very disappointed. She tried to make herself feel better, telling herself, "Alex is a superior to any other men and is worth the wait. I just need to be patient." Just then, the car stopped. Alex got out of the car and looked to see where they were. They were outside New York's busiest shopping center, the fashionable Letty shopping mall. After locking the car, Lucy dragged Alex into the mall and headed straight for a first-floor boutique called Autumn Beauty that sold particularly elegant and exclusive brands of clothes. "Lucy is here to ask me to buy her clothes," Alex thought. As soon as they entered the store, the manager walked over with a smile. He looked at Lucy and nodded his head slightly, saying, "Mrs. Smith, I'm delighted to see you." "Mrs. Smith? Is Lucy a regular customer here?" Alex asked himself. "Alex, this is one of my shops," Lucy explained to Alex as she saw his confusion. Then, she looked at the shop manager and said, "Russell, from now on, Alex is the owner of this boutique. We must listen to everything he says." "Excuse me?" Russell didn't understand, but since it was Lucy that had said it, he could only do as she said. "Yes, I understand," he replied. "What do you mean?" Alex asked. He didn't understand what Lucy was saying. Lucy replied, "This is the decision that has been passed down from the senior members of the family. I'm just making it happen. Alex, sooner or later you will have to join the family business empire. You must start with the store and gradually learn the ropes." Lucy knew that the family wanted Alex to run the shop to gain management experience. "Oh, all right then," Alex agreed. Eventually, he knew he would have to inherit his family's business. "Good." Lucy smiled. She found Alex very agreeable. "Alex, I am traveling to the Southwest later today to check on my family's gold business. I will be gone for several weeks." "Okay, sure," Alex replied. In his head, he was thinking, "It will be more than a month before I get the Ferrari. During this time, I'll be able to drive Lucy's car." Russell, who was standing at the side, was confused. He had no idea that his boss was one of the country's richest men. He assumed that Alex was just someone without much to his name. When they'd finalized everything at Autumn Beauty, Alex drove Lucy directly to the airport. She was traveling to the Southwest that very day. After seeing Lucy off, Alex drove the car around New York. "This large Mercedes-Benz is great to drive, and the other cars definitely stay out of my way," he thought. Alex saw a Shrimp King restaurant on the side of the road and decided he'd like some of their lobster, so he drove the car over and parked up. It was almost time to eat, so he decided to buy some lobster to take back to eat with Debbie. The parking attendant at the entrance was dozing, but when he noticed a Mercedes-Benz pulling up, he immediately woke up. He smiled and bowed his head, waiting for Alex to climb out of the car so that he could park it. As Alex walked to the door of the store, he noticed several dollar bills falling out of the pocket of the person in front of him. He smiled wryly and put the banknotes in his pocket. "Alex, are you here begging for money?" he heard from behind him. He turned around and saw a group of people walking toward him. Leading the group was the cheerleader, Zara Fitzgerald. Chapter 26, Stage 26. Parking attendant took the key. Soon, Zara and the others surrounded Alex with mocking smiles on their faces. The group chatted amongst themselves. "This kid has quite a business head. He knows that the people who come here are all white-collar workers, so he'll be able to get some money here. He seems to have asked for $2 just now. $2 for one person. That's not a small amount. Alex, tell me, how much money do you have now?" The group continued with the insults. They all treated Alex like he was a beggar. Zara looked at Alex, who was picking up some money that someone had dropped on the floor, and thought, "I didn't misjudge Alex. He's been getting worse and worse these days. He's even thought of asking for money this way." Thinking of the conspiracy between her and her cousin, the corner of Zara's mouth curled up into a cold smile. If my cousin fell in love with this kind of loser, it would give Robert Miller a huge shock. This way, Robert will pursue my cousin more actively, she thought. "Alex, that's enough. I'll give you $10. You can pack up your stall for today and come back tomorrow to ask for more money." Zara asked for $10 from the boy next to her and passed it to Alex. Alex accepted it without thinking, but he was cursing on the inside. "I have over $1 billion. How could I possibly ask for money from someone else? Is the universe just joking with me?" However, Alex didn't have any intention of leaving after taking Zara's money. "Why aren't you leaving? Was that not enough money for you?" Zara looked at Alex angrily. Alex wanted to leave, but his car was still parked there. If they saw him drive a Mercedes-Benz, it would be a huge problem for him. His identity as a super-rich kid might be exposed. This was not something Alex was willing to do. "Get lost." Zara was so angry that she kicked Alex in the butt. Zara was used to commanding Alex around and didn't take him seriously at all. Would she dare speak to me like that if she knew that I had more than $1 billion in assets? He wondered. Alex was too lazy to bother with Zara. Just when Alex wanted to leave, another person walked over from the roadside. It was Rachel O'Connor, whom he had seen at the practice field before. "Alex, you came as well," Rachel greeted him with a smile. "Yes," Alex nodded. "Oh, Rachel, you're here," stated Dean Marshall, who was on the basketball team. He looked at Rachel with a silly smile. Rachel acted as though she didn't hear him and completely ignored him. Rachel and Zara had eaten together these past few days, and Dean had shamelessly joined them twice. His frivolous manner had disgusted Rachel. This was a huge blow to Dean. Rachel took the initiative to greet Alex but ignored him. Did this mean that he couldn't even compare to Alex? He wondered. "Rachel, actually his name isn't Alex at all. He just stands here and asks for money," Dean snickered, trying to put down Alex's image. "Is that so?" Rachel looked affectionately at Alex and said to Zara, "Anyways, Alex is on the cheering squad. Let him eat with us." Rachel spoke a few words of praise for Alex, and Zara reluctantly agreed to let him eat with them. Alex didn't reject Rachel's invitation, and he walked into the restaurant with her and the others. Dean was at the back of the group. He gritted his teeth in anger as he watched Alex and Rachel walking in front of him. As they entered the restaurant, there were already quite a few people around. Seated in the middle was a tall, large boy with permed hair who was dressed very stylishly, Harry Hamilton. He was the captain of the Preston University basketball team and also Zara's boyfriend. "Zara, you're here. Sit down and let's see what they have to eat." Harry walked to Zara's side and naturally held her hand. A trace of desire flashed in his eyes. "Huh?" Harry then noticed Alex and frowned. "Isn't he cheerleading crew's nanny? Why is he here too?" The basketball team often trained with the cheerleading team, so Harry often saw Alex but never had any dealings with him. A loser who was only fit to carry stuff for the cheerleading team. What was there to socialize with? Thought Harry. Zara sneakily glanced at Rachel with a hint of complaint in her eyes. Zara told Harry that she had seen Alex outside asking for money, so she had called him in. If it was annoying, she would ask Alex to go. Haha, this guy was asking for money outside. There's no one else but him that would do such a thing. Harry laughed out loud after hearing this. Never mind, this time it's cheap. Just let him have a free meal. Everyone, take a seat. My brother's coming too. Just leave a spot for him, Harry said as everyone started to sit down. Zara naturally sat together with Harry. Alex was about to sit down when he heard Zara say, "Alex, take a seat by the door. There's a breeze when the waiter goes in and out. You'll help us block the wind." Right. Zara's idea is pretty good, agreed one person. Alex, sit by the door and block the wind, chimed in another. Alex didn't care as it was the same no matter where he sat. But Rachel's face turned red, and she couldn't help but shout, "Aren't you guys going a little too far? We're all friends here, do you need to be so hostile toward Alex?" The mood turned somewhat awkward. "We didn't ask him in the first place. He shamelessly followed us," Dean muttered. Rachel glared at him and stood up from her seat beside Alex. "Why did you sit over there?" "If the wind blows, you'll get cold," Dean said with concern. Rachel completely ignored him. "Rachel, stop messing around. Come sit beside me," Zara said as she walked to Rachel's side and pulled her to sit beside her. Alex was deeply touched. He looked at Rachel with gratitude. The waiter brought out plates and dishes. At that moment, the room's door was pushed open once again. "Hello, everyone." A smartly dressed young man came in. "Howard, you're finally here." Harry walked up to his brother, Howard Hamilton, and hugged him. "Let me introduce you to everyone. Everyone, this is my good brother Howard. He went to Switzerland after graduating from high school and has been getting over jet lag the past few days." When Harry made the introductions, he looked at Rachel for a long time as if he was introducing her. "You can sit here," Rachel suggested. Harry and Howard walked to Rachel's side and gestured for the others to give up their seats. Howard sat beside Rachel, giving her a good look up and down. He could not help but feel nervous. Rachel was beautiful, with a white face, thin lips, and ample chest. The previous night, Howard asked Harry to introduce him to a beautiful girl. The photo that Harry sent him was Rachel's. As a result, he didn't sleep well. Howard tried to strike up a conversation with Rachel. He subtly tried to reveal his family's power to Rachel. He thought that this would help win her over. But Rachel ignored him, and it made him even angrier when she paid attention to Alex, who was sitting by the door. That kid looks so cheap. Why would he get this gorgeous girl's attention? Howard thought. "Harry, you haven't introduced that guy to me," Howard whispered as he pointed his fork at Alex. "Oh, he's the babysitter of the cheerleading squad. He was just at the entrance asking for money," said Harry with an evil smile. "Look at him dressed as a beggar, he's not like us at all. We didn't ask him to come, he only came because Rachel pitted him. It was lucky for him to come with us, otherwise he never would have been able to come here." Dean took the opportunity to step on Alex's leg. "Begging?" Howard showed a very surprised expression and said, "He's already into begging, but he hasn't even tried to work hard." Sigh, this kind of guy is not ambitious. In the real world, he's just a walking corpse. There's no saving him. Exactly, that's all he'll ever be, the others agreed. Alex wasn't really angry, but he did feel it was ridiculous as he thought to himself, "I'm a super rich person. You guys aren't even fit to carry my shoes, but now you're shamelessly making fun of me." "Let's not talk about this trash anymore," Harry continued. "Oh right, Howard, why are you so slow today? Isn't this good timing for Dad to buy me a new car?" "I just randomly picked out a car from the lot before coming over," Howard said casually. "You bought a car? Harry glanced at Rachel and said, "Tell me, what kind of car did you buy?" "It's not a good car, it's only an E-Class Mercedes. I'll drive it for a couple of years, then get a better one when I get married," Howard said. The friends chatted with each other. "Heh, Howard is awesome. He's already over E-Class. He doesn't even think it's a good car. To some, it might be a good car, but who is Big Howard? He's been making a splash." The others started to clap their hands. From the looks of it, Xie Ning was richer than Harry. They followed Harry's lead to adore Howard even more. When the group urged him to go see his car, Howard happily agreed. This was a good opportunity to try and impress Rachel. The group got up and walked out to the restaurant's entrance. Howard was the center of attention. "Everyone wait, I'll drive out right now and take you guys to karaoke," Howard said as he jingled the car keys in his hand. "Doesn't the parking attendant have the car key?" A question came up from the crowd and the others turned to all look at Alex. Alex had asked himself this question quietly, so he wasn't expecting everyone else to hear it. He felt rather awkward at that moment. Howard looked at Alex with an unfriendly gaze and sneered, "Idiot, do you think any random parking attendant will park it for you? Look at this place, it costs a ton of money to park here." Howard felt that very few customers would pay to park their cars, so he didn't feel embarrassed at all. "That's right. When I drove here, there was no one to park my car for me anyways. If you don't understand, then don't speak," Harry said to Alex. "Ignore him, he's just a fool who's never seen the world before. Yo bro, hurry up and drive." "Humph, ignorant." Howard cursed as he chatted, laughed with Harry, and walked to the car. The others stayed at the entrance to wait for them, but 5 minutes later, Zara called Harry before they could even get out of the car. "Hey, why isn't he out yet?" "Hey, my idiot brother, he dented some guy's G Mercedes," Harry whispered into his phone as he walked away from Howard in the parking lot. Chapter 27, Stage 27, Whose Big G Is It? Zara Fitzgerald and the others quickly arrived at the parking lot. After a glance, they saw that Howard Hamilton had put a deep dent into a Mercedes. Alex, who was standing behind everyone, frowned when he saw that it was Lucy's car, which he was driving while she was gone, that had been dented. "That idiot Howard! He was bragging about how awesome his driving skills were when we were eating just now. And yet you had to dent Lucy's car. You're a real dope," Alex thought. They bantered amongst themselves. "This big car must be at least over $150,000. This is bad to dent it up like this. That's at least $10,000 in damages. If only I could drive, I definitely wouldn't have dented it up. ACH, who knew something like this would happen? You want to pay $10,000? Who the hell can afford it? Who can we blame? If we were a bit more careful, we wouldn't have been able to make such a big dent." Howard became even more annoyed than he already was. Now, he was so angry that he wanted to zip up their mouths. "Oh, this guy won the prize. I've seen this kind before at an exhibition. It's a high-quality version imported from Germany, over $200,000. With a dent like this, no one can get out for less than $15,000. One of the cars driving by stopped in front of the crowd. The driver commented, gave Howard a thumbs up, and then drove away. 15,000. Howard thought. Howard's heart stopped. His whole body felt numb as if it had been shocked. His legs felt weak as if he were about to collapse. He was just an ordinary rich guy, so losing $15,000 in one shot was a huge sum of money to him. If the family knew about this, his father would be mad. The others noticed Howard's mood, stopped commenting, and just sighed. He didn't want to look weak in front of the others. He decided to avoid losing face in front of his friends that no one would look down on him, even if he might get in trouble with his father when he got home. "Why don't you drive away?" "Nobody has seen it. I think if the owner can drive a Mercedes, he probably won't care about your money," Alex said. Alex felt funny when he saw Howard's expression as if his parents had died. Honestly speaking, he didn't think much of it. More importantly, they had been holding him up from getting out of here. What is your pig brain thinking? Can't you see that it's surrounded by surveillance cameras? It would be even more embarrassing if you dent someone's car up and then ran away. Don't you understand? Zara said with a frown. I didn't expect you to be dressed so badly and have such vulgar thoughts. You would have run away if you had touched someone else's car. Don't you have any morals? Howard sneered and said, Do you think I have that little money? $15,000. That's just 2 months of pocket money. What's that? If Howard had that much pocket money every 2 months, he wouldn't be so scared. But Howard only had a few thousand a month. It was more like a few months' worths. The others started to boast about how rich Howard was, mocking Alex for his lack of morals. Let's go. Let's not hang out with them anymore. Rachel O'Connor couldn't stand listening to the others anymore. Even before going into the restaurant, she had said that Alex was a target for bullying. Rachel held Alex's hand and walked away without looking at the others. Rachel, don't go. We still need to go to karaoke and sing, Zara called out to Rachel. Yeah, you and Alex can only take the bus. But you can drive in luxury with us. Dean Marshall and Howard also hurriedly tried to persuade her to stay. They were all interested in Rachel, and they felt really upset as they watched her leave with Alex. No need, you guys can go hang out. I'll go back with Alex. I don't like taking luxury cars either. The bus is quite comfortable. Rachel steeled her heart and didn't have any intention of going back. What's going on? The parking attendant said as he walked over. When he saw so many people gathered around, he became suspicious and pushed his way through the crowd. When he saw the car, he shouted angrily, Who did this? Howard admitted that he accidentally dented the car. Sigh, you're a talent. Such a big place. To be able to dent up a car, I admire you. The parking attendant said sarcastically, Everyone stays here and don't leave. When the owner of the car arrives, you can pay him for the damage. Alex saw that the parking attendant was the one who had parked his car for him. He was afraid that the parking attendant would recognize him, so he took Rachel's hand and quietly told her to leave with him as soon as possible. He was afraid of what would come next. Instead of pulling Rachel along, he had instead attracted the parking attendant's attention. Hey, boy, stop. When the parking attendant saw Alex run out of the crowd, it looked like he was the guilty one. The parking attendant had to catch him or risk losing his job. Howard and the rest went quiet and watched the parking attendant chase Alex. If Alex had been alone, he would have just run away. However, with Rachel beside him, he couldn't run so fast. The parking attendant quickly caught him. The smiles on the others' faces became even more obvious. Rachel's heart sank as she felt that the others would think she was a joke. Still running. Do you think you can escape? Exclaimed the parking attendant. After being caught by the attendant, Alex said, A young man wants to run after touching someone else's car. Is that all? When he saw Alex's face, the parking attendant was stunned. Sir, why? Is it you? Most of the people who drove cars of this caliber were over 40 years old. It was the first time that a parking attendant had seen someone as young as Alex, so he remembered Alex's young face. Sir, I'm sorry. I didn't know it was you. I didn't want to chase you. Sir, are you leaving now? I'll drive the car over for you now, the parking attendant said happily. As he turned around, the parking attendant saw Howard and the others, so he quickly said, Sir, they dented your car. If you want them to compensate you, then I'll tell them. If they don't, then I'll call the police. What's going on? Did this luxury car belong to the loser, Alex? Thought Howard and the others in confusion. Are you sure you haven't made a mistake? This brat was just begging out on the street in front of the shop. How could this G be his? Asked Howard. How could I not know after personally parking the car? Why don't you think about how you're going to compensate him, said the parking attendant as he looked at Howard and the others in disdain. No need for them to compensate me. It won't cost that much to fix it. Alex just wanted to leave as soon as possible, so he said, just give me the car keys. I'll drive it myself. Since the parking attendant had already revealed him, there was no need for Alex to hide who he was anymore. Alex took the car keys, got in the big G Mercedes, and drove it out steadily. When the others saw him do this, their eyes widened in shock. They couldn't believe that Alex, the nurse of the cheering squad, was the owner of the Mercedes-Benz G. Zara was like a statue. Her mind went blank, and her big eyes were locked onto Alex's body. It all felt unreal to her. Harry and Howard were heartbroken. They looked like fools as they watched Alex step into the car. Their minds were a mess as they wondered what exactly was going on with Alex. How could he afford to drive such a good car? Beep. Beep. Alex pushed his horn twice. The group hurriedly got out of the way. Alex stopped the car next to Rachel and rolled down the window. He looked at the stunned Rachel and said, "Get in the car, I'll drive you back." Rachel pointed at herself and then calmed down a little. She smiled. Sure. With that, Rachel opened the door and climbed in. Alex was about to drive the car out when he saw Zara tapping on the window beside him. What's wrong? Alex asked Zara as he rolled down the window. Alex, I'm going back to school too. Can I get a ride too? She asked him coyly now that Zara knew Alex was the owner of this G. This was a luxurious car worth at least $150,000. Zara had never ridden in one before. If she could be seen riding in this luxury car, it would make the others envy her. I think you should go in Harry's car. Don't you guys still have to go sing? Alex said as he slowly raised the car window and started the engine. Alex, I'm not going to sing anymore. Why don't you visit me sometime? Zara said in a craving tone, walking after the G as Alex slowly started rolling away. Alex ignored her as he drove out of the parking lot, increasing the throttle and speeding up. Alex, Alex, Zara followed the G into the middle of the street, shouting like a shrew. The only response she got from him was the exhaust and dust from the surrounding cars. When passers-by saw Zara's angry expression, they all secretly guessed that Zara had been dumped by her boyfriend. Chapter 28. Stage 28. Alex chased after Rose? Alex drove the car back to school with Rachel. Rachel was going to the New York School of Hygiene near the Preston University campus. The sky had already grown dark, and the street lamps on both sides of the road had lit up. There was a unique mood in the car. I didn't expect this car to be yours, Rachel said with a faint smile. The flashing lights made her face glow. What? You don't like it? Alex asked. Hearing Alex's words, Rachel turned her face toward the window and blushed. No, I just like you more, she said sweetly. Rachel recalled the first time she saw Alex. People would bully you and scold you, but you didn't seem to take it to heart. I can see the determination in your eyes. And now, Alex didn't expect Rachel to speak so openly about her thoughts. Since you can drive this car, it means that you are so much more powerful than Harry and the others. But you disguised yourself so well that even I couldn't see it. Those guys can't compare to you. Rachel spoke as she lowered her head slightly, intertwined her hands, and looked slightly disappointed. Alex heard the feeling of inferiority from Rachel's words. It was no wonder she felt that way as Alex's big G was worth over $150,000. On the surface, it seemed like Alex's family was of much higher status than Rachel's. However, Alex's family background was much more powerful. This was what Alex had always been worried about. The trouble his identity would cause him after it was revealed. Rachel was a good girl. Alex cherished her as a friend. Rachel, you've all made a mistake. This car isn't mine. I borrowed it from someone else, Alex lied. You borrowed it from someone else? Rachel blinked her large eyes in astonishment. I swear, this car belongs to someone else. I swear, otherwise, I'll die a horrible death. Alex continued to lie, but he also felt quite at ease because it wasn't truly a lie. Technically, this car belonged to Lucy Smith. So that's what happened. You almost tricked all of us. Rachel laughed and felt secretly delighted in her heart. By then, Alex had already arrived at the New York School of Hygiene. Rachel said goodbye to Alex and walked off. Alex drove the damaged car directly to the repair shop and then drove back with a loaner car. He stopped to have a meal in the cafeteria. It was almost 10 o'clock at night, so Alex didn't get a chance to tell Debbie about the villa. He went back to his dorm to sleep. The next morning, Alex was asleep when he was pulled out of bed by his roommate, Joe. He washed his face and didn't say anything as Joe dragged him to a coffee shop off campus. Susan was there waiting for them. After having a drink, Susan explained the reason she wanted to talk with Alex. It turned out that the relationship between Rose and Zane had developed rapidly in the last 2 days. Susan felt that Zane wasn't interested in Rose, so she wanted Alex to chase after Rose, or, at least, prevent Rose and Zane from getting together. I think you should find someone else, Alex muttered as he thought about how badly Rose treated him earlier. Alex, Rose was just talking nonsense. She usually has a good personality. Last semester, the school invited her to teach in a small mountain town, so Rose volunteered to live in a town in Montana for half a month before coming back, said Susan. This surprised Alex a little. He could not picture Rose living in a remote town. You even brought food to see Rose last time, which proves that you're quite concerned about Rose. I don't think you want to see Rose together with Zane, right? Susan said as she tried to convince him. Alex smiled wryly in his heart. The food that he had brought was not meant for Rose at all. Although Alex did not have a good impression of Rose, he remembered how Zane pretended to be thankful but doubted his character. He agreed since he did not want Rose to date Zane. That's great. I've already told Rose that we're going to the amusement park today. Alex, you have to make good use of this opportunity. Maybe you can take Rose down. Susan giggled. Will she join us? Alex asked as he didn't think much would come of it. With Rose's personality, he doubted that she would go if she knew that he would be there. No, she'll come. Don't worry, you guys sit down. I'll go outside and see if Rose is here, Susan said before walking out of the shop. At that moment, Rose arrived with her bag. Rose, go in quickly. We came with Alex a long time ago, Susan said as she pulled Rose into the shop. Rose stood still and looked at Susan reluctantly. I don't want to see Alex. Susan, I know what you mean this time, but it's obvious that Alex and I are from 2 different worlds. Rose already knew from Susan that when Alex had brought all that delicious food, it was from his boss at the restaurant he worked for in the city. So, in her eyes, Alex was still a total loser. Rose, look, you're already here. It's fine if we go hang out together. Maybe if we hang out more with Alex, you can find some good qualities in him, Susan said as she tried to convince her. She just didn't want Rose to be with Zane. It's not going to work between us, Rose smiled wryly, but I'll give you this one today. Just don't call me up for more dates with Alex after today. Susan's heart chilled a little when she heard Rose's attitude. The 2 of them walked into the shop. Alex, Rose is here. Why are you still standing there? Susan gave Alex a cue. Rose, you're here. Since Alex had promised Susan, he tried his best to be nice to Rose. I have a last name, so next time you can address me as Miss Scott. Rose didn't even want to look at Alex as she proudly said this. That sentence made Alex, Susan, and Joe feel quite awkward. Rose's attitude was still the same. How's this going to work for Alex and Rose? All right, let's get going since everyone is here, Susan suggested, while Alex and Joe also got ready to leave. There's someone who hasn't arrived yet, Rose said as her lips curled up into a smile. There's someone else, Rose? Didn't I tell you that only 4 of us are going to hang out? Who else did you invite? Susan said, feeling a little disappointed. She had specifically told Rose about this, which Rose had agreed to. Rose didn't answer, but a man had already appeared. A slightly chubby boy walked over. He was wearing a shirt and a New York baseball cap. Zane, you came. Rose walked toward Zane with a smile and put her arm around his. Rose, Zane is coming? Why didn't you tell me this before? Susan's face darkened as she saw how cozy Rose and Zane were with each other. Oh my, Susan. Zane just happened to be passing by. That's why I called him over, Rose said without noticing that she went overboard. She cleared her throat, looked at Susan and the others, and said, Actually, I have one more thing to announce. Zane had confessed his feelings to me, so, from today onwards, we're together. Susan froze when she heard that. Joe was also very surprised and looked over at Alex. Alex guessed that Rose's agreement to Zane's confession must have been because she thought that Zane had helped her family. But Zane had faked his help to her. If Rose continues to believe such a dishonest person like him, she might end up suffering a huge loss. Alex thought. Seeing Alex's sad and disappointed expression, Rose felt very comfortable. You dared to charge into Metro Sky Bank like a poor loser with a muddled brain. Save it. Let's see if you still dare to think of good things in the future, Rose thought to herself. Now that Rose is with Zane, Alex thought, there's no way I can do what I promised Susan. I need to find an excuse to get out of here. I have some things I should take care of today, he said. Rose became even more proud of herself. Alex looked so ashamed by his inferiority and probably felt embarrassed to stay here any longer. Alex, you're here anyway, and besides, we've already booked your ticket. So, let's have some fun together, Susan said as she tried to persuade him. Joe also came over to persuade Alex to stay. Susan and Joe would feel bad if they let Alex leave just like that. Alex, look at you. Susan is inviting you with such sincerity. Stop putting on airs. We're all friends. Let's hang out together, Rose said as she enthusiastically invited Alex. That's right. Look, Rose said that. Alex, you should stay, Susan chimed in, feeling very happy when she heard Rose urge Alex to stay. Perhaps after a day of hanging out with Rose, Alex would steal Rose away from Zane. Rose said a few more words to persuade Alex to stay. All right then, I'll go with you guys. Alex felt a little embarrassed to be invited like this. That's great. Rose clapped her hands and jumped up. This way, when we're doing stuff, there will be someone who will watch over our bags for us. Chapter 29. Ch29. Tell her the truth? Alex, thank you. You're a good person, Rose said as she smiled sinisterly and happily walked in front of Alex, hanging her bag in his hand. Susan and Joe both frowned. They thought that Rose wanted Alex to stay and spend time with her. They never thought that Rose only wanted him to hold her bag. Wasn't she making fun of him on purpose? Alex wasn't as angry as Susan and the others. If he had to blame someone, then he had to blame himself for being too soft-hearted. He had thought for a moment that Rose might have changed her mood. Since he already said he would stay, he decided he would join along. Rose, you're too smart. Hanging out in the amusement park will be tiring. We need a bag carrier, Zane said with a smile as he complimented her. Following Rose's example, he took off his backpack and walked toward Alex. Bro, thank you, you're great, Zane said as he went to give his bag to Alex. Screw off. Alex didn't even make a move, he just glared at Zane and cursed. Helping a girl with her bag was acceptable, but Zane was a man trying to shamelessly give Alex his backpack. How shameless is he? Do you think that I have no brains? Alex thought. After being yelled at by Alex, Zane became listless and walked away while muttering to himself. Ignore him, he's just an immoral person, Rose muttered as she glared at Alex, then held Zane's arm and walked out of the coffee shop first. Alex, Susan, and the others followed behind. As they walked out of the shop, a few boys walked past them who were laughing and talking. Rose's pupils constricted as her gaze locked onto one of them. She shrieked, "Bastard, can't you see me?" Her shout was extremely loud, scaring everyone within 10 meters of them. The other boys also stopped and turned to look at Rose. Rose's gaze was full of anger as she locked onto the face of the tallest boy among them. "Rose, what happened with him?" Zane asked Rose quietly. "He's Lucille Brennan. That incident at our house last time was caused by this guy." Cold words flew out from Rose's mouth. The boys that followed Lucille saw Rose shouting at him. Lucille had an excellent family, so they usually fawned all over him. The boys were prepared to go over and teach Rose a lesson. However, Lucille extended his hand to stop them. Who would have thought at that moment, Lucille's heart would fill with panic and fear? Last time, when Lucille let his father, Logan Brennan, pressure Rose's family, he thought that her family was just second-rate. Once his father made a move, their family would not be able to hold on and would eventually send Rose obediently to his bed. Unexpectedly, Rose's family managed to invite the head of the New York Merchant Union, William Chase. Although Lucille's family's Heavenly Lion Group was one of New York's top 10 enterprises, it was still under the protection of the Merchant Union. Therefore, Lucille's father humbly went to Rose's father's office and apologized in front of him. This was the most shameful and heartbreaking matter that they had ever experienced in their lives. Plus, the father and son duo were already extremely fearful of Rose's family. They would have to hide when they saw Rose in the future. Lucille walked in front of Rose with mixed feelings. The big, tall young man lowered his head toward Rose and said, "Sorry, I was blind to not recognizing you. Sorry if I've offended you. Please forgive my ignorance." Lucille's companions were greatly taken aback. What the hell? Does the usually unruly Lucille dare to speak soft words to someone? They thought. What made them even more dumbfounded was what happened afterwards. Rose proudly stood in front of Lucille with her arms folded and a faint sneer on her face. "You think your apology is going to solve things? Aren't you thinking too optimistically? It's fine, I don't want to argue with you, but it's up to you and your attitude. Kneel in front of me now." Lucille's eyes twitched and his mouth quivered, but he didn't dare to disobey Rose. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lucille dropped to his knees with a thump. Everyone stared at them in total confusion. Just what was going on? Lucille was the dignified young heir of the Heavenly Lion Corporation. Why was he so afraid of this girl? Rose's heart began to swell. "Rose, it's enough to punish him. Let's leave quickly," Zane said in a worried voice. He didn't help Rose with her problem, so if his lie was exposed, it would all be over for him. "What are you leaving for, my dear? This fellow has left our family in such a miserable state. How can we just let him go like this?" Rose hugged Zane's arm and said, "Now, you go beat him up." You don't want to do this," Zane said, feeling guilty. "Oh, what are you afraid of? We have a relationship with President Chase. Even if we lent him the courage, he wouldn't dare say a word," Rose urged. After being placed in such a spot, Zane had no choice but to fight. Zane hardened his heart and walked in front of Lucille. He raised his arm and slapped him a few times. "So cool." Rose was so happy that she clapped. Then, she walked in front of Lucille and gave him a few slaps too. "All right, my dear, I'm so happy today. Don't let this trash disturb our fun any longer. Let's go," Rose chirped as she walked away with Zane in her arms, followed by Joe and Susan. Alex, who was walking behind them, secretly shook his head. Rose had overdone it. Zane was too much of a show-off. He wouldn't help them again in the future. If they stirred up trouble, they would be punished one day. Lucille, who was kneeling on the ground, looked at the backs of Rose and the others that were about to leave. "You too, just you wait," he called. Alex and the others called for a car and headed straight for New York City's entertainment garden. On the way, Rose proudly told him how great it felt when she first hit Lucille. Hi, free audiobook here. If you've enjoyed your book so far, please do consider checking out my Patreon. I have over 50,000 hours worth of audiobooks, which most can't be posted on YouTube. You can search Free Audiobooks Chronicles to find it on Patreon or click the link below. Your support is much appreciated. Praising Zane for helping her. I've been looking for a boyfriend that can protect me and handle anything. Those poor losers better are more honest. Huh. This is hilarious, Rose said. Listening to Rose's words, Zane felt rather weak in his heart, but Alex just laughed it off. I wonder what Rose would think if she knew that I had helped her and not Zane, Alex thought. After more than an hour of driving, they finally arrived at the amusement park. The roller coaster, the pirate ship, the galloping river, the merry-go-round, the jumping machine. After trying out all sorts of rides, it was already 5 in the afternoon. They took a taxi back to the city and had a meal. It was already dark, so Rose convinced everyone to go to the movies. After buying the tickets, Zane went to the bathroom as Rose got a call from her father. Rose, come home now. I'm going to visit Zane's father. After all, it's because of you that I have to see him. Dad, I can't go. I'll tell you a secret, Zane and I are in a relationship already. Besides, I'm with Zane right now, so even if I don't go, his dad won't say anything, Rose said. So, it's like that, good girl. Zane is a potentially good one. Rose's father was very supportive of his daughter's relationship with Zane. All right, then I won't disturb your date with Zane anymore, it's done. They hung up the call. Rose, who called you? Zane asked when he came back. My dad, the movie is about to start. Let's go in quickly. Before Zane could ask more, Rose had already dragged him in to watch the movie. When they came out after the movie, it was already past 10 o'clock. Zane suggested that they not go back to the university, but stay at a hotel instead. After the incident with Lucille, he wanted some private time with Rose as soon as possible. He would regret it if Rose knew the truth. It won't take long for us to take a taxi back home, Susan said hurriedly. She had a bad feeling about Zane's insistence on staying at a hotel. If you want to go back, that's fine, but I won't go back with Rose, Zane said as he put his arm around Rose's shoulders and leaned toward her. Rose, are you coming back with us? Susan asked Rose. Huh? Rose's heart was very conflicted, but she felt too embarrassed to go against Zane's words. I think it's better if I go with Zane. You? Susan sighed. She knew that she would still worry about Rose. There was nothing she could do, so she also decided to stay at the hotel. Zane searched for a luxury hotel on his phone and took a taxi there. The hotel was called the Berkeley, and it was quite luxurious. It had a 1-meter-wide crystal chandelier, a golden interior, and a tall and slender hostess. The hotel displayed its extraordinary quality from top to bottom. Give us 3 private rooms. Make one of them a single, and the cheapest room, Zane commanded the young lady at the front desk as he walked up to her. Alex, I'm very happy today, so I'll let you stay in a high-class hotel. Tonight, you get to have an experience that I'm sure you won't have again in the future, Zane said to Alex arrogantly while waiting for the receptionist to get a room. When the room card was ready, Zane pulled Rose by the hand and followed the bellhop to the room. Rose had never stayed in the same room with a boy before, so she was very nervous and blushed. But she still followed him. After all, Zane's family had so much power, so she wanted to develop their relationship. Joe and Susan went to their room. Alex was the only one left in the lobby. The surrounding hotel staff started to whisper to each other. Some of them felt that Alex looked very pitiful, as he was the only one among their friends who didn't have a girlfriend. He was also staying in the worst room. Alex, on the other hand, didn't care about these questions. He was just thinking about whether he should tell Rose the truth. If Rose and Zane spent the night together, would he blame himself? He thought. A tall man wearing a white shirt, a smoking jacket, and black trousers entered the lobby. All the staff in the lobby stood up, looking more perked up than before, and focused their eyes on the man. "Hello, manager." The staff bowed as the man passed. The man nodded in satisfaction. When his gaze focused on Alex, his expression changed drastically. His originally relaxed expression changed to one of respect and surprise, just like the expression of the staff toward him. "Sir, why are you here?" the man said to Alex with a smarmy smile. Chapter 30, Stage 30, Manager Woodsworth and Alex's Excuse. "Mr. Woodsworth," Alex said as he recognized him. He had seen this man before at Ken Stokes's banquet. He didn't expect this hotel to be operated by his own family. "I don't dare to accept that salutation. You can just call me Old Sam," Sam Woodsworth said, feeling flattered. Alex was a very easygoing person, but, in the end, still addressed Sam formally as Mr. Woodsworth. "Mr. Ambrose, why are you here?" Sam asked while bowing. "Oh, I'm going to hang out with my classmates. I don't want to go back to the university tonight, so I'll stay here with you," Alex said, smiling. "So that's the case," Sam nodded. He then turned to the receptionist and asked, "Is this young man's room ready?" "It's ready," the front desk girl said with a slightly trembling voice. She didn't expect that the young man in front of her, who was wearing an unbearable set of clothes, could make Manager Woodsworth so polite. All the staff, including her, were indifferent to Alex. "This young man has the big bed on the third floor next to the stairwell," she said. "What? That room is the worst room in the entire hotel," Sam said angrily. "This hotel belongs to Mr. Ambrose. It's an honor for Mr. Ambrose to come here, but you've given him the worst room." "Mr. Woodsworth, don't blame them. My friend got a room for me," Alex said as he looked at Sam's angry expression and was quite worried that the staff would be implicated. After all, it wasn't their fault. "Oh, sir, your friend is too ungrateful," Sam said indignantly. "How about this? I'll give you the most respected room in the hotel." "No need. I'll just stay in that room tonight." "Don't worry. I understand your feelings," Alex said as he patted Sam's shoulder. "Only if it's no trouble for you, sir," Sam said. Since Alex had already said so, Sam did not dare disobey him. "All right, you can go busy yourselves. I'll head up now," Alex said and walked toward his room. The waiter's eyes were filled with respect toward Alex. They all brought out their brightest smiling faces for him, which made Alex feel uncomfortable for a while. They then smiled lightly and continued with their work. The moment Alex laid down in his room, someone pushed in a dining cart filled with expensive red wine and snacks. Then the cleaning staff appeared, wanting to clean his room inside and out. Then a gorgeous model dropped by who wanted to chat with Alex, but Alex refused. "That's Sam," Alex thought while smiling bitterly and sighed after everything quieted down. Damn it, Alex looked at his watch. It had been more than an hour since he got to the hotel. Alex was hesitating whether he should tell Rose the truth, but it was too late now. If Zane was planning to sleep with Rose tonight, the two of them would already be smooching. Sigh, forget it. Rose might not believe it even if I told her about it. She might even mock me for being shameless and trying to take advantage of her, he thought. Thinking about Rose's attitude toward him, Alex lost his feeling of regret. He lay on the bed and closed his eyes. He was about to fall asleep when there was a noise outside in the hallway. First, it sounded like a door being slammed, and then there was the sound of hurried footsteps. Get lost. In the hallway, Rose's entire body was wrapped in a white sheet. Her snow-white shoulders and her two slender legs were exposed, and she wasn't wearing any shoes. She glared furiously at Zane, who chased after her. "Rose, quickly come back inside. Look at how you're dressed. Don't let other men see you." Zane was dressed about the same amount as Rose. He only had on a pair of red underwear, and the fat around his round waistline slightly trembled. Humph, Zane, you're a big liar. Your family didn't help us. Rose looked at Zane with a cold smile. What? Rose, you have it wrong. If it wasn't my family's help, who else could it be? Tell me, am I right? Zane smiled awkwardly. He was already feeling guilty. Why are you still pretending? Rose shook the phone in her hand. It was my father who called me just now. My father went to visit your father tonight and asked him about this matter. Your father said so himself that he wasn't the one who had helped. You've been lying to me all this time. As soon as those two had entered their hotel room, Zane had started to play tricks on Rose. He had used lots of flowery words to coax her into bed. Rose finally caved in. After all, it was just a matter of time. After taking a shower, she lay on the bed. Zane had already stripped naked and climbed in. But, just at that moment, Rose's father called, so Rose got up and picked up the phone and got some news she wasn't expecting. Looking at Zane, who was lustfully staring at her, Rose felt extremely disgusted, so she ran out of the room in a fluster. Your father went to see my dad? Zane was dumbfounded, but he felt particularly uncomfortable. He and Rose were only one step away from magic, but then his father was in trouble. Wasn't this just teasing him? Rose, listen to me. Even though Zane only wanted to calm her down and get her back into the bed. He walked up to Rose and grabbed her arm. Don't touch me. You're disgusting. When Rose looked at Zane, she only saw his ugliness. When she looked at him, she felt nauseous and repulsed at the thought of having physical contact with him. Rose threw Zane's hand away so strongly that she accidentally hit the eagle statue beside her. With a crash, the eagle statue shattered to pieces on the ground. Rose didn't seem to care about the damage. She was still quarreling with Zane, who was standing in front of her. Who broke the statue? A middle-aged man with a tall stature walked over and looked at the broken pieces on the floor with an angry and sorrowful expression. Manager Woodsworth said the hotel staff that had already gathered, lowering their heads in respect. I did this. Rose was currently fuming, so she admitted right away that she broke the statue. All right, thank you for being an honest young lady. Since you've admitted it, please compensate our hotel, Sam said with a sad expression. I'll decide if I compensate you. Look at it. Isn't it just a statue? Seriously? Rose retorted during her anger. You're right, miss. It's a statue, Sam sneered, but please pay now. This statue was created in 1986 by a prominent Russian sculptor. It was sold at the Christie's auction house the year before last for over $1 million. What? Rose thought she misheard and looked at Sam in disbelief. Sam didn't bother to explain anything further to Rose. He asked someone to find the auction documents to show her. When she saw the documents, she was at a loss for words. Over $1 million. That's as much as a year of my family's income, she thought. I was careless. Rose's heart was flustered, her entire body went weak, and her hands, which were holding the documents, were shaking uncontrollably. Didn't you say it was just a statue? Sam sneered. Don't think that I'll let you get away with it. You must compensate me. Hurry up and call home if you need. Rose's heart skipped a beat again. The documents slipped out of her hands and her legs shook even more. If her father knew about this, he would beat her to death. Rose felt especially scared when she thought of her father's ferocious face. Rose, what's wrong? Susan and Joe heard the commotion and ran to Rose's side. Rose told them what had happened, and by then, her tears had already started to fall. She sobbed, "What should I do? If my father knows, he will beat me to death. Sir, please don't make me pay, okay? I can work for you, and I'll pay you back. Do you need a nanny at home? I can work for you, although I don't know how I can learn. Rose cried as she looked at Sam with tears in her eyes. To hide this blunder from her parents, Rose was willing to do anything. Little girl, don't think of any other impractical methods. You should call your parents as soon as possible, Sam said, thinking like a businessperson. Even though he felt that Rose was a bit pitiful, he still had to collect the money back. Rose felt complete despair, and her self-reproach, remorse, worry, and fear mixed in her heart. Mr. Woodsworth, Alex quietly said as he leisurely walked over. He had heard most of what happened. Sir, Sam was about to call out to Alex, but he was stopped by Alex's gaze. Mr. Woodsworth, I think this statue fell at a good time. Alex looked at Sam and said with a faint smile. The moment Alex said this, the surrounding people were all surprised. Someone smashed a statue worth over $1 million. And you think that was good? Wasn't that person asking for a beating? They thought to themselves. You think so? May I have your opinion? Sam said respectfully. His heart was filled with suspicion. What exactly did Mr. Ambrose mean? Let me ask you, does this hotel host many Americans or Europeans? Alex asked. Of course, they're our main guests, Sam said after thinking for a while. So, the patrons are American and European, yet the hotel spent a lot of money to buy a Russian sculpture and have it on display by the guest rooms. Do you know, right now, that our country and its allies are at odds with Russia? If the people knew that you had this expensive sculpture in your hotel, they might boycott the hotel. If this was on the news, your hotel's losses would be more than $1 million. That's why I said the situation happened at a good time, Alex reasoned with him. When the others heard Alex's brilliant idea, they could not help but laugh. This kind of story wouldn't even fool a 3-year-old kid, but he wanted to try and trick manager Woodsworth. When Rose saw Alex standing up for her, she was a little touched. She smiled wryly inside. She was grateful for his help, but it sounded so silly. He was just a fool who didn't understand what was going on. Oh, this young man is right. I wasn't thinking. Sam spoke with a respectful smile towards him, contrary to what everyone else expected. They thought that Alex would be made into a joke. Chapter 31, ch. 31. Why was she let go? Everyone in the hall was dumbstruck when manager Woodsworth agreed with Alex. Did he think that his reasoning made sense and that it was better than Rose had broken the statue because certain patrons might object to its origins? As manager of the Berkeley Hotel, Sam Woodsworth naturally had a strongly honed intuition. He could tell that Alex was protecting Rose, so he played along with him and pretended to agree. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. You have prevented what could have become a great problem for our hotel. Then do you still want Rose to pay for the damages? Alex asked deliberately. Of course not. It's not necessary. I should be thanking this young lady, Sam said as he smiled and turned to look at Rose. Miss, please forgive my rudeness just now. Thank you for helping our hotel avoid a loss. On behalf of the hotel, how about I give you a reward of $10,000? Sam thought, does Mr. Ambrose like this girl? Because I might have caused a big problem earlier by offending her. The other people's jaws dropped. Rose had broken $1 million statue, but Sam didn't want to pursue the matter anymore. He even wanted to give her money. What kind of logic was that? They couldn't understand it at all. Rose, of course, didn't want to ask for money. She could only stare blankly in disbelief. There's no need to pay her. I think this lady doesn't care about the money. All right, it's getting late. Now that the matter has been resolved, let's go back to sleep, Alex said as he smiled. After he finished speaking, the crowd started to disperse. Before Alex left, he lightly patted Sam's shoulder and smiled at him. This made Sam happy. He had been worried that he hadn't handled things well enough, but he was very satisfied now to see that Mr. Ambrose wasn't angry. Rose grabbed her clothes from the room she had been planning on sharing with Zane and moved in with Susan, while Joe went to get another room for himself. Rose, if it hadn't been for Alex today, you would be in big trouble, Susan said. She and Rose were lying on the bed. Rose still had a lingering fear in her heart as she hugged Susan tightly. It's so strange. A pretty girl like you begged Manager Woodsworth for so long, yet he refused to reason with you. Then Alex came over, said a few words, and everything was suddenly resolved, Susan pondered. It's over $1 million. Do you think Alex knows Manager Woodsworth? How could he possibly know him? It's not like you don't know Alex's background. I think it might be that Manager Woodsworth is superstitious, Rose said. My dad's a businessman, and he's superstitious in everything he does. I think Alex's words fooled Mr. Woodsworth and made him feel afraid because of his superstitions. Today's matter has nothing to do with Alex, really, she added. No matter what, he helped you today. So don't treat him so badly in the future, Susan replied, as she didn't believe Rose's words. There was a huge flaw in Rose's reasoning. Even she wasn't fooled by Alex, so how could he deceive Manager Woodsworth? She thought. Let's talk about it later. He just got lucky this time, Rose said, while she still thought poorly of Alex. The next day, Rose and Susan woke up early and got ready to go out to buy her aunt some towels. As Sam was walking in the corridor, a pair of playful young men hit a clock that was mounted on the wall, which caused all the clock's parts to fall out. The staff quickly called Sam over. Seeing the clock on the floor, Sam's heart almost broke. Did you do this? He asked them angrily. Do you know that I spent over $150,000 to buy this antique clock from abroad? Sam's staff brought the receipt, which he showed to the young men. Once they saw it, their uneasiness disappeared instantly. One of the men took the document, held it up in his hand, and said, Manager Woodsworth, I must say that I smashed your clock today. Both of them had witnessed yesterday's scene with Alex and Rose, and they thought Sam would fall for the same trick. One of them said, I can see on the receipt that you bought this clock in Russia, and it was made by a master clockmaker in the 19th century. Do you know that many of your customers might object to Russian-made objects in your hotel? He was using the same argument that Alex had made the day before, and ended proudly with, you see, I helped your hotel avoid a loss. You can offer me money too. The young men thought they had gotten away with breaking the clock, but Sam roared. You dare to ask me for money? Yesterday, I was helping Mr. Ambrose. Who do you think you are to treat me like a fool? Now you need to pay me twice the price. Otherwise, don't even think of walking out the door. Hey, how dare you threaten me? Do you know who I am? The youth pointed at Sam and said arrogantly, my dad is one of the heads of the Golden Group. He's 10 times richer than you, and he's related to very important people. Oh! Sam smiled contemptuously. I'll say it again, if you don't pay me twice the price, don't even think about leaving here today. Let's see how awesome your dad is. Okay, since you want to die, then let me help you. Even if you kneel on the ground and bow to me later, it won't be of any use. After the young man said those harsh words, he took out his phone and called his father. Hey Dad, I got caught breaking a clock at the hotel. The manager wants to make me pay double what it cost him, and he wouldn't even listen to who you are. Damn, I think he doesn't want to live anymore. Son, tell me, what's his name? I'll rush over right now. The young man's father exclaimed. His name is Sam. I'm at the Berkeley Hotel right now, the young man said while turning to sneer at Sam. Who did you say? Sam from Berkeley? Asked the young man's father. What's the matter, Dad? The young man asked in surprise, wondering why his father sounded so panicked. You idiot! Who told you to provoke Mr. Woodsworth? Apologize to him now, his father demanded. Dad, what's wrong with you? He wants twice as much money for me to compensate for the clock. This is a scam. The young man was about to die from anger. Pay. Even if it's 10 times more, you still have to pay him for it. It's your bad luck to say something to make Mr. Woodsworth angry. Now, no matter what, you must ask Mr. Woodsworth to forgive you, or you don't need to come back, demanded his father. The youth was no fool. He was not someone who could afford to offend a man that even his father was afraid of. Mr. Woodsworth, I'm sorry. I was in the wrong, and I apologize. Didn't you say that I should compensate you with twice the amount? All right, I will pay, the young man said solemnly as he bowed and walked in front of Sam. He was as humble as he could be. Don't embarrass yourself here. Go scram to the first floor and pay up, then leave, Sam commanded. Sam's insulting words sounded like heavenly music to the young man. He nodded and quickly left the corridor with his friend. The crowd gradually dispersed as well. Only then did Sam notice that Rose and Susan were also there. He cursed silently before greeting them. Miss Scott, Miss Ogden, both of you are here too, he said. Rose and Susan were both stunned by what they had just seen. The young man did the same thing they had done yesterday. But the clock he had broken was worth far less than the statue that Rose had smashed that was worth over $1 million. He had said that his dad was a leader of the Golden Group and that he was connected to the management. Even with such a prestigious background, the man had been terrified of Sam. What kind of person was Sam? And what was the real reason for his letting Rose go yesterday? Manager Woodsworth, what's going on? Alex walked over while stretching his back. Sam was a little tongue-tied. If he described what had just happened, wouldn't that give away that he had been acting with Alex yesterday? Mr. Ambrose didn't want Miss Scott and the others to know, thought Sam. After listening to what you said yesterday, I've reflected deeply and decided to get rid of all the beautiful things. Sam lied because he couldn't let Alex be exposed in front of Rose. At the most, he could just apologize to him in private. Rose and Susan were stunned again when Sam said this, especially Rose. She wanted to convince herself that, regardless of the facts, his actions had nothing to do with Alex. And now, Sam was lying and helping him. Rose stared at Alex with her eyes wide open. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't figure out what was going on. After this little episode, Rose and Susan quickly left to do their shopping. Rose, you saw Manager Woodsworth's attitude just now. He doesn't care about patrons objecting to Russian objects. He let us go yesterday, not because of Alex's words. I think he must know him, Susan said as they walked down the street. It seems that way now, but I can't believe it. You know how poor Alex is, Rose said as she frowned. Right now, we're still not sure. We should watch him carefully from now on. If he's hiding something, he'll expose it. Okay. But when you see him later, you should just say thank you to him, Susan advised. Returning to the hotel, they found that Alex and Joe had already booked a car and were ready to go back to the university. As for Zane, he had snuck away alone some time ago. In the car, Rose wanted to thank Alex, but he wouldn't even look at her. Plus, she had never been nice to Alex before. When they got out of the car, Rose's thank you again got stuck in her throat. Joe, you go back with Susan first. I have something to do, Alex said, as he couldn't wait to find Debbie and take her to see the villa. Rose, Susan whispered, winking at her. Only then did Rose muster up a bit of courage. Alex, Rose shouted. What's wrong? Alex looked at her in confusion. What happened yesterday? Thank you, she stammered. It's nothing, you guys go back first. I'm leaving, Alex said quickly as he ran off. Rose looked at Alex's back as he walked away and felt left out. She was a rich girl and talked to Alex, a poor student, but he didn't seem to care at all. He didn't stop to acknowledge her apology. Chapter 32, Ch. 32, Debbie meets Kathy. Alex called Debbie and asked her where she was. He quickly rushed over. He found her in an alley near the university. She was holding a small notebook and recording something. "What are you writing?" Alex walked over and took the book from Debbie's hands. With a glance, he saw that there were more than 10 lines about rent written on it. One room in Jones Street, $500 per month, water and electricity bills not included. It's the same at number 14 with the courtyard in the alleyway, $500 per month, he read aloud. If I use an agency, it will cost me an extra month's rent. I don't have that much money, so I'm doing my search since I haven't got anything else to do today. The apartments near the school are too expensive for me. I haven't found anything suitable yet, but I'm going to continue looking, Debbie said. Seeing her serious expression, Alex was tempted by her once again. Keep in mind that you can't trust the information in these small ads. Maybe you should find an agent anyway, Alex said as he covered Debbie's notebook with his hand. I don't know what to do. Debbie was momentarily at a loss. In Alex's eyes, that silly expression of hers was really cute, and he couldn't help but pinch her face gently. She lowered her head and blushed slightly. Relax. I already found a room for you yesterday. The price is pretty cheap. It's near the Green Island Garden. Let's take a taxi over there, he said. Really? Debbie's heart was filled with sweetness. She was surprised that it would be near the Green Island Garden, which was New York's most high-end residential area. How could the houses nearby be cheap? It's not far, let's go, he said, but Debbie stopped him when she saw that he was about to wave for a taxi. She knew that Alex wasn't rich and didn't want to let him spend the money. All right, let's walk over, Alex said, as he still didn't want Debbie to know he was rich. Ouch! She cried out as soon as they had taken a few steps. Maybe I walked too much today. It doesn't matter, just give me 5 minutes to rest. Debbie had left school at 6 o'clock that morning so she could find a room. She had been walking for almost 4 hours, so naturally her legs hurt. Alex pursed his lips, feeling a special pain in his heart. This silly girl, how much suffering can she endure? He thought. I'll carry you, he said. He squatted down in front of her and patted his shoulder for her to hop on so he could carry her on his back. Leaning on Alex's sturdy back, she felt very at ease. Alex's hands wrapped around Debbie's thighs. At first, he didn't feel anything, but later, he focused his attention on that soft touch. Her body is so light. Maybe less than 100 pounds? My hand is now touching her leg. It's so soft. Oh, Alex, why are you thinking about this? If Debbie knew, what would she think of you? He thought. He chased the complicated thoughts out of his mind and quickly walked on with Debbie on his back. When they arrived at the Green Island Garden District, Debbie had fallen asleep on Alex's back because she was so tired. He gently carried her into a bedroom in the $1,000,000 villa, where he put her on the soft bed. She looked so serene and beautiful in her sleep. Her white face, pink cherry lips, and slim figure were so attractive. He sat beside her and silently watched her with great enjoyment. An hour later, Debbie woke up. She saw Alex smiling at her and her heart jumped. Then, she noticed the room she was in. The spaciousness, the brown wooden door, the gilded chandelier, the huge French windows. Debbie had never seen such a luxurious room. Where are we? She asked as she sat up with her heart pounding. Don't be afraid, this is the room I told you about. You don't have to worry about the rent. This is my friend's house. He's not at home these days, so you can stay here, Alex quickly explained to her. Is that a good idea? Debbie whispered, but in her heart, she liked it there. What's wrong with it? Alex smiled brightly. He didn't give her a chance to refuse and began to show her around the house. Do you like it here? He asked. Yes, Debbie replied, nodding with embarrassment. It's good that you like it, Alex said and patted Debbie's head. I'll bring you to another place now. Where to? She asked. Come with me and I'll show you, Alex said as he pulled her out of the villa. They grabbed a taxi and headed straight for Letty, the fashion shopping mall. Let's go somewhere else, Debbie said as she thought Alex was going to buy something for her. She knew that this was the most expensive shopping mall in New York. It wasn't something he could afford. Just follow me, he said as he smiled and pulled her into the mall. As a billionaire, what was there to be afraid of? Plus, Lucy Smith had recently given him a women's clothing store. Don't even mention Autumn Beauty Boutique, thought Debbie. She would usually buy clothes secondhand, but she was feeling especially nervous as she pulled on Alex's arm and carefully walked towards the boutique. The boutique's manager, Russell, saw a young man and woman enter through the door and frowned slightly. The couple was dressed very poorly, and it was obvious that they did not qualify as customers. Russell walked up to the young man and woman, preparing to tactfully tell them that this was not the right place for them and hint that they should hurry up and leave. Hello, we have clothes that range in price from $100 to over $1,500. Perhaps this store isn't in your budget. Russell politely stated the price of his boutique's clothing, hoping they would back off. However, the more he looked at the young man, the more familiar he seemed to be. Finally, he remembered. It's you. Russell recognized Alex, the man that Lucy had brought with her a few days ago. Lucy had told him that the owner of this boutique would be Alex from now on. Russell was stopped from saying more by Alex's gaze. Hearing the manager's words, Debbie was truly frightened. She tried to pull Alex away and leave that expensive boutique, but he didn't move. He only looked at her calmly. It's fine, I have money. Then he whispered into her ear, it would be embarrassing to walk out now, so don't be afraid. Let's buy the cheapest thing and then we can go. To support Alex, Debbie listened to him. However, she still felt very uneasy in her heart. Alex put her hand on his arm and started strolling around the boutique. The Autumn Beauty Boutique consisted of high-end, fashionable ladies' clothing. Debbie's eyes were blurry, just like Cinderella's when she saw her crystal shoes. She especially liked the clothes there. Help her try on this piece, Alex said to Russell, who had been following them, as he saw the look of desire in Debbie's eyes when she spotted a pink dress. No need to take it, it's not good, Debbie quickly said. It was not that she didn't like it, but it was because the price was too expensive. It was over $300, which was something she couldn't even imagine. Let's try this. A light orange dress that looks like something an ancient Athenian goddess would wear. It will look really good on you, Alex said, but she rejected it with embarrassment. I'd rather not wear it. I don't like that style, she whispered. Alex consecutively selected a few sets of clothes for Debbie. She had already used all sorts of reasons to reject them, so how could he not understand her intentions? He could only sigh, thinking that this girl was too simple. Russell, who stood to the side, felt it was strange. He had thought that Alex was a pretty boy that Lucy Smith kept. Now, it seemed that this wasn't the case, which improved his impression of Alex a little. However, the new boss's girlfriend was too incomprehensible. It was expensive, and this was still Alex's store. But she didn't even want to buy a single piece of clothing. If this girl wasn't faking it, then she was a rare good one. This one should be fine. It's not expensive, so just try it, Alex said and pointed at a pure white dress. Okay, I'll try it, she said nervously, having her thoughts exposed by Alex. This dress was already the cheapest in the store at $150, so she decided to try it on. Alex was especially happy to hear her finally agree. He held the clothes and walked toward the fitting room. Then the fitting room door in front of Debbie opened. Alex, why are you here? Exclaimed the pretty girl who was Alex's ex-girlfriend, Kathy Fairweather. She looked at Alex in confusion and then noticed Debbie. Her eyes instantly became sharp. Who is she? Did you buy her those clothes? No matter what, Kathy would never have thought that she would meet Alex here. When she was with him in the past, he would at most take her to an expensive card shop. Autumn Beauty Boutique was the most expensive boutique brand. She's my friend. I brought her here to buy clothes, Alex muttered as he was also very shocked to see Kathy, but he quickly calmed down. Friend? I think you're treating her like she was your girlfriend, right? Kathy snorted coldly and said in a shocked manner, You scum, when did you bring me to such a high-end place? You never wanted to spend money on me. How many days did she follow you around for this? Are you going to go bankrupt to buy things for this little vixen? Kathy had gotten used to Alex being nice to her alone. Even though they had broken up almost a month ago, he still hadn't said a single harsh word to her when she saw him, especially when they had met at the library. She had easily tricked Alex and dumped him, but she still felt that she could hold an important position in his heart. She simply couldn't accept Alex being so good to another girl. However, her words made Debbie think. So, he already had a girlfriend, Debbie thought as a wave of disappointment ran through her body and bitterness shook her heart. Chapter 33, Ch 33, I'll compete with you. You're mistaken. I'm not Alex's girlfriend, Debbie forced herself to say to Kathy with a smile. She grabbed Alex's arm and walked toward the door without saying a word. One of Russell's assistants had been watching the exchange. Is this new boss cheating on his girlfriend? He must be very irresponsible. That little girl, Debbie, is so kind. He must have tricked her into thinking he was single. He deserved to be caught today, the assistant thought. Russell, meanwhile, didn't know what to think. Debbie, listen to me, Alex looked at Debbie. He wanted to tell her that Kathy had already broken up with him. Don't say any more, Alex. Thank you for taking care of me these past few days. I'm very sorry for causing such a misunderstanding. You should go back to your girlfriend, Debbie said with a trace of resentment. Since you have a girlfriend, why are you still being so nice to me? Could it be that you don't know the meaning behind why I kept coming to Ramsey Lake to find you every day? She thought. Haha, you little slut, aren't you thinking too much? How could I possibly be this loser's girlfriend? Kathy said as she walked over with a smile. She glanced at Alex with disdain. Look at him. Which part of him is worthy enough for me? But he is rather compatible with you. She's not Alex's girlfriend. Debbie suddenly realized. A wave of excitement rose in her heart, and she felt as if she had just recovered from a loss. I knew Alex wouldn't lie to me, Debbie thought as her eyes lit up again when she looked over at him. Russell was also relieved. Luckily, this new boss isn't playing two sides and cheating on his steady girlfriend, otherwise, I would have despised him, he thought. At the same time, he was extremely dissatisfied with Kathy. Is this crazy woman intentionally causing trouble for him? She's not his girlfriend. Alex is a free man, so why is she pointing fingers at him? Kathy, have you chosen your clothes? At this time, a young man walked in with 2 bottles in his hands. He was tall and thin and with his hair slicked back with gel. He looked very hard. If he wasn't Billy Wilde, who else could he be? When Billy saw Alex, his face showed anger. You brat, you're asking for a beating, aren't you? Are you here to harass Kathy again? He spoke with an overbearing attitude as if Alex was someone he could bully. Dearest, I asked you to buy a bottle of water. You've been gone for so long. Kathy ran over to Billy and wrapped her arms around his waist. She then looked at Debbie and boasted, This is my boyfriend. He's rich, tall, and handsome. He's not someone that loser can compare himself to. Alex didn't come to harass me today, she said to Billy. He's here to buy clothes for his girlfriend. Oh my, look at that girl's tattered clothes. She suits him. Billy patted Kathy's, but as he smiled playfully. Debbie, quickly go in and see if this fits you or not, Alex said in a low voice. He didn't feel like arguing with the other two. That dress is really beautiful. Let me try it on. Kathy grabbed the dress from Debbie's hands and looked at her. For a woman like you who has no money, it's better to find something more suitable for you to wear. There are dozens of dollar stores and second-hand shops in the city that are more suitable for you. After saying that, she took the dress into the changing room. A few minutes later, she walked out wearing it and proudly showed it off in front of Debbie and Alex. This dress is not bad. It's perfect for me to wear. Some people would ruin this dress. Alex looked at Kathy as if she was crazy, unwilling to pay any attention to her. Let's go over there and take a look, he said to Debbie as they went to the other side. Kathy, since you've already chosen your clothes, let's go, Billy said to Kathy. He had taken her there that day so he could buy her a piece of clothing. The Autumn Beauty Boutique was a high-end ladies' clothing store, so he didn't dare to spend freely there. Go? What a joke, I haven't bought enough yet. Kathy didn't want to leave. As Alex had taken Debbie there to buy clothes, she had to buy more than him. Kathy was really out of balance at that moment. When she abandoned Alex, she thought he had no money. If she didn't buy more clothes in front of Alex and prove that she was better off than when she was with him, he would underestimate her. No, I must not let Alex laugh at me. I must buy more clothes than him, she thought. While Kathy was still thinking, Alex had already chosen a dress with Debbie. He was waiting for her at the door of the changing room. Kathy held Billy's arm and walked toward Alex. When they were almost there, the door to the changing room opened. Debbie gracefully walked out in a beige and white dress. Kathy stopped in her tracks with her eyes wide open as she looked at her. Was this still the ugly duckling girl from before? How is it? Debbie asked nervously. It's so beautiful. Alex's eyes lit up as he replied gleefully. You're lying to me, Debbie whispered. She was a little embarrassed by Alex's words, but she was secretly happy inside. At that moment, Alex held Debbie's shoulder firmly. He turned her slightly, and her beautiful figure appeared in the mirror. The dress covered her slender body gracefully, setting off her fair face and pink lips. She looked exceptionally beautiful. When Debbie saw her reflection, she was stunned. The person in the mirror was like a fairy. Is this me? She thought. All right, help us wrap this dress up. Alex was very satisfied with that piece of clothing. From Debbie's expression, he knew that she also liked it. Russell obediently packed up Debbie's dress, then used Alex's card to charge for it. Although Russell didn't know why Alex needed to spend money in his boutique, he could tell that it must be related to Debbie. Since he was willing to do so much for her, it seemed that he was a good man. Alex wanted to pick out more clothes for Debbie, but she refused to continue shopping. That dress already cost $250, and none of the items was cheap. She didn't want him to spend money carelessly. Since you don't want to shop more, let's go. We'll come back here again, Alex said to her with a smile. I can wear this for a long time, Debbie said softly, and the two of them started to move toward the exit. Stop, you want to leave now? Kathy angrily walked up to Alex. Now that she and Debbie had both bought a dress, it didn't look like Kathy was any better off than Alex, and Debbie, who was wearing the new dress, had shocked her. She didn't want to admit it, but she did think that Debbie was even more beautiful than she was. This caused Kathy to be so furious that she almost went crazy. If she didn't try to get back at him, she would die of depression that day. Alex ignored Kathy and tried to avoid her, but she was having none of it. When Alex moved to the left, Kathy moved to the left to block his path. When Alex moved to the right, Kathy moved to the right. What do you want? Alex looked at Kathy speechlessly. Didn't you bring this country bumpkin here to act cool? Now, I want you to compete with me. Let's see if it's you who buys more clothes or if my boyfriend buys more. Kathy had decided to humiliate him. Debbie pulled him by the hand and shook her head with a worried expression. The clothes here were too expensive, and it was a meaningless matter in itself. All right, I'll compete with you, Alex said as he gave Debbie a reassuring look and then looked toward Kathy and agreed. From Kathy's attitude, it seemed that she wasn't going to let them leave if he didn't agree. Haha, my dear, do you think Alex has a screw loose? He's going to compete with us? He doesn't know his place, Kathy laughed arrogantly. Billy was not that happy. A shopping contest in Autumn Beauty Boutique. Is he crazy? The clothes here are several times more expensive than in other places, he thought. However, since Kathy had already started this, Billy didn't want to cross her. He thought that he might still win if he competed with Alex. Alex, I don't know if I should praise your intelligence or your balls. Later, I will let you know how big the gap is between you and me, Billy sneered. Debbie was extremely scared. Alex and Russell, on the other hand, were laughing themselves to death. Are these two nuts? This shop is all mine. Who are you going to buy more clothes from? Me? Interesting, thought Alex. Of course, Alex wouldn't reveal his identity. He didn't want anyone to know who he was, especially Debbie. Kathy looked at him with disdain. I know you only have a bit of money left from what you won in the lottery after you stupidly made that huge donation to the Mountain Village children. I can't wait to see what money you're going to use to compete with me today. After she finished speaking, she casually pointed at a pleated skirt and said, "Help me wrap that up." Is that all right, sir? Russell questioned Billy intentionally. He could tell that Kathy had no money of her own, so the decision was entirely in Billy's hands. Billy also felt pained by the price of the $200 pleated skirt, but he had to buy it since he already said so earlier. He pretended not to care as he said, "It's only $200. It's only my meal money." Alex, do you have something to say? Chapter 34, Ch 34, Who Wins? That white t-shirt, Alex pointed casually. Kathy turned to look where Alex was pointing and saw that the white t-shirt that he had chosen was $50 more expensive than the one she had picked out. She became even angrier. Pack up that pair of $300 ripped jeans for me. Alex could buy one more thing and admit his defeat. But he thought of the ridicule he would receive from Billy and Kathy, and he also wanted to use that opportunity to play with them. Help me wrap up those slacks, Alex calmly told Russell. That pair of slacks was $15 more than Kathy's jeans. Kathy was so angry that her breathing became heavy as she said, "That pink, long-sleeve top, wrap it up." "I'll take that long skirt," Alex said. "Wrap up that silk blouse." Kathy commanded and continued to demand more items. "That crimson undergarment, wrap it up." The two of them went back and forth. They each bought 6 or 7 pieces of clothing. Kathy was so angry at Alex that her eyes blazed. But Billy was even angrier. Kathy had already bought more than $5,000 worth of clothes, which was far more than he had expected, but he was too embarrassed to stop her. "I'm out of money, I admit defeat," Alex finally announced. Billy let out a sigh of relief. If Alex had continued to compete with Kathy, he definitely wouldn't have been able to stop her. Haha, you can't take it anymore. I told you, Alex, you're not a rich person, so how can you compare to a legitimately rich guy like my boyfriend? You're out of money, right? Kathy said proudly. Yes, I can't compare to him, Alex said lightly to Kathy. He felt that she was acting like a resentful wife. Don't think that you're so awesome just because you won the lottery once. In front of me, you'll always be scum. Do you understand? Billy arrogantly gestured at Alex with his index finger. He then looked at Russell and said, "We've spent tons of money here today. Even though this is a high-end store, you guys don't have many customers, right? Your boss sure is something. After buying so many things, he still hasn't come out to meet us." Russell glanced at Alex and saw him subtly shake his head. He smiled apologetically at Billy and said, "My boss is not here today. I'm sorry." Billy had wanted the opportunity to get to know the store owner. To be able to open such a big and prestigious store, he must be quite influential. Now that his hopes had failed, he felt a sense of loss. With their arms full of bags, he and Kathy walked out the door. Debbie had initially felt bad because Alex had bought so many clothes for her. But when Alex and Russell told her that she could return the items that she didn't want, Debbie was overjoyed. She only kept one piece of clothing and the rest was returned. Alex could only smile bitterly to himself. If he had known this earlier, he wouldn't have said she could return the clothes. He told Debbie to go to the changing room to change her clothes. Russell gave Alex a thumbs up and said, "Boss, your marketing skills are really brilliant. Today, those 2 customers spent more money than we earned all week." Alex was embarrassed by his words. He had been forced to compete with Kathy, but in Russell's eyes, it had become a marketing tactic. "Give them an 8% discount next time they come in," Alex said. Now that he thought about it, he felt as if he had conned Kathy and Billy out of $5,000, which didn't seem very kind. Why? Although they bought a lot, I can see that they're not big spenders. I noticed that by the time the young lady had bought the 7th piece of clothing, the boy's forehead was covered in sweat and his face was turning green. There's no need to waste resources on them. As a manager, Russell was only looking out for the benefit of the boutique. All right. Russell had no choice but to agree. His interest was piqued again. "Sir, why didn't you tell your girlfriend that you're the owner of this boutique?" "Nonsense," Alex reprimanded him. He was getting along well with Debbie now, and he didn't want to break the state. When the time was right, Alex would reveal his identity to her. By this time, Debbie had already changed into her new set of clothes and walked out. She was wearing a beige and white dress. It was pure and elegant, complementing her white and delicate features. She was a perfect beauty. "Beautiful young lady, may I have the honor of inviting you to dance with me?" Alex held his head high and puffed out his chest. He reached out his hand to Debbie. Debbie was stunned for a moment before giving a faint smile. She handed her soft hand to him and whispered, "I'll let you try." At this moment, Debbie felt like a lady at a ball. This feeling was something no one else had ever given to her before. She felt more favorable toward Alex. Holding her hand, Alex didn't move to dance, but instead, he jogged happily out of the Autumn Beauty Boutique. Russell fell into a daze, smiled, and muttered, "What an enviable pair." Alex wanted to take a taxi back to school, but Debbie said it was fine to go by bus. On the bus, the 2 of them sat in the last row. Alex held Debbie's hand the whole time as the wind blew her hair onto her face. He hoped that this would be a bus ride that would never end. After getting off the bus, Alex was about to discuss with Debbie when they should move into the villa. At that moment, Mark Stevens called, so Alex found a way to avoid Debbie and picked up the call. Mark called this time to ask Alex to go to the school's Tree Flower restaurant for an event. Alex wasn't interested if the school had organized, so he told Mark that he didn't want to participate. "No, sir, this is also a test from the family. If you don't participate, there will be no results this time, and the consequences will be severe," Mark advised sincerely. "Didn't I already pass the family's test?" Alex said anxiously. "Yes, you passed that one, but there will be more. To spur you on, the family will keep evaluating you. If your grades are too poor, there will still be appropriate punishments. You must not let your guard down," Mark solemnly said. "All right, I'll go participate now," Alex said gloomily. His family was really thorough. Even after 7 years of the poverty training program, it was still not enough. What kind of trick was this? Were they deliberately making him feel uncomfortable? Alex complained to himself, although he understood the way the family did things. As one of the top families in the world, how could it be so easy to be one of their descendants? Otherwise, their family wouldn't have been able to last for hundreds of years without decline. "Debbie, I'll take you to the Tree Flower restaurant," Alex gently said to her, as he didn't want to be separated from her for even a second now. Since Debbie was dressed so beautifully, Alex also wanted to make the others admire her so that Debbie could have more confidence. Okay, Debbie nodded. She felt happy to be with Alex. The Tree Flower restaurant was an art building. When it was empty, some small and medium-sized events would be held there. A small stage had been set up in the main hall of the restaurant, and it was surrounded by sound speakers, flower baskets, and ribbons. There were 5 rows of 10 chairs in front of the stage for the arriving guests. Alex and Debbie sat in the last row. There were already a few people around, and from the moment that Debbie walked in, they had already started whispering to each other. "This beauty looks a bit better. Is she the daughter of some rich man?" said one. "She really looks like a celebrity. What would happen to Jasmine if she took the stage?" said another. "What is that loser beside her doing? Why is he walking with that goddess? I really want to beat him up," said yet another. "Maybe he's begging from her? That girl looks so kind. She must be embarrassed into giving him money. Let him beg from her and give him a chance to earn some," said another. Debbie was like a shining object in her new clothes. She was attracting everyone's attention as she quietly sat in the last row. "Is that?" A confused female voice sounded from beside Debbie. When Debbie turned around, the woman's mouth opened wide in shock. "Debbie, it's really you." "Yep, Donna Walters, you're here too." Debbie greeted her. Donna was from her hometown, and the two of them came together from a small county in the Northeast. "You bought this at Autumn Beauty Boutique?" Debbie held in her hand the bag with the boutique logo, which she had used to store her original clothes. Debbie had to admit that she didn't have much contact with Donna and didn't understand her personality. She didn't realize that Donna could have a sour personality, so she asked with a smile, "What do you think?" Debbie was especially happy that day and wanted to share her happiness with her old friend. She spoke a little more than usual. Normally, Debbie would not ask such a question. However, from Donna's point of view, Debbie's words sounded like she was showing off to her. In her heart, she was even more dissatisfied with Debbie. This girl, wearing the clothes that she had bought from Autumn Beauty Boutique, was showing off. "If it wasn't for being from your hometown, would I even bother to talk to you?" Donna thought. "You didn't buy it yourself, did you?" Donna asked tentatively. "No, it was a friend of mine who bought it for me," Debbie said shyly when she thought of Alex buying clothes for her. "This girl looks good in disguise. She's probably trying to use her body to seduce a rich guy," thought Donna as a trace of contempt flashed in her eyes. "Where is he? When are you going to introduce him to me?" Donna said with ulterior motives. Autumn Beauty Boutique clothes were at least $150, so this person had a high probability of coming from old money. Donna naturally wanted to get to know him. You have to meet him." "This is him," Debbie said as she glanced at Alex, who was sitting beside her. She felt a little excited, as if she was introducing a boyfriend to a friend. Donna was shocked. Alex had been sitting beside Debbie the whole time, but she never thought that it was Alex who had bought the clothes for her. How could it be him? This person was dressed like a poor man. Could he afford to buy clothes from Autumn Beauty Boutique? Chapter 35, ch. 35, Big Donations. While Donna Walters was full of suspicion about Debbie, Debbie introduced her to Alex. "Hello, I'm Debbie's friend, Alex," he politely greeted Donna. "Hello, Debbie and I are from the same town," Donna said. She didn't like talking to this guy, but she still didn't know his background. If Alex was a rich man, wouldn't she regret ignoring him? "Alex, what does your family do?" Donna asked with a smile. She wanted to get to the bottom of his situation as quickly as possible. Just when Alex was wondering how to reply, an arrogant voice sounded. "Donna, you don't need to talk to him. It'll only waste your time," said a domineering man with a golden chain around his neck. He walked up to Donna and hugged her waist before patting her on the butt. Alex's eyes narrowed when he saw the man. The person who had walked up to Donna was none other than their hedonistic classmate, Darren Rogers. The last time they had been in contact had been in Minnie Jones's live stream room. "Darling, what took you so long?" "I've been waiting for you," Donna said flirtatiously before looking at Alex. "Darling, do you know this student?" "Of course I know him. He's the one I've always told you about. The poorest person in our class is famous in the entire department," Darren exclaimed. "When he's not studying, he spends the rest of his time either working in the cafeteria or the convenience store. As long as you give him money, he'll keep working, no matter how dirty or smelly he is." Donna couldn't hold back her laughter anymore. She held her stomach and pointed at Alex. "Don't say it. Look at his clothes. They said he was a beggar on the street." "I don't doubt that at all. Donna, you're right. I heard that this guy recently begged for money in the city. TSK, a university student who can swallow his pride and ask others for money has no dignity," Darren agreed. "But today, he bought a set of clothes for Debbie at Autumn Beauty Boutique." "Darling, when the time comes, take me there to buy some as well," Donna said sweetly. How could a poor loser like him, who only knows how to work, study, and eat, afford to buy clothes at that boutique? Darren didn't believe it at all, but after seeing that Debbie's hand was indeed holding onto an Autumn Beauty Boutique bag, he said, "This guy doesn't have money at all. If he has enough money to buy clothes at that boutique, then there's only one possibility: he has the wrong kind of money. It has to be stolen." "Oh, right. Or it might have been him begging in the city for it." "Alex, oh Alex. You're a fool, aren't you? You can hardly afford to buy food for yourself, and, even so, you still try to pick up girls," Darren said as he smiled sinisterly. "So that's how it is." Donna realized that her mood had become very cheerful. "Debbie, did you hear what my boyfriend said? He stole all the money he used to buy your clothes. It's not his own money at all. Do you dare to accept this kind of man? Perhaps one day, when he gets tired of playing with you, he will sell you out," Donna said viciously. Although she and Debbie had gone to the same high school, the two of them only got to know each other later. If it weren't for the fact that they were from the same town, Donna wouldn't even bother to look at Debbie. Donna was usually the one who was the center of attention, but that day, Debbie was wearing a dress that was even more expensive than hers. This threw her off, and, now that she found the chance, she felt that she must properly ridicule her. "Debbie, I know that your family situation is bad, and I can understand the urgency in your heart if you want to pull your family out of poverty. But this is ridiculous," she exclaimed. Donna continued to say to her, "It's hard for a poor person to work hard and study hard. He always wants to gain wealth by being close to the money. How can this be a good thing?" Donna leaned towards Debbie and advised, "If you don't have money, don't get used to wearing Autumn Beauty Boutique clothes. Just wear the clothes you can afford. That's what suits you. Why are you so conceited? The better your clothes, the more it shows how cheap you are." Debbie had heard even more malicious words in the past few years. If she were alone, she would have completely endured it. But since Donna scolded Alex, Debbie could not accept this. Debbie's face turned red from anger. Normally, she wouldn't scold people, but now she was facing the sharp-tongued Donna. Even if she wanted to retort, she couldn't make a scene, and, even if she could say something, she didn't know how to respond. Alex, who was sitting to the side, couldn't stand it anymore. He was about to teach Donna and Darren a lesson when loud music came from the stage. As the lights in the restaurant's main hall came on, the host, who was dressed in formal attire, walked onto the stage and began his opening speech. "Guests, good afternoon and thank you for coming today. We all know why we're here. It's to celebrate the successful conclusion of our school's donation campaign for the poor mountain village. Of course, we will also pay tribute to the donors today to praise their good deeds. So, This is to recognize the donors, Alex thought to himself. He had casually donated $130,000. That amount of money was nothing to him. After listening to 4 or 5 speeches, it was time for the main event. Next up, we will reward the donors. Let me first report on the status of this donation to everyone. A total of over $300,000 was donated. We have 90 people who donated over $100, 38 people donated over $500, 12 people donated over $1,000, and 5 people donated over $5,000, the host exclaimed. After hearing the host's report, the audience applauded and cheered. Some people donated more than $5,000. Our school is awesome, said one person. I only donated $5. Compared to these rich kids, I'm too far behind, said another. Me too. I had to add up my living expenses before I managed to take out $10. These people are rich, so $5,000 is nothing to them. That's so infuriating, said yet another. Everyone, please calm down. I haven't finished announcing this, said the host. Other than the aforementioned, there's another person who has contributed over $100,000. After the host finished speaking, the entire audience was in an uproar. To them, $20,000 was a huge sum of money, but someone had donated much more than that. Was it a student? Everyone was enthusiastically discussing this person who had donated such a huge amount. They were certain that it must have been a millionaire, and they all wanted to get a good look at him. Darling, how much did you donate? Donna asked Darren sweetly. Not much. Just $350, Darren said casually. He hadn't wanted to donate. With that amount of money, he could have taken a girl out on the town. It was only because he had committed a crime in the city and had used the money to protect his life that he had been forced to work or do good deeds. So, he had reluctantly donated $350. $350 is not a small amount. You already rank among the top 100 donors, Donna said, and then turned to Debbie and asked her intentionally, Debbie, how much money did you donate? Your family has no money, but I want to see how kind you are. I donated $5, Debbie said with embarrassment. What? Did I hear you right? You just donated $5? God, you're something. I remember you telling me that after graduating from university, you were going to be a teacher in a poor area. I think you're lying. Otherwise, why would you be willing to donate $5 at this time? This is too hypocritical. Donna mocked her. Debbie felt wronged. She didn't have any spare money, so the $5 that she had donated meant that she had gone without dinner that night. Debbie donated so little, but I think he must have donated it for her, Donna said to Darren with an evil smile. Him? Donna, don't joke with us on purpose, okay? He's the biggest loser in our class and lives off a part-time job. Do you think he can afford to donate anything? Darren said and laughed. Donna licked her lips, looked at Darren, and said, Do you think I believe Alex donated? I was deliberately mocking him. You're not going to confess that you didn't donate money? Donna raised her eyebrows and slyly asked Alex. I did. Alex shrugged and said lightly. Oh, how much did you donate? She asked. Alex's donation would be well beyond Donna's expectations. If Alex said how much, Donna would mock him and Debbie because she wouldn't believe it. Not much. Alex wanted to say that he had donated $130,000 to shut Donna and Darren up, but it would lead to a lot of trouble if this was leaked. He decided to not say it. Not much? Haha. I got it. Alex, you must be the same as this girl, donating $5. No, you poor guy. You didn't even want to donate $5. You just donated $1. How shameless, Donna said. Darren laughed out loud. You say I'm shameless? Alex couldn't hold back anymore as he listened to their high and mighty laughter, but he still maintained a smile on his face. What did you say? Do you want to die? Darren said angrily. I remember the last time I watched the live stream, there was a person called Ghost Rider who boasted about giving 5 money guns, but then a esteemed admirer outdid him and banned his from the chat. Alex chuckled. Alex, you ass. Darren clenched his fists in anger, but he didn't dare to hit him. He usually asked for help in fights. At this moment, he could only look at Alex in anger. A moment of silence, please. Now, we will invite all the students that have contributed over $100 to come up, give a speech, and have their photo taken, the host on stage said loudly. Darren cooled down a little. He was going to have his picture taken on stage, while Alex remained seated. Wasn't this proof that he was a head above Alex? No matter what a smooth talker you are, Alex, you are just a poor, penniless loser. You are way below me. As he thought of this, the corners of Darren's mouth curled up into a smile. Chapter 36, Stage 36. The mystery donor. Although the students who had donated more than $100 were invited to go on stage to speak, none of them was very enthusiastic. After all, most of them had donated the money to help the poor mountain village children and not simply to boost their reputations. After the hostess finished speaking, a few people took the initiative to go up onto the stage and say a few words. None of them wanted to accept credit for their donations, and as agreed, all of them praised the student who had donated $130,000. Darren was one of those who walked up to the podium. He said, "Look, I want to criticize someone for giving a single dollar and then being proud of it, claiming to have donated money as if he had made a great contribution to the children of the mountain village. We should all learn from that student who donated more than $100,000. That person is not only rich, but also of very high moral standards. I only donated $350 to the mountain village children. I'm nothing compared to him, and if possible, I want to express my admiration to him in person." Because Darren thought that the student who had donated $130,000 must be much richer than him and from an influential family, he intentionally tried to flatter him from the podium so that when he saw him later on, he would be able to befriend him. Alex felt his stomach churn as he saw Darren's fawning expression on the podium. Luckily, he hadn't mentioned his name and didn't go up on stage. Otherwise, he would be making a quick exit right now. When he finished speaking, Darren walked off the stage. The others were all moved by his words, and one by one they condemned the person who had donated a single dollar and praised the one who had donated $130,000. One person jeered. The fool who donated $1 still had the cheek to brag about it. How embarrassing. Who can tell me who this person is? I'll hit him right now, another called out. One female student said, I want to meet that student who donated $130,000. I bet he's handsome. Hearing the discussions around them, Darren laughed proudly. Alex, did you hear that? He said. Everyone's scolding you, you scum. When no one came up to speak at Darren's invitation, the hostess started to move on to the next segment. All right, we will begin taking pictures of everyone together on stage. Due to the restrictions of the venue, we can only invite the 30 students who contributed the most to come up to have their photos taken. Please forgive us, those students that can't come up on stage. I will announce the names next, he said, and went on to call them over. Darren, $350. Dan Willis donated $500. Shane Farnham donated $500. Darling, I've missed you, Donna said to Darren excitedly, holding onto his arm and shaking it vigorously. I also want to go up on stage and take a picture, my love. Can I go with you? Donna wanted to get into the group photo, show it to her class committee, and gain credit for herself. That way, she would have a huge advantage in the scholarship evaluation at the end of term. This group photo would be useful in many ways. Why not? I'll just tell them. Let's go, Darren replied. Then he walked on stage with Donna's hand in his own. Sorry, our space is limited. We're not allowed to bring others up for the photos. Please forgive us, said Emma, the girl who was responsible for maintaining order, as she stopped Donna. Please, let's make a deal between us. No one will know if you don't tell them, Donna whispered to the girl with glasses, but she was still tactfully rejected. Get out of the way. Who do you think you are? How dare you stop me? Darren arrogantly pushed Emma aside and pulled Donna over. It's a miracle that someone like him would even donate money to a mountain village, Emma muttered angrily as she rubbed her arm. At that moment, when the hostess announced the last 3 people, the atmosphere had reached its peak. Liam Walsh, please come up to the podium. Liam donated $1,500. The girls in the audience were buzzing. Watching Liam walk onto the stage, they all cheered, their eyes filled with passion. Toby Ford, please come up. Toby donated $1,500. Toby walked onto the stage. I love you, gorgeous. You're the best, one of the young women shouted out. A rich man doing something to help others. That doesn't happen too often. To attract the attention of the rich and eligible young men, the girls in the auditorium shrieked, and the atmosphere was like a pop concert. Of course, everyone was also excited about finding out who this super-rich man was who had contributed over $100,000. Next, let's invite the student in the first place to step up. His donation is $130,000. It was as if the hall had exploded. Some people covered their mouths, while others widened their eyes. Some even stood up from their seats to search for their classmate in the hall. $130,000. Most parents can't even make that much money a year. When Donna heard that someone had donated $130,000, her heart was in turmoil. She was thinking, if only I can get to know this rich guy and get him interested in me, then I'll dump Darren without a second thought. Everyone was searching for the rich donator, but no one stood up. The crowd looked excitedly at the hostess, asking her to announce that generous donor's name. That student didn't leave his name when he donated the $130,000, the hostess explained to everyone. One girl said, "No name?" That's proof that these rich young people only wanted to help the children of the mountain village. That they weren't doing it just to boost their reputations. Their morals were high. I want to meet this rich guy. He's my dream man, thought Donna. Buddy, if you're here, please get up on the stage and have your picture taken, the hostess said as she scanned the audience. However, no one stood up. Everyone assumed that the rich donor wasn't there, and they were all disappointed. Alex, who was sitting in the last row, covered his face with his hands and heaved a sigh of relief. However, he also felt a little guilty, as if he had tricked everyone. The hostess began to arrange for the people on the stage to stand and have their photos taken together. It was cramped, with everyone standing in a row, facing the photographer who was below the stage. Darren had given the least money, so he and Donna could only stand on the very edge. Donna stood very close to the right side of the stage. If they moved a little bit to the right, she thought she might be pushed off. Finally, everyone stood up. Donna tidied her hair, put her arm around Darren, and smiled proudly. She sneered deliberately at Debbie, who was sitting at the foot of the stage, and said to herself, "Debbie, my man can take me on stage to have my photo taken. You can only watch me from the audience, yet you're still delusional enough to think you can find a richer man than mine, aren't you? You've got no chance. I'll always look down on you." At that moment, Donna felt like a queen looking down at the lowly Debbie. By this time, Alex wanted to leave. After all, the event was coming to an end. He held Debbie's hand and started to move toward the door. Wait. Alex had just taken 2 steps when an excited female called out to him in the hall. He slowly looked toward the direction of the voice, and his heart couldn't help but skip a beat as he thought, "Oh no." The person calling him was the girl with the ponytail, Laura, who had been there the day when he had donated the money. When she saw Alex, her hesitation quickly turned into excitement. She ran toward him, grabbed his arm and said loudly to all the students, "Everyone, he's the one that donated 130,000. All eyes were focused on Alex. Was this guy, who was dressed in street vendor clothes, rich or something? They still couldn't believe it. Someone had started to question the girl on the spot. "I know it for certain. I was the one who met him that day, and my companion even took a photo at the time. If you don't believe me, look for yourselves," she said as she brought out the photo her companion had given her and showed it to everyone. There was a lot of shouting. "It's him," one guy shouted. Another agreed, "That's right, he's the one." "Alex, you're too modest," a girl said to him coyly. Everyone now believed that he was the student who had donated 130,000. When the hostess found out that Alex was the one, he quickly gathered everyone to escort him to the stage. "We've finally found out your true identity. Thank you so much for giving $130,000 to the children in the impoverished mountain village. Can you tell us your name?" The hostess put the microphone near Alex's mouth. Now he couldn't even hide it if he wanted to, so he stopped pretending. "My name is Alex Ambrose," he said softly. "Oh, so it's Alex Ambrose. This name sounds like it belongs to a wealthy and distinguished family. He's a good and noble young man. Let's express our respect for him, everyone." The hostess clapped his hands and the audience burst into applause. "Alex, Alex," his name was shouted out rhythmically by the audience. Only after 30 seconds did Alex gradually start to relax. "All right, let's take a picture now." "Alex, you are the highest donor, so you stand in the middle," Emma said. "Oh, okay." Alex saw Debbie staring at him in disbelief with her eyes wide open. He asked the hostess beside him, "May I bring my friend up with me?" "Of course, you can," the hostess answered without thinking. Alex thanked him and walked onto the stage holding Debbie's hand. "Everyone moved to the side," Emma requested. The other students started to move out of the way for Alex and Debbie. Donna, who was standing at the edge, had almost lost her place. "Miss, why don't you come down?" "I can't let you stay now," Emma said to her. "No, I need to be in the pictures," Donna replied arrogantly. When they heard that Alex was the super-rich student who had donated $130,000, Donna's and Darren's jaws had dropped. No matter what, they couldn't accept that fact. Donna was outraged as she thought to herself, "When it was me that was going to be in the photo, you guys didn't say anything at all and even criticized me behind my back. Now it's Debbie's turn. Look at your stupid faces. You're idolizing Alex now. Now you're telling me to get off the stage, sit down, and watch Debbie have her photo taken? What is this? I, Donna, have always been the one looking down on Debbie. Even if I can't beat her this time, I'm not getting off the stage for her to take my place." Seeing Donna's angry expression, Emma frowned helplessly. She moved a chair over and placed it next to the stage and said, "If you want to be in the picture, you can stand on this chair. Otherwise, you'll have to leave." Seeing that there was nothing else she could do, Donna agreed and stood on the chair below the stage. She comforted herself that at least she wasn't worse than Debbie, but she didn't know that she had already become a target of public ridicule among the audience. "That girl's ridiculous," laughed one student. His friend agreed. "She's half a body lower than others. She looks short. What a dope. She's so desperate to be in the photo, even standing below the stage. Her stubbornness is crazy, I'm telling you," said another student. Chapter 37, Ch 37, Who's Telling the Truth? Donna thought that Debbie was too pretty as she watched lots of boys staring at her longingly from the audience. They were all talking about her beauty and her modesty. "Everyone, smile at the camera," said the photographer. Donna was not even in his viewfinder. After the photos had been taken, the hostess asked everyone to leave, but stopped Alex and Debbie. "Alex, please wait a moment. As the highest contributor, everyone is curious about your situation. Have you got a moment to talk? Alex, please accept this interview, shouted one admirer. I want to know more about you, handsome, another girl said. The audience began to cheer for him. All right. Alex had no choice but to agree. He held Debbie's hand and stood in the middle of the stage. Alex, can I ask, is this girl your girlfriend? The hostess asked a gossipy question at the beginning. Everyone was waiting for Alex's answer. That's right, she's my girlfriend, Alex replied and held Debbie's hand more tightly. He was feeling a bit nervous, afraid that Debbie might publicly reject him. However, when he saw Debbie smile shyly and lower her head, the fear in his heart was lifted. In the audience, the girls were sighing heavily. Alex, can I ask why you didn't leave your name after the donation? It's very simple. The purpose of my donation is to help the kids in the village, not to help my reputation. Also, $130,000 isn't a lot of money to me, so leaving my name wasn't important to me. After he said this, the girls in the audience burst into cheers of praise. One by one, they shouted Alex's name loudly. Each time he looked at them, they felt elated. That's great. Please forgive me for being so bold. But you're so rich, why don't you wear nicer clothes? And your girlfriend does dress well, the hostess said. Alex was embarrassed and he replied, I'm from a rich family, but I don't think I have to wear designer labels just because I'm rich. On the contrary, I feel more comfortable in basic clothes. As for my girlfriend, I love her and enjoy buying her nice clothes. You're too charming. I can't help but fall in love with you myself. Last question. You are so understated. In your life, has anyone ever misunderstood you? Alex's gaze fell on Donna and Darren, who was sitting in the audience. His lips curled up into a smile. There is someone, he replied. Alex was not a vengeful person. He preferred to sit and discuss things, but Donna and her boyfriend had gone too far just now. Not only had they insulted him, but they had also maliciously slandered Debbie, and this made him extremely angry. There was one guy who told me in front of everyone that I'm a loser and said that I can't even afford to eat in the cafeteria. His girlfriend said that my girlfriend isn't fit to wear clothes from the Autumn Beauty Boutique and that the two of us are conceited. When Alex finished speaking, the audience indignantly turned to look for the couple that Alex had talked about. We want to know who they are. They sound like they deserve each other. The speaks stupidity and the woman's mouth is cheap, one student said. Someone else called out, Alex has donated $130,000. He's awesome. If you have the guts, stand up now and tell us how much money you donated. You better not tell me who these losers are. I won't be able to control my fists, another shouted. At that moment, Donna and Darren were so angry that their faces turned bright red. They wanted to stand up and shout at Alex, but when they saw the excited crowd around them, they became nervous. The hostess spoke to the crowd. This kind of person is the trash of Preston University. Please don't take what he said to heart. Most of us know how well Alex treats people. Thank you for chatting with me. Come on everyone, give a big cheer for Alex and Debbie. There was thunderous applause from the audience. The students genuinely admired Alex and envied Debbie for being with him. What a great catch. Just as Alex and Debbie were about to walk off the stage, a girl came up to them from the entrance of the hall. She sneered as her sharp eyes locked onto Alex's face, and she said, Alex, you've got a nerve. Alex was slightly surprised to see her. He smiled wryly in his heart. Why is Kathy Fairweather haunting me like a ghost? He wondered. The others in the hall were outraged by Kathy. At that moment, everyone heard a loud voice shouting at her from across the hall. Alex is such a cultivated and noble person, yet you have the guts to come here and criticize him. You're shameless. Kathy pretended to ignore the voice as she continued to walk toward the stage with a cold smile. Now she understood everything. She was furious with Alex. She knew about his generous donation and told herself, he donated $130,000 just to show off in front of me. This money was in his attempt to win me back. Seeing Alex and Debbie standing in the middle of the stage and accepting the crowd's cheers and admiration like celebrities, Kathy was heartbroken. Alex had been her boyfriend. She had rejected him, and Debbie was just a peasant who had stolen him. Kathy simply couldn't accept that they were better than she was. She gave a cold snort toward Alex and Debbie. Then she snatched the microphone from the hostess and said loudly to the audience, "Fellow students, you are all tricked by Alex. He's not from a good family at all. He is scum." The audience, of course, did not believe her. They all told Kathy to stop talking nonsense, but she was not flustered at all. On the day of Alex's donation, I was by his side. The fact is, he pretended to donate $130,000 to show that he was generous in front of me and wanted to win me back. If he did donate $130,000, it wasn't his family's money, but the money he won from the lottery. If you don't believe me, you can ask this girl if what I said is true. Kathy looked at Laura. It seems it could be true. That day, this girl was by Alex's side, Laura whispered. That convinced everyone. So, what this scum said just now is a lie. He's not from a top family at all. I think he's just a poor scum loser, one of the students said. So that's why he donated money, to impress beautiful women. What he said just now sounded so genuine. I can't believe we've seen through his lies so quickly, another shouted. Another called out, so, he won the lottery. Look at his clothes, he looks like a beggar. If he had some money, he could buy himself some decent clothes. He must be stupid, right? Hearing everyone scolding Alex and Debbie, Kathy, Donna, and Darren felt very smug. Can I just say something? Alex calmly said to the audience. Someone from the audience replied, "We don't appreciate your tricks, so what else do you have to say? You're just a liar and a loser." Kathy butted in. Everyone listens to what this loser is going to say in case he claims we're bullying him. She knew that no matter what Alex said, it wouldn't change the situation. She crossed her arms over her chest and raised her eyebrows at him. Alex cleared his throat and said, "I've decided on the spur of the moment to donate another $130,000 to the poor villages." No one could believe it. A total of $260,000. How could Alex, a sophomore, have so much money? Everyone's first thought was that Alex was desperate and saying the first thing that came into his head. Forget about $130,000. I'd be surprised if you could take out even $500 today, one guy shouted. Kathy didn't make Alex's words seriously. She had already worked out that Alex couldn't have a cent left out of the $150,000 he had won. The others agreed with Kathy. Alex ignored everyone and asked Laura for the account number for donations. He called the customer manager of Metro Sky Bank, Robert Miller, and asked him to transfer $130,000 to that account. At that moment, a staff member rushed onto the stage and whispered a few words into the hostess's ear. The hostess's expression changed dramatically as he looked at Alex in surprise. He did donate. Just now, he transferred $130,000 to the school account. The donor is indeed Alex, the hostess said excitedly to the audience, her hand shaking as she held the microphone. The audience looked at Alex like they were looking at a god. Although they were in the same hall as him, they felt that Alex was a person who was way out of their reach. Alex, do you have any thoughts for us to share? The hostess was holding the microphone attentively. Looking at Alex's handsome face, she couldn't help but want to kiss him. Actually, to me, the amount of money I donated doesn't seem that much. I just hope that it can be used to help the kids in the village. Alex glanced at the stunned Kathy and continued, "Of course, I don't like it when people maliciously fabricate rumors about me and insult me." The audience burst into applause. One girl shouted, "This is the magnanimity of a super-rich gentleman." You can't tell me that Alex is a loser. I'll never believe you. Alex is so handsome, and he's rich. He's so perfect, another cried out. Just now, that horrible woman criticized Alex. That was terrible. She even said that he was chasing after her. Huh, are you still pretending that's true? Another said to Kathy. Now, Kathy had become the target of public criticism. A large number of girls rushed over, pulling at her hair and her clothes, leaving her in a miserable state as she was pushed out of the hall. Alex and Debbie had become celebrities and were surrounded by the crowd. But when everyone was distracted by the girls chasing after Kathy, Alex took advantage of the moment and he and Debbie quietly left the hall. The girls chasing Kathy soon gave up and stopped running. Chapter 38, ch. 38. The theft. After getting away from the other students, Alex and Debbie walked toward Ramsey Lake. It was almost dark by now, and the ink-like dark clouds on the horizon set off the calm surface of the lake, making it seem tranquil and distant. Debbie held on to her bag as she walked, looking deep in thought. "What's wrong?" Alex asked, concerned. "I never realized that you're from such a rich family." Debbie didn't look at him as she replied. She looked at the lake with a small smile that was full of disappointment and bitterness. "Are you mad with me for lying to you before?" "Debbie, believe me, the reason I didn't tell you is that I was waiting for the right time." "I never wanted to hide it from you," Alex hurriedly explained. His words moved Debbie a little. At the same time, she became even more confused. "I know," but Debbie hastened her steps and sat down on a rock by the water. She picked up a few stones and threw them aimlessly into the lake. "But what? Do you doubt my loyalty to you?" "I can prove it to you right now." Alex was very anxious. He couldn't figure out what Debbie was thinking. "That's not it either." She turned to Alex and stared into his eyes. "You're from such a rich family, and I'm just a girl from a poor town in the Northeast. I don't deserve you at all. When I think about how I went and bought rotten fruit for you to eat, I feel ridiculous." Debbie thought about what she had just said, and she felt that the last 10 days of her life had been like a dream that had now ended. She stood up and was about to leave, deciding that she would not have anything more to do with Alex. But Alex couldn't let Debbie just go like that. He tried to take her hand, but she walked too fast and pulled away. However, she also found it impossible to leave and quickly ran back toward him. He hugged her and, though she tried to struggle free a few times, refused to let her go. "Let go. The difference between us is too great," Debbie said as Alex held her in his arms. At that moment, her heart was confused. If he had just been a normal student, she knew she would want to grow old with him. Alex didn't say anything. He just looked at her quietly and laughed softly. Only then did she glance at him. "What are you laughing at?" she asked. When she saw the smile on his handsome face, she felt confused and angry. "Even now we're talking about something so important, and you're still not taking me seriously," she thought. Alex replied, "I was wondering what you were so worried about. You're worried that you're not worthy of me. How about this? Tomorrow I'll go to my family and tell them that I won't inherit any of my family's wealth and that I won't need their financial assistance. Then you won't have to worry, will you? Are you crazy?" Debbie couldn't help crying out when she heard his absurd idea. "I'm not crazy. I don't care about my family's wealth." "You're all I care about," Alex said seriously. "Are you still going to leave me?" At that moment, Debbie was moved by Alex's words and her heart warmed. "When did I say I didn't want you anymore?" She lowered her head and whispered shyly. Her words made Alex's heart race. As he slowly moved his lips closer to hers to kiss her, Debbie realized that she was extremely nervous and wasn't sure what to do. Just when Alex was able to feel her breath, Debbie used her finger to cover his restless lips. "You have to promise me first that you won't give up your inheritance." She would never forgive herself if he made this ridiculous decision because of her. "All right, I promise." Alex was excited, and he continued to move his mouth toward Debbie's. Her lips were so thin, so soft, and so sweet. Alex kissed her and felt like he was in heaven. The more he thought about it, the more he wanted time to stop, letting him forever be immersed in that moment of warmth. They kissed for a long time until Alex reluctantly let go, realizing they had to return to school. As they started to walk away from the lake, Debbie noticed a reflection in the grass. She walked over to check. It turned out to be a phone. The SIM card had been removed, and the information had been deleted. "I don't know if someone's accidentally lost this phone or if they threw it away," she said, holding it up in her hand. "Someone didn't want it anymore. Can't you see that the SIM card's gone and the data in the phone's been deleted? Debbie, why don't you keep it?" Alex had wanted to get her a new phone for a long time ago, but because of her pride, she had been reluctant to accept. This phone looked better than Debbie's, so he thought she should keep it. "I can't. What if someone's lost it?" Debbie laughed as she looked at Alex and said, "I'll keep it for now. I often come to Ramsey Lake, so I should be able to find the owner. If no one claims it, then it's mine." "That sounds good," Alex replied, and they walked toward the cafeteria. Just then, everyone in Alex's class group received a text message. It was from one of their teachers, Mr. Berkeley. It read, "Everyone goes immediately to room 1302 for a meeting. You're not allowed to take a leave of absence or you'll be deducted grade points." Debbie received a similar message telling her to go to a different room. It seemed that something had happened at the university. Alex and Debbie parted ways and each headed to the room where their class was meeting. When Alex arrived at the classroom, the rest of the students were already there. He saw Ben and another friend and went over to take a seat with them. "Hey, Alex, look at Darren and Kathy. They're usually so cocky. I don't know what's wrong with them, they're like zombies today. They didn't even mock me when they saw me just now. I wonder if they forgot to take their medication," Ben said in amusement. Alex glanced at Darren and Kathy. When the two of them met his gaze, they looked away quickly. Alex smiled slightly. It seemed like he had given these two quite a shock earlier. Just then, the teacher, Mr. Berkeley, walked in hurriedly. He looked very worried, and the students tactfully stopped talking. However, they were very curious. What had made him so anxious? "Students, something awful happened today, Mr. Berkeley cleared his throat and solemnly said, "Your botany teacher, Mr. Morgan, who is also the school's financial administrator, had managed to increase the school's new internship fund to $350,000. He's just informed us that today someone stole his bank card and account code and took all the money. When Mr. Morgan found out that the money had gone, he collapsed and was rushed to the general hospital where he is still receiving treatment. If anyone knows anything about this matter, report to me immediately, Mr. Berkeley said from the podium. Hearing these words, the students in the classroom exploded into chatter. They never thought that anyone could do anything so awful to Mr. Morgan. Hearing that he had lost $350,000, they all worried about their teacher. They were all thinking, $350,000. If we can't find it, will Mr. Morgan be going to jail? Alex was also shocked. The first thing he thought of was how he could help Mr. Morgan. Mr. Berkeley, how about we raise the money through crowdfunding? Alex suggested anxiously. Crowdfunding? Trust you to think of that. If we started a crowdfunding platform, what are we going to say we're raising the money for? Mr. Berkeley replied. He had always disliked Alex. He continued, should we write, because of personal error, we've lost $350,000. Now we're relying on the public to help. What do you think of that? Alex, Mr. Morgan has always been good to you. Why would you do that to him? Luckily, Mr. Morgan's not here. He'd be infuriated with you if he'd heard what you said. Other people joined in to criticize Alex. One said, "Brainless idiot. Why do you think this person is so stupid?" Another agreed. "He wants to frame Mr. Morgan, right? He doesn't care about people at all. He's lucky that Mr. Morgan treats him so well." Alex wanted to help Mr. Morgan as quickly as possible. He thought that if they raised money online, he could donate $350,000 to him anonymously through the crowdfunder. But hearing Mr. Berkeley and the other classmates' words, Alex's mind cooled down a little. He realized that his idea probably wouldn't work. "All right, everyone, remember this. If you have any leads, report to me immediately." "The meeting is adjourned, Mr. Berkeley said, and then he left the classroom with a sour expression. Alex walked out of the classroom and found Debbie. The two of them walked along the path on the campus, discussing the situation. "Last semester, it was Mr. Morgan who helped me with the poverty grant. He's looked out for me. Why did this have to happen to him?" Debbie frowned slightly as she worried about Mr. Morgan. Mr. Morgan had helped Debbie a few times, and she cared about him. Looking at the pained expression on her face, Alex was even more determined to help him. "Alex, how about we go and see Mr. Morgan together? He must feel helpless in the hospital right now," Debbie suggested as she looked at him. "Debbie, you go first. I still have some things to do. Say hi to Mr. Morgan for me and tell him not to worry. The situation will soon be resolved." Debbie was a bit disappointed that he didn't want to go with her to see Mr. Morgan, but she trusted him and believed that he must have something he needed to do. So she nodded and made her way to the hospital by herself. Alex, meanwhile, had decided what he was going to do to help. He had decided to leave his teacher a note saying, "Mr. Morgan, I'm sorry. I'm the thief who stole your money. Now that I've been found out, please send me your bank account number via Facebook, and I'll transfer the money to you." Then, when Mr. Morgan returned to his desk from the hospital and found the note, Alex would transfer $350,000 to his account and everything would be resolved. He had made up his mind. After class, he would head directly to Mr. Morgan's office. Meanwhile, Mr. Berkeley had been working in his office when someone knocked on his door and opened it without waiting for a reply. A girl walked in, swaying her hips and with a wry smile on her face. "Kathy, it's already so late. What do you want?" Mr. Berkeley asked. However, Mr. Berkeley was wrong in his assumption. He watched Kathy close the door. Then, she clearly couldn't hide her excitement as she said, "Teacher, I know who stole Mr. Morgan's money." Chapter 39. Stage 39. The Undeniable Proof. Oh. Mr. Berkeley was interested. The school had promised him $15,000 if he could catch the thief. "Who?" he asked. "Alex." Kathy spat out the name. When Mr. Berkeley had talked about the stolen money earlier, a thought had occurred to her. Did Alex take the money? Alex used to be a poor loser who couldn't afford a decent meal, but lately, everything has changed. He took Emma to a posh restaurant for a $1,000 meal and donated another $130,000 without hesitation. Is this something a loser like him could ever afford to do? Alex had said that he'd won $150,000 on the lottery, but he's already spent more than that. Where did he get the money? Kathy had not been able to figure it out. She thought, but now everything's clear. It must be Alex that stole Mr. Morgan's money. Alex, you idiot, you were stupid enough to show off the stolen money in front of me. You've been enjoying yourself, haven't you? But just wait. This time, I'll ruin your reputation for good. Why do you think it's him? Do you have any evidence? Mr. Berkeley was still confused. Kathy sneered and told Mr. Berkeley about Alex's extravagant behavior the last few days. Mr. Berkeley, not only did Alex invite Emily to DeLuca's restaurant for a meal worth $1,000, but he also bought 6 or 7 items of expensive designer clothing for his girlfriend in the Autumn Beauty Boutique. That adds up to more than $10,000, and Alex also donated $130,000 to the Mountain Village charity. "It's true, Mr." Berkeley responded after listening to her explanation. He was shocked. The total was over $140,000. How could that poor student Alex afford all that? But he didn't dare just take Kathy's word for it. He needed more proof. He immediately called Luke and Darren to see if they would corroborate her story. They both backed up what Kathy had said. Alex had spent well more than $100,000 in the last few days. Mr. Berkeley was now almost certain that Alex was the person who stole Mr. Morgan's money. "Mr. Berkeley, let's hurry up and call the police to arrest him." Kathy's eyes flashed with viciousness. "Don't worry, I'm taking this very seriously, Mr. Berkeley replied. He was an experienced teacher and shrewd. He thought carefully for a few minutes and said, "Let's go to the General Hospital first and speak with Mr. Morgan to find out exactly what happened. Once we have more evidence, I'll call the police." "All right, let's go now," Kathy urged him. If the police spoke to Mr. Morgan before they did, they might arrest him. Mr. Berkeley drove the car quickly toward the hospital with Kathy in the passenger seat. Meanwhile, Debbie had been sitting beside Luke Morgan in his ward. Her face was tense with anxiety. "Mr. Morgan, how can anyone be so evil to steal this money? And why would they frame you?" she questioned. Debbie was fretting on Luke's behalf. She looked extremely worried. Luke, on the other hand, looked fairly relaxed. He seemed calm and composed in the blue and white hospital gown, although his face was still pale. He touched Debbie's face and smiled gently, comforting her like an older sibling. "Debbie, don't worry about me. I'm sure we'll find out who did this." Seeing Debbie nod her head in confusion, Luke decided not to talk about these sad things with her. His gaze fell upon her clothes. "Debbie, you and I have known each other for a long time, but I've never seen you dressed as beautifully as you are today. Someone else bought me these clothes." Debbie lowered her head shyly. "Someone else? It's a man, isn't it?" Luke asked with a playful tone. Debbie blushed as she softly replied, "Uh-huh." Luke said, "Little Debbie has grown up. Seeing you looking so happy, I can tell that you and your boyfriend have something really special." He held Debbie's small hand. "And to be able to afford to buy you clothes from Autumn Beauty, it seems that this young guy must be doing well for himself." He continued, "Debbie, since you two like each other, you must take good care of each other. Do you understand?" "I know. Thank you, Mr. Morgan." Debbie's eyes were filled with determination. At that moment, the door to the ward was pushed open. Kathy and Mr. Berkeley walked in. "Why are you here?" Kathy frowned and asked when she saw Debbie. "Who's this girl?" Mr. Berkeley asked. "She's Alex's new girlfriend," Kathy replied as she crossed her arms and looked at Debbie with a cold smile. She continued, "I know what she's here for. I bet she's here to find out Mr. Morgan's secrets so that she can report back to Alex." "That's right. This girl is determined to help Alex in his crime," Mr. Berkeley agreed. "What are you talking about?" asked Luke. "What crime? Did you find out who it was?" He was completely confused. "Mr. Morgan, do you know who stole your $350,000? It was Alex Ambrose from our class." As she said this, Kathy started to feel exhilarated. "Alex Ambrose? That's impossible. He's not that kind of person." Luke shook his head. He knew Alex was poor, but he was sure he would never do such a thing. Kathy replied, "Mr. Morgan, don't be fooled by him. Do you know how much he donated to a charity? $130,000. How do you think Alex could come up with that kind of money?" When Kathy finished, Mr. Berkeley backed her up. That's right, I've already asked the school for confirmation. Alex donated $130,000 today. And Kathy's sharp gaze shot toward Debbie. She's Alex's new girlfriend. Look at her new clothes from Autumn Beauty. And that's not the only one. She's got loads of new clothes. They must have spent a few $1,000s there. Where do you think he got all this money from? No, you're framing Alex, Debbie interjected. He would never do something like that. She looked at Kathy and Mr. Berkeley. Luke looked at Debbie and asked, Debbie, is Alex your new boyfriend, and did he buy you these expensive clothes? He was anxious. If Alex had bought Debbie's new clothes, then he had to wonder where the money had come from. Go on, tell us. Are you really in love with Alex? Deny it if you have the guts, Kathy said and smiled smugly. Yes, Debbie answered, and she nodded toward Luke. Luke closed his eyes and leaned weakly against the back of his bed. Haha, Mr. Morgan finally believes it, Kathy laughed loudly. She looked at Debbie with eyes full of venom as she pulled out her cell phone. I'm calling the police now so they can arrest both of you two criminals. You'll be going to jail. Debbie was furious. Why is Kathy always looking for trouble with Alex? She asked herself. I'm convinced Alex didn't do anything wrong. Kathy had already tapped 911. Just as she was about to press the call button, Luke spoke up. Don't call the police. Mr. Morgan, you. Debbie stuttered. Luke interrupted her. I still believe Alex and Debbie. Plus, there's no evidence that Alex took my bank card and stole the money. In Luke's eyes, Alex and Debbie were two very honest students, and he just couldn't believe that they would do that. Mr. Morgan, try to calm down, Mr. Berkeley advised. Kathy and I came here tonight to ask you in detail about how you lost the money. Please tell us what happened. Luke replied, I keep my bank card inside the protective cover of my phone, and the PIN is written in my notebook. Yesterday, couldn't find my phone, so I immediately went to the bank to freeze my account, and that's when I found out that the money had been stolen. Debbie's heart lifted when she heard him saying that he had lost his phone. She thought I bet it was the phone that I found in the grass by the lake earlier. Subconsciously, she touched her pocket. Her action was noticed by the sharp-eyed Kathy. What do you have in there? Kathy asked, and she reached into Debbie's pocket. Ignoring her protests, she took out the phone. Seeing the phone in Kathy's hand, Luke's eyes widened. Why is my phone in your pocket? He asked Debbie. Debbie was so nervous that she didn't know what to say, Mr. Morgan, listen to me. I found this phone in the grass. Kathy retorted, You're still denying it? If you found the phone, why were you so afraid of us seeing it? Kathy pressed her. What do you have to say now? We've caught you with Mr. Morgan's phone. This is solid proof. You and Alex are in on this together. No, we're not. You guys are making a mistake, Debbie said helplessly. Right now, she didn't know what she could say to convince them. I'm making a mistake? What a joke. Kathy laughed arrogantly. Then, where do you think Alex got the money from? Why don't you tell us how you got this phone? Alex's family has money. His family are rich. Debbie tried her best to explain, but she couldn't stand up to Kathy. All right, Kathy, don't push her anymore. Luke hugged Debbie to his chest with a pained heart. All right, I'll leave her alone for now. Kathy glanced at Debbie with disdain. Now that one of the criminals has been caught, the other criminal will be even easier to find. Let's get back to school to find Alex. All right, Mr. Berkeley agreed. Before he left, he called his class monitor and told him to get some of Debbie's friends to come to the hospital so that she wouldn't leave. Mr. Berkeley and Kathy drove back to the school as quickly as they could. During this time, Alex had sneaked into Mr. Morgan's office without being seen. He quietly walked to the teacher's desk and stuffed the written note inside the title page of a book on the desk. Just as he was turning to leave, the door opened and Kathy and Mr. Berkeley walked in. Alex was as shocked as they were. He had not expected to be discovered. Luckily, we checked the monitor, or we would have missed him. Kathy sneered as she looked at Alex. Let me see what this scoundrel is doing. Mr. Berkeley walked to Mr. Morgan's desk and started leafing through the book. Crap, thought Alex, and his chest tightened. He watched as Mr. Berkeley pulled out the note he had just stuffed inside the book. What's this? Mr. Berkeley opened the note and read aloud, Mr. Morgan, I'm sorry. I'm the thief that took your money, Chapter 40. Ch 40. Honestly, I'm rich. Alex, what do you have to say for yourself? Mr. Berkeley asked as he held up the note. The truth isn't what you're thinking. I was trying to help Mr. Morgan by writing this note. All Alex could do was to try to defend himself, whether they believed him or not. It's written so clearly on this paper, yet you're still trying to argue. You're dumb. Kathy sneered as she looked at Alex. Now, she was feeling good. Swindling Mr. Morgan out of $350,000. You'll serve 20 years for this. Kathy took out her phone and started to call 911. Mr. Berkeley stopped her and said, Wait a moment. Let's take him to the hospital and confront Mr. Morgan with that girl. We'll see if he dares to face Mr. Morgan. Mr. Berkeley grabbed Alex, afraid that he would try to run away. Hearing that Debbie was also involved, Alex became afraid. Debbie's such a delicate person, he thought. How will she ever cope with this? He didn't think about his situation at all. He only wanted to get back to Debbie's side to protect her. Mr. Berkeley escorted Alex to the school gate, got him into his car, and they drove straight to the hospital. By this time, Mr. Morgan's ward had become quite crowded with students. They had heard that the money had been found and had decided to come to the hospital themselves to find out more. Of course, Darren and Donna were also there. They had heard that Alex was the thief, and they had come to gloat. As Mr. Berkeley escorted Alex inside the hospital, the students started calling out. One said, Hey, isn't that the rich guy who donated all that money? Alex, you're so gorgeous. You're my idol. Can we talk on Snapchat? Said another. Another girl called out, Alex, I love you. We look so great together. Give me a chance. A small group of female students ran up to Alex and tried to grab his attention. Darren and Donna rushed over, and Donna said to the girls, Are you all dumb? What a bunch of idiots you are. It was him that stole Mr. Morgan's money. Darren backed her up. It's true. That scum stole the $350,000. All he cares about is money. The students started to believe Darren and Donna. One said, You stole the money from Mr. Morgan? You scumbag. Another joined in. That money was to build up the internship program, and you took it to spend on yourself and your girlfriend. You sleazebag. I hope they catch you, or Mr. Morgan will be blamed for the missing money. Mr. Morgan's such a good person. He's your teacher, and this is how you repay him. In no time at all, the girls had turned against him. They were angry, and some even punched Alex a few times. Although it was painful, Alex didn't feel it at all. He didn't try to defend himself as his mind was focused on worrying about Debbie. He had a bad feeling. He was sure that these people were capable of treating Debbie as cruelly as they were treating him. Ignoring the punches and kicks and insults from his classmates, Alex strode into Luke's ward. When he entered the ward, he couldn't believe what he saw. Debbie was sprawled on the ground, surrounded by a circle of people. Her hair was messy and there were traces of saliva on the top of her head. There were even a few gray footprints on the new beige dress that he had bought her. Debbie, in his heart, Alex blamed himself. He hadn't protected her properly, and he was furious. You scum, I'll kill you all. Alex was about to throw a chair at the other students. He looked deranged. Debbie stopped him. She cried, "Alex, no." He stopped and looked at her. His eyes were red and he was shaking. A small smile appeared on Debbie's battered face. "Don't fight with them. Just tell them that you're not the person who stole the money, and then get me away from here." "Okay." Alex put down the chair, walked to Debbie's side, and hugged her. He gently tidied up her messy hair as if there was no one else in the room. The others were scared of his temper, so they kept quiet and watched. Oh wow, these two scumbags are showing us how much they love each other. Kathy crossed her arms and walked over to Alex and Debbie with a proud smile. "Alex, tell me, where did you put what's left of the stolen money? Quickly hand over the details." "I didn't touch Mr. Morgan's money." Alex didn't even look at Kathy. He was still fussing over Debbie. "Even now, you won't admit it." Kathy then took out the note he had written. "Mr. Morgan, everyone, look." When we found Alex, he was writing this note. The words on it explain everything. After the students finished reading the note, they handed it to Luke. He didn't want to believe it, but he couldn't deny what he was reading. He was heartbroken. "Alex, this is Mr. Morgan. I wrote this on purpose to help you." Alex started to explain. Kathy burst out laughing. "Haha, you know how to bullshit." She looked at Alex with a sneer and continued, "Tell us, if you didn't steal it, where did you get the $130,000 for the donation and the money to go out for expensive meals and to buy designer clothes for this peasant? Go on, tell us." She continued, "Are you trying to say that you won all that money on lottery tickets? Bullshit. Who the hell would believe you?" Kathy was determined to make sure that everyone hated Alex. Alex thought, previously, I had to hide my identity to avoid problems, but now, it seems that hiding my identity has made these people despise me even more. And I've even caused Debbie to get beaten up. What's the use of hiding who I am any longer? He said, "It's true that I didn't win the money in the lottery." He helped Debbie stand up and looked at Kathy with a faint smile. "This money is all mine. My family is rich." When Alex finished speaking, everyone in the ward was stunned for a moment before bursting out in laughter. Kathy laughed and said, "Alex, is that all you've got? Can't you think of anything better? With that image, I think you really should be a screenwriter." She didn't believe him at all. "If you're rich, then I'm super rich. Maybe you should call me Lady Kathy," she joked. Alex replied in earnest, "I'm one of the richest people in the world, and you're still being rude to me. You'd better watch out, or my family will destroy yours." The others didn't take his words seriously at all. Alex was really angry. This bunch of arrogant kids, he thought. They have no idea who they're talking to right now. With a single word from my father, their entire families could vanish into thin air. He looked around at the people present and said, "Listen to me, you have no idea how powerful my family is. Everything you eat, all your clothes, everything you use at school, all your medical treatments, even your cars and houses, and even the buttons you've got on your clothes, they've all come from my family's businesses. I advise you to keep your mouth shut." The others burst into laughter. In their eyes, Alex was a raving lunatic. "What's this idiot saying?" One of the students said. "Is he trying to make me die from laughing too hard? Is he distracting us so he can run away? Hurry up and record it on your phones. Alex is going to be famous on social media." No one believed Alex's words. Only Debbie knew he was speaking the truth. One of the teachers from the Student Affairs office approached Alex and advised him, "Alex, the school has already recovered the $130,000 that you donated. As long as you hand over the rest of the stolen money, I can assure you that the school will treat you with leniency." I'll say it again, that money is my own money. I never touched Mr. Morgan's money, Alex said coldly. He thought, okay, if you insist, I'll show you who my family are. You have no idea. With this in mind, he took out his Sky Metro Bank Supreme card from his pocket and held it up. This is my Sky Metro Bank Supreme card. In my account, you'll find I have around $20 million. If any of you don't believe me, you can take this card and look for yourselves. If anyone dares to touch a single cent of this money, I guarantee you'll regret it. Alex's card looked cool, and no one there was rich enough to have a Supreme card. They had heard about them, but had never seen one. Have we made this kid go completely crazy? One student asked. Another responded, don't you need $3 million to use the Sky Metro Bank? If he wants to play, let's humor him. It'll be entertaining. The hospital has a card machine. Let's go right now, another suggested. The card machine was quickly brought to the ward. Kathy personally held the Supreme card and prepared to try it. Alex stood calmly at the side and watched. He was thinking, I can't wait to see their reactions. When they see the amount of money in the account, they'll be stunned, and I'm sure they'll all start sucking up to me then. They'll soon know how stupid they've been and how badly they've treated me and Debbie. Alex entered his PIN. But instead of displaying $20 million, a few words flashed across the screen. This account is temporarily unavailable. Kathy said sarcastically, oh right. This is the Metro Sky Bank Supreme card, and it doesn't even work in the card machine. The others also mocked and ridiculed him. How can this be? Alex wondered. He couldn't figure out what was happening. I've used my card in the last few days, and it was fine. A few days ago, I even bought a villa at Green Island Garden. He quickly called the customer manager of Metro Sky Bank, Robert Miller, to ask him about his account. Sorry, Mr. Ambrose, your card is connected to your family's account. Half an hour ago, your card was restricted by your family. I'm sorry, but you can no longer use it. My family? Alex thought. But my family has only just given me access to my money. Why have they stopped me from using it again so quickly? Alex was shocked and confused. He called Mark Stevens. Mark, what's going on with my account? Alex asked urgently. Mark was also troubled. It's like this, sir. In the short period since you've had access to your money, you've already spent almost $200,000. Although this is not a huge sum of money, some members of the family think that you haven't yet matured enough to have access to your account, so it's been temporarily frozen. But don't worry. I believe that it should be released again very soon. Chapter 41, Ch. 41. Taking the blame, Alex no longer cared about what Mark had told him. He had bigger problems. What terrible luck. The universe was playing games with him. Now that he needed people to believe he was rich, he couldn't prove it. Well, Alex? Kathy asked. You wanted to prove you're rich. So, where's the evidence? Can no one vouch for you? She smiled when he couldn't answer. Everyone began talking again, and insults were hurled at Alex like artillery shells. Unable to answer, Alex merely glared at them. Alex, Debbie whispered, looking worried. Alex stayed silent, but his expression was serious as he thought about what to do. Alex, hand over the rest of the stolen money right now, or we'll have no choice but to call the police, Mr. Berkeley said, once again pressuring Alex. Yes, have him arrested, Kathy urged. He won't admit anything right now, someone said. But once he's at the police station, he'll come clean. Alex wanted to argue, but his account had been frozen, and he couldn't prove anything. He held Debbie's hand tightly as he looked around at everyone. Do it. Call the police, Mr. Berkeley ordered. A few impatient boys rushed toward Alex. Leave him alone. I took the money, Debbie shouted. Everyone stopped talking and stared at her. Debbie, don't be silly. Why would you do such a thing? Mr. Morgan gaped at Debbie in disbelief. She looked at Mr. Morgan and then bowed her head. I'm sorry I let you down, Mr. Morgan. I stole the cell phone and the money. No one else was involved. I'm so sorry. Did you do it all by yourself? Asked Mr. Berkeley. Don't lie to protect Alex. She waved a phone at them. Look, this is Mr. Morgan's phone. If Kathy hadn't caught me red-handed, I wouldn't have admitted anything. Stealing that much money is serious, and I'm not stupid enough to take the blame for someone else. It made sense, and everyone seemed to believe her. In that case, we need to go to the police station. Mr. Berkeley grabbed Debbie's arm, ready to leave with her. Debbie glanced at Alex. Seeing him unsure of what to do, she was willing to take the blame to protect him from any injustice. Although she didn't know where she would get the $350,000, and even though she might face severe punishment, she wasn't afraid. Instead, she was determined to help him. Alex began to panic. He hadn't expected Debbie to protect him. Shocked, he realized how much she must love him. How could he possibly let her take the blame for him? When Debbie looked at him, he felt guilty. As a man, how could he allow a woman to protect him? That just wasn't something he could do. Debbie, don't cover for me, Alex said, smiling faintly at her. He was lucky to have such a woman in his life. Debbie was stunned and didn't understand what Alex was saying. What do you mean? Mr. Berkeley asked. He considered Alex's words. Are you telling me that she's lying? You took the money, didn't you? If I denied it, would you believe me? Alex asked with a shrug. Aren't you here because you thought I did it? Huh. You finally admitted it, Kathy taunted him. Debbie couldn't possibly have done such a thing. No, he's lying. I did it. Debbie knew that Alex wanted to protect her. Debbie, stop, Alex said. I planned everything. I stole Mr. Morgan's money, and then I tried to use you to get rid of it all. The idea was to spend the money on you as quickly as possible, but it was taking too long, so I decided to donate most of it. No. If that were true, then why would I admit to it? And why would you confess? Debbie shook her head. That makes no sense. You're lying. But nobody seemed to be convinced by her arguments. Alex laughed. You're too naive. How long do you think you'll be able to keep lying to the police? It's over, Debbie. Let it go. Debbie was too stunned to argue. Alex, is that true? You were just using me? Debbie's eyes shone with tears. Alex's deception hurt more than the thought of going to jail. I'm sorry. His gaze slid away. 2 tears slipped down Debbie's cheeks, and the strength drained from her, leaving her so shaky that a single puff of air could knock her over. Debbie, are you okay? Alex asked with concern, reaching out to help her. Leave me alone, Debbie yelled as she slapped his face. She stared at him with tears still sliding down her face. You lied to me. Why? Why did you lie to me? She glared at him and then ran out of the ward. Alex watched her leave, feeling a little dazed. Debbie didn't realize how much he cared about her. She had been willing to take the blame for him. Couldn't she see that he wanted to do the same for her? Oh, Alex, I thought you genuinely liked Debbie. I can't believe you were just using her. I'm so glad I dumped you, Kathy taunted him, while everyone else began to insult him. Alex simply blocked them out, his mind still on Debbie. He only hoped she wouldn't do anything stupid. The university officials started discussing the matter. Mr. Morgan didn't want to create a fuss, and they had already recovered part of the stolen money, so they decided not to inform the police. Hopefully, that would protect the university's reputation. Alex was ordered to repay the money within 5 years. After the agreement was reached, everyone dispersed. It was late by the time Alex returned to the university. He wanted to call Debbie and check on her, but he decided against it. He had no way of fixing the problem, so if he called, what would he say? Besides, she probably needed time to calm down. When he reached the dorm, his roommates had also heard about the incident and told him not to worry. Too tired to talk to them, he simply went to sleep. The next day, Alex was woken at 10:30 in the morning by his phone ringing. It was the cheerleader, Zara. "Alex, why did it take you so long to answer?" Zara asked. "I'm calling to let you know my cousin is free for lunch, so I've arranged for you to meet her at the Central Plaza. Make sure you clean yourself up before you come." "Zara, why didn't you give me more notice?" "I don't want to go anywhere." Alex was in no mood to go out after the previous day's incident. "Hey, since when do I answer to you?" "If you don't want to come, then don't," Zara said, ending the call. Alex had promised Zara that he would help her cousin, so he wouldn't let her down. Besides, he couldn't solve his money problems anyway, so he may as well do this. He got washed and dressed, and then he hurried to the Central Plaza. Zara and Karen were sitting under an umbrella, drinking lemonade. Zara tossed her phone onto the table. "What is it?" Karen asked, her heart beating faster. "Doesn't Alex want to come?" "So what?" "Don't worry. He'll come anyway. And if he doesn't, then I'll take care of it," Zara said confidently. Karen's heart stopped pounding. She took a sip of her lemonade and glanced at Zara. Zara's attitude toward Alex was still quite mean, so she didn't know he was rich. "That's good," Karen thought. "That means I have one less opponent." "Hey, did you hear what that loser Alex did?" Zara laughed when she thought about the situation at Shrimp King the other day. "No." "What?" Karen was especially interested in hearing anything about Alex. "He was asking for money at the entrance." Zara filled her in on the incident. "Yes, what a loser," Karen agreed. Of course, she didn't believe for a minute that Alex had asked for money, so Zara must have misunderstood. After all, when Karen first met Alex, she had also thought he was a loser with no money. "But the idiot surprised us," Zara said. "He turned up in a Mercedes-Benz." Karen choked on her drink. "What?" She wasn't surprised by the car. Many of the Supreme card holders at Metro Sky Bank drove such cars. But what if Zara realized Alex was seriously rich? "Haha. Karen, you should see your face." Zara laughed. "Were you thinking that the loser is rich?" "No, I asked Rachel, and she told me that it wasn't Alex's car. He was just driving it and acting tough." "Really?" "Zara, you're enjoying this far too much." Karen relaxed again. Zara didn't suspect anything. "No, that's not it. I know Alex, and that car doesn't belong to him," Zara said confidently, even though she had believed it was his at the time and had begged Alex for a ride. Chapter 42, ch. 42. The date. Zara had no idea that Alex was rich, so Karen stopped paying attention to her and started to fix her makeup. "Karen, this is your big chance to get James to admit his feelings. Hurry up and finish making yourself look pretty. If you get any prettier, I'll be jealous," Zara teased. "I know I need to make the most of this opportunity," Karen said, applying mascara to her eyelashes. "Does she think I'd go to this much trouble for James?" she thought. "No, I'm trying to attract Alex, not James." Zara had no idea what Karen was thinking. "It's still early, so let's take a stroll in the mall." Zara took Karen's arm and went to pull her into the shopping mall. "No, Alex will be here soon. It would be rude to not be here when he arrives." Karen refused to move. Meeting up with Alex was the most important thing she had to do. Nothing else mattered. "Why do you care so much about a loser like him?" Zara pouted. 20 minutes later, Alex stepped out of the taxi, and his eyes lit up when he saw two beautiful women walking toward him. Karen was very pretty. She was tall and curvy, with long wavy hair. Her makeup highlighted her beautiful face, and the split in her long skirt provided flashes of her legs as she walked. She was every man's fantasy. "You're late." Zara slapped Alex's shoulder. "And you made us wait for you. Who do you think you are?" "Zara, stop it." Karen stuck up for him. "The university isn't that close, and 20 minutes isn't long at all." She turned to Alex. "Sorry, you know how impatient my cousin can be." Zara felt uncomfortable. Why is my cousin saying that about me? She thought. He's just a loser. Why is she taking his side? But then she remembered that her cousin was tricking Alex into liking her, and Zara's resentment faded as she understood. Alex, what happened to the Mercedes? Why did you come in a taxi? Zara crossed her arms as she smirked at Alex. After what had happened the previous day, Alex didn't want to hide his identity anymore. Karen started to panic. Would Alex admit who he was? It's over, she thought. Zara is going to find out. Did you send the Mercedes to the garage for repairs? Zara sneered. It was hard to tell when this loser was lying. He was just too good at it. Stop pretending. Rachel already told me the car isn't yours. You were just trying to play the big man that day. Oh, Alex said, annoyed at Zara's attitude. Then tell me, if that wasn't my car, then why didn't I make Howard pay for the damage? I'm just a poor loser, remember? I can't afford that much money. Zara didn't have an answer for that. She blushed as she tried to think of an explanation. You just wanted to act tough in front of us, Zara said in exasperation. Besides, you're so poor that it doesn't make a difference how much it costs. Even if it was only $100, you still couldn't pay it back. Tired of arguing, she didn't even give him a chance to respond. She pushed him and kicked him a few times. Don't you dare talk back to me. Zara's kicks didn't hurt, so Alex couldn't be bothered to fight with her. Karen, be careful, Zara said. This loser looks honest, but he's a schemer. It's fine. Don't worry about us, Karen said. Zara, don't you have an appointment to get to? She winked. They had agreed that after Alex arrived, Zara would leave and call James, asking him to come. When he saw Alex, he would be overcome with jealousy. Karen had been forced to go along with the plan to prevent Zara from asking questions. Simply dating Alex without agreeing to have James appear would have been too suspicious. Of course, she couldn't let James sabotage her date with Alex, so she needed to find a secluded place where James wouldn't find her, and then she would think of a way to explain it to Zara later. Karen had her plan, and she would be careful not to make any mistakes. Oh, that's right. I promised my best friend I'd go to the gym with her. Zara rolled her eyes and looked at Alex slyly. Alex, stay here and keep my cousin company. Zara smirked. When she brought James to the restaurant, Alex would be embarrassed, and James might even hit him. She enjoyed tormenting Alex. Alex, you loser, she thought. You're so annoying. Well, just wait and see what happens. Do you think my cousin cares about you? She smiled when she thought about how Alex had no idea what was going on and didn't know he might get beaten up later. Leaving them to it, Zara walked away. After a few minutes, she turned around and saw Karen holding Alex's arm as they walked toward a nearby restaurant. Karen, what the heck? Zara mumbled to herself. It's just an act. You don't need to touch him. Is he taking advantage of you? She took out her cell phone and dialed. James, are you busy? No? Then can you come to the Central Plaza? I really need a ride. Okay, I'll be waiting here. Hurry! When she ended the call, she was quite pleased with herself for being so smart. If she had simply said that Karen was dating a loser, James would probably have seen straight through it. But if she could arrange for James to bump into Karen on a date with a loser, he would get jealous. Half an hour later, an Audi A5 pulled into the Central Plaza. A man with a neat buzz cut and a pair of dark glasses stepped out of the car. James, you came. Zara walked over, smiling at him. She had met him a few times through Karen, so she knew him reasonably well. He didn't seem very intelligent, which is why Zara thought their trick might work. Yeah, I've been busy with work for the past few days, and I haven't had time to visit your cousin. How is she? He asked with a faint smile. Every time we meet, you always ask about my cousin. It's enough to make a girl jealous, she teased him. Karen has been quite busy recently, but I don't know exactly what she's been up to. Zara was intentionally vague. The less she explained, the more curious he would become, and then he would become anxious. That way, when he discovered Karen on a date with Alex, he would get worked up. Oh! Sure enough, he was already suspicious. When he had first seen Karen during a blind date, he had been deeply attracted to her. He had believed that whoever admitted to being in love first would be in a weaker position within the relationship, so he had been waiting for Karen to say she loved him. But he hadn't expected her to behave in the same way. And now she seemed to have lost interest. "Where do you want me to take you?" he asked Zara. "Well, it's already noon, and I haven't eaten yet. So, how about I treat you to lunch in exchange for you giving me a ride?" Zara asked, her tone a little weird. James' expression suggested that there was something on his mind. James didn't object, seeing it as an opportunity to get more information about Karen. Laughing and talking with James, Zara walked toward the restaurant where Karen and Alex were having lunch. But when they went in, she couldn't see her cousin anywhere. "Let's go somewhere else," she said. "The service here is terrible." She pulled James back outside as she wondered what had gone wrong. Karen was supposed to be in this restaurant, so where was she now? Had she changed her mind? She couldn't call Karen, so she texted her instead, but still received no reply. So, she had no choice but to lead James around the mall, searching each restaurant for her cousin. "Zara, where do you want to eat?" James asked with resentment. He was getting annoyed at being dragged around. Zara was still trying to work out what to do when she spotted Alex and Karen through a window of a restaurant. "This place looks pretty good. Shall we eat here?" Zara smiled. She needed to get him inside the restaurant to see her cousin and Alex. It would be much more exciting for him to come face to face with them, rather than just seeing them through a window. "Oh wow, my stomach hurts, and I have to go to the toilet," Zara said, clutching at her stomach as if she was in pain. "James, you go on ahead and order for us." James didn't say anything, but simply walked toward the restaurant. Zara watched him enter. Hiding in an inconspicuous place, she settled in to watch what happened. She was looking forward to seeing James get angry and confront Alex. "Oh, Karen, you changed locations at the last minute," Zara muttered to herself. "I don't know why you didn't tell me, but I still managed to find you. So, when you work things out with James, don't forget your little cousin. When you get your hands on his money, I'll be due a nice reward." Chapter 43. Ch 43. Who are you? Karen didn't expect Zara to find the restaurant where she and Alex were eating. She had secretly changed the location, hoping that would trick her cousin into leaving them alone. She focused her attention completely on Alex, who was sitting across the table from her. She had hoped to make the most of this opportunity, but he seemed quiet and withdrawn. Alex couldn't stop thinking about what had happened the day before and couldn't forget the look on Debbie's face when she had left. His heart felt like it was being stabbed with a knife. "Alex, you've obviously got something on your mind." "What's wrong?" Karen asked. "You can tell me. It might make you feel better." He slowly raised his eyes, and when he saw Karen's gentle smile, he felt a little better. "If you had a misunderstanding with the person you love the most, and they turned against you or refused to forgive you, what would you do?" he asked. His heart felt heavy, and he was afraid that Debbie would never speak to him again. Karen was surprised by his words, and she felt uneasy. No matter who this unknown woman was, she definitely couldn't be allowed to steal Alex away. Alex has had his heart broken, she thought. The person he loves the most should trust him completely, and then there would be no misunderstanding. Karen was used to dealing with people, and she knew she couldn't be too direct. But if she pointed him in the right direction, she was sure he would figure it out. "Alex, do you love her?" Karen asked, watching him carefully. He nodded, causing Karen's heart to sink. She forced a small smile. If you're honest with her and she still doesn't trust you, then perhaps she doesn't take your relationship as seriously as you do. Maybe you should walk away, Karen said as she thought about how to handle this problem. Could she be right? Alex wondered. He didn't know what to think. It was all so complicated. Karen felt relieved when she saw that he was considering her advice. Now that she knew she had a potential love rival, she had to move quickly. If she was too slow, then she would miss her chance. Cheer up, Alex, she said. There are plenty of fish in the sea. She edged closer to him and slowly slid her hand across the table. Although she knew she was being far too forward, the situation was urgent, and she had to take the risk. Besides, from what she knew of Alex, he wouldn't be angry. She was so close to Alex's hand. Just a few inches more, and she would be touching him. She moved her hand to within half an inch, then closer. Just as she was about to make contact, a loud voice came from beside her. Karen, what are you doing here? And who is this? James demanded. She had been so focused on Alex that she hadn't even seen him arrive. James. Karen gaped at him in surprise. This was a problem. Zara, her annoying cousin, had managed to track her down. Karen, what's going on? I want an explanation now. James stared at her. This was the exact situation she had once wanted. With anyone else, it would have worked brilliantly. She would have shed a few tears, and James would have blamed himself and then confessed his love for her. But everything had changed. She was sitting here with Alex, who had a supreme card proving he had over $30 million. Compared to Alex, James was nothing. Karen didn't even bother to answer any questions. She pointed outside as she glared at him. Go away. This has nothing to do with you. Alex was confused. He frowned at James and asked, Who are you? To James, this was a blatant provocation. Kid, you have some nerve asking who I am, he said angrily. I'm Karen's boyfriend. So, if you know what's good for you, get lost. That's nonsense. When did I agree to that? Karen shouted. Now that she wanted Alex, James was getting in the way. James and Karen had met on a blind date set up by their families. Although their relationship was intimate, neither of them had defined what they were to each other. James was at his wits' end trying to understand her. If we're not a couple, then why do you think I brought you expensive gifts? He demanded. Why do we call each other every night before we go to sleep? James, don't be stupid, Karen said with a sneer. I'm not responsible for what you believe. As far as I'm concerned, we're just friends. I get it. James scowled. It's because of this kid, isn't it? He glared at Alex. You dare to steal my girlfriend? You must have a death wish. With that, James raised his hand toward Alex, ready to teach him a lesson. But before he could land a single blow, Karen slapped him hard, stunning him. Karen hadn't hesitated to hit James. If he beat up Alex, it would ruin everything. And maybe Alex would be grateful to her for intervening, and then she would be even closer to winning his affection. I think I should go. Alex was embarrassed by the scene. He stood up and walked outside. Karen glared at James before running after Alex. Alex, I'm sorry about that, Karen called to him as they left the restaurant. It's fine. It's not your fault. He smiled. That's the person I told you about earlier, she explained. The one who has been chasing me. He's made several scenes like that. I keep saying no, but he doesn't listen, and sometimes he even attacks me. Karen lowered her head, covered her face, and began to cry softly. Please don't cry. I don't think he'll bother you anymore. She seemed so helpless and sad that Alex couldn't help but comfort her. Karen took this opportunity to move closer to him, and then she gently leaned into his chest. When he didn't immediately push her away, she felt a moment of triumph. She pressed herself fully against him and nuzzled at his neck. One moment, Alex was worried about Karen, and the next, he was completely focused on her body. She was quite alluring. Her face was pressed into his neck. Her skin was smooth, and her hair tickled him every time she moved. A faint fragrance drifted up, but it wasn't perfume, merely her natural scent. Alex's heart softened, while another part of him became hard. His hands trembled with nerves as he started to hug her back. But then he pictured Debbie, and his entire body shook as if someone had poured a bucket of cold water over him. Guilt swamped him. He hadn't resolved the misunderstanding with Debbie yet, so what was he doing dreaming about another woman? I'm an idiot, he thought. I'm the one responsible for the situation with Debbie. If I lose her because of this, I'll have no one to blame but myself. He cursed himself and pushed Karen away. Karen, I'm sorry. There's something I have to do. I have to go, he said, and then he left without looking back. Alex! Alex! Karen called after him, but he didn't stop. She could only stamp her foot in frustration as he fled from her. A moment later, Zara ran over and pulled her away. Karen, you nearly lost me, Zara said, smiling. You weren't where you were supposed to be. But luckily, I was smart enough to find you, even though I had to check more than 10 different restaurants. I suppose I should thank you, Karen managed to squeeze out through gritted teeth. Looking at Zara's smiling expression, she fought the urge to hit her cousin. No need to thank me. I was happy to help. Zara didn't notice the hatred in her cousin's eyes. Oh, Karen, your acting was so realistic. If I hadn't known better, I'd have thought you were fighting with James because you wanted Alex. She grinned. Did you see his reaction? When you left, James was completely stunned. I think you've really provoked him this time. He'll definitely propose to you soon. I hit James, and he still wants to propose to me? Karen thought. It's such a joke. He's nothing compared to Alex, so how could I possibly fall for him? I've been feeling really bad about what you've had to go through, Zara said. It must have been awful having to look at Alex's face all the time. Well, the plan worked, and in a few days, you'll get what you wanted. When that happens, we'll get rid of Alex and have some fun with him. Malice shone from her eyes. Karen felt sick. If she hadn't been worried about moving too fast, she would have kissed Alex. Zara wants to humiliate Alex, she thought. But just wait until I marry him, and then she'll find out his identity. We'll see if she's still smiling then. Chapter 44, ch 44. Looking for Debbie. Alex was still feeling guilty, and there was only one person on his mind, Debbie. He needed to find her. Only then would he be able to calm down. He knew she was most likely to be in one of two places, her dorm room or the villa in the Green Island Garden District. After everything that had happened, she probably wouldn't be at the villa, but Alex decided to check there first. Maybe he was just stalling while he worked up the courage to face her. Or maybe he was hoping for a miracle. Perhaps she had already forgiven him and was waiting for him inside. When he arrived at the Green Island Garden District, he was both hopeful and worried. He walked toward the villa, taking one step at a time. He opened the door, but there was no miracle. The villa was empty. His heart sank. Just thinking about Debbie's current attitude toward him made him feel awful. He returned to Preston University. If Debbie wasn't at the villa, then she must be in the dorm. Although he was worried about how she might react to him, he felt worse when she wasn't around. Even if she yelled at him or hit him, that would be better than not seeing her at all. He waited until no one was paying attention, and then he slipped into the girls' dormitory. When he found Debbie's room, he pushed open the door and rushed inside. Debbie, Alex called out anxiously. But Debbie wasn't in the dorm, only Madison and two other girls. Get out, you pervert. Madison pointed at him angrily. Where's Debbie? He was really worried about her. Where had she run off to? That dog, Debbie? How would I know where she went scrounging for food? Madison drawled. The other two girls looked at each other and laughed. Tell me where Debbie is, Alex shouted. He could see that they knew where she was, and they were just making fun of him. I already told you. Madison shrugged. Where do dogs go to eat? We don't know. Are you deaf or simply stupid? The other two girls laughed even harder. Get lost. You're stinking up our dorm. She started to push him out the door, and the other two girls stood up, ready to help. Alex was furious. He grabbed Madison's hair and pulled hard. She yelled in shock, and the other two girls came over to attack him. He shoved them away and kicked at the door, breaking its hinges. Madison stared at him, clearly afraid. Tell me, where is Debbie? Alex asked fiercely. If Madison teased him again, he wouldn't be able to control himself. She dropped out of school, she said, panicking. Alex was stunned. He had never considered that. How could someone like Debbie drop out of school? Nonsense. Where is she? He roared, giving Madison a little shake. If you don't tell me, I'll beat you to death. She really dropped out of school, Madison said, eyeing him warily. Our teacher told us. If you don't believe me, you can ask anyone. She was afraid Alex would get even more violent. His gaze shot toward the other two girls huddled on the floor. Yes, it's true, one of them said, cowering. The teacher told us, the other girl added. Did Debbie drop out? He wondered. Why? She doesn't know anyone in New York, so where is she? When did she leave? He asked. Last night, around midnight, said one of the girls carefully. She packed up her clothes, but I wasn't really paying attention. I didn't know she'd dropped out of school. Alex let go of Madison, who quickly moved aside, looking at him in fear. He turned around and walked out, his heart heavy. Hey, what are you doing in the female dormitory? The dorm manager had arrived. She glanced at Madison's room and said, Your room is a mess. Did this boy cause it? I'll inform the school authorities and write up a report. No, it has nothing to do with him, Madison said, running her fingers through her messy hair to tidy it. Really? The woman said, confused. She scowled at Alex. Get out of here. As a young man, you have no business being in the female dormitory. Madison, why didn't you tell her about Alex? One of the girls asked, rubbing at her sore wrist. He stole money from Mr. Morgan. If we tell everyone what he did here, he'll definitely get kicked out. If we get Alex thrown out, then how would we get revenge? A trace of a cold smile appeared on Madison's face, and her voice grew positively icy. Besides, the Kappa Alpha Society is in trouble. If we report this to the school, then everyone will laugh at us. Alex called Debbie, but she didn't answer. He searched the school and the entire neighborhood like a madman, but she was nowhere to be found. At midnight, he walked to the edge of Ramsey Lake and sat down on the big rock where he and Debbie had once shared some food. The pale moonlight was reflected in the lake. He sat there all alone in the cool night. Images flashed through his mind. Debbie laughing, looking sad, being shy, eating, walking, reading. The pictures flew by like a slideshow, but he had no idea where she was now. He didn't dare to think about Debbie being out there all alone, maybe afraid and helpless. A tear rolled down his face. Then another. He continued to search for 3 days, but there was still no sign of her. It was as if she had never existed. By the 4th day, he was in despair. He was starting to think that he would never see her again. For the next few days, he wallowed in misery. He refused to go to class and stayed in bed all day. Most of the time, he simply lay there and stared at the ceiling, but occasionally he would cry loudly. Ben, Joe, and Carl were worried about him. But when they asked what had happened, he didn't answer, so they assumed he was upset about having to repay the stolen money. They brought him food, forcing him to eat and drink. Finally, they couldn't take any more. They knew Alex couldn't go on like this, or he would make himself ill. So, they dragged him out of bed and took him to the bathroom to get clean. Alex, you can't just stay in the dorm all the time. In fact, don't come back to the dorm before 10. Go someplace else and relax, Joe said. Then they firmly shut the dormitory door. Worried about Alex, they opened the door 5 minutes later to check on him, but he was no longer there. Alex left the dormitory and wandered until he reached Ramsey Lake. After sitting beside the lake for an hour, he realized that Debbie would be disappointed to see him like this. He took a deep breath and stood up. He walked to the school gate and hailed a taxi to take him into the city. As he watched the scenery pass by through the car window, Alex thought about Debbie. He hoped to spot her somewhere, even if it was a long shot. After 4 hours of simply driving around, the driver's shift was finished, so he dropped Alex off somewhere in the city. Alex walked into a high-class restaurant and sat down. He had wanted to take Debbie here for a meal, but she had disappeared before he could fulfill his promise. "Sir, are you ready to order?" the waiter asked, wondering about this sad-looking customer. "I'd like the fried lobster, some oysters, a seafood platter, pumpkin soup, the lamb cutlet, the steak with black pepper." Alex ordered a total of more than 10 dishes. "Sir, are you planning to eat all that food by yourself?" the waiter asked with his mouth wide open. "It's fine," Alex said lightly. The waiter was still worried, so Alex showed him his wallet, which had enough cash to pay for the meal and still have a little left over. Satisfied, the waiter left to arrange the food. "Debbie," Alex thought. "When I find you, I'll bring you here to make up for the harm I've caused you." The dishes were brought out and placed on the table one after another. "Can I have 2 sets of tableware?" Alex asked. "Oh, so you're expecting a friend?" The waiter smiled. At least he's not eating all that food by himself, he thought. He went to get the 2 sets of tableware. Alex looked at the empty seat across from him and felt a bit depressed. "Debbie," he sighed. He picked up a prawn and placed it on the plate in front of him. "Here, have a taste." "Well, what do you think?" "I remember you saying that you like prawns." Alex picked up the red wine and poured it into a glass. "This red wine is world famous. Try it." The waiter was dumbfounded. He opened his eyes wide and stared at Alex in disbelief. He rubbed his eyes and looked again. There was still no one else there. He tried to warn Alex, but he was too busy talking to the air as if someone was sitting in front of him. The waiter felt chills down his spine. He looked at Alex with a hint of fear. Was he talking to a ghost? What if there's a ghost sitting across from him, he thought. And I can't see it, but he can? "Oh, he must really be in love," said one customer, watching the scene. "I wonder if the girl he's speaking to left him or if she died," someone else said. "That's so sad," came a third voice. Everyone was watching Alex. They could tell he was missing a woman he loved deeply. "Damn. Hey guys, look at this. There's a fool over there talking to himself." A discordant voice came from not too far away. Chapter 45, ch 45. "You're not getting rid of me." The voice came from a table about 10 meters away, and the female customers all glared in that direction. "I think he really believes someone is there," one person said. "Who knows which mental hospital this guy escaped from?" "No, he's just missing his girlfriend," someone answered. "Look at him. He looks miserable. I'm guessing his girlfriend either died or ran off with another man." Alex had been ignoring all the surrounding talk. But when they insulted Debbie, he grew angry. He slapped his hand down on the table and stood up, glaring at the 6 or 7 people sitting nearby. They wore flowery shirts and gold chains, and many of them had tattoos on display. "Hey, kid, what do you want?" a man asked. "Do you have something you want to say to us?" Debbie was Alex's sore spot. If anyone insulted her, no matter who they were, he would shut them up. He picked up the bottle of red wine and rushed over to their table, splashing the wine as he ran. "Alex," a delicate voice whispered to him. It was Debbie. Alex was stunned. He glanced at the seat opposite his and saw Debbie sitting there quietly. His anger drained away, and he smiled. "Come back and sit down," she said, gesturing to his chair. "Let's eat." "Okay." He stared at her face for a moment, and then he put the bottle back on the table and sat down. The other customers were all astounded. What on earth? Who was he talking to? There was no one across the table from him. Had he gone insane? The whispers began again. How crazy is this guy? He's just pretending to be insane to avoid a beating. Well, if that guy dares to come over here, I'll deal with him. Ignore him. Maybe he really did escape from a mental hospital. Alex didn't even hear what they were saying. He was too busy watching Debbie. She smiled as if she had already forgiven him, and he was happy to just sit there with her. "Damn it, you splashed wine on my arm, you idiot." Suddenly, there was a roar in the dining room, followed by the sound of a table and chairs being knocked over. "What the hell is wrong with you?" As Alex was handing a plate of food to Debbie, she screamed and fell to the ground as if she had been hit by something. "Debbie, what's wrong?" He rushed to help her, but she disappeared with a pop. "Debbie? Debbie!" He shouted in panic, looking around to see where she had gone. "Sir, calm down." The waiter tried to take him back to his seat. Alex clutched at the waiter's shirt. "Did you see my girlfriend?" he asked anxiously. "She was just sitting here and then she disappeared." "Have you hidden her somewhere?" "Sir, your girlfriend was never here. It was all just in your imagination. If you don't believe me, then look." The waiter tried his best to explain as he pointed at the empty seat. Alex looked across the table filled with dishes, including prawns and caviar. But Debbie had been eating them, hadn't she? Realization struck. He had been imagining everything. "I'm sorry," he whispered to the waiter as he prepared to leave. "Do you think you can just say sorry and that's it?" a voice shouted. "Hell no. I'm Bruno Franklin, and I'm sure you've heard of me. You've ruined my shirt, so you need to come home with me and wash it by hand." That's the only way this gets settled. As Alex headed toward the door, he heard fabric tearing, and a girl screamed, "Don't touch me." He ground to a halt, feeling like he had been struck by lightning. That was Debbie's voice. His heart lurched within his chest. What if it was just his mind playing tricks on him again? He slowly turned around and walked toward Bruno's table. There were already a lot of people gathered at the table, so he couldn't see the girl at first. The manager of the restaurant had already rushed over to join the crowd. He frowned when he saw the conflict between Debbie and Bruno. Even without asking, the manager knew that Bruno had been deliberately causing trouble. On an earlier occasion, Bruno had used this trick to bully a waitress into leaving with him, and he had then assaulted her. The restaurant had ended up paying the waitress a lot of money to keep quiet. Bruno, however, had suffered no consequences. He was a part of the underworld and had a lot of influence. No one was willing to stand up to him. "You useless girl. You've offended Mr. Franklin. Get out of my sight now." The manager glared at the waitress as he yelled. The woman he scolded was none other than Debbie. Debbie's cheeks burned with shame. Everyone was staring while she stood there in her torn clothes. But she knew that the manager was helping her. By sending her away, he was making sure she could escape Bruno. When Alex walked over, he only caught a glimpse of Debbie's back as she slipped away. He squeezed through the crowd and followed her into the kitchen. The manager was still apologizing to Bruno and trying to placate him. He had to be careful not to knock over the food racks as he made his way through the narrow kitchen, trying to find Debbie. The room bustled with activity, and the staff were all too busy doing their jobs to pay any attention to him. "What happened to the girl?" one of the cooks asked. "Oh, that gangster Bruno Franklin is here again and set his sights on her," a waitress replied. The manager is currently dealing with Bruno outside. That girl is such a little mouse, the cook said. She works all day, barely saying a word. She does night shifts and day shifts, practically working around the clock. If she wasn't so young, the strain would probably have killed her by now. I don't know why anyone would need to work that hard. I heard that she's working to pay off her boyfriend's debts, the waitress said. Haven't you noticed that she doesn't spend even a single cent of the money she earns? What a useless boyfriend. The chef shook her head. That poor girl's life is far too tragic. If I were that pretty, I could just go out and randomly pick a man, and it would probably still work out better than that. The waitress felt the weight of someone staring at her. Worried it was the head chef catching them gossiping, she turned around and saw Alex, who was stunned by what he had overheard. I'm sorry, sir, she said. Customers are not allowed in the kitchen. Please return to the dining area. Where's the girl you were talking about? Alex asked. Debbie? Why? What do you want with her? The waitress asked, puzzled. When he heard Debbie's name, Alex felt energized. He had almost found her. I'm the useless boyfriend you were talking about, Alex said absent-mindedly. You're Debbie's boyfriend? The worthless piece of trash, the cook asked, glaring at him. Debbie is such a sweet girl, and you have her working herself to death to repay your debt. What kind of man are you? The waitress looked at Alex and sighed at his miserable expression. Come with me, she said, leading him further into the kitchen. In a corner of the kitchen, Alex spotted Debbie sitting on the floor, hugging her knees. Finally, he began to calm down. He stopped walking and stared at her. Her sobs echoed through the room. The right shoulder of her shirt was ripped open, revealing her beautiful skin, and her face was pressed into her knees. Tears leaked from his eyes as he watched her. He moved slowly toward her, one step at a time. His heart filled with shame and regret, and he knew he had to apologize and make this right. He crouched down beside her and carefully reached out to touch her hair. I'm sorry, sir, she sobbed. Please don't fire. She lifted her head when he touched her, preparing to beg the manager for her job. But when she saw Alex's face, she stopped talking and stared at him in surprise. Then, feeling a little uncomfortable, she lowered her head, breaking eye contact. Debbie, don't you recognize me? It's Alex. He tried to get her to look at him. Are you still angry with me? He asked. I'm a terrible person, and I don't deserve to live. Alex started to slap his face. But Debbie should be the one hitting him for making her suffer so much. Stop it. She pulled his hand away from his face. Debbie, he cried out, hugging her tightly. He never wanted her to leave him again. Debbie's heart melted when Alex hugged her. She had planned to earn enough money to repay him and never see him again. But while they had been apart, she hadn't been able to forget his voice or his smile. She had been thinking of him constantly, unable to eat or speak because she had missed him so much. Now, he was standing right here beside her, and it felt like she was dreaming. She hugged him back, and the warmth of his body helped her to relax. Alex slowly let go and pulled back to see her face. He wanted to explain that he hadn't been using her and that his feelings for her were real. I'm sorry. Shush. She covered his mouth with her hand. You don't need to say anything. I don't care if you lied to me or not. I'm hopelessly in love with you, Alex, and I'll stick by you for the rest of my life. If you get tired of me, you'll have to chase me away. She looked into his eyes. Over the last few days, she'd had a lot of time to think, and she had come to a decision. Without Alex, she would never be happy. Nothing else was important. Alex was deeply touched. Even if he had lied to her, she would still have forgiven him. I'm far too single-minded to drive you away, he said, smiling. I've chosen to be with you, and I'll never change my mind. Debbie smiled shyly. She was so happy to be with him. "Look, I've managed to earn $1,000, she said, pulling some banknotes out of her pocket. "And when you graduate, we can both earn money and pay back the money even faster." Looking at Debbie's earnest expression, Alex felt a little sad. "You two are just so cute." The chef and the waitress smiled when they saw that Alex and Debbie had made up. "This is bullshit. If you don't start showing me some respect, I'll destroy your restaurant," Bruno roared from outside the kitchen. "Debbie, stay here," Alex said, smiling at her. "I'll be back in a minute." "Are you looking for Debbie, Bruno?" he thought. "Well, let's see just how big a man you are." Chapter 46, Ch 46, Cleaning the Floor, Mr. "Franklin, I'm sorry about the disturbance," the manager said. "As a gesture of goodwill, your meal is on the house." He knew Debbie was a nice girl, and he couldn't let Bruno hurt her. "Bah!" Bruno punched the manager in the nose. Staggering back, the manager clutched at his nose and bent over. Bright red blood oozed out from between his fingers. "You don't have a bloody clue, do you?" Bruno said arrogantly, towering over him. He stuck his hands in his pockets. "Well? What do you have to say now?" "Mr. Franklin, Debbie's my employee, and I'm responsible for her," the manager choked out. Scowling, Bruno raised his right foot and kicked him right in the head, knocking him to the ground. The manager spat out 2 teeth, and a cut on his head dripped blood down his face. Bruno didn't hold back. He lifted his leg, preparing to stomp on the man's face. No matter how much damage he did, he knew there would be no consequences. "Mr. Franklin, I'll do it." "I'll do it," the manager said hurriedly, holding up his hands. He didn't have a choice. He couldn't take any more of this beating, not even to protect Debbie. "I'm glad you've finally seen sense." Bruno smiled as he lowered his foot to the floor. "Go and get Debbie," the manager ordered a waiter. "Tell her she needs to come and wash Mr. Franklin's clothes." The waiter headed toward the kitchen, but a man stepped in front of him, blocking his way. Alex gently pushed past the waiter. "Well, if it isn't the crazy guy," Bruno mocked Alex, while his henchmen also started to laugh. "Since you're clearly insane, I'll let you go." "Just this once," Bruno said. "Go on. Get out of here." He turned back to the waiter. "Why are you still here?" "Bring me the girl." But Alex still stood in front of the waiter, refusing to move. "Do you have a damn death wish?" "Get lost," Bruno said angrily. Alex smiled and walked toward him. As he passed a table, he picked up a bottle of red wine and a glass. "He seems to have found his courage," one of the men snickered. "Didn't he just flinch when Bruno yelled a moment ago, and now he actually dares to approach him?" "No, I think he's found his brains," another man answered. "Didn't you see him pick up the wine?" "He must be about to make amends by toasting Bruno or pouring him a drink." Bruno noticed that Alex didn't seem as angry as before. After Alex gave him the wine, he would hit the kid a couple of times, and then maybe he would take him on as an underling. He might even be useful. As Bruno considered what he was going to do, Alex walked up to him and poured some red wine into the glass, filling it right up to the rim. "You're an idiot," Bruno said, reaching out to take the wine. "How am I supposed to drink this when it's so full?" His hand never made contact with the glass. Alex threw the full glass of red wine into Bruno's face, and it hit him right in the eyes and went up to his nose. He spluttered and bent down, trying to get rid of it. "Ack." Bruno wiped his face. He couldn't open his eyes properly without them stinging, so he could only squint at Alex. "I'm going to kill you." His vision was blurry, so he only saw a black shadow attacking him. Before he could react, he heard a smashing sound and felt a sharp pain across his forehead. More wine flowed over his face, and this time, it was mixed with glass fragments. "Ah!" Bruno screamed and collapsed on the ground. He touched his hand to his forehead, and it came back completely red. Alex was still holding the broken wine bottle in his hand, while the other pieces of glass were scattered on the floor. "Why are you all just standing there?" Bruno shouted at his men. "Kill him." His men simply looked at him with troubled expressions, not daring to take any action. Alex's unexpected behavior had stunned them all, and they hadn't yet regained their composure. They were staring at him with respect, not even daring to breathe too loudly. Alex casually threw away the broken bottle, shocking everyone present. Sneering, he walked slowly toward Bruno, who was growing scared. No longer caring about keeping up appearances for his men, the gangster used his elbows to edge backwards, trying to keep his distance. "I'm really curious. How did someone like you end up in charge?" Alex placed his foot on Bruno's face. He looked down at him and coldly said, "If I ever see you again, I'll make sure you regret it." He ruthlessly put more of his weight on the man's face to teach him a lesson. Then he reduced the pressure and took 2 steps back. "Wait. I want to stay and finish eating before I go," Bruno said. Alex turned around and saw Bruno looking at him, his expression respectful. Alex laughed. "You expect me to believe you?" He looked around at everyone's faces and guessed Bruno's intention. He was simply going to hang around and wait for another opportunity to attack Alex. Alex sighed, knowing he couldn't walk away. If he didn't completely defeat Bruno now, then it would cause trouble later. Not only for him, but also for Debbie and this restaurant. "Fine then," Alex thought. "If you want to play, then let's do this." "My name is Alex Ambrose," he said. "And I'm just a student at Preston University." He kept his manner relaxed but allowed a trace of contempt to remain. "But you still need to show me respect. And here I thought you must be someone important to dare to insult me. But you're merely a second-rate student." Bruno hadn't expected Alex to take things so far. If Alex was just a student, then why was he pretending to be someone powerful? "If you don't start showing me some respect, then I won't be able to resist kicking you," Alex said with a faint smile. "Really?" Bruno asked. "However hard you hit me, I'll pay you back with interest. And then you won't be able to walk out of here." His face was covered in blood, and when he smiled, he looked extremely scary. He looked at his henchman and said, "I'll call Sam Woodsworth right now and ask him to send a few heavy-duty thugs over." Hearing that Bruno knew Sam Woodsworth, the other people in the crowd looked at Alex with a worried expression. "Who? Sam Woodsworth? Who is that?" The name sounded familiar to Alex, but he couldn't quite place it. "Kid, Sam is the boss at the Berkeley Hotel," one of the men said. "He has more power than the police around here." "Maybe you should beg Bruno for mercy," someone suggested. "When Sam's guys arrive, things will get ugly, and there will be no point in calling the police." When he realized who they were talking about, Alex couldn't contain his laughter. "Idiot, aren't you even smart enough to be afraid?" Bruno sneered. "If you dare to come at me, you'll regret it." He pointed to the floor in front of him. "Get down and grovel at my feet. Call me master and beg for my forgiveness 3 times. Then, when you've cleaned the floor with your tongue, I might consider letting you go. I've already warned you to be respectful when you speak to me," Alex said as he walked up to him and kicked him in the leg. When Bruno bent over, Alex kicked him in the head. "You." Bruno was dazed, trying to shake off the blow to the head. "That's it. I'm calling Sam." "You've done it now." Alex crossed his arms and looked at Bruno as if he were looking forward to watching a good show. When the call connected, Bruno sneered at Alex. "Mr. Woodsworth, I'm Bruno." "No, not him." "No, Barry is a car salesman." "I'm Bruno, not Barry." "Right. Mr. Woodsworth, do you remember that night a few weeks ago? I was at your place and I was carrying a suitcase. It took a long time, but he finally got Sam to remember him." "Sorry for disturbing you," Bruno said. his tone respectful. "But I have a small problem. I was hoping you could send a couple of your guys to come here to deal with someone." "Who is he?" Bruno was only able to ask for assistance because he had recently given Sam some money. Sam definitely wouldn't help him to deal with anyone powerful, but on this occasion, Bruno glanced at Alex and grinned. "Not some big shot or anything. He's just some student at Preston University. Alex Ambrose." Alex had been watching Bruno, and when he heard Bruno reveal his name, he couldn't help but burst out laughing, even though he had known what would happen. "Why are you still laughing?" Bruno demanded. "I'm going to make you kneel down and lick my boots later." He sneered at Alex as if he were nothing. Just as Bruno took a step closer, a roar came from the phone. "You little bastard. You hit Alex Ambrose? You idiot. Do you want to die?" Bruno's ears were ringing, and his heart skipped a beat. "Mr. Woodsworth? What's wrong? What's going on?" His mind was in chaos, and his heart began to pound. Alex casually lifted the phone out of Bruno's hand. Bruno looked at Alex in a daze, not knowing what to say. "Mr. Woodsworth, don't worry. I'm not hurt," Alex said lightly into the phone. In fact, Bruno here made an excellent suggestion earlier, and I think we should let him try it out. He glanced over at Bruno, who still didn't understand what was going on and was growing nervous. He said to get down and grovel at his feet, while calling him master and begging for his forgiveness 3 times. "Oh, and then I had to clean the floor with my tongue." Alex listed Bruno's demands. "But I think you should be the one to do those things for me, don't you?" "Mr. Woodsworth wants to talk to you," Alex said, handing the phone over. Bruno put his phone to his ear. "Hello, Mr. Woodsworth." As he listened to what Mr. Woodsworth said, Bruno's heartbeat sped up, and he swallowed hard. By the time he had finished speaking, Bruno felt sick to his stomach. Every part of him trembled, and his legs felt weak. He wanted to kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. "Mr. Ambrose, I'm so sorry," he said. "I don't deserve to live. I offended you because I'm worthless and stupid. Please have mercy on me." Chapter 47, ch. 47, Getting Revenge. "Not so arrogant now, are you?" Alex looked at Bruno like he was a stray dog. "So, I assume Mr. Woodsworth told you what to do, right? So, get started." "Yes." Bruno bit his lips so hard that it started bleeding. He straightened up, took a deep breath, and then lowered himself to the floor in front of Alex. "Master," he said, "I beg your forgiveness." He groveled again and said, "Master, please forgive my stupidity." And then, "Master, please forgive me." None of the bystanders mocked Bruno. Confused, they watched Alex with a mixture of respect, envy, and adoration. This handsome young man was so powerful. But who was he? And why was such an important man like Mr. Woodsworth so respectful toward him? Alex looked down at the bleeding Bruno with a faint smile. He glanced around at the dirty floor that Bruno would have to lick clean with his tongue, and he felt a little sympathy for him. Still, Bruno had no one to blame but himself. Alex wasn't in the mood to watch him lick the floor clean. Instead, he returned to the kitchen. Debbie had already changed her clothes, so he took her hand, and they left the restaurant. Reunited now, they were happy to be together. They chatted and laughed, and everything seemed to be good again. Alex held Debbie's hand as they strolled along the streets of New York. Noticing how much weight she had lost recently, a trace of tenderness rose in his heart. "Debbie, I won't allow you to suffer anymore." He lifted her hand to his mouth and lightly kissed it. "Okay," she replied meekly. Her heart filled with joy, but her stomach picked that moment to rumble loudly. "Your stomach really knows how to spoil the mood, Debbie," he teased her. "And here I am, being all romantic." She pretended to glare at him and lightly punched his chest. "Don't laugh." His lips twisted as he tried to hold back his laughter. If you laugh again, well, if you laugh, I'll stop liking you. She tossed her head and began to walk away. I'm just teasing, he said. Come on, let's go and get dinner. There's a great place just over there. He wanted to drag her somewhere nice and feed her properly. She lightly smacked the back of his head. Do you still intend to repay me? She asked. Then you need to save your money. Debbie, I really am rich, he said, rubbing at his head. But she just watched him helplessly, clearly not believing him. Eventually, they decided to go back to the university. Alex, can we eat by Ramsey Lake? She asked. Looking at the campus after being away for a while, she felt a little anxious about being back. He agreed, and they walked over to her favorite spot by the water. Okay, sit here and wait for me. I'll go get some food and return in a few minutes. He smiled and ran off toward the cafeteria. Wait, she called. I'll go with you. But he had already run off and was too far away to hear her. She shook her head and sat down on the big rock. She looked out at the rippling surface of the lake, and for the first time in days, she managed to relax. Well, if it isn't that little bitch Debbie, came a cold female voice. Debbie shivered. She turned around and saw Madison and her two friends, Linda and Georgia, walking toward her. Alarmed, she quickly stood up. It really is her, Madison said. With disdainful smiles, the girls moved closer. Little bitch, I thought you quit school, so why did you come back? Did you miss us too much? Do you want us to look after you again? Debbie didn't dare to provoke Madison. She just wanted to get away as soon as possible. Hey, where do you think you're going? Madison moved to block her path. Is this how you treat your roommate? Without Debbie around, they hadn't had nearly as much fun. Now that she was back, how could they resist toying with her? Madison, do you think she came to find Alex? Georgia asked. When Madison saw Debbie's expression, a trace of panic flashed in her eyes, and then her gaze turned vicious. She really is looking for that jerk. When Alex had burst into their dorm, he had insulted Madison, and she wasn't going to forget that. She had originally considered getting someone to beat up Alex when he was off campus, but she hadn't expected him to hide in the dorm for so long and not come out. And she hadn't dared to go into the dorm after him. She smirked as her gaze swept over Debbie, and she realized she could use her to lure Alex into the open. She took out her cell phone, made a call, and asked for someone to come to the university. You bitch, she said, glaring at Debbie. You're with that loser who dared to hit me when he burst into my dorm. No one gets to do that to me. No one bullies me. I'm untouchable. And yet he actually dared to hit me. She grabbed Debbie by the hair. This is how he grabbed me the other day. And yet that loser treats you like something precious? Well, let's see how he feels once I'm finished with you. She slapped Debbie's face. Seeing Debbie try to get away, Madison felt extremely powerful. Alex, Debbie shouted. Hey, the little bitch is calling for her dog. Madison laughed as she viciously tugged at Debbie's hair. Come on, yell louder. I'll let you go if you scream. Do you think I'm afraid of that loser boyfriend of yours? Well, I'm not. To prove it, I'll beat him up in front of everyone. She slapped Debbie's face a few more times. Then she let Linda and Georgia hold Debbie, leaving Madison free to beat her. The commotion began to attract the attention of other students. Madison was well known at school. Everyone knew that she was connected to a gang, so they didn't dare to interfere. Stupid bitch, Madison taunted. This is all because that loser of yours hit me. She turned to her friends. Bring her over here. She watched Georgia and Linda pull Debbie toward the lake, and then they pushed her face into the water. You stink. Let me help you get washed. Madison signaled what she wanted from Linda and Georgia, who sneered at Debbie. Both girls exerted force to push Debbie's head further into the water. After 10 seconds, they pulled her head back up. Before she could even take a breath of air, Madison slapped her. "Do it again," Madison ordered. Once again, the moment Debbie came out of the water, Madison struck her hard. Between the cold water and the stinging slaps, Debbie's face hurt. Her entire body was drenched, and water was inside her ears and nose. She was suffering. The other students couldn't bear to watch any longer, but none of them stepped forward to stop it. Poor Debbie has pushed into the water again. Time passed. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. Georgia and Linda began to pull Debbie out, but stopped when Madison yelled, "No. Not yet." 40 seconds, 50 seconds, 60 seconds. Little bubbles appeared on the surface of the lake, and Debbie's hands frantically thrashed, sending water flying everywhere. "Keep going," Madison yelled, her eyes bright with excitement as she watched. She was enjoying every moment of this. 1 minute and 10 seconds. 1 minute and 20 seconds. Debbie stopped thrashing about and turned her head to look at the two girls holding her down. "Madison, we have to let go," Georgia said. "She's really in trouble." "Keep going," Madison demanded. "Don't worry. If anything happens, I'll take the blame." She felt giddy with happiness. Debbie went still. "What happened?" "Is she dead?" someone whispered. "If we didn't help her, does that make us accomplices?" came another whisper. "A normal person can hold their breath for 2 or 3 minutes, someone said. "She won't die. And if she does, then it's her fault for having weak lungs." As the crowd talked among themselves, a deafening roar came from nearby. "Let her go." Alex threw away the burgers he was carrying and ran toward the lake, knocking over a few of the onlookers as he rushed into the water. He punched each of the girls who were holding Debbie, and then he dragged her out of the water. "Debbie? Are you okay? Answer me." Alex stared at Debbie, anxiously waiting for her to speak. Her face was pale, and there were no signs of life. Alex couldn't stop shaking. It seemed as if she had already. He gulped. She looked as if she was already dead. "Debbie." Alex held his hand below her nose, checking to see if she was breathing. A chill traveled down his spine, and his heart skipped a few beats. He couldn't feel a single breath. Feeling numb, Alex carried her over to the grass, put her down gently, and began attempting to resuscitate her. He breathed air deep into her mouth and pressed against her chest. "Debbie, you can't leave me," he thought. "You haven't eaten the burger I bought for you, and I wanted to sit by the lake and watch the sunset with you. You haven't met my family yet, and I haven't taken you to Chez Laurent for dinner." He breathed for her again. Then again. His face was turning red, and he started sweating. Even his veins had started to bulge from the strain. He kept going for 10 minutes, but Debbie still wasn't breathing. She just lay there on the grass, not moving. He refused to stop. Tears flowed from his eyes, but he still kept trying. If she didn't wake up, he would simply continue until he died of exhaustion. "You idiot, the little bitch is already dead. It's time to give up." Madison hadn't intended to kill Debbie, but there was nothing she could do about it now. Luckily, Debbie was just a nobody. Madison's family would pay someone a little money, and she would avoid jail. It would all just go away. Alex stopped, finally realizing it was hopeless. He looked down at Debbie's face, a strange sense of calm settling over him. He gently put Debbie on the ground, stood up, and turned around to look at Madison. Then he began to walk toward her. "What are you doing?" Madison looked at him. His expression was completely devoid of emotion. Hi, free audiobook here. If you've enjoyed your book so far, please do consider checking out my Patreon. I have over 50,000 hours worth of audiobooks, which most can't be posted on YouTube. You can search Free Audiobooks Chronicles to find it on Patreon or click the link below. Your support is much appreciated. She retreated step by step in fear. "Don't come any closer. I'm warning you. If you touch me, You'll regret it. He continued to advance on her with murder in his eyes. No one noticed that Debbie, who was still lying on the grass, had moved one finger. Chapter 48. Ch 48. The dragons are coming, stay away. Don't you dare touch me. Madison was scared. After all, she had killed Alex's girlfriend. But she had a reputation to protect. If she ran away in front of so many witnesses, she wouldn't be able to show her face around here again. Alex walked up to her and slapped her hard. You stinking loser, she said. You're asking for it now. Blood dripped from her split lip. She wanted to hit him back, but he had already grabbed her by the hair, not caring if he hurt her. Keeping his grip, he started to move toward the lake. Let go, you bastard. Madison kept cursing. Alex yanked hard, and she stumbled, falling to the ground. He didn't wait for her to get back up, but simply dragged her along the grass, making her scream with pain. Alex tossed her into the lake, grabbed her hair again, and shoved her head under the water, just as she'd had her friends do to Debbie. He wanted her to feel what Debbie had felt. Let go of me, you loser. Madison screamed in panic when he pulled her up. He pushed her head back under the water once again. Help! Help me, she screamed the next time she came up. This lunatic wants to kill me. Help! She choked and coughed up a few mouthfuls of water. Maybe some of the bystanders would save her. But if any of them had that kind of courage, then Debbie wouldn't have died. They were too afraid to get involved, so they just watched quietly from the sidelines. Alex pushed Madison deeper into the water and held her there for longer and longer. Every time she came out of the water, she felt more and more desperate as she tried to drag precious air into her lungs. Alex, I'm sorry, she sobbed. I shouldn't have killed Debbie. Please let me go. She couldn't take any more of Alex's punishment. If he kept this up much longer, she might die. What's the point of apologizing now? He demanded, his heart heavy with grief. Will it bring Debbie back? She's the one you should be apologizing to. I'm sorry, Alex, she begged. I'll pay you compensation. How much do you want? $500,000? $1 million? Just think about it. If anything happens to me, you'll be in trouble. It'll ruin your life. Too late, he said. Madison felt a chill running down her spine. He was actually about to kill her. Alex pushed her head under the water again. He had already made up his mind. With Debbie dead, then his life was no longer worth living. After he killed Madison, he would bury Debbie and then follow her into the next life. Debbie, he thought. I didn't take good care of you in this life, but I'll make it up to you in the next. Wait for me, I'll be there soon. By this point, Madison had already been under the water for a minute. Air bubbles appeared on the surface, and her hand struck the water hard as she struggled. She fought much harder than Debbie's previous attempt. Suddenly, a roar sounded. The iron gates of the school were thrown open, and several cars drove in. They were being driven recklessly, and some of the students had to jump quickly out of the way to avoid being run over. The expensive-looking cars drove straight toward Ramsey Lake, attracting the students' attention. That's a Mercedes, someone muttered. And a Jaguar, a BMW, and a Rolls-Royce. The students had never seen so many luxury cars in one place. Many of them exclaimed in admiration before taking out their cell phones to take photos. The doors of all the cars, except the Rolls-Royce, opened almost at the same time. Between 3 and 5 people got out of each car. Although they were all individuals and wore different clothes, they all had one thing in common. The right hand of each person displayed a dragon tattoo. Some of them rushed at the students and grabbed their phones. A few fierce men muscled their way through the crowd. They said, "We are the Azure Dragon Society. If you don't want any trouble, then keep your mouth shut. If anyone is tired of living, then continue to take photos." The onlookers were terrified. Not wanting to get into trouble, they didn't resist at all. "The Azure Dragon Society," one of the students whispered. "They own the city, right?" "I heard that there was a bloody battle between the gangsters in New York last month," another student answered. "And the Azure Dragon Society won. Now, they control the New York underworld. These people are savage, and no one can touch them," someone said. "I'm finished. I'm out of here. That guy is in a lot of trouble now." While some of the men stopped the students from taking photos, another group rushed toward Alex carrying iron rods. When they began to attack, Alex had to let go of Madison to save himself. Madison's face broke the surface of the water, and she gulped down deep breaths of fresh air. 10 seconds later, she would have met the same fate as Debbie. When she had recovered a little, some of the men from the Azure Dragon Society helped her to the shore. The door of the Rolls-Royce opened, and a man in his 50s stepped out. His hair was white and long enough to reach the base of his neck. He was dressed in a smart suit and had a cigar in his mouth. Even though none of the students had ever seen him before, they could tell that he held power within the Azure Dragon Society. He was their leader, Quentin Robbins. "Uncle Quentin," Madison called, rushing toward him. Everyone was shocked yet again. No wonder Madison was so out of control. She was the niece of the head of the Azure Dragon Society. No one would dare to come after her. Madison hugged Quentin as she cried, "Uncle Quentin, if you had come a little later, it would have been too late. That loser just tried to drown me. I need you to help me kill him." "Don't cry, Madison." He lightly patted his niece's back. "If he dares to bully you in my city, then he must be tired of living. I'll deal with this for you." His eyes flashed with fury as he looked at Alex, who was still fighting with 3 men in the water. Alex wasn't weak, and his determination to get revenge for Debbie made him even stronger. One of the men fell into the water, and Alex didn't hesitate to attack. Even though they hit him, he didn't back down, managing to hold his own. He punched each man several times, leaving them lying on the ground, bleeding from cuts on their heads. Alex also suffered a few injuries, but he didn't care. He only had one thought: kill Madison. He made his way toward her. She was standing beside Quentin, but Alex ignored him. "Uncle Quentin, he's coming over. See that look in his eyes? He wants to kill me." "Help me kill him first," Madison said fearfully. "Don't worry," Quentin reassured her. He tilted his head slightly to the side, and one of his men pulled out a black pistol, loaded it, and aimed right at Alex. When they saw the gun, some of the students stared in fear, while others took a step back. They had only seen guns in movies, never in real life. Guns were dangerous, and they could kill someone, so who wouldn't be afraid? But Alex acted as if he hadn't even seen it. He was focused on Madison as he continued to stalk her. Quentin was surprised. He raised his hand and pointed at the man with the gun. "You. Shoot him." Bam! A gunshot rang out. "Ah!" Alex screamed and fell to the ground. He covered his right arm with his hand. Bright red blood soaked his gray sleeves. The stain grew bigger and darker, and blood dripped onto the green lawn. Seeing Alex fall to the ground made Madison extremely happy, and her anger began to drain away. When they heard the gunshot, everyone was scared, and people began to scream. Alex lay on the ground for only a few seconds before he got up. He held his bleeding arm as he continued to walk toward Madison. Quentin grew even more surprised. He scowled. This kid was challenging his authority. "Hey, idiot. Stay where you are, or I'll put a shot in your head and another in your heart," he yelled. "If someone killed the love of your life, would you let them go?" Alex asked coldly. He hoped that Quentin would let him deal with Madison. But it wasn't going to be that easy. Quentin looked at Madison in confusion. She told him the truth of what happened, and he glanced at Debbie lying motionless on the grass. He sneered. She's no one. Who cares that she's dead? And you want my niece to pay for the death of a nobody? You don't understand. Alex was still moving closer. Quentin was becoming annoyed. He raised his hand again and shouted angrily, "Shoot him in the leg." Bam! The gunshot rang out again. Ah! Alex lurched to the right. He held his bleeding leg tightly and closed his eyes against the pain. Quentin nodded with satisfaction. That's what happens when you don't listen to me, he thought. Who do you think you are? You're a stupid kid who dares to challenge me. Well, this is where it gets you. Quentin's smile faded when he saw Alex starting to crawl toward him again, leaving a red trail of blood behind him. The surrounding people were also moved by Alex's bravery. For a moment, they forgot their fear and hoped that Alex would succeed in avenging his girlfriend. Their hearts filled with both pity and hope. Stinking loser, do you really think you can kill me? Madison said, coldly looking at Alex on the ground. She took the gun from one of the men, pointed it at Alex's head, and said, "Since you love Debbie so much, why don't you join her?" She stepped back, and her finger began to squeeze the trigger. Chapter 49, ch. 49. The Battle of Ramsey Lake. Alex looked at Madison, who was pointing the gun at him. He felt depressed. I'm useless, he thought. I told Debbie I'd protect her for the rest of my life. And now I can't even avenge her. Go to hell, Madison said with an evil grin. But just as she pulled the trigger, a bullet hit the pistol, knocking it from her hand. As a result, her shot missed Alex and hit the grass. Madison cradled her hand in shock. What's going on? Quentin wondered if it might have been a stray bullet from one of his men, but when he looked at them, they were looking around at each other. No one knew what had happened. Quentin was shocked. Even if his men had fired, how could they have possibly hit Madison's gun? Who was responsible? The sky became darker. Is it going to rain? Quentin wondered. Everyone raised their heads to look at the sky. When they saw what was happening, they stared in shock. 6 helicopters flew above them, carrying a huge black curtain. It was impossible to estimate the exact size of the curtain. Is this a military exercise? Someone asked. What's that curtain for? Quentin rubbed his chin as he stared at the helicopters in the sky. They looked really cool. I'm the boss of the New York underworld, he thought. I really should buy myself a helicopter. The sound of the helicopters grew louder. They stopped above Quentin and then started to descend slowly, battering everyone with the wind they created. Some of the smaller students could barely stand. The students were afraid that one of them might land and injure them, so they scattered like rabbits. Dozens of men from the Azure Dragon Society stayed put. They were the bosses of the New York underworld, and they ran from no one. The 6 helicopters lowered the black curtain, blocking the sunlight, and landed around Quentin. The choppers all turned on their lights, and the Azure Dragon Society found themselves standing within a semi-enclosed space, unable to see what was happening. They were dumbfounded. What was going on? Quentin was panicking. He had only been the boss of the New York underworld for a month after going through a bloody battle. It wasn't common knowledge yet, so why would the military be looking for him? Several men jumped out of the helicopters and rushed toward the people from the Azure Dragon Society who wanted to resist, but they knew they were no match for their opponents. Screams echoed in the darkness. Some of Quentin's men had their arms broken, some had their legs broken, and others had been knocked unconscious. In less than 2 minutes, every member of the Azure Dragon Society was lying on the ground. Only Quentin and Madison remained standing, completely stunned. The Azure Dragon Society was the strongest gang in New York, and yet they had been defeated so easily and so quickly. With all his men down, Quentin could clearly see the people who had defeated them. 10 men were left to guard the gang members, while the remaining 6 people rushed over to Alex. There were only 16 of them, but they had defeated 65 members of the Azure Dragon Society. The newcomers appeared to be in their 20s, and they were dressed in identical black clothes. They were all tall and sturdy. One man tore off his shirt and bandaged Alex's wounds. He helped him to sit on the ground and then kneeled beside him. "Mr. Ambrose, we are the third squad of your family's security team. I'm sorry we're late. At least my family hasn't left me to die," Alex thought bitterly. His family was one of the most powerful in the world, and they would always vigorously protect their members. Each area where members of the Ambrose family lived had a security squad assigned to them. Squad 3 had only been alerted to Alex's dangerous situation a short time ago. When they had informed the Ambrose family, they had been instructed not to interfere unless Alex's life was in danger. As a result, Squad 3 had arrived late. "It's fine," Alex said. "I don't blame you." All he could think about was killing Madison. His gaze shot toward her without a shred of emotion. "Kill her." Madison's legs gave way at his words, and she collapsed on the ground. These people could easily kill her. She was still so young, and she wasn't ready to die. Faced with the consequences, she deeply regretted killing Debbie. She was so scared that she almost wet herself. She started to mumble, "I don't want to die. Please don't kill me." "Mr. Ambrose, did she injure you?" asked the captain of Squad 3. Before they had left, the squad had been instructed to not allow Alex to do anything rash, so they would need to have a good reason for committing murder. "No, but she killed my beloved Debbie." Alex looked over at Debbie's corpse in grief. The captain frowned and signaled to one of his team members to check it out. "She's not dead," the man called as he squatted next to Debbie. "She's still breathing." "What?" Alex tried to rush to her, but two team members had already carried her over to him. He held his hand under her nose and felt a puff of air. His heart leaped in relief. "Quick, take her to a hospital," Alex instructed the team. He watched as they carried her onto one of the helicopters. Madison was even more relieved than Alex. When she heard that Debbie was alive, she was so happy that she started to cry. "What about her?" the squad captain asked, gesturing at Madison. Alex was so happy that he had almost forgotten about her. Madison's heart skipped a beat. "Find a way to sever her relationship with her family. Don't give her any money and just throw her out on the street," Alex said. If Debbie didn't die, then Madison could be allowed to live. Madison gaped in shock. She couldn't live on the streets. Separated from her family, she wasn't sure she would survive. She would be dead within a week. But she knew that was all the mercy Alex would show her. Alex turned his gaze on Quentin. Despite living in the underworld for so many years, Quentin was actually shivering with fear when he looked at the young man. These people have caused enough trouble. Cripple the Azure Dragon Society and prevent them from controlling the underworld. If they try to rebuild, kill them all immediately, Alex said lightly. "Yes, sir." For them, destroying an entire city's underworld was easy. Quentin didn't even dare to breathe. He was just glad that no one had hit him. "They came here to cause trouble, and they don't fear the law," Alex continued. "So, strip them and send them out of here naked. Let's see if they have any shame." "Yes, sir." 3 minutes later, every member of the Azure Dragon Society had been stripped naked, with Madison standing among them. It was like something out of the movies. The security team helped Alex into one of the helicopters, and then they all slowly rose into the air. Quentin and his men were left standing there, completely naked. As they stood there, exposed to the elements, quite a few students gathered around them, many taking photos. Fortunately, their luxury cars were still there. Quentin and his men used their hands to cover their private parts as they ran toward the cars, wanting to hide in them and escape. But before they reached the cars, one of the helicopters came back down and banged into the vehicles. Each one of the luxury cars became nothing more than scrap metal. Then the helicopter flew off into the distance. My car, Quentin thought. Looking at the wrecked Rolls-Royce, he nearly had a heart attack. Quentin and his men could only run toward the school gate, their useless car keys clutched in their hands. When they reached the street, they tried to hail a taxi, and even more people took pictures of them. The photos of Quentin and the others were quickly posted on various social networking sites. Everyone wondered why so many men had been attacked at the same time. No taxi wanted to stop for them. In the end, they could only walk the streets of New York with their bare bottoms on display. Wherever they went, people gawked and took pictures. Meanwhile, in the helicopter, Alex had fainted due to his injuries. Squad 3 reported Alex's status and received an order from his family to take him directly to Harmony Island. As the sun began to set, the 6 helicopters streaked across the sky in formation, heading east at high speed. Chapter 50, ch. 50, Beautiful Women Everywhere. Alex's family owned more than 30 islands, and several of them had medical facilities. Squad 3 of the security team took Alex and Debbie to Harmony Island for treatment. They both had quite serious injuries, and Alex had been hit by 2 bullets. Although Debbie had managed to cling to life, she had been under the water for too long, resulting in injury to her brain. She hadn't regained consciousness. As soon as they arrived, the best doctor on the island operated on them. Alex had now been on the island for more than a week. Debbie was still in a coma, while Alex was only now being allowed out of bed. The first thing he did was visit Debbie. Alex was reassured when the doctor informed him that her condition was stable and she should wake up within the next few days. Looking at Debbie's pale face, Alex smiled faintly. He walked out of the room, leaning on a walking stick. After lying in bed for more than a week, he needed to get some air. 2 of the nurses who took care of Debbie watched him leave. Who was that? Amy asked. Oh, Leah, I told you we should take turns sitting with Debbie. If anyone hurts her, I don't want to be held responsible. They rushed into the ward to check on their patient, only calming down when they saw that she was safe. I told you that this island is secure, Leah said. Besides, this is the girlfriend of Alex Ambrose. Anyone who dares to touch her is courting death. I saw how scared you were just now. Amy glanced at Leah before shifting her gaze back to Debbie. Mr. Ambrose's girlfriend is very pretty. I don't know what she's normally like, but she's so quiet now. It doesn't matter. She's Alex Ambrose's girlfriend. It's not as though she'll have much to do with us, Leah pointed out. And you've seen the other Ambrose men's girlfriends with their noses in the air. She shuddered. And what about Justin Ambrose's group of girlfriends? They're practically prostitutes. All they know how to do is make themselves beautiful, stay in shape, and seduce Justin Ambrose. Just look at them. They don't look like respectable girls at all. Leah's tone was bitter. That's true. Amy nodded. But, Leah, why do I get the impression you're jealous? Did you want to seduce him yourself? Why would I be jealous? Seeing that Amy was poking fun at her, Leah couldn't help but laugh. You know I don't want to seduce him. But do you? The 2 nurses began to tease each other. Debbie's eyelids twitched as she slowly opened her eyes. She looked around at her surroundings. Bright walls, huge windows, a clean table with flowers, and a bowl of fruit. Where am I? She wondered. Having been in a coma for more than a week, she had no idea what had happened. Leah and Amy smiled at her, happy to see that she had finally woken up. When Debbie saw the 2 young nurses, she was shocked. This was a hospital, and it looked like a particularly expensive one. Not one she could afford. She wanted to get up and leave as soon as possible. Unfortunately, her body was still extremely weak. She only managed to lift herself a little before she fell back onto the bed. Debbie, lie still, Amy said, in a worried tone. If they couldn't take care of Debbie properly, the family would fire them. Please get the paperwork to discharge me, Debbie said, looking at them. I want to leave the hospital. You haven't fully recovered from your injuries yet, Leah told her. You're not well enough to leave the hospital. Even if I haven't recovered, I still have to leave, Debbie said. I don't have the money to pay for treatment, and this hospital looks very expensive. I've been here for a few days, so the bill must already be really high. I can't work right now, but I'll pay what I owe as soon as I can. Leah and Amy stared at her, totally dumbfounded. Debbie, what are you talking about? You're the girlfriend of Mr. Ambrose, the eldest son, and this is his family's hospital. Why would you have to pay? Amy asked, frowning in confusion. Are you trying to give us a tip? We can't take that. If we got caught, we'd lose our jobs, she explained. Mr. Ambrose, Debbie repeated. Eldest son. Family hospital. This time, it was her turn to be confused. She looked at Amy and Leah and carefully asked, who is this Mr. Ambrose you're talking about? The eldest Ambrose son is Alex. Don't you remember your own boyfriend? Leah asked. Debbie was stunned. She asked the two nurses to sit on the bed while she asked them questions. Only then did she learn that she was on an island owned by Alex's family, and they were genuinely rich. She remembered Madison and her friends holding her under the water, and when she had been dying, she had heard Alex shout. She realized Alex must have saved her, and she felt a burst of warmth in her heart. Debbie, may I ask who your family is? Leah asked while Amy watched with interest. You can just call me Debbie. She smiled. I'm not anyone important. I'm just an ordinary girl from nowhere special. Amy and Leah were surprised. Most of the other Ambrose men brought home girlfriends who were famous models. After chatting with Debbie for a while, Leah and Amy realized that she didn't put on any airs at all. She spoke to them like equals, and they liked her. They got Debbie settled and left her to rest. If Alex Ambrose likes a girl like Debbie, then do you think we have a chance? Leah asked, secretly delighted. I think so, Amy answered. One look at Debbie and I know that Alex must be a very easygoing person, and I really want to meet him. But we only know his name and nothing else. We wouldn't know him if we saw him. As they were talking, they passed by Alex, who was wandering around the island with his walking stick. Who says I wouldn't recognize him? He wouldn't be able to hide his status. Leah lowered her voice a little and gestured at Alex. For instance, I know it can't possibly be that cripple. You're right, Amy agreed. Then they walked off, full of longing for the eldest Ambrose son. Alex was strolling around the island, leaning on his walking stick. He had been to this island when he was young, and now he was rediscovering the place. Mr. Ambrose, a middle-aged man, spotted him and hurried over. When he reached him, he slightly bowed his head and said, I'm glad to see you up and about. I see your injuries are healing and you look well. Seeing George Ambrose made Alex happy. George was from another, more distant, branch of the Ambrose family. Unlike Alex, George was only responsible for some of the less important parts of the family business. The family had existed for hundreds, even thousands of years. There were many branches scattered over different areas. Even among commoners, there were many descendants of the Ambrose family. I'm still recuperating, Alex said. So, I'll have to trouble you to take care of me a bit longer. Alex was very grateful to George. During the days he had been on the island, George had taken really good care of him. Mr. Ambrose, it's no trouble at all, George assured him. The entire island belongs to the family, and I only did my duty. I'm happy to be of assistance. George lowered his head. Alex could only smile sadly. Ever since Alex was young, George had been nothing but polite and formal with him. Mr. Ambrose, your family has sent some news. I'll find you later to bring you up to date. George then revealed the most important piece of news. "Grandpa is coming," Alex said excitedly. It had been 7 years since he had seen his beloved grandfather. Memories of him flashed through his mind, and a smile appeared on his face. "I'll ask someone to help bathe you before your grandfather gets here," George said respectfully. Alex was still wearing the same clothes he had arrived in. George had already prepared clothes for him, but he hadn't worn them, insisting that his clothes were more comfortable. "No need," Alex assured him with a smile. "I'm fine like this. My grandfather knows what I'm like, and he won't mind. But Mr. Ambrose, you're still..." George wanted to persuade Alex to change, but it was too late. Alex was already leaving. "Don't worry, George," Alex called. "I'm just going to walk around some more. Once Grandpa arrives, I'll go and see him." They were both members of the Ambrose family, but Alex lived a carefree life. But in the future, perhaps his descendants would one day become commoners. George clenched his fists in frustration. Alex casually walked along the small path. The surrounding flowers bloomed with a rich purple and red color, and the lush green forest was beautiful. His mood lightened as he walked around, taking deep breaths of fresh air and letting it cleanse him inside. "Over here," someone called. "Pass it to me," came another voice. The faint sounds of laughing and talking could be heard from nearby. It sounded like people having fun. Alex followed the noise, walked past a few rows of coconut trees, and found himself standing on the beach. He stopped and looked around. There were about 10 gorgeous women wearing bikinis and playing volleyball. They were of various races. Each of them had an excellent figure, and their faces were beautiful. One woman missed the ball and landed face first on the ground. Then she sat up, spitting out sand. At the place she had fallen, 2 round impressions remained in the sand. A blonde woman jumped up to hit the ball. When she landed, her breasts bounced enticingly within her bikini top. Alex's eyes bulged as he watched, sure that those small pieces of fabric wouldn't be able to contain her chest. The 2 bikini beauties embraced in celebration, and their chests awkwardly pressed against each other. They pulled back, smiled wryly, and eventually did a high five instead. The beach was awash with flashes of beautiful skin, and Alex's eyes were about to pop out of his head. Slowly, a silly smile appeared on his face. He lowered himself down to the sand and settled in to watch this delightful scene. Chapter 51, Stage 51, Harmony Island. After playing volleyball for a while, the girls decided to take a break. On the beach next to the volleyball court, there were many sunbeds, umbrellas, and beach mats. Some of the girls relaxed on recliners, while others were lying on the mats. They were sipping drinks brought to them by the waiters. The sweat on their bodies reflected the sunlight and emphasized their voluptuousness. Very little was left to the imagination of anyone walking by. "When did he call you?" one of the girls asked her friends as she took a sip of juice. "I got the call last night, and a helicopter brought me here today," her friend replied. Another girl joined in. "I arrived the day before yesterday." "I arrived yesterday," said another. The girls found out that they had all received an invitation from Justin Ambrose in the past 2 days and had been collected by helicopter and brought to that small island. "It seems that we're all his girlfriends." "I thought I was the only one," a beautiful young woman said crossly. "How can that be? Think about it. He must only spend a few days a year with you." "I know that I only get to see him for 2 days a year." "Only 1 day for me," another girl said despondently. A smug girl said, "I feel better." "He spends 2.5 days with me." "I only get half a day," another girl sobbed. When everyone in the group had spoken, they had discovered that the most time anyone had spent with Justin was only 3 days a year. In total, he had spent less than 2 months with the girls. They wanted to know where he was the rest of the time. They all felt despondent about the situation. His family business is huge. Even if there were 1,000 of us, I would still want to be with him, the first girl said. Right, a few girls agreed. Me too, another said. Alex nodded in understanding. So, these beautiful girls were brought to the island by his younger brother, Justin. He had not seen his brother in 7 years, but he often thought about him. Alex smiled as he remembered the games they had played together when they were young. Didn't Justin say that he would come visit us today? Do you know why he brought us all here? One of the young ladies looked at the others curiously. Another raised an eyebrow and said to the others, I wonder why he wants so many beautiful young women together with him in such a romantic setting. Meeting the others' shocked looks, she listlessly added, I was only joking. It seems that Justin's big brother is injured, and it's quite serious. Justin wants him to stay on the island for a while, and he wants us to come here to stay with him, one of the girls said in a serious voice. When the others heard this, their ears perked up. Justin's big brother? Their hearts fluttered. One said what they were all thinking. So, he's here to see his big brother. I wonder if his brother is as handsome as he is. If I can't have Justin to myself, then maybe I can have his brother. I really want to meet this big brother right now, said another thoughtfully. Another girl agreed. If Justin and his brother both fell for me, I think I'd go crazy with joy. I'd marry them both and spend 2 days with Justin and 2 days with his brother. Ahem, seeing all these beautiful young ladies. For a moment Alex forgot to breathe. After a few moments, he recovered a little. These women seemed like they were open to anything. His cough attracted the girls' attention. They had been so busy chatting about the 2 young men that they had not noticed him arrive. They all shouted at the same time. Who are you? Get lost, one girl screamed. Another shouted, look at how he's staring at us. What a lech. Pervert, another girl screamed at Alex. Dirty bastard. A beautiful blonde girl angrily gave Alex a middle finger. Alex stayed where he was and didn't say anything. He was rendered speechless after being sprayed with insults by these beautiful girls. You just said how much you wanted to meet me, he thought. You little shit, Scram. Don't let us see you here again, the first girl screamed at him. Alex decided not to explain anything to these girls. If they found out that he was Justin's older brother, then he would never get away from them. He shook his head and turned around, preparing to leave. At this moment, another girl walked past him. Her fragrance overwhelmed Alex. It was so beautiful, so aromatic, so pure. All the girls on the beach were gorgeous, but none of them compared to this girl's beauty. Alex's hands trembled and he dropped one of his crutches. The girl noticed Alex staring at her. She said, Humph, damn loser. You don't know how lucky you are just to be able to look at me. She was so preoccupied with belittling Alex that she didn't notice the crutch on the ground. She tripped over it and quickly fell, shouting, "Ah!" Alex managed to grab her hand and tried to stop her from falling. However, he had not fully recovered from his injuries and he didn't have enough strength, so they fell together. The girl fell on the crutch, hurting her hip. Before she could recover, Alex landed right on top of her. She cried out, ouch, feeling as if her bones were breaking. Alex landed on top of her in a daze. He was confused. What have I landed on? It's so soft, so elastic. It feels like my face has sunken into a lovely soft pillow. He was struggling to breathe. He quickly raised his head. He was shocked as he realized that his face had been buried in the girl's chest. Then he noticed that his hands were still on top of her. The girl felt a great weight on her chest. When she looked down, she saw that Alex's hand was on her breast and Alex was still sitting on her body. She was horrified. Bastard, she screamed angrily. She slapped Alex's face and shook him off. She quickly stood up and straightened her hair. Do you know who I am? The girl pointed at Alex and screamed, "Stupid little shit. I'm Justin Ambrose's girlfriend. You're in so much trouble." The other girls hurried over to see if they could help her. Listening to the girl's friends, Alex worked out that her name was Freya Morrison, and she was Justin's favorite girlfriend. The other girls seemed to follow her lead. Freya continued screaming at Alex, "Just you wait. Touch me and you'll be sorry you were ever born." Freya crossed her arms in anger as her chest heaved up and down. Her friends also started screaming at him. "I can't believe the nerve of this scumbag. How dare you touch Freya? Do you have a death wish?" one shouted. Another screeched, "And he was staring at us. We should gouge his eyes out. How could he do that?" "I think we should cut his dick off and see if he wants to leer at us then," another said with a sneer. "All right, I'll call the island security team and tell them about this pervert. I'm shocked at their negligence. We're all Justin Ambrose's girlfriends. They should be protecting us," Freya said forcefully, and the others agreed. Seeing the others nodding in encouragement, she sneered at Alex and said coldly, "Just wait, Justin's going to have you castrated." Because they were girlfriends of Justin Ambrose, they were convinced that they were better than Alex, particularly as he was dressed like one of the island's workers. "Freya, though, I'm Justin's favorite girlfriend, so I could easily own this island one day. You're just a poor worker. How dare you even look at me?" Alex picked up his crutches and stared at this group of ferocious women. Originally, he had just wanted to leave quietly and had even felt a little guilty toward Freya, but these girls hadn't even given him a chance to explain himself. They had said such cruel things to him. "They hate me so much," he thought. "Since you want to take me on, let's see what you're made of." Freya took out her phone and called the head of the island security team. She looked at Alex with a sharp smile. But just as she was about to press call, a young man's voice sounded from behind them. "Darlings, now both your men are here." The moment they heard the voice, the angered expressions on the girls' faces quickly turned to surprise. They turned their heads, and when they saw who had arrived, they exploded with joy. "Justin!" The girls screamed out in surprise as if they had won the jackpot. They quickly forgot all about Alex as they rushed over to Justin. Alex was suddenly alone. He watched Justin, who was wearing shorts, a flowery shirt, and a huge pair of sunglasses, open his arms to welcome his 10 girlfriends. Slow down," Justin said as he was mobbed by the girls. But he was too late. He was already surrounded by his girlfriends who were squeezing him, almost suffocating him. They were kissing him madly all over his face. All right. Justin was being fiercely kissed by the young ladies, and his face was covered in lipstick marks. Freya coughed a few times. When the other girls heard her, they all made way for her. "At least Freya still has some etiquette." "Look at all of you. You're acting like victims of a famine," Justin said as he looked at Freya, who was standing opposite him. Freya shyly walked up to Justin and raised her head to look at him coyly. She put her hands around his head and kissed him deeply. Justin was speechless. "Wow! I was just praising you for your modesty. Who knew that you'd kiss me with even more passion than them? Justin, you're finally here." "That smelly worker just insulted me," Freya said with a sob and then looked toward Alex, who was not far away. She rested her hand on Justin's shoulder to support herself as she said, "It's him. Just now, he put his hand on me." "Justin, you have to teach him that he can't touch me." Another girl joined in. "Yes, not only did he touch Freya, but he was also watching us, lusting over our bodies." "Justin, please help us," said another. Justin was also angry. He said to Alex, "You dared to touch my girlfriend? And you dared to touch so many of my girls? Have you got a death wish?" He walked toward Alex angrily and said, "Hey, you really have some guts. How dare you touch my girlfriend? You're Alex." As he was staring at Alex, the realization came over him. He finally recognized this man. He was the older brother that had taken care of him when he was young. Chapter 52. Ch 52. The Patriarch. I'm relieved that you finally recognize me. Alex patted Justin's shoulder. Justin took off his sunglasses, looked Alex up and down, and shouted excitedly, "Big brother. Is it really you?" After hugging Alex for a long time, he finally stepped back. The beautiful young women were watching everything. One of them stammered to her friend, I heard something a moment ago. Did you hear what Justin just called that loser? Did you hear him say, big brother? Did you hear that? She turned to look at the others and saw that they were as shocked as she was. They had been waiting to have a good laugh at Alex's expense, but now they felt uneasy. That bastard was Justin's brother. They didn't dare to think about what they had just done. The thought of it was too alarming. So, Alex, I understand that you were leering at my girlfriend and even touched her chest. So that's the sort of person you are, is it? Haha, did you fall for her? Let me tell you, she's a real goer. If you like her, I'll give her to you. If not, I'll find you someone else, Justin said with a wicked smile. Get out of here. Alex smiled wryly. Justin had always been a joker when he was young. He had not seen his brother for a few years, and he couldn't believe how much he had grown up. As the two of them chatted about their childhoods, they walked over to Freya and the others. Freya lowered her head and said timidly, I'm sorry, Mr. Ambrose. I was blind. I didn't mean to offend you. I'm sorry too, Mr. Ambrose, another girl said. We were wrong. A few of them cried out in unison. We're so sorry. All 10 girls apologized to Alex. At this moment, Justin remembered all the bad things that the girls had said about Alex. He pointed at the group and said sternly, You bunch of blind idiots. Just now you accused my brother of ogling you and even touching you. Do you know who Alex is? Do you really think he needs to sneak around to leer at you and touch you? Alex relaxed as he watched his brother defend him. Even if Alex couldn't resist touching any of you, you should feel grateful and be thinking about how to please him, not. Alex stopped his brother. What did Justin just say? What did he mean by even if he can't resist? It's natural for a man to want beautiful women, and I'm the same as any other man, but I can certainly control myself. My will is strong. When Justin became angry, the girls shuddered and kneeled in the sand, looking beseechingly at him. Justin, we were wrong. Please forgive us this once, they cried. Alex, we should punish them. Let's get them to run around the island until they're too tired to walk, Justin suggested. Alex looked at the group of girls and said with a smile, No, these women are all your girlfriends and they're beautiful. They were just a little rude. The girls were thinking, the older brother, Alex, seems to know how to be compassionate. He said that we're beautiful. This man is a gentleman after all. But how can he control himself when he sees us in our bikinis? Hoping to attract Alex now, all the girls stuck out their chests and pouted. Alex addressed the girls. You're all familiar with the items on a bed, right? Alex asked them brazenly. The items on a bed? They thought. What's he referring to? He can't just be talking about sex because he emphasized the word items. Is he talking about candles or even whips? Okay, Alex knows how to spice things up. One of the girls said, Mr. Ambrose, I understand. I'm very experienced and I'll do anything for you in bed. Me too. I've been in all sorts of beds. No one knows a bed better than me, another added. Another girl said, I'll keep you warm in bed. I guarantee you'll never want to leave. When they said these things to Alex, they bit their lips in an alluring manner and winked at him. They each believed that if they could seduce him, they would be comfortable for the rest of their lives. Excellent. Alex nodded with satisfaction and looked at Justin. He asked him, Do you remember the accommodation area for workers on our island? Justin replied, Yes, I know it. There are more than 1,000 workers and servants on the island. They've lived in the same accommodation area for decades. Their children live there too. Okay. Alex nodded and looked at the girls. You guys go there right now. Take the bed sheets off their beds and wash them yourselves. And there are probably 70 or 80 children there who are under 2 years old who need feeding. What? The girls were horrified. This man doesn't want to go to bed with us, but he wants us to go and wash the bed sheets for the workers. And to breastfeed the workers' children? They thought. They couldn't help but look at their voluptuous bodies, and they felt desperate. Our luscious breasts aren't here for breastfeeding. Are you interested at all in our gorgeous bodies? Even if you're not interested, we shouldn't have to ruin our wonderful figures by breastfeeding. Justin saw their reluctance and questioned them. What? Have you got any objections to what Alex just told you to do? Of course, the girls had objections, but they didn't dare to voice them out loud. One by one, they shook their heads at Justin with awkward smiles, stood up, and walked away with reluctant hearts. Awesome. Justin gave Alex a big thumbs up. Only my big brother could come up with such a fabulous idea. It's good to get them actually doing some work. How did you become so full of yourself? Oh, right. Our family didn't make you go through the poverty test like me. Since Alex had left the family 7 years ago to take the poverty test, he had received no news or updates about his family members. I'm not Alex. I've got no desire to be the head of the family. In fact, when you become the boss in the future, you'll have to take care of me, Justin said to Alex with a cheeky smile. Alex sighed. His little brother hadn't changed at all. He only ever thought about himself. Hey, bro. I heard from Uncle Frank that you brought your girlfriend here. Why don't you take me to see my future sister-in-law? Justin said while rubbing his hands. All right. Alex was about to go with Justin to find Debbie when George Ambrose walked over quickly. Alex and Justin, your grandfather's just arrived. He's currently at the Sea Breeze restaurant. He's waiting to see you, Alex. Grandpa is here. Alex was a little excited. He looked at Justin and said, Let's go see Grandpa together. Justin smiled and said, Alex, you go ahead. It's you that Grandpa really wants to see. Besides, I get to see him all the time. All right. Debbie is in room 304. Go meet her, Alex replied, then followed George toward the Sea Breeze restaurant. An elderly but animated and the healthy-looking man sat at a wooden table. He was Lincoln Ambrose, the patriarch of the Ambrose family. Behind him stood a man in his 30s, wearing casual clothes. He looked fit, like an athlete. Another man was kneeling in front of Lincoln. It was Ken Stokes, the boss of the East Coast division of the family business, who had hosted a banquet for Alex at the Golden Mansion Hotel. Lincoln looked at Ken and thought, the Ken Stokes I know was always chattering merrily and was admired by everyone. However, this Ken Stokes is trembling with fear and beads of sweat are running down his forehead. What on earth is wrong with him? Ken was kneeling on the ground as he said in a panicked voice, Alex was injured in the East Coast area. He was almost killed, and I couldn't protect him. I'm ready to accept my punishment. The security department of the Ambrose family was managed independently from the rest of the business. Therefore, even though Ken was the manager of the East Coast division, he had no control over the security team. He wasn't even aware of the security team's movements. Ken had only heard about Alex's injuries when Alex was sent to recover on Harmony Island. Many people in the family didn't understand this and held Ken responsible for Alex's injuries. When he had planned this visit to the island, Lincoln had decided to take the opportunity to see Alex and to resolve the issues with Ken. Lincoln reassured Ken, well, it doesn't have much to do with you. After all, it's impossible for you to keep an eye on Alex all the time. However, I can see why the family is upset. The other members of the family might not understand it. Even if they do, Lincoln stopped talking abruptly. suddenly feeling that he had already said too much. As the head of the Ambrose family, only Lincoln could stand how difficult it was to be in charge of such a large clan. The various forces in the clan were delicately balanced, but when they thought someone had messed up, everything could quickly fall apart. Even though he knew that the incident wasn't Ken's fault, he also knew that he would have to act in order to maintain order within the family. I agree that someone must take responsibility for this incident. I'm sorry, Ken, but I have to remove you from your position as the head of the East Coast Division. You no longer work for the Ambrose family. Lincoln was very disappointed. He liked and respected Ken, but he felt that had no choice. What? Cried out Ken. When Lincoln announced the punishment, he was dumbfounded. He had never expected the punishment to be this severe. He had worked for the Ambrose family for 30 years. The family and his work were his whole life. Sir, please reconsider. Firing me is worse than killing me. Ken bowed and pleaded crazily. I'm sorry, it is done, Lincoln said in disappointment. Sir, I beg of you. Ken became desperate and moved forward while kneeling. The man standing behind Lincoln saw this and kicked Ken's shoulder. Ken screamed and crashed into the wall. The man then retreated behind Lincoln as if he had never moved. Ken's body was in pain, but his heart was hurting even more. He knew that there was nothing he could do. He got up with difficulty and nodded to Lincoln, then turned around and prepared to leave. Around this time, Alex, using his crutches, slowly walked up to the Sea Breeze restaurant. He was surprised to see Ken walking out, looking inconsolable. When he entered the restaurant, Alex saw his grandfather's dark expression and guessed that Ken had been punished because of what had happened to him. Alex walked over to Lincoln and stood in front of him, leaning on his crutches. Alex, exclaimed Lincoln when saw him. He had not seen him for 7 years and became emotional. He stood up and wanted to take a good look at his grandson. Grandpa, please take back Mr. Stokes's punishment. Alex kneeled down before Lincoln. Oh, Lincoln was impressed with Alex. After not seeing him for 7 years, the first thing he did was to plead for one of his subordinates. Aren't you going to ask what punishment I gave him? He asked his grandson. No matter what the penalty is, even if it's only $10, please take it back. It's not Mr. Stokes's fault. Alex was determined to defend Ken Stokes. Chapter 53. Sage 53, Undercover, are you sure? You almost died. Don't you hold Ken responsible at all? Lincoln asked Alex. Alex looked his grandfather seriously in the eye and said, not at all. He shook his head and continued, even if I died, it wouldn't have been Mr. Stokes's fault. His responsibility is to help the Ambrose family manage the business and take care of the East Coast District affairs, not my safety. Punishing Mr. Stokes isn't only unfair, it will also unsettle and demotivate everyone who works for us. This surprised Lincoln, and he started to wonder if he was getting too old to run his family's business empire. His brain worked more slowly now, and he hadn't thought everything through clearly. He feared that he no longer had the vigor that had defined his youth. Lincoln laughed and replied, good for you. I agree with you, and I'll do as you say. I won't punish Ken Stokes. Thank you, Grandpa. Ken had been fetched back to the room. It took a few seconds for him to digest the news and react. He kept bowing to Lincoln and thanking him. Then he turned to Alex and said, thank you, Alex. Thank you so much for your compassion. After resolving the issue with Ken, Lincoln let him leave. Then he turned to Alex and said, you're a good boy, and you've grown so tall already. You only came up to my chest when you left home. Lincoln helped Alex up with a gratified expression. Alex's feelings were mixed. He started to speak. Grandpa, he looked carefully at his grandfather. He noticed that his grandfather had become old, the wrinkles on his face had increased, and his gaze was no longer as sharp as when he was young. Hearing the words grandfather, the elderly man felt joy in his heart. He sat with Alex at the table and asked him about his injuries and all about the last 7 years. He said to Alex, "Now that you've passed the poverty test, you don't need to study at Preston University anymore. I will send you to an internationally renowned school to study. Tell me, Harvard, Oxford, which university do you want to attend?" Alex shook his head with a faint smile. He replied, "I feel that Preston University is pretty good. I'd like to continue studying there." His grandfather disagreed. "At Preston? Child, you must understand that in the future you will inherit unimaginable wealth. Your other brothers are already studying in the most outstanding universities abroad. Do you really want to stay in a place as small as Preston University? Who said that a first-rate university abroad would suit me better than Preston? At least I don't think it would." Alex shrugged. Lincoln was satisfied with Alex's answer. He responded, "Good, you have guts. You're indeed my grandson." The grandfather and grandson talked for more than an hour at the Sea Breeze restaurant before Alex took the initiative to leave. He knew that Lincoln came to see him, but also that his grandfather managed the affairs of the whole family and must be extremely busy. Lincoln stood in front of the window, looking at the scenery in the distance with a self-satisfied smile. "You seem to be especially pleased with Alex. Do you like him more than your other grandsons?" The man behind Lincoln asked him respectfully. Lincoln was slightly startled. He had never thought about it before. He slowly looked at the man. "Brandon, you've been by my side for almost 10 years. What do you think of Alex?" "Alex is modest and loves his girlfriend. He doesn't pursue power or fame. This is the difference between him and your other grandsons. It's also his advantage." Brandon bowed slightly as he spoke. "Advantage?" Lincoln asked with a faint smile. "Forgive me, I said too much," Brandon said with humility. "Haha, you don't have to be afraid. There's nothing you can't say to me." Lincoln's gaze turned to outside the window again. "I am very aware that my body is getting old. In the next few years, I will definitely have to choose my successor as the head of the Ambrose family. Alex does indeed have an advantage in terms of personality and quality, but there's still time. No one can really predict what will happen in the future." Leaving the Sea Breeze restaurant, Alex had headed straight for Debbie's room. By this time, Justin and Debbie had gotten to know each other quite well. The cheerful Justin was impressed with her. Seeing that Debbie had finally woken up, Alex was pleased. "Alex, where did you find such a delightful girlfriend? Tell me so I can go find one too." Justin grinned as he asked Alex, while Debbie smiled shyly. If not for the fact that Debbie was already Alex's girlfriend, Justin would have done his best to woo Debbie for himself. It took another 20 days for Alex and Debbie's injuries to heal completely. Justin had only been with them on the island for a week, but he had started feeling restless and lonely and decided he needed to leave the island and get back to his life of boozing, partying, and women. That day, Alex and Debbie also agreed they should leave the island and return to school. In a private helicopter, they flew across the sea toward New York. "This month has been like a dream. I didn't expect your family to be so big," Debbie said as she looked at the clouds outside the window. "I told you before, you just didn't believe me," Alex said with a smile. After recuperating on the island for the last month, Debbie's face had filled out. She was still wearing her beige dress and looked even more beautiful. At 6 in the evening, the helicopter slowly landed on the helipad. Alex pulled Debbie to the roadside and looked for a taxi to take them back to school. Just as he was flagging one down, his phone rang. The screen told him that it was Wayne Wing, one of Sam Woodsworth's assistants from the Berkeley Hotel. "Mr. Ambrose, I heard that you've left Harmony Island. Have you arrived in New York yet?" "Yes, we just landed," Alex replied. Wayne continued, "Good." The East Coast Divisional Manager of Foreign Trade, Graham Sterling wants to treat you to dinner at the Golden Mansion Hotel tonight. Last time, when Mr. Stokes invited you to dinner, he was away visiting the United Kingdom and was unable to join you. He only returned yesterday. Alex thought for a few seconds. All right then, I'll go this time, but I don't really want to have to attend these social events right now. In the future, if he wanted to join his family's management team, this kind of social interaction would be necessary, but he wasn't at that level yet. He didn't want to waste too much time on this kind of thing. Excellent. I'll inform him now and I'll send you his phone number. After ending the call, Alex pulled Debbie into a taxi and they headed straight for the Golden Mansion Hotel. The taxi pulled up in front of the hotel and Alex and Debbie climbed out. They noticed quite a few luxury cars pulling up at the entrance. A doorman, wearing formal attire, was opening the door for the owners of the vehicles. Alex listened to a few of the customers as they passed and learned that they had all been invited by Graham too. Alex frowned slightly. He had assumed that the meal would just be him, Debbie, and Graham. He hadn't expected so many people to be invited. He stepped to the side and called Graham, asking him to come out and speak with him immediately. A few seconds later, a middle-aged man in a smart suit came out of the hotel. When he saw Alex, he walked over with a smile. He had seen Alex's photo before and recognized him without any difficulty. Alex, you've come. Come in, please. I've arranged everything. And I've invited some of New York's elite business owners to welcome you here, Graham said with a shy smile. He even smiled at Debbie, who was beside Alex. That made Debbie nervous. Graham had never come into direct contact with anyone from the Ambrose family, so he felt very honored that Alex had accepted his invitation. He thought that Alex would surely appreciate the opportunity to meet so many important people. His only concern was that Alex would think that he had not invited enough people to be worth his time, so he was still a bit anxious. As they were speaking, a gentleman who had just climbed out of a luxury car saw Graham and walked over. It's a great honor, as always, that you've invited me to your party. Who's this? The man had seen Graham bow toward Alex and greet him with a respectful smile. He could not figure out who this young man was. This is, Graham cleared his throat. But just as he was about to introduce them, Alex beat him to it. Pleased to meet you, I'm Adam Childs. Alex extended his hand toward the man. If he had been well known in New York, hiding his identity would have been impossible. Adam Childs. The man looked puzzled. He had never heard of such a person. What do you do? Never mind that. The guests are all here. You should hurry up and join everyone. Graham had been carefully observing the situation. When it was clear that Alex didn't want to reveal his real name, he had immediately stepped in to help him. The man left with an apologetic smile. Alex, did I invite too many people this time? Graham asked. What do you think? Alex asked with a smile. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize that you wanted to keep a low profile. I'll get rid of them all at once. As he spoke, Graham started to head back into the restaurant to ask all the guests to leave. Come back. Alex called for Graham to stop. He said kindly, since everyone's already arrived, let them stay. Just please don't invite everyone next time. Yes, of course. Thank you, Alex, Graham said as he led Alex and Debbie into the hotel. Graham had booked a 3,000-square-foot banquet hall, and it was full of guests. Alex let Graham entertain the others as he and Debbie walked to the bar. Alex and Debbie were casually eating at the bar when they overheard one of the guests saying, I heard that, Mr. Sterling called so many of us here as a welcome feast for an important young gentleman. Who do you think is worthy of the boss's attention? It can't be Walter Flint, right? His companion replied. Impossible. The news said that Flint is currently on holiday in Hawaii, the first man answered. Whoever it is, it'll be someone like Flint. I'm sure we'll get a chance to take a good look at him later. We should take the opportunity to meet important people like him. Debbie secretly smiled at Alex. Do you still want to hide your identity? It sounds like this Graham has already told everyone about you. Alex could only grimace. While everyone was chatting, Graham walked to the front of the stage and said into the microphone, "All right, please take a seat, everyone." The guests began to look for places at the tables to sit. Unfortunately, there were no fixed seating arrangements because the banquet had been organized in such haste. Alex pulled Debbie with him, and they sat at the table farthest from the stage. A couple sat down beside them. The young lady who sat beside Alex said sweetly, "Hi, my name is Kathy Fairweather. Nice to meet you." When she saw Alex's face, Kathy stopped speaking abruptly. "It's you. And that peasant is with you." Kathy had attended the banquet with Billy Wilde. She knew that most of the people there were wealthy, and she was very keen to meet them. She wondered to herself, how on earth did this pair of paupers get themselves invited to the banquet? Chapter 54. Sage 54. The prize draw. When he saw Kathy, Alex was speechless. Why did he bump into her everywhere he went? He and Debbie tried to change seats, but they found that all the other seats were already occupied. They had no choice but to sit with Kathy. Debbie gently grabbed Alex's arm. She was still a little afraid of Kathy, so Alex comforted her in a soft voice. Seeing the two of them being so intimate, Kathy felt even more annoyed. In the back of her mind, she thought that, even though she had dumped Alex, he should still put her first. He shouldn't be all over this other woman in front of her. "How did you two get in?" "This isn't the sort of place that would let you in," Kathy asked aggressively. "You think you can steal Mr. Morgan's money and then get yourself invited to a banquet? You think it's that easy?" Billy asked sarcastically. "I think you're planning something else." "Alex, which rich guy are you targeting now?" Alex tried to ignore these two bullies. He didn't even look at them and only whispered to Debbie. But Kathy continued, "Oh, these two losers snuck in. I'm going to tell everyone. I'll tell the host about it right now and have them kicked out." She was about to stand up, but Billy stopped her. They had only managed to get invited because of Kathy's connections, so he didn't want attention drawn to him. When the others at the table heard Kathy shouting at Alex and Debbie, they asked her why she hated them so much. She replied, "You're too funny. Why shouldn't I bear a grudge with someone like him? Don't we deserve to get our own back on him?" Kathy proudly explained to the others, "I just can't bear to see them acting like nothing's happened." Together, they stole $350,000 from our school's intern fund. You must agree that these two people are complete degenerates. When the others heard what she said, they started pointing their fingers at Alex and Debbie. "Kathy, you've got to watch your tongue and stop spreading these lies about us." Alex had had enough. How could he enjoy his meal with Kathy making these accusations again? Seeing that she was finally getting a reaction out of Alex, Kathy's anger grew. She shouted at him, "Wow, you stole $350,000 of the school's money. Why don't you just admit it? Why do you think you're better than everyone else? Everyone should know that you're a shameless thief who stole $350,000 and gave the money to this slut. You shameless bastard, Alex. I was just talking about you. What's wrong with you, you coward? You want to hit me now, don't you? If you're not too scared, why don't you just do it?" Kathy arrogantly turned her face to Alex. She had guessed that he wouldn't want to hit her in front of everyone. Alex wanted to slap her face, but Debbie stopped him. "Forget it. Just ignore her." Alex nodded and suppressed his anger. "You can't even stand up to a girl." "What a coward," Kathy said, sneering at Alex. "If I was you, I'd be trying to think of a way to pay back that money. You two are such losers." Kathy rolled her eyes and punched Alex viciously in the chest. Alex couldn't take any more. He slapped Kathy hard on the face, knocking her to the ground. Billy quickly helped her up. Debbie held Alex's arms to prevent him from doing anything else to her. Kathy started shouting that she was ready to fight with Alex when Graham's voice came across the sound system. "I'd like to thank you all for coming. I've asked you all here at such short notice to let you know." When Kathy heard Graham's words, she stopped shouting and calmed down. It would be disrespectful to Graham if she continued making trouble while he was speaking. Graham continued to speak and everyone listened politely. They understood Graham's position in the East Coast Division and felt honored to be invited. However, when one of the managers realized that Graham was at the end of his speech and hadn't mentioned the young heir, he asked him, "Isn't this a special banquet for a young heir of the Ambrose family? I think we're all very keen to meet that important young man. How could they not want to meet that noble young gentleman that Graham valued so much?" Other guests agreed. "That's right. Yes, do introduce young Mr. Ambrose," another called out. "We all want to meet the young man." Graham, who was on the stage, looked at Alex. His gaze was warm and encouraging. Alex just gave him a meaningful glance. Graham announced, "I understand that everyone wants to meet Mr. Ambrose, and I will pass that message to him. Unfortunately, the young man is busy right now. He did just come to the banquet hall, and he was extremely pleased to see how many people were here, but he's already had to leave." In the silence, when Graham had finished speaking, everyone heard a groaning voice from one of the tables. "Stupid loser," Kathy grumbled. Billy was trying to placate her. Kathy cursed Alex as her anger grew. Perhaps she couldn't blame everything on Alex, but she felt if he had not been there, somehow, she might have met the mysterious Ambrose heir. Alex was like a jinx. "All right, in order to make up for everyone's disappointment, we're going to have a lottery. Anyone here could win," Graham announced loudly. He explained the rules to everyone. Each guest had their seat number. Shortly, the screen would display some random numbers, and whoever's number appeared would win a prize. With Graham being a senior manager in the company, the rewards were, of course, expensive and desirable. The least valuable rewards were an Apple XS phone and an emerald bracelet worth $50,000. The best prize was a diamond necklace worth $200,000. Graham had his assistant show everyone the necklace. It was sparkling and indescribably beautiful. The eyes of everyone present, especially the women, lit up. Although she knew that her chances were slim, Kathy still had a glimmer of hope in her heart that she would win this diamond necklace. 15 minutes later, all the prizes except the diamond necklace had been given out. Many of the guests had won prizes, including Kathy, who had won an emerald bracelet. However, she wasn't satisfied with her prize. Although the bracelet was pretty, it was worthless in comparison to the diamond necklace that she had set her heart on. However, when she looked at Alex and Debbie, who hadn't won anything at all, she felt much better. She fiddled with the emerald bracelet on her arm and nonchalantly said, "This bracelet is really beautiful. I'm sure people will be jealous." Debbie looked at Alex. He smiled and comforted her. "It's all right. That bracelet looks like it belongs to an old spinster." Kathy choked on Alex's words. She looked at the bracelet and thought that it did look like an old lady's bracelet. She took it off. On the stage, they were already drawing the final prize. The numbers were rolling onto the screen. 7. The first number came out. It was table number 7, Alex's table. All the guests at this table became excited, especially Kathy. If she could get this diamond necklace, she would be ecstatic. It was worth over $200,000. Plus, then she would have won 2 prizes, and when she came on stage, she would hint to her boss that she was a lucky charm who could help the company make a fortune. Just as Kathy's imagination was running away with her, the second number appeared. 1. At the same time, the third number began to scroll. There were 12 people at each table, and the second number was 1, which meant that the winner would be either 10, 11, or 12. Alex was 10. Kathy was 12. Kathy's excitement increased. She felt the shining necklace beckoning to her, and she saw that all eyes were focused on the three of them.